Chapter 1 The Draft Plunge. In Thechele March of the Greek Qing dynasty, the imperial garden within the palace was arrayed of blooming flowers, each vying for supremacy and beauty, yet, no matter how vibrant they were, they could not surpass the meticulously adorned concubine aspirants, who hoped to encounter the emperor in the garden and was dressed in exceptional charm and elegance. The day of the palace selection was upon them, the fierce Sichvan since the emperor's ascension, naturally, both the nobility and influential families were eager to send their daughters into the imperial harem. The emperor Shermois current Lyspars, with only on Empress and 2 concubines, leaving many high-ranking positions vacant, the first batch of aspirants entering the palace held promising futures. Among the seers aspirants, the most striking an appearance was Euphorone, the legitimate daughter of the late Duke of Ting. Observing the bustling scene in the imperial garden, Euphorone, supported by Ting made her way towards a secluded path. "Miss, you're coming to such a place," Ting Mai said with concern. Euphorone sighed softly. "I fear Simeona might harm me in a crowded place." There were many who did not want her to enter the palace. Over the past few days, numerous plots had been devised against her, including rumors and of an attempted poisoning on several occasions. Fortunately, none of the perpetrators were skilled enough. Standing on the rocky bank overlooking the water, Euphorone gazed at the reflection in the clear water. The crystal-clear surface mirrored the beautiful face of the maiden, how was stunning even without makeup. "But miss, if we're harmed in such a place, Nuna might come to our rescue," Ting Mai glanced around nervously. Euphorone replied, all right, let for the kite scores." She adopted a resigned demeanor. Ting Mai cautiously glanced around, feeling that Simeona might push her miss into the water. Euphorone paid no mind and merely looked at the reflection in the water, raising her hand to touch her face and smiled. "Why, Ariadnes, your monsieur is proficient in swimming." Before she could finish her sentence, the maiden mistress saw a figure approaching stealthily from behind in the reflection on the water. Euphorone said, "Ting Mai winked subtly at Euphorone, miss, see what I mean?" A gust of wind swept from behind, and a figure rapidly lunged at Euphorone in the water's reflection. Euphorone quickly sidestepped, barely keeping her balance after being bumped with the figure. Fortunately, Ting Mai was quick to steady her. "Miss, are you all right?" Ting Mai whispered with a furrowed brow. "It seems to have missed you from the Minister of Right's family." Euphorone shook her head, adjusting her slightly disheveled hair and raising gainy a brow. During the draft, these women had either poisoned her or tried to frame her for poisoning others. A tout of the dozen poisoning attempts were orchestrated by her. Although never successful, she remained persistent. When her father was still alive, she disguised herself and went out with her parents. She claimed to dislike going out and spent little time in the capital. She didn't seem to have offended these miss from the Minister of Right's family. If it was to enter the palace, then she was putting her efforts in the wrong place. Euphorone wasn't a kind-hearted person. Seeing Miss Yu from the Minister of Right's family struggling to climb out of the water, Euphorone straightened her skirt and walked over. Ting immediately understood what her miss intended to do and, after checking hot news around, supported Euphorone's hand. Joa struggled to grab T.G. off T-bank, just relaxing when a green skirt came into view. Joa lucky du pan with Euphorone smiling ease, feeling gal in her hurt. Before Joa could speak, Euphorone stepped in her hand. Joa instinctively let go, plunging back into the water. Euphorone looked down solemnly at Joa struggling in the water. Joa shouted loudly for help. "How careless of Miss Jo, how could she come here into such a place? Could it be thought she wanted to do something unethical and ended up being outsmarted by some O'Neills?" Euphorone sat on the bank, tidying her handkerchief and said. Joanne water reared thighs and her pupils dilated slightly, still struggling on shouting for help, trying to attract Simeon's attention, but unfortunately, this place was remote. The water temperature in March was still very low, and Joa felt cold all over after just a short while, her limbs gradually losing strength. As Yo was about to sink completely into the water, Euphorone glanced at Ting Mai Arbi. Ting Mai bowed slightly and turned to go and call for help. Guard spectral thepalace, and son Simeona Kamatoris Guthi droning Joey. At that moment, Joa had already fainted with excessive water inhalation. The person who rescued her was a guard. Euphorone stood fragilely outside, looking scared. "Take her back and send for the imperial physician quickly." Eunuco followed unconscious Liwanted Opacara, but Ting Mai, supporting Euphorone, called out hotfully, "What's wrong with miss? Called it be heart condition. Someone, come quickly." Euphorone cooperatively covered her chest, slightly furrowing. "Ting Mai, Micah's thirds." Compared to the unconscious Miss Jo, the eunuchs in the palace were more willing to curry favor with Euphorone. After all, her beauty was sufficient to increase her chance of being selected, making her more worthy of their flattering. Indeed, the eunuchs had come to the commotion immediately surrounded Euphorone, thinking of escorting her back. A clever eunuch nearby Zima to guess Euphorone's intention and immediately zied to the guard sitting nearby. "Miss Quias fainted. May we miss you? Ilga called the imperial physician right away." Thegard hesitated. "This seems inappropriate." They were a guardswo, although followed to patrol the palace whereman after all if they's enthusia on lady back like Ethys, she might not be able to enter the palace. Euphorone gleaned weakly and Ting Mai whispered, "It's okay. The Minister of Rights will only be grateful to you. Moreover, you were Miskia saviors." Thegard says lit up. "Yes, in the current situation, Miskay was soon likely to enter the palace, especially as Keshe was rescued by the guards. It was better to send her back. It was not an ordinary person they could usually assist. If it turned out well, they might try rapidly in their careers." Thegard's exchange lances and immediately acted, with the Onaho Hadora Ginally rescued her quickly picking up Joey and making their way back to the Chusho Palace through crowded areas. Euphorone covered her chest and was escorted back to the Chusho Palace like them surrounded by stars with eunuchs. She naturally didn't have a hard condition, but the imperial physicians in the palace were like shrewd individuals, without their instruction, the wold text euphorone. To put it bluntly, her beauty weighs not for mana people to place their bets in her, especially with the palace selection the day after tomorrow, she had dowry de Kamathasvar, and der chance of entering the palace were very high. After examining her pulse, that physician said she was just frightened and needed to rest for a day or two and drink some calming soup, there were anothericious. On the other hand, Miss Gaio had suffered from shock and droning, and it was feared that she might develop a high fever at night. Note there is a ranking list of imperial harem positions in the book review section. Chapter 2 The selection of the palace today, the incident of Miss Jo falling into the water and being rescued by the guards has become widely known, news from the inner palace travels rapidly. After Yufurong returned, she used the pretext of recuperating to send away many visitors who came to inquire after her. That night, as the physician had predicted, Miss Jo indeed developed a high fever. The physician hurriedly visited again and, after assessing the situation, warned that if Miss Jo did not awaken by today, this ailment could become quite serious. Early the following morning, the Empress dispatched someone to inform that Miss Jo was unwell and instructed that she be taken away carefully to prevent the other ladies in residence from catching her cold. At that moment, Miss Jo had just awakened and, upon hearing this grim news, nearly fainted from shock. Tomorrow marks the palace selection, and most of the ladies have chosen to rest and conserve their strength in the Chusho Palace, while Yufurong decided to stroll in the Imperial Garden. Hearing Mei, somewhat perplexed, exclaim, "Miss, what brings you out at this time?" Yufurong gazed at the serene Imperial Garden, now devoid of visitors, and smiled, "Look at how tranquil this garden is. It may be a long time before we see such a scene again." Strolling leisurely along the main path of the garden, the area was the most vibrant in bloom and typically the most crowded. Days as quiet as this one would likely be a rarity henceforth. Why Yufurong glanced at the peach trees in a nearby flower bed and remarked, "They say that when April's blossoms have all but withered, the peach blossoms in the mountain temples begin to flourish. Here, in the palace, we nurture both people and flowers. Look at these buds, they are likely to bloom until the end of April." Hearing Mei, supporting Yufurong, raised her head to admire the peach blossoms, suggesting, "If you like them, why not pick a few branches to take back and place in a vase? They could last for several days." Yufurong, smiling, plucked a branch and adorned her hair with it, rather than let it remain unnoticed in a vase. "It is better for it to shine upon my head." Hearing Mei chuckled, "Miss, you truly embody the phrase the human face reflecting the beauty of the peach blossoms." Upon hearing this, Yufurong picked a few larger peach blossoms and continued her stroll with Hearing Mei. Just as the two departed, a figure clad in brilliant yellow emerged from behind the lush trees. Wang Yingdang, the young emperor, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the flourishing peach blossoms overhead. The chief eunuch, called by name, immediately responded, "Your Majesty, this young lady is Miss Yufurong, daughter of the Duke of Dingwa." Meng Qianan, with an air of understanding, remarked, "Ah, it is she. The most beautiful woman in the capital, no wonder she dares to say that the peach blossoms should flourish upon her head." Meng Qianan smiled and instructed, "Pay close attention to her tomorrow. According to the appearance of the peach blossoms in her hair, have the treasure office craft a matching jade hairpin for her." Wang Yingdang acknowledged, contemplating that this young lady's abilities were indeed remarkable, as she had already made a lasting impression on the emperor with just one glimpse. Moreover, it seemed that the emperor's words implied that Miss Yu would certainly be selected. However, Wang Yingdang cautiously inquired, "But your Majesty, what if Miss Yu does not adorn her hair with peach blossoms tomorrow?" Meng Qianan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yingdang. The latter immediately bowed his head, understanding the implication. "I comprehend, your Majesty. We shall craft the hairpin in the style of the peach blossoms she wears today." After a while, Yufurong, having wandered around, found herself by a pond, gazing at the verdant lotus leaves, which reminded her of the lotus flowers in her family's courtyard. Her home had also been graced with many lotus flowers, reflecting on her past. When she had inexplicably traversed from another world, transitioning from confusion to complete integration, she recognized that it was her parents' affection that had made this possible. Recalling the somewhat hazy memories of her previous life, Yufurong chuckled softly, realizing that in 2 lifetimes, she still retained the capacity for rebirth. After a time, she sat by the water's edge and sighed, longing for her father. Had he been alive, she would undoubtedly not have entered the palace, yet, with her father's passing, leaving only a widowed mother and younger brother at home, her appearance had attracted the attention of many. The Prince of Cheng had even used his influence to block her brother's admission to the Imperial Academy, while other academies dared not accept him due to the princess' threats. Her mother's few shops had, inexplicably, begun to suffer losses, contemplating that rather than becoming a mere concubine to a man in his 50s, it would be better to enter the palace and fight for her future. If successful, no one would dare to bully the widow and orphan of the Duke of Dingwa. Hearing Mei, watching her mistress lost in thought, surmised that she was likely reminiscing about the Duke. On the 9th day of the 3rd month, as calculated by the Astronomical Bureau, the day of the palace selection had arrived. The weather was clear and bright, and the selection was set to be held in the Chaohui Hall deep within the Imperial Garden. Today, the young ladies adorned themselves with great effort, seeking to capture the emperor's attention. Wai Yufurong was no exception. Despite her usual disdain for heavy makeup, she meticulously applied her cosmetics. The sky-blue waist-length gown accentuated her slender figure, and she adorned her coiled hair with 2 branches of peach blossoms. A gold-embroidered peach blossom ornament graced her forehead, truly embodying Hearing Mei's words from the previous day, the human face reflecting the beauty of the peach blossoms. Even amidst a throng of ladies, Yufurong stood out remarkably, her exquisite beauty and noble demeanor causing envy among those who inadvertently matched her attire. At the palace selection, in addition to the Emperor, Empress, and Empress Dowager, Yang Zhaoyi was present. While Hui Fei did not attend, it was said that the Emperor held Yang Zhaoyi in high esteem. Despite her lack of offspring and a humble background, the Emperor had insisted on granting her a concubine position against all odds while she was still in the palace, later elevating her to the highest rank among the third-grade consorts. Had it not been for her less than favorable lineage, she might have had another title of Daughter of the Palace. Today, Yang Zhaoyi wore a magnificent gown of crimson adorned with golden peonies, complemented by an exquisite ruby headdress that accentuated her regal beauty. In the Shang dynasty, there were no restrictions against concubines wearing red, only the edict that favored the absence of bright yellow and black for the imperial consorts. Thus, Yang Zhaoyi's attire was not excessive, merely ostentatious. After waiting outside the hall for a time, it was finally Yu Furong's group's turn. She was arranged in the second group of the young ladies stood outside the hall, and after performing their curtsies, the eunuch holding the name roster began calling them out one by one. Miss Yu Furong, legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dingwa, aged 18, the eunuch announced in a loud voice. Yu Furong stepped forward and bowed, hearing that the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dingwa was renowned for her striking beauty. Many present were convinced of her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the capital. In the hall, Yang Zhaoyi smiled warmly as she observed Yu Furong kneeling before her. Your kindness overwhelms me, Your Highness, Yu Furong replied, bowing her head in modesty. Yang Zhaoyi, ignoring Yu Furong, turned her attention to the Emperor seated in the foremost position, her tone laced with a hint of playful affection. Your Majesty, I have taken quite a liking to Miss Yu. Given that my younger brother is of suitable age and yet unmarried, might you indulge me and bestow Miss Yu upon him to fulfill my fondness? Chapter 3 Selection. Beneath, Yu Furong lowered her gaze, her heart tightening as she discerned that this young Zhaoyi harbored a strong dislike for her. The matter now rested in the Emperor's judgment. However, before the Emperor could utter a word, the Empress Dowager, seated to his left, interjected. What is this, Yang Zhaoyi? Today is the Emperor's selection of talents. How dare you prioritize your brother? Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, and esteemed Empress, this humble servant acknowledges her wrongdoing. Yang Zhaoyi promptly rose and bowed to the Empress, delicately covering her lips with a handkerchief, coughed several times, prompting a nearby maid to present her with warm water. It was common knowledge that the Empress was in frail health. The Emperor, twirling the jade ring on his thumb, remarked, Enough, acknowledging your fault suffices, let this be a lesson to refrain from foolish speech in the future. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yang Zhaoyi's eyes, accompanied by a sudden wave of unease. Indeed, she had misspoken today, but had she not often erred in the past? Yet, while in previous times the Emperor would merely chide her to speak less, now he admonished her against reckless words. It appeared that the little minx possessed more capability than she had previously thought. Meng Qianan cast a glance at Wan Yingdang, who immediately grasped the unspoken cue and announced loudly, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dingwa, Yu Furong, has been selected. Grant her a fragrance pouch. The young eunuchs flanking the hall quickly presented a fragrance pouch before Yu Furong. She rose to accept it, bowed once more, and returned to her place among the others. Subsequently, the Emperor continued to select a few more individuals, and once 9 girls had been chosen, the remaining candidates were dispatched back to their homes. The selected maidens were to be escorted back to the palace in palanquins by eunuchs. After 3 days at home, they would be received by palace attendants and taken to their respective quarters. As Yu Furong returned home, the sky was painted with the hues of twilight, casting a soft golden glow upon the grand gates of the Duke of Dingwa's residence. Lady Yu had long been waiting in the main hall with Yu Jing, anxiously cradling her teacup. Lady Yu found herself lost in thought. She feared for her daughter's selection, yet equally dreaded the possibility of her not being chosen. If selected, the palace was a treacherous place that could consume one whole, while if not, the Prince of Chang might resort to coercion. With a heavy sigh, Lady Yu lamented that had her husband still been alive, her beloved Rongrong would not have had to endure this selection ordeal. Yu Jing sat silently nearby. The 10-year-old child had come to understand much since her father's passing. She gazed at her delicate hands, contemplating that if she were an adult, who would dare to threaten her sister? The attending maidservants, sensing their mistress's unusual mood, kept their heads bowed in silence. The young lady has returned, the young lady has returned, exclaimed Xinglan, rushing in from the doorway. Lady Yu immediately stood, exclaiming, Good, good, it is wonderful that you have returned. Mother, aging, I have returned, Yu Furong announced as she stepped into the room, illuminated by the radiant twilight. Upon seeing the eunuch beside Yu Furong, Lady Yu's heart sank with understanding. As the twilight deepened, the Empress gazed at the roster in her hands, unable to suppress another series of coughs. Who compiled this list? She inquired. The head and deputy of the Imperial Household Department exchanged glances before responding. Your Majesty, today, Lady Zhaoyi sent someone over. The Empress frowned, saying, You allow her to create such disturbances, and you follow suit? The Duke of Dingwa's family is a prestigious one. Daughters from such a lineage are deserving of the rank of consort. Look at this, how dare a mere 8th rank maid be treated so lightly? I was unaware that this palace had become Yang Zhaoyi's domain. The head and deputy of the Imperial Household Department immediately knelt, bowing their heads in contrition. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We too find this arrangement improper. However, Lady Zhaoyi, she is under the influence of Hui Fei. Do not forget that Hui Fei is also of a military lineage. The Empress sighed. In my opinion, the rank of maid should be elevated to that of a regular consort and then sent directly to Taiji Palace. Do you understand? The head and deputy of the Imperial Household Department quickly responded, We understand. Depart now, go receive 20 lashes, let this matter pass. The Empress waved her hand wearily at the 2 men bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. We thank your Majesty for your grace. Once outside Finny Palace, the head of the Imperial Household Department, filled with frustration, tapped the deputy's forehead. What on earth were you thinking? What benefits has Yang Zhou promised you? It is evident to all that the Emperor favors you Changzai, yet you chose to provoke trouble. Do you still value your head? Had the Empress or the Dowager found out, I would be presenting your head on a platter tomorrow. The deputy clutched his head, sighing, Master, I did not wish for this, but Lady Zhou's offers were too generous. I will share half of it with you. Sharing half of the punishment would be more appropriate. The head of the Imperial Household Department scoffed. After receiving his punishment, the head proceeded to Taiji Palace, where the Emperor resided, while the deputy stealthily made his way to Yangfu Palace, where Yang Zhou dwelled. Your Highness, the Empress has altered the rank of you the maid to that of you Changzai, the deputy reported, kneeling on the ground, a look of despair on his face. Yang Zhou furrowed her brow and tossed aside her handkerchief. The Empress is indeed magnanimous. Very well, such worthless things can be disregarded. You may leave. Your Highness, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention. The deputy hesitated before finally speaking. Speak freely or not at all, Yang Zhou snapped, feeling increasingly agitated. The deputy cautiously murmured. The Empress stated that daughters from the Duke of Dinggua's family deserve the rank of consort, and the maid status is quite degrading for you Changzai. The rank of consort remained a sore spot for Yang Zhou. As a side consort emerging from the same noble household, Hui Fei had risen to the second rank, while she remained a mere third-rank concubine. How could such a proud woman not feel slighted? The Empress's words were merely a jab at Yang Zhou's vulnerabilities. With a cold laugh, Yang Zhou replied, I understand, you may go. The deputy, holding his breath, cautiously withdrew, fearful that he might be punished for stepping out with his left foot. Once alone, Yang Zhou's irritation nearly drove her to tear the handkerchief in her grasp. Wretched woman, what does she mean by deserving of the rank of consort? It's an insult to me. Your Highness, please calm yourself. The Emperor indeed intended to grant you the rank of consort, but the Empress, in collusion with the former court officials, suppressed your rank. She is merely envious of the Emperor's favor towards you. A nearby maid hastened to console her. At these words, Yang Zhou finally regained her composure, sneering lightly. Indeed, there is no need for haste. The Emperor has promised that once I am with child, I shall be granted the title of consort. At that time, even the Empress, with all her might, cannot prevent my elevation. The maid smiled obsequiously. Your Highness speaks wisely. The most pressing matter now is to conceive the dragon's heir. However, a glint of malice flickered in Yang Zhou's eyes as she leaned in closer, whispering, You go into Chapter 4. The regular attendant on the 12th of March, as the crimson sun began to rise, the palanquins to escort the attendants had already arrived at the residences of the various young ladies. Prior to this, Yu Furong had received the imperial decree appointing her as a regular attendant, permitting her to bring 2 personal maids into the palace. Why Yu Furong chose her closest companions, Tingmei and Tinglan, who had grown up alongside her. The palanquins of the young ladies converged at the end of Chang'an Street, where they were sorted according to rank before being escorted by the eunuchs towards the Zhuke Gate. The streets today were particularly bustling, as if it were the day for the top scholar to parade through the city. As Yu Furong encountered others, she picked up a silk flower that had been carelessly discarded. As they passed through the lively Chang'an Street, the atmosphere grew quieter as they approached the Zhuke Gate. Upon reaching the side entrance, the young ladies disembarked from their palanquins to proceed on foot. The waiting eunuchs had long been stationed at the entrance, ready to guide the young ladies to their respective palaces. Among them was a rather astute young eunuch from the Imperial Garden, whose presence surprised Yu Furong. Oh, it's you. The eunuch bowed deeply, greeting her with respect. I offer my salutations to Lady Yu. May you be blessed with longevity and peace. He continued, I have been assigned to serve you from the Imperial Garden this way. Please, your residence is at the Changqian Palace in the Western 6th Court, a splendid place indeed. What is your name? Yu Furong inquired, more intrigued by the eunuch than the palace itself. He seemed clever, and if of good background, he might be promoted. My humble name is Li Suo. You may call me Xiao Li, the eunuch replied respectfully. At why Yu Furong glanced at Li Suo but chose not to engage further. After walking for about the time it takes to burn 2 sticks of incense, they arrived at the Changqian Palace. As the foremost palace in the Western 6th Court, its scenery was naturally exquisite. However, as a mere regular attendant, she was not permitted to reside in the magnificent main hall. Her quarters were located in the eastern side hall. Just as she prepared to enter, a sharp voice called out from behind. A presumptuous. Who dares to enter before this lady? Yu Furong turned to see a girl of 17 or 18 years, donned in a red embroidered gown, her hair adorned with a golden hairpin studded with jewels, her youthful features displaying an air of petulance. Yu Furong cast a sidelong glance at Li Suo, who leaned in to whisper a few words to Tingmei, who then discreetly conveyed the information to Yu Furong. Miss, this is Zhou Changzai, the queen's cousin, residing in the same palace as us. Tingmei supported Yu Furong. Yu Furong merely smiled and replied, Zhou Changzai, we are both regular attendants, so what distinction is there between us? If you were delayed on the road, should I then wait for you at the entrance of Changqian Palace? And why not? You are but a daughter of the fallen Duke of Dinggua. Do you even know who my sister is? What can you compare to the Zhou family? Zhou Changzai looked Yu Furong up and down with utter disdain. Yu Furong furrowed her brow. Such arrogance from Zhou Changzai is rather excessive. I have heard that the Zhou family is of noble lineage, and the elder Zhou is a veteran of 3 reigns. Their family values must be commendable. How is it that Zhou Changzai seems so at odds with her family's principles? How I conduct myself is my own affair. Regardless, it is certainly better than being an orphan without a father, especially given the rumors of your father's tragic demise. I doubt he can protect you from the grave, Zhou Changzai sneered, exuding an air of impatience. If you know what is good for you, vacate the eastern side hall. In a fit of anger, Yu Furong raised her hand and slapped Zhou Changzai. An immediate hush fell over the surroundings. The palace servants who had been gossiping about the quarrel now fell silent at the sudden act. "How dare you strike me?" Zhou Changzai exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Without glancing back, Yu Furong stepped over the threshold of Qingqian Palace, stating, "Zhou Changzai, my father sacrificed himself for the country. If the former court officials were to learn of your bullying the heirs of loyal generals, what would they think?" Zhou Changzai glared at Yu Furong's retreating figure, snorting in disdain before turning towards the Fengyi Palace. Yu Furong took a moment to compose herself at the entrance of the eastern side hall before stepping inside. She realized she had been somewhat impulsive today. Tinglan looked on with concern. Yu Furong waved her hand, and Li Suo, ever perceptive, opened the grand doors of the eastern side hall. As he entered, the eunuchs and maidservants, who had been waiting inside, knelt in unison. "We humbly greet Our Lady. May you be blessed with longevity and peace." There were 8 attendants assigned to the position of regular attendant, including the 2 Yu Furong brought with her, along with 4 eunuchs and 2 maidservants dispatched by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, making a total of 8. "Rise," Yu Furong instructed softly. "In my palace, loyalty is of utmost importance. It matters not if you are somewhat simple-minded. However, should any of you harbor ill intentions, you shall be taken to the Ministry of Punishments to face the consequences. Rest assured, if you serve diligently, I shall not treat you poorly." Tinglan, standing nearby, produced a pouch she had prepared in advance and began distributing it among the attendants. Upon receiving the silver, the eunuchs and maidservants bowed deeply in gratitude. "We shall heed Our Lady's teachings and remain loyal. Now, rise and attend to your duties. Matters concerning my personal affairs will still be managed by Tingmei and Tinglan," Yu Furong declared as she stepped further into the eastern side hall. Outside, Li Suo organized the tasks for the eunuchs and maidservants, being the chief eunuch assigned to her. While Yu Furong glanced at Tingmei, who bowed respectfully before exiting. Seated on the soft couch, Yu Furong surveyed the eastern side hall. The interior was exquisitely arranged, with ample natural light and a small garden at both the front and back, offering a view of the vibrant spring through the windows. After familiarizing herself with the surroundings, Tinglan went to the tea room to fetch a cup of tea for Yu Furong. After what seemed like the time it would take to drink 2 cups of tea, Tingmei returned to "My lady, I have inquired and found that Li Suo has no family. He was sold to the palace at a young age and raised by a senior eunuch in the Empress's palace. When you first entered the palace to meet the late emperor, you had stolen a roasted chicken from the imperial kitchen and shared half with a young eunuch, who was none other than Li Suo." Yu Furong interjected, "No need to dwell on childhood tales." Nodding, Yu Furong listened as Tingmei glanced outside before leaning closer to whisper a few words. "Today?" Yu Furong frowned slightly. Was it perhaps too hasty? "Today is merely the first day in the palace." The eunuch stated, "If we wait for the next opportunity, it may not come until 7 days later." Tingmei spoke cautiously. Yu Furong pondered for a moment before setting her teacup down, saying, "Have that smoke pink embroidered gown infused with a light fragrance, let it not be too overpowering." Tinglan acknowledged and turned to leave. "My lady, the Empress has sent someone to summon you," Li Suo reported respectfully from the doorway. Chapter 5 of the Queen. Yu Furong slightly furrowed her brows and replied, "Understood, please inform him that this humble servant shall arrive shortly." Mei, standing beside her with a worried expression, said, "My lady, allow me to assist you with your attire." Yu Furong composedly rose to her feet. Regardless of the circumstances, the queen was known for her virtue and wisdom. It was unlikely she would make things difficult for a mere lowly attendant. Moreover, even if she did, what could Yu Furong do? Refuse to go. The slap she delivered to Zhou Changzai could be justified as a moment of anger and impulse. However, should she choose not to attend now, it would be a sign of disrespect towards the queen, a burden she could not bear. The palace of Qingqian was in close proximity to the palace of Fengyi, and thus it did not take long for Yu Furong to arrive at the entrance of Fengyi Palace. A matron standing at the door lifted the curtain and respectfully announced, "My lady, please enter, the queen has been awaiting your presence." Yu Furong nodded slightly, "Thank you, matron." The matron bowed in return, "It is my duty, my lady." Upon entering the main hall of Fengyi Palace, Yu Furong beheld the queen seated regally in her bright yellow robe adorned with peonies, her hair adorned with a red gold and ruby tassel. However, the queen's complexion bore a hint of pallor, and despite her dignified grace, there was an element of fragility that did not diminish her imposing aura. "I have seen the queen, may she live in eternal peace," Yu Furong greeted, bowing respectfully. The queen offered a gentle smile, her voice soft, "Rise, please have a seat." "Thank you, your majesty," Yu Furong said as she settled into her position on the left. Yu Furong had anticipated encountering Zhou Changzai within the palace, but to her surprise, the main hall contained only herself, the queen, and a few serving maidens. "I have heard that my sister has caused you trouble. Is that true?" The queen's voice remained gentle, yet the underlying meaning was far from tender. Yu Furong knelt before her, responding, "In reply to your majesty, there is indeed a slight conflict between myself and Zhou Changzai, but it is merely a trivial quarrel amongst young women. It cannot be deemed as causing trouble, especially since I acted in a moment of anger and struck Zhou Changzai." The queen smiled, not instructing Yu Furong to rise, and continued to inquire, "Oh? What prompted you to resort to such actions?" "In response to your majesty," Yu Furong began, "Zhou Changzai insulted my father, declaring that I am nothing more than an orphan girl without a father." As she spoke, her voice faltered, tears welling in her eyes. The sight of a weeping beauty naturally tugs at the heartstrings, yet the queen, at that moment, had little inclination to indulge in such sentiments. When Zhou Changzai lodged her complaint, she merely mentioned Yu Furong's unreasonable behavior, stating that after a few exchanged words, Yu Furong slapped her. Little did the queen know that there were deeper issues at play. The queen rubbed her forehead, casting a glance at the nearby maidens, who promptly approached to assist Yu Fu Rong to her feet. This matter is indeed my sister's fault, and I shall apologize on her behalf. Bai Luo, have Zhou Changzai kneel for 2 hours at the entrance of Qingqian Palace, and you shall supervise her. The queen's voice remained gentle. I am grateful to your majesty for your decision, Yu Fu Rong expressed with sincere gratitude, rubbing her reddened eyes. The queen supported her head, a slight frown gracing her brow. You have only just entered the palace, and I imagine there are many matters requiring your attention. You should return quickly. Yu Fu Rong rose to take her leave. After her departure, the queen sighed. Qini has truly been spoiled by her family. Her words cut straight to the heart. Qini was Zhou Changzai's name. Bai Luo, standing beside the queen, gently massaged her temples. After all, she is your majesty's cousin. You still care for her. The queen raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on her lips, yet she remained silent. At midday, the sun blazed fiercely. Bai Luo approached with a plain oil paper umbrella, announcing, by order of the queen, Zhou Changzai is to kneel for 2 hours at the entrance of Qingqian Palace for her indiscreet remarks against loyalty and righteousness. Bai Luo smiled sweetly at the disgruntled Zhou Changzai, saying, My lady, please proceed. Zhou Changzai shot a glare at Bai Luo and, in a fit of defiance, knelt in silence at the entrance of Qingqian Palace. Bai Luo stood beside her, holding the umbrella, and softly advised, My lady, do not be upset given your remarks at the palace entrance amidst so many people. It would be unreasonable for the queen not to impose some punishment. Zhou Changzai remained silent, tears brimming in her eyes, her face a portrait of discontent. My lady, the queen has instructed me to tell you that you may rise stealthily later. No one will dare to speak against you, Bai Luo whispered, bending slightly to lower her voice. Zhou Changzai finally glanced at Bai Luo and hoarsely asked, Really? Indeed, truly among the several sisters in the palace, the queen cherishes you the most, Bai Luo reassured her. However, my lady, you acted impulsively today. If there is something you desire, feel free to speak to the queen privately, she will grant your wishes. Zhou Changzai, kneeling on the ground, pouted in grievance, understood. I shall inform my sister first from now on. Bai Luo smiled and continued to hold the umbrella for Zhou Changzai. In the eastern side hall, Yu Fu Rong peered through the rice paper window and vaguely saw Zhou Changzai kneeling at the entrance of the main hall. Zhou Changzai had already been kneeling for an hour. My lady, would you care for some tea? Lan offered a cup of tea to Yu Fu Rong. She accepted it and took a sip, remarking, It seems the queen's relationship with her sister is not as close as it appears. Lan, puzzled, looked at Zhou Changzai, who was attempting to rise stealthily, and asked, How do you perceive that, my lady? I see the queen treating Zhou Changzai quite well, even sending someone to hold an umbrella for her, and turning a blind eye to her not completing her time. Yu Fu Rong set down her teacup and smiled. If she truly cared for Zhou Changzai, she would not have ordered her to kneel during the hottest part of the day. Even with an umbrella, the ground remained scorching hot. If she were genuinely protective, she could have arranged for her to kneel in the evening or within the confines of Fengyi Palace. In Fengyi Palace, whether she kneels or not is merely a matter of the queen's word, but observing this situation, Yu Fu Rong chuckled. The queen's methods of managing her subordinates are indeed quite masterful. It is a classic case of delivering a slap followed by a sweet date. Yet, one thing puzzled her. If the queen did not particularly favor Zhou Changzai, why had she insisted on her entry into the palace? During the selection process, Zhou Changzai was personally chosen by the queen to enter the palace. Was it a matter of vying for favor? Zhou Changzai seemed rather lacking in intellect. A bold thought flashed through Yu Fu Rong's mind as she recalled her encounter with the queen today. Observing Zhou Changzai limping into the western side hall, Yu Fu Rong stood and walked toward the dressing table. Please assist me with my makeup, it is time to make my appearance. Lan and Mei bowed respectfully. One styled her hair while the other prepared her garments, working in perfect harmony to adorn Yu Fu Rong. Lan presented a gracefully simple gown of azure silk embroidered with lotus flowers, adorned with a few delicate lotus hairpins, and a touch of lip color was all that was required. Yu Fu Rong gazed at her reflection, a visage untouched by heavy makeup yet irresistibly captivating, and suddenly smiled. This face still possesses the allure to captivate others. Mei, holding a basket, murmured, My lady, everything is prepared. Chapter 6. Competing for favor, Yu Fu Rong led Ting Mei along a narrow path on the western side of the imperial garden, where the crowds were sparse and the surroundings secluded, yet it was an essential route for the emperor to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager. The spring air was rich and vibrant, with flowers blooming in dazzling hues. Yu Fu Rong held a basket, selecting an array of fresh blossoms, her hair adorned with a flourishing pink rose. Ting Mei hurriedly approached from the winding path and whispered in Yu Fu Rong's ear, My lady, the emperor is coming. Yu Fu Rong lowered her gaze, standing beneath a flourishing peach tree, her back turned to the approaching narrow path. Ting Mei, standing beside her, softly suggested, My lady, why not pick some peach blossoms to take back? They can be made into peach blossom cakes. Yu Fu Rong pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, I don't particularly enjoy them. Perhaps we should gather some jasmine to dry for tea. But my lady, jasmine won't tea bloom for another month or so, Ting Mei chuckled. Then let us just pick some peach blossoms to take back, Yu Fu Rong decided, handing her basket to Ting Mei as she reached for the peach blossoms on the tree. At the corner, Meng Qianan observed with keen interest as Yu Fu Rong gathered flowers. The young girl possessed a graceful figure, her waist delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand, with a half-tied bun adorned with a vibrant rose. As she raised her hand to pluck flowers, her fair and tender wrist was revealed, glistening in the spring sunlight as if touched by a gentle glow, accentuating its fragility, as though it could break with the slightest pressure. The wind stirred the cerulean sleeves of her attire, causing a flurry of pink petals to cascade down, harmonizing with the lively and animated silhouette of the girl against the backdrop of the pink peach tree. Just from her profile, Meng Qian'an was certain she was a beauty. A glance at Wan Yingdang beside him prompted Wan Yingdang to cough discreetly. Yu Furong turned her head, a hint of alarm in her expression. Who's there? Her innocent eyes reflected a startled bewilderment, akin to a frightened fawn. As a few petals fell from the suddenly released peach branch, they landed atop her head and perhaps upon the collar of her garment. Meng Qian'an stepped forward, observing this scene, his fingers subtly rubbing the jade ring on his thumb. I have seen the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yu Furong quickly bowed in greeting. Your Majesty, please forgive me, I did not realize it was you here. Her voice was soft and melodic, tinged with a slight tremor from her surprise, her clear eyes also revealing a hint of joy and eagerness to please. Meng Qian'an approached and helped her up, smiling. Are you somewhat afraid of me? Yu Furong instinctively nodded but quickly shook her head, stammering, No, I am not. Meng Qian'an chuckled lightly, waving away the petals from her head. Indeed, if you are to pick flowers from my palace, your courage cannot be too small. Yu Furong lowered her head, her face flushed, remaining silent, though her glistening eyes conveyed a sense of defiance. From his vantage point, Meng Qian'an could see the girl's fair neck, which seemed to bloom with a faint pink hue, possibly in response to his words, the afternoon sun casting a soft glow upon it, resembling exquisite silk, delicate and tender. The faint fragrance of peach blossoms wafted to his nose, and Meng Qian'an's throat tightened, his expression darkening. He gently ruffled Yu Furong's hair and said softly, You should return now. I have matters to attend to. Yu Furong lifted her head slightly, blinking her eyes, then pursed her lips and nodded, I understand. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a slight tremor in the ending, her rosy lips glistening with a hint of moisture. Meng Qian'an lowered his gaze, turning the jade ring on his thumb, muttering a quiet acknowledgement before departing. Yu Furong bowed respectfully and, along with Tingmei, gathered a few branches of peach blossoms to return. Upon arriving at the Chengqian Palace, they coincidentally encountered Zhou Changzai, who was leaving. Noticing the flower basket in Yu Furong's hands, Zhou Changzai smirked, Look at you, did you stumble upon the Emperor on your outing? Ha, you seem rather anxious, perhaps you returned empty-handed. Yu Furong replied with a bright smile, Zhou Changzai, are you not also hoping to encounter the Emperor? What nonsense are you spouting? This humble servant merely visited the Empress, Zhou Changzai scoffed, her tone brimming with dissatisfaction. You seem quite close with the Empress, Yu Furong said, still smiling. Zhou Changzai tilted her head slightly, laced with disdain, naturally, the Empress holds me dear. Yu Furong smiled but remained silent, seeing that she had not provoked Yu Furong, Zhou Changzai tossed her sleeves and departed. Just as she turned away, Yu Furong heard Zhou Changzai's voice behind her, Look at her seductive demeanor, who is she trying to impress? Yu Furong raised an eyebrow, carrying her flower basket into the eastern side hall. My lady has returned. Tinglan took the flower basket from Yu Furong and placed it on a low table nearby. Prepare my face. Yu Furong seated herself at the dressing table. She retained a few habits from her previous life, such as removing her makeup immediately upon returning home. Tinglan had already prepared warm water, and upon hearing her lady's command, she skillfully began to cleanse her face. Gazing at her somewhat blurred reflection in the mirror, Yu Furong smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with a blend of innocence and allure. Yu Furong was particularly pleased with this smile. She was aware of her beauty and had diligently practiced how to make the most of it. After all, having skills is never a burden. Today, she put them to use. The notion of love at first sight is often merely a matter of physical attraction. She did not seek the Emperor's immediate affection, but a modicum of interest would suffice for her to thrive within the harem. Tingmei fetched a vase, and after Yu Furong had cleaned her face, she languidly reclined on a soft couch, arranging the flowers she had brought back. Floral arrangement was not yet widespread in this era, but Yu Furong had developed a keen interest and learned a few techniques over time. As she admired the bouquet dominated by peach blossoms, she smiled. Peach blossoms bloom in the heavenly garden, while willow branches sway by the jade fairy. Tinglan placed the flowers Yu Furong had arranged at the corner of the low table. Just as she set the vase down, a messenger arrived from outside, announcing that a eunuch from the Revered Affairs Office had come with 2 matrons. Yu Furong was somewhat taken aback. The Revered Affairs Office? The little eunuch bowed low. Yes, it is Eunuch Chui from the Revered Affairs Office. Yu Furong rose, let him in. As Eunuch Chui entered, he greeted her with a deep bow, his face beaming with joy. Congratulations, my lady. The Emperor has taken notice of you today, you must prepare yourself promptly. Eunuch Chui, I recall that the green headplate for newly entered concubines is typically prepared 3 days after their arrival. Why is it that Yu Furong inquired? Eunuch Chui chuckled. Oh, my lady, do not worry. When has a master ever needed a green headplate? If the Emperor declares that he has taken notice, then it is as good as done, regardless of whether it exists or not. In the past, no one could have the Emperor make an exception, but now, my lady, you have achieved that. Eunuch Chui does have a point, Yu Furong replied with a smile. Eunuch Chui continued, gesturing to the matrons behind him, these 2 will be responsible for instructing you in the ways of serving the Emperor. The Fenghuan Chun'en carriage will arrive to escort you shortly. Please prepare yourself, I shall take my leave. Yu Furong nodded slightly, while Tingmei discreetly retrieved a purse from her sleeve and handed it to Eunuch Chui, who happily accepted it. After the 2 matrons attended to Yu Furong's grooming, the Fenghuan Chun'en carriage arrived at the gates of Chengqian Palace just in time. As Yu Furong stepped onto the intricately carved sandalwood platform, she heard Zhou Changzai's voice calling from behind. Chapter 7 of the Night of Service. Where are you planning to go, Yu Changzai? Zhou Changzai's voice was laced with the usual sarcasm and disdain. Yu Furong turned to Zhou Changzai and smiled, thanks to your auspicious words, I indeed encountered the Emperor this afternoon. Zhou Changzai opened her mouth in surprise, then scrutinized the Feng Wanchun carriage, her expression revealing evident envy. Merely using beauty to curry favor with others, but how long can that last? Yu Furong paid no heed to Zhou Changzai and lowered the curtain of the Feng Wanchun carriage. Beside the carriage, Tinglan indignantly remarked, "My lady, do not listen to her nonsense. Our lady is the most fortunate of all." Yu Furong closed her eyes to rest, murmuring, "Let her be today, my focus does not lie with Zhou Changzai. She is merely a girl indulged by her family." Although Yu Furong had been seated in the Feng Wanchun carriage for barely a quarter of an hour, the news had already spread throughout the entire imperial harem by the time she had yet to arrive at the emperor's Taiji palace. In the Fengyi palace, the empress was shaping incense powder when she heard the words of a young palace maid, her voice tinged with surprise. "Is she to serve the emperor today?" The young maid nodded. Silver Needle, who was holding a box of incense powder, frowned. "Your Majesty, should you not counsel the emperor? It is his first day in the palace, this is against protocol." The empress set down her small spoon and smiled. "No matter, as long as the emperor is pleased. Yu Changzai seems quite intelligent and beautiful, it is only a matter of time before she gains favor." Silver Needle still felt unconvinced and was about to speak again when Bailu glanced at her, prompting Silver Needle to close her mouth. "I heard her family is not doing well?" The empress remained focused on shaping the incense powder. Bailu nodded. "I heard that the shops owned by Miss Yu's family are not faring well." The empress nodded, observing the shape of the incense in the burner, then contentedly took a stick of sandalwood to ignite the powder. "The incense powder shaped well today. Fetch a box of silver, and tomorrow morning, select 2 bolts of brocade from my treasury to send to Yu Changzai." Bailu bowed in acknowledgement, but Silver Needle expressed her dissatisfaction. "Your Majesty, why trouble yourself to care for her so?" The empress smiled gently. "It matters not. As long as the emperor likes her, so do I." Silver Needle stamped her foot in frustration. "Your Majesty is simply too kind-hearted." Bailu cast a glance at Silver Needle, and Silver Needle sulked in silence. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Taiji palace, Yu Furong was lost in thought as she gazed at the flower-patterned carpet. Outside, a commotion could be heard. While Yu Furong stood to greet, the evening sky was adorned with hues of violet, and the soft glow reflected off the palace's gilded tiles. Meng Qian, donned in a bright yellow dragon robe, approached, his handsome visage softened by the twilight. "I pay my respects to your Majesty, may you be blessed with longevity and peace," Yu Furong said, entranced for a moment before finally realizing she needed to pay her respects. Meng Qian helped Yu Furong to her feet, his voice warm. "Why have you come out?" Yu Furong tilted her head slightly and replied with a smile, "I heard your Majesty's voice." Meng Qian chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around Yu Furong's waist as they entered. "Your ears are quite sharp." He settled beside her on the soft couch. "How long have you been here?" Yu Furong nestled closely against him, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. "I cannot recall precisely. Perhaps it has been a while." Meng Qian gazed at the girl so near to him, her delicate neck before him, the faint scent of peach blossoms wafting from her, evoking memories of the confident girl standing beneath the peach tree. Unbeknownst to Yu Furong, the expression in Meng Qian's eyes had darkened. As a warm breath brushed against her neck, Yu Furong instinctively turned to Meng Qian, only to be met by his shadowed gaze. "Your Majesty," she called softly, her tone involuntarily sweetened. Meng Qian's throat tightened as he watched her rosy lips part in close, raising his hand to gently press the back of her head as he leaned in. The moment their lips met, Meng Qian found her softness to be as he had imagined. Yu Furong's hands rested against Meng Qian's chest, feeling the warmth emanating through his garments. The air between their lips was thoroughly claimed, prompting an involuntary whimper from Yu Furong. When the warm and lingering kiss finally ceased, a delicate blush adorned her eyes, her lips glistening with a slightly swollen beauty, a testament to their fervent encounter. Meng Qian, who typically did not enjoy kissing and had never been kissed by any concubine, found himself yearning to experience the sensation today, especially as he observed her tender lips parting and closing. "Your Majesty," Yu Furong seemed startled by Meng Qian's boldness, her voice trembling slightly with discontent, her eyes shimmering with a hint of blush. Noticing her pitiful expression, Meng Qian lowered his gaze, wishing to make her appear even more vulnerable. Disregarding Yu Furong's exclamation, Meng Qian swept her up in his arms and strode into the inner chambers. The bright yellow curtains fell, muffling the sound of her soft sobs and fragmented pleas for mercy. As the joyful night drew to a close, Meng Qian contentedly reclined against the soft pillow, holding Yu Furong close. Yu Furong, however, sulked against his chest. Meng Qian playfully pinched her cheek, chuckling, "You have quite the temper." Yu Furong pouted in silence, her eyes glistening with dissatisfaction. The satisfied man paid no mind to her minor grievances, treating them as mere playful banter in their intimate quarters. "It is clear that the emperor has gone too far," Yu Furong protested, her voice slightly hoarse, the marks on her fair neck starkly evident. Meng Qian's hand rested on Yu Furong's waist, gently caressing. "You are simply too delicate, I have merely ventured a little closer." "Your Majesty." Yu Furong gazed at him in disbelief, as if shocked that the exalted sovereign could descend to such earthly behavior. "Tsk, so delicate," Meng Qian teased, pinching her playfully, eliciting a displeased squeal from Yu Furong, which made him chuckle softly. "Your Majesty, I have a matter I wish to request your assistance with," Yu Furong implored, gazing up at him from her soft pillow. Meng Qian lowered his gaze, inexplicably feeling a twinge of irritation. Her overt flattery surely had an ulterior motive. "Go on," he replied, his voice lowered slightly. Chapter 8, a courteous greeting. Yu Furong pretended not to notice, wrapping her arms around Meng Qian's and playfully said, "Your Majesty, might you kindly speak to the imperial kitchen tomorrow, requesting an additional serving of crab roe pastry after lunch for me?" Meng Qian raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" Yu Furong blinked her eyes, prolonging her tone, Your Majesty, will you agree? Naturally, Meng Qianan acquiesced, as it was no difficult task. Suddenly recalling the report from Wan Ning regarding her altercation with Zhou Changzai that morning, Meng Qianan's thoughts shifted. Wan Ning had narrated the event with vivid detail during the morning briefing. Yu Furong nodded nervously, uncertain of why Meng Qianan had brought it up so suddenly. Look how frightened you are, you struck her and that's that. If she dares to bully you again, you need only retaliate. I am here for you, Meng Qianan said, smiling warmly at Yu Furong. Why Yu Furong gazed into Meng Qianan's eyes, and after a moment, replied with a smile, I understand now. Meng Qianan withdrew his hand from around Yu Furong, feeling quite content, and asked, Is there anything else you wish to request? Speak freely, I shall grant your desires today. Yu Furong turned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Meng Qianan swallowed, his gaze darkening. Your Majesty, I would also like to raise a parrot, one that can speak, Yu Furong exclaimed enthusiastically. Meng Qianan lowered his eyes, observing the brocade blanket that had slipped slightly due to Yu Furong's movements, revealing her snow-white skin adorned with the subtle blush of blooming red plums, the bright yellow blanket accentuating her fair complexion, making the marks upon her even more conspicuous. As he beheld the twinkle in Yu Furong's eyes, Meng Qianan couldn't help but recall how those same eyes had brimmed with tears earlier. The atmosphere suddenly grew heated. Meng Qianan's breathing became slightly labored, his exhalations carrying a hint of warmth. Meanwhile, Yu Furong remained lost in her fantasies of the future, genuinely wishing for a chatty parrot to amuse her. That may be a bit challenging, Meng Qianan's hoarse voice whispered in her ear. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Yu Furong instinctively shrank her neck and then turned to look at Meng Qianan in confusion. Wasn't he the one who said he would fulfill any request today? Meng Qianan grinned, pulling her into his embrace with a firm grip. If you make me happy, I shall grant your wish. Within the bright yellow tent, soft moans and whimpers once again filled the air. As the revelry came to an end, Yu Furong felt utterly drained, her spirit so depleted that she longed to sleep on the ground outside the Tai Chi Palace. Wan Ning had sent her disciple, Liang Wuhai, to escort Yu Furong back. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yu Furong arose to freshen up and pay her respects to the Empress. It was customary for newly entered concubines to perform a grand salute to the Empress the day after their first night of service, followed by listening to the Empress's teachings, a tradition passed down through generations, akin to the tea ceremonies of common folk. Newcomers could only pay their respects the following day, and after that, they would be eligible to serve in the Emperor's chambers, while Yu Furong had already done so the day before, making her the only new concubine in attendance. Yu Furong donned a long dress in lotus pink, styled her hair into a yuanbao bun, and casually adorned it with a few golden hairpins before heading out. Upon arriving at the gates of Fengyi Palace, she found it eerily quiet, as there were typically only two concubines in the inner palace, Huifei and Yang Jiaoyi, who held high ranks and therefore had no need to arrive so early for their greetings. The matron of Fengyi Palace greeted Yu Furong warmly before ushering her inside. Following the established protocol, Yu Furong performed the 3 kneels and 9 kowtows before the Empress, who offered a few brief words of guidance before gently saying, Please rise. Although spring is well underway, the ground remains quite chilly. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, Yu Furong replied as she rose and seated herself in a nearby armchair. Bai Luo presented a cup of perfectly warm tea beside Yu Furong. It is commendable that you served last night and still rose early to pay your respects today, the Empress remarked kindly. Next time, you may come a little later. Your Majesty is considerate. I must not forget my place, Yu Furong responded with a smile. Before they could exchange many more words, a small eunuch's voice rang out, Jiaoyi has arrived. Yu Furong stood, long live Jiaoyi. Yang Jiaoyi cast a glance at Yu Furong, who was performing the salute, and with a perfunctory demeanor, offered a casual greeting to the Empress before taking a seat in the second position on the left. You are Yu Changzai? Yang Jiaoyi assessed Yu Furong with a dismissive scoff. Having only caught a glimpse of her during the selection process, she now scrutinized her closely, finding her to be quite alluring. Why Yu Furong remained silent, maintaining her respectful posture. The Empress frowned slightly. Yang Jiaoyi, as sisters in the inner palace, it is a skill to win the Emperor's favor. You ought to temper your jealousy, please rise and take a seat. After thanking the Empress, Yu Furong sat below Yang Jiaoyi. Yang Jiaoyi let out a cold laugh. Your Majesty's words are misplaced. She is merely a lowly Changzai. Until she climbs to the rank of Jiupin, it is premature for her to consider us as sisters. The Empress smiled amiably, unfazed by the insult. If the Emperor favors her, does it truly matter whether she holds the title of Changzai or not? Yang Jiaoyi's expression stiffened, refraining from responding to the Empress's remark, instead glaring at Yu Furong over the teacup she held. Outside, the eunuch's voice called out again, Huifei has arrived. Yu Furong couldn't help but turn her head towards the entrance. She had yet to meet Huifei. The newcomer was adorned in a splendid deep blue embroidered palace gown, wearing a meticulously crafted silver headdress that exuded an air of nobility even from a distance. I pay my respects to the Empress. Long live the Empress, she greeted. Unlike Yang Jiaoyi's lackluster demeanor, Huifei's salutation was executed with impeccable formality. Please rise, it has been some time since I last saw you. How is your health? Much improved, the Empress inquired gently. After Huifei completed her greeting, she seated herself in the first position on the left. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am well, Huifei replied, and the Empress smiled and nodded, choosing not to speak further. Through the glimmering jewels adorning Yang Jiaoyi's head, Yu Furong observed Huifei, who sat with a cup of tea, her gaze cast down. Her expression indifferent. Tea was as if the presence of another person in the hall did not warrant a single glance from her, rendering Yu Furong feel as though she were invisible. Cold and aloof, this was Yu Furong's first impression of Huifei. It was said that Huifei was the emperor's childhood sweetheart, having grown up together. Even though she was not particularly favored now, the bond formed in childhood remained uniquely significant. The atmosphere in the main hall grew eerily quiet with Huifei's arrival. The Empress, still smiling, had no intention of breaking the silence. Huifei, however, continued to sip her tea, not sparing a glance for either Yang Zhaoyi or Yu Furong. Normally boisterous, Yang Zhaoyi inexplicably fell silent, while Yu Furong found herself at a loss for words, feeling it was not her place as a mere Qingzai to initiate conversation. The atmosphere thus remained uncomfortably still. After a moment, the Empress finally spoke. Everyone seems weary today, let us disperse. The three rose. We humbly bid farewell to the Empress. After the Empress departed, Huifei turned and left without a backward glance. Yang Zhaoyi, however, once Huifei was gone, turned to Yu Furong. Might I ask if Yu Qingzai has time to accompany me for a stroll? Chapter 9 Yu Xiaoyuan. In response to the words of concubine Zhao, Yu Furong expressed, your servant only returned to the palace late last night and fears she is unworthy to share in the leisure with her highness. Concubine Yang smiled and appraised Yu Furong, saying, there is no hurry. We shall have ample time ahead. With that, concubine Yang turned and departed. While Yu Furong stood at the entrance of the main hall of Fingyi Palace, waiting until concubine Yang had distanced herself before returning to the Chengqian Palace with Ting Mei. Concubine Yang was known for her jealousy, a fact Yu Furong had heard even before entering the palace, yet the emperor remained indifferent, continually bestowing his favor upon concubine Yang. Shortly after Yu Furong arrived at Chengqian Palace, Wanning brought a decree from the emperor. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaimed Yu, who is always gentle and obedient, is promoted, thus decreed. Wanning, with a beaming smile, presented the edict to Yu Furong, saying, congratulations, your highness. Thank you, Wang Gonggong, for taking the trouble to deliver this, Yu Furong replied with a smile, feeling a sense of assurance in her heart. It appeared her suspicions from the previous day were confirmed. The emperor's affections for her were more profound than mere favoritism. Your highness speaks too humbly, this is the duty of a servant, Wanning remarked, casting a glance at the young eunuch behind him. The young eunuch, ever astute, displayed a small object he was holding for Yu Furong to see. It was a parrot with delicate pink feathers and a vibrant red crest atop its head. Such a rarity in color was indeed precious. Your highness may not be aware, but this parrot is a tribute from a distant land, and among thousands, it is the only one of its kind, Wanning added, pleased to see Yu Furong's delight. Please convey my gratitude to the emperor for his kindness, Yu Furong said as she accepted the parrot and playfully teased it. Take it away and have it executed, the pink-feathered parrot squawked, hopping to the side to evade Yu Furong's hand, its voice both comical and commanding. Yu Furong mused, on the very first day of my promotion, I am already scorned by my own pet. Wanning Dong's smile faltered slightly, but being the head eunuch, he quickly regained his composure. Your highness, I must return to report. I take my leave. Yu Furong nodded, while Ting Mei presented a small purse to Wanning, saying, a token of appreciation, Gonggong it is merely a gesture to treat you to tea after your efforts. Wanning, of course, did not refuse, for accepting such tokens, no matter how modest, was an art in itself. After Wanning departed, Yu Furong settled the parrot by the window and instructed the others to withdraw, leaving only Ting Mei and Tinglan in the hall. Naturally, there was no fear of the parrot escaping. The personnel from the Rare Birds Bureau had specially crafted fine chains to secure the bird's legs to their perches. Ting Mei and Tinglan joyfully bowed and congratulated, congratulations, your highness, on your elevation to Xiaoyuan. From a beauty to Xiaoyuan, such a leap signifies the emperor's favor. Yu Furong leaned languidly on a soft couch and waved her hand dismissively, saying, rise, there is nothing to be overly joyous about. It is merely the title of Xiaoyuan. Tinglan interpreted this as Yu Furong's lofty aspirations, believing she was unconcerned with the title of Xiaoyuan, yet it did not diminish her excitement. Your highness speaks true. Our lady shall surely become a Guifei. Ting Mei frowned at Tinglan, who, understanding the implication, glanced around and whispered, your highness can surely achieve it, you are the most outstanding, everything you do is effortless. Yu Furong, resting her head on a soft pillow, gestured toward her shoulder, prompting Ting Mei to kneel behind her and begin a massage. Tinglan, elated, exited to fetch tea. While Yu Furong closed her eyes and leaned against Ting Mei, finally allowing herself to relax. As for the current situation, it was rather complex. Firstly, the emperor did hold a measure of interest in her, albeit devoid of emotional attachment. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. As long as she could meet the emperor, she could gradually discern his preferences and transform herself into the kind of person he favored. However, another matter posed a challenge. Though she was not fully apprised of the court's dynamics, she was aware of some aspects. Chancellor Zhou wielded significant power, with most civil officials being his prot-gs, while the remaining power lay with the emperor, who had earned the trust of the military due to his battlefield experience as a prince. The former emperor and Chancellor Zhou had covertly contended for authority, while in the harem, there were those who sought to restrain the empress and the constant threat of Zhou Qingzai. Currently, the empress had yet to bear an heir. Should she do so, it was likely that Chancellor Zhou would contest with the emperor even more fiercely. The emperor's sudden inquiry about Zhou Qingzai the previous night. With concubine Yang on the empress's side, it fell upon her to counter Zhou Qingzai, but why was she chosen for this task? Among the 9 newly entered ladies, there were several of noble lineage, such as the legitimate daughter of the Minister of War, Xin Changzai, and the daughter of a Mongolian prince, Su Changzai. Compared to her, a fallen noblewoman of the Dingwa Duke, those two were far superior candidates with considerable backing from the previous dynasty, while she was left with only her mother and herself. Suddenly, Yu Furong's eyes widened. Yes, a single mother and daughter from a fallen house were indeed the easiest to control, with needs to fulfill and constraints binding them. Their vulnerabilities were evident. She found this sort of person quite useful. Why Yu Furong lowered her gaze, her tongue pressing against her teeth. This realization left her quite displeased. She disliked the feeling of being used through her family, yet the individual was the emperor, and she had no choice but to comply. Taking a deep breath to suppress the resentment within her, Yu Furong adjusted her mindset. There was no rush. Patience was key. One day, she would shift from being passive to taking the initiative, and the crux of that transformation lay within the emperor's heart. She did not expect the emperor to devote himself entirely to her, but as long as there was a place for her, Yu Furong, in his affections, it would suffice for her family to establish their foothold in Xinjiang. Yu Furong raised her gaze to the pink parrot nearby and pondered for a moment before proclaiming, "It has yet to be named. I shall call it Tingfoam." Tingmei, massaging Yu Furong's acupoints, remained silent, while Tinglan, entering with tea, chimed in, "Your Highness has chosen a truly lovely name." The parrot, perched on the windowsill, tilted its head to regard Yu Furong with its big, clear, yet somewhat foolish eyes, and squawked, "Take it away and have it executed." In the evening, a eunuch from the Jing Shifang arrived again, accompanied by a matron. "Congratulations, Your Highness. The Emperor has summoned you again tonight," eunuch Shui said, his tone ingratiating. For 5 consecutive days, it had been Yu Furong attending to the Emperor, causing the newly entered concubines to feel rather unsettled. Chapter 10. Punishment of kneeling. Whispers from the previous dynasty reached the court, suggesting that Meng Qian'an had recently become somewhat infatuated with beauty. Unfazed by such gossip, Meng Qian'an paid no heed, for none dared speak of it to his face. He chose to ignore the rumors, summoning Yu Furong to his chambers for 3 consecutive nights. This could indeed be regarded as a considerable favor, for even during the height of Yang Zhoui's favor, she had never enjoyed such extended nights of service. During these days, Yu Furong had also begun to discern some nuances of interaction with Meng Qian'an and his particular tastes. The late spring evenings were neither sweltering nor frigid, the temperature was just right, with a gentle breeze carrying a hint of delicate rose fragrance. The imperial garden was, as always, in full bloom. Today, the one favored for the night was Su Changzai, the daughter of the Mongolian king. After 8 consecutive nights, the emperor had finally released her. Leaning against the railing of the peony pavilion, Yu Furong sipped delicately from a cup of floral tea, savoring the rare moment of tranquility. Just a few days ago, at this hour, one could only commend the emperor's vitality, a testament to his battle-hardened nature. As the evening glow gradually descended, the sky was painted with shades of indigo, and the evening breeze carried a slight chill, reminding Yu Furong that it was time to return. After tidying up the pastries and teacups, Yu Furong, accompanied by Tingmei and Tinglan, prepared to head back. Unfortunately, as she turned, she unexpectedly encountered Yang Zhoui, clad in resplendent red. Yang Zhoui, leisurely assisted by a palace maid, approached with an unhurried demeanor. "Your servant pays her respects to the esteemed Zhoui. May you enjoy everlasting peace and prosperity." Yu Furong curtsied respectfully. Yang Zhoui settled herself in the very spot where Yu Furong had just been seated, gazing at the flowers and greenery nearby, seemingly oblivious to Yu Furong's presence. Why Yu Furong, adhering to the decorum, lowered her gaze and remained silent. Sensing Yang Zhoui's unfriendly demeanor and with the emperor currently summoning others in the Tai Chi palace, it seemed she would endure some hardship this evening. Admiring the scenery outside the pavilion, Yang Zhoui, in high spirits, remarked, "The view outside is truly delightful, yet it appears that Miss Yu has been rather indulgent in leisure." "Your Highness is too gracious. It is an honor for these flowers to please you," Yu Furong replied, straining to keep her voice steady despite the tremors in her legs. Yang Zhoui, resting her chin on her hand, chuckled, "Such sweet words. No wonder the emperor is so fond of you. Even I find you quite charming." "Your Highness's kindness is a privilege for me." Yu Furong lowered her gaze, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. In the palace, the trend of wearing flower-pot shoes was prevalent, and today Yu Furong donned a pair in smoky green, which made walking somewhat tiresome, let alone bowing. Stealing a glance at Yang Zhoui, who was engrossed in the scenery, Yu Furong's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. Tingmei gasped and hurried over to assist her. "My lady, are you unwell?" Yu Furong shook her head, remaining silent. Yang Zhoui, hearing the commotion, turned to look down at Yu Furong and then smiled. "I have often heard the head maid praise Miss Yu's adherence to etiquette. It seems it might not be as exemplary as claimed." Yu Furong resigned herself to kneeling on the ground. "Your Highness, please forgive me, it is my fault. Since you acknowledge your mistake, I shall not be too harsh. You shall kneel here for 2 hours." Yang Zhoui, in a good mood, stood up and adjusted her handkerchief. "Xiuqiu, keep an eye on Miss Yu and ensure she kneels for the full duration." The maid beside Yang Zhoui bowed in acquiescence. "Yes." Yu Furong lowered her head and bowed. "I shall accept the punishment." With a flick of her handkerchief, Yang Zhoui laughed heartily as she departed, remarking, "See, I told you today is a good day for a walk." Yu Furong knelt silently on the bluestone floor while Tingmei, yearning to sneak away to find someone, was intercepted by Xiuqiu. "Stop! Where do you think you are going?" Xiuqiu reprimanded. Tingmei smiled. "Xiuqiu, I thought it might be a bit chilly, so I wanted to fetch a cloak for my lady." Xiuqiu snorted coldly. "Your mistress is being punished. She must exhibit the proper demeanor. Have you ever seen someone about to be executed still wearing a neckpiece?" Tingmei glanced at Yu Furong, who remained unmoving, merely adjusting her garment. Restraining her anger, Tingmei stood by. Tinglan, unable to contain herself, retorted, "If anything were to happen to my lady, would you take responsibility?" Xiuqiu slapped Tinglan across the face, speaking haughtily, "It's merely 2 hours of kneeling. What harm could come of it? Even if something were to happen, Zhoui will surely summon a physician for your lady. Why the fuss?" The force of Xiuqiu's slap left Tinglan's face swollen. Tingmei comforted her, whispering, Xiuqiu, you are being excessively tyrannical, even the palace maids do not strike faces. Xiuqiu casually blew on her reddened palm and replied indifferently, and what of it, my mistress is Joey. Whether it be slapping a maid or even your lady, it is permissible. Tinglan buried her face in Tingmei's embrace, sobbing softly, while Xiuqiu coldly observed the distant horizon from the pavilion's exit. The spring night breeze was still chilly, and as Yu Furong had left at noon, she had not donned heavy clothing now. The cold wind pierced deeply into her bones. After enduring 2 hours of kneeling, Yu Furong finally rose, trembling, supported by Tingmei and Tinglan. Descending the steps, a sharp pain shot through her knee, causing her to nearly fall. Fortunately, Tingmei and Tinglan steadied her upon exiting the peony pavilion. The night was profoundly silent and eerie. Yu Furong stood still, gazing at the sky for a while before hoarsely uttering, let us return. She had marked today's grievances in her heart. The trio moved slowly back to the Chengxian Palace, primarily due to Yu Furong's pain, which hindered her speed. A journey meant to take a tea's worth of time stretched to half an hour. Upon reaching the entrance of Chengxian Palace, they encountered Zhou Changzai returning from outside. Noticing Yu Furong's limping gait, Zhou Changzai laughed mockingly, where did Miss Yu learn her manners? You appear quite disheveled. Yu Furong had no inclination to engage in a verbal spar with Zhou Changzai, her mind preoccupied with the need to tend to her knee and drink a bowl of ginger soup to ward off the chill. Zhou Changzai obstructed her path at the palace's entrance, scrutinizing Yu Furong's disheveled appearance, and taunted, it seems Miss Yu is quite unwilling to accept her fate. How about I inform Joey and have you kneel for another 2 hours? Chapter 11. Confinement. Yu Furong cast a cold glance at Zhou Changzai and spoke icily, Zhou Changzai, I am now a minor lady, and by rights, you have yet to pay your respects to me. Zhou Changzai's expression stiffened, and he retorted with evident dissatisfaction, you are merely a minor lady, while my sister is the Empress. Yu Furong lowered her gaze to the floor at the entrance of the Chengxian Palace, where a faint dark red stain seemed to linger. The Empress is a paragon for all women, who has always placed great importance on propriety. Your reckless obstruction of my return to the palace, is this the upbringing you have received from the Zhou family? Zhou Changzai opened his mouth to say more, but a palace maid tugged at his sleeve. Irritated, he turned to her, and the maid pointed to the ground, whispering, my lady, there seems to be blood on the floor. Zhou Changzai looked down, and several dark drops stood out starkly against the grayish-white tiles. Flustered, he stepped aside, stammering, this has nothing to do with me, I did not touch her, hurry back. Seeing Zhou Changzai step aside, Yu Furong chose not to pursue the matter further and allowed Tingmei and Tinglan to half support, half carry her back to the Chengxian Palace. Zhou Changzai stood to the side, watching Yu Furong's unsteady figure retreat, clutching his heart, which was in a state of disarray. I truly did not touch her. Had I known she was injured to such a degree, I would not have stopped her. A nearby palace maid reassured him, my lady, do not worry. Regardless of how matters unfold, Yu Xiao Yuan's plight is tied to Lady Zhao and has no bearing on you. Zhou Changzai, somewhat flustered, nodded as he anxiously clutched his handkerchief, let us return quickly. Meanwhile, having returned to the east side hall, Yu Furong finally relaxed as she settled onto the soft couch. After assisting her in sitting down, Tingmei called for Li to send for the imperial physician, instructing Tinglan to brew some ginger tea, before fetching a basin of warm water. Yu Furong lay on the couch, her knees chafed from kneeling for too long, and the journey back had aggravated her wounds, causing them to bleed anew. Her skin had always been delicate. After today's kneeling, it would take considerable time to heal. Tingmei gently lifted the hem of Yu Furong's skirt, and due to some minor wounds scabbing over, her actions were akin to reopening a wound. Yu Furong remained silent, allowing Tingmei to attend to her. When Tingmei pressed a warm handkerchief to her knee, Yu Furong finally sensed it was excessively hot, not due to the water's temperature, but because she had been exposed to the cold air for too long, leaving her limbs somewhat icy. Tingmei knelt before the couch, her voice choked with emotion, my lady, it is all my inadequacy. Yu Furong lifted her hand to gently stroke Tingmei's head, speaking softly, today's events cannot be blamed on you. Besides, even if we evade this today, there will still be tomorrow and the day after. Tinglan approached, offering a cup of ginger tea to Yu Furong, who took it and gulped it down in one go. The scalding ginger tea surged down her throat, its spiciness igniting her senses, and she felt much more alert gazing at Tinglan's face, which had subsided but still bore some swelling. Yu Furong held the warm cup, lost in thought. Li had nearly dragged the physician over in haste. Today, the attending physician was an elderly man, puffing for breath as he arrived. Having been brought along by Li upon seeing Yu Furong's bruised and broken knee, the physician hurriedly took out some ointment and a vial of medicine, saying, this is a remedy for invigorating the blood and dispelling stasis. Once the bleeding ceases, apply it. For the broken skin, use this vial to dab a little on a handkerchief and apply it. Tingmei then asked the physician to check Yu Furong's pulse. After a moment of contemplation, the physician produced a prescription and stated, my lady has also caught a chill, and given the duration of time, it is likely she will develop a fever tonight. Please send someone to the Imperial Hospital to prepare some antipyretic medicine, and administer it to her when she has a fever. Tingmei nodded, taking the prescription from the physician's hands. Please also examine my maid's face, Yu Furong indicated Tinglan, who appeared somewhat taken aback and was about to shake her head. My lady, Tingmei retrieved a pouch from her sleeve and handed it to the physician, saying, I beg your pardon, esteemed sir. The physician, naturally pleased with the extra fee, had heard of the recent favor shown to this young lady and was inclined to act favorably towards Yu Furong. After examining Tinglan's face and leaving a prescription, he took his leave. Once he departed, Yu Furong took a simple bath and changed clothes before resting. Li took the prescription and went to the Imperial Hospital to fetch the medicine, also obtaining Tinglan's medication. Tonight, it was supposed to be Tinglin's turn to keep watch, but seeing the swelling on her face, Tingmei instructed her to rest while she took over the vigil die in the tea room. Li fanned the stove with great displeasure, saying, Sister Tingmei, this Yang Zhaoyi has gone too far. Isn't this simply tormenting our young lady? Tingmei sighed, there is nothing we can do, as you said, she is Zhaoyi, the foremost among the 9 concubines, while our young lady is merely a 6th-rank minor lady. She is openly making things difficult for her, and what can our young lady do? Li, hearing this, fanned more vigorously, his anger palpable. Had our lord still been here, would she dare to bully our young lady so? Mind your words. Tingmei admonished softly, be wary of ears on the walls. The palace maids and eunuchs might not be aware if anyone was listening nearby. Such words could stir up further trouble. Realizing his indiscretion, Li immediately fell silent, letting out a deep sigh. The duke had shown him great kindness, and now he felt he could not even protect the young lady properly, shaking the fan despondently. Seeing that the medicine was nearly ready, Tingmei rose and instructed, watch the medicine closely, I will tend to our young lady. Li nodded in agreement. Tingmei quietly approached Yu Furong's bed, drawing back the canopy to reveal the young lady already fast asleep. Gently, she tested Yu Furong's forehead, frowning upon detecting an unusual heat. After checking her pulse, Tingmei hurried back to the tea room to bring over the medicine Li had prepared. Once the medicine had cooled, Tingmei roused Yu Furong, administering the concoction to her. Yu Furong, groggy from sleep, felt as though she lay upon a furnace, with occasional sharp pains radiating from her knee. Hearing Tingmei's voice, she instinctively swallowed the medicine. Still half asleep the following morning, Yu Furong had yet to awaken. Tingmei instructed Tinglan to request leave from the Empress, as their young lady was in no condition to pay her respects. In Fengyi Palace, Tinglan waited until all the concubines had gathered before approaching to request leave. The imprint of a slap on her face had faded considerably, yet it still bore slight swelling. Your Majesty, my young lady developed a high fever last night and has yet to awaken. She cannot pay her respects today and has come to request leave, Tinglan reported to the Empress. Still not awake, should we call for the physician again? She has been unwell and was injured on her leg yesterday. How pitiful. Return and tell your young lady to rest and recuperate. She need not come for the next few days, the Empress sighed with concern. Yes, I will convey my young lady's gratitude for your kindness, Your Majesty. I take my leave, Tinglan replied hurriedly before returning. She needed to relieve Tingmei, who had not slept all night. After Tinglan left, all eyes turned to Yang Zhaoyi. Many were aware of the incident where she had punished Yu Furong by making her kneel. Now, with Yu Furong in such a state of illness, Yang Zhaoyi could not absolve herself from blame. Yet, the party in question showed no signs of guilt or remorse. Instead, she disdainfully remarked, who is she putting on a show for? It's merely a couple of hours of kneeling, nothing to fret over. The Empress frowned, stating, Yang Zhaoyi, you have gone too far. Regardless of Yu Xiaoyuan's transgressions, you ought to have reported to me or to Hui Fei before taking action. Yang Zhaoyi dismissed the Empress's admonishment. As the foremost among the 9 concubines, I was merely providing guidance to Yu Xiaoyuan. The Empress lowered her gaze, gently stroking her jade rui as she replied, this matter originated from you. While it may seem minor to you, in essence, it is an abuse of power. Yang Zhaoyi, your behavior has grown increasingly reckless. If others gain favor in the future, will everyone then be subjected to kneeling for 2 hours? Summon someone to convey my decree. Yang Zhaoyi is to be punished for her abuse of power with a 3-month salary reduction and a month of confinement. Chapter 12 of the ceremony of promotion to minor rank. As soon as the Empress's voice fell, the sound of a eunuch's loud proclamation echoed from outside, the Emperor has arrived. The concubines all rose to pay their respects, exclaiming, long live the Emperor. Meng Qianan, taking measured steps, seated himself at the high seat, saying, no need for formalities, please be seated. The atmosphere brightened with the Emperor's presence, with Yang Zhaoyi appearing particularly elated. Just outside the hall, I overheard the Empress mention something about confining someone, Meng Qianan remarked, glancing at the Empress, who had just taken her seat while twirling a jade prayer bead in his hand. The Empress, maintaining an appropriate smile, recounted the entire situation to Meng Qianan. As Meng Qianan halted his fingers on the prayer beads, he turned his gaze towards Yang Zhaoyi below. Yang Zhaoyi stood up, feigning a pitiful demeanor, and said, Your Majesty, it was an unintentional mistake on my part. Who could have known that Yu Xiaoyuan was so frail? She merely caught a chill from a brief breeze. Very well, since it was indeed an unintentional error, I shall waive the confinement. A month's salary shall suffice as punishment, Meng Qianan replied nonchalantly. Yang Zhaoyi's face could hardly hide her delight as she curtsied. Yes, I shall accept the punishment. The Empress remained composed, yet a shadow flickered in her lowered gaze. When she raised her eyes again, she spoke gently, Your Majesty, regarding Yu Xiaoyuan. Meng Qianan slightly furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment before replying, summon the chief physician to attend to her. She is weak and should be well nurtured. Let her green status card be revoked for the next few days. At this, Yang Zhaoyi could not contain her satisfaction. Look, the Emperor had come specifically to support her today. The Empress smiled and acknowledged, but then seemed to recall something, continuing, however, Yu Xiaoyuan is still quite young, she must be feeling wronged at present. Your Majesty, it would be wise to promote her to a minor rank to comfort her. Meng Qianan resumed, turning the prayer beads in his hand, responding casually, the Empress may decide as she sees fit. The Empress smiled slightly, her demeanor both gentle and dignified, then I shall take it upon myself to promote her. Meng Qianan nodded and turned to Su Changzai, who sat in the middle, saying, since we are promoting, let Su Changzai be promoted as well, to the rank of a beauty. Su Changzai, upon hearing this, joyfully stood up and said, Thank you for your Majesty's grace. Meng Qianan waved his hand, you may all disperse. Empress, have you dined yet? The Empress replied cheerfully, arranging her handkerchief, I rose a bit early today and have yet to dine, would your majesty like to join me? Meng Qianan stood and walked towards the inner chamber, let us dine together. Outside, the attendant Wan, having received the news, promptly dispatched someone to the imperial kitchen to fetch the meal. Once the concubines departed, they began to discuss the events of the day, particularly the lavish favor bestowed upon Yang Jiahui. As Su Changzai strolled through the imperial garden, she plucked a peony and, somewhat perplexed, remarked, Yunwu, how is it that in my opinion, she can only be described as a modest beauty, and given her jealous and petty demeanor, how could the emperor dote on her so? She had encountered Yu Xiaoyuan a few times. Although she was unaware of her character, it was undeniable that her visage was strikingly beautiful, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman in Xinjiang, which Su had heard even on the grasslands. Could it be that the emperor's taste was indeed so peculiar, favoring the likes of Yang Jiahui, standing beneath a blooming crabapple tree? Su Changzai pondered for a while before discarding the crumpled peony. Let us return to the palace. It is best to hurry back to avoid encountering Yang Jiahui and facing her punishment of kneeling. Meanwhile, Yang Jiahui sat triumphantly in her return palanquin beside her. Xiaowan complimented, Your Highness, it is clear that the emperor holds you in the highest regard. Upon hearing that the Empress was being difficult with you, he rushed over at once. However, the reality was that Meng Qianan had come to discuss a matter with the Empress and merely happened upon her intention to confine Yang Jiahui. Nevertheless, Yang Jiahui relished Xiaowan's words, feeling as proud as a victorious rooster, sitting regally in the palanquin. As Yang Jiahui reveled in her triumph, she began to notice something amiss on the way back to the palace. The surrounding scenery appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Stop the palanquin, who is responsible for taking this route? Yang Jiahui furrowed her brow and questioned aloud. Xiaowan glanced towards the nearby lotus pond and swiftly chastised, How can you be so careless? Do you not know that the mistress despises this route? Why are we still traveling this way? Have you lost your head? The palanquin bearers, recently assigned, were unaware of Yang Jiahui's preferences. Moreover, this route was indeed the closest and most picturesque way back to Yangfu Palace, where Yang Jiahui resided. The new eunuch hastily knelt before the palanquin, bowing his head in apology, Your Highness, forgive me. We thought this route was the most direct to Yangfu Palace, and it passes by the Lotus Pond and Qianli Pond, which is quite scenic. Yang Jiahui remained silent, merely emitting a cold hum. Xiaowan returned to Yang Jiahui's side, angrily declaring, Foolish creature, how can you not be meticulous in discerning the mistress's preferences? When it comes to matters concerning the mistress, who are you to make decisions? If you are unsure about the route, why not simply ask? Several eunuchs knelt anxiously, repeatedly begging for forgiveness. Once Xiaowan finished scolding, Yang Jiahui slowly raised her hand. Xiaowan promptly bent down to assist Yang Jiahui from the palanquin. Enough of these inattentive fools. Take them away and beat them to death. Yang Jiahui spoke languidly, as if remarking on the pleasantness of the weather. The faces of the palanquin bearers turned ashen at her words, and they prostrated themselves even more fervently. The uneven cobblestone path soon broke their skin, with bright red blood streaming down their faces, yet they dared not cease, clinging to a slim hope of survival. Yang Jiahui, however, showed no mercy, instead stepping back as if disturbed by the sight. She cast a glance at the nearby eunuch, who immediately signaled for others to cover the mouths of the palanquin bearers and escort them to the Department of Punishments. Yang Jiahui strolled leisurely along the path, her mood buoyant as she admired the flowers in the imperial garden. Exiting the garden corridor, she turned a corner and encountered the long street. Zhou Changzai, joyfully holding a vase, was preparing to gather fresh flowers from the garden. Unexpectedly, she collided with Yang Jiahui at the corner. Zhou Changzai, hurrying along and obstructed by the turn, collided directly with Yang Jiahui. Xiaowan, standing beside Yang Jiahui, reacted immediately, shoving Zhou Changzai aside. With a resounding crash, the vase in Zhou Changzai's arm slipped from her grasp, shattering into countless pieces upon the flagstone ground. Chapter 13 of the quarrel. Zhou Changzai nearly lost her balance and stumbled onto the shards of porcelain due to the push from Xiaohui. Fortunately, Koewa, quick-witted and agile, steadied her just in time. Gazing at the shattered vase on the ground, Zhou Changzai, filled with fury, exclaimed, Which palace do you belong to, that you lack such basic awareness? Do you even comprehend the value of this object? It is a glass vase shipped from foreign lands. Such a reckless act, can you afford to compensate for it? Yang Jiahui, displeased, directed her gaze at the irate Zhou Changzai. So you are the queen's cousin, Zhou Changzai? It was only then that Zhou Changzai recognized the identity of the person she had collided with. Nevertheless, undeterred, she placed her hands on her hips and raised her chin defiantly, declaring, Greetings, Jiahui Yangyang. It is rather concerning that you keep such a blind servant by your side. Should she ever push you, she would be utterly unaware. You are merely a Changzai. My palace maids, should they choose to push you, would be entirely justified, Yang Jiahui retorted coldly. I am not Yu Xiaohui. If you were to strike me, be mindful, for it would spell doom for your entire Yang family. Zhou Changzai replied with an air of pride, Moreover, my sister is the Empress. Yang Jiahui's gaze grew increasingly frigid. I have little patience for such pretentiousness. Xiaohua, if Zhou Changzai cannot speak properly, you should take it upon yourself to teach her how to conduct herself. As Xiaohua rolled up her sleeves and advanced towards Zhou Changzai, Koehua swiftly intervened, shoving Xiaohua aside and admonishing sharply, Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on a concubine? How many heads do you possess, and how many heads does your entire clan hold? Xiaohua froze at the words, casting a furtive glance at Yang Jiahui with a stern expression. Yang Jiahui addressed a nearby eunuch, Fetch the guards. Zhou Changzai has spoken insolently. Punish her with 20 strikes of the rod and take her away. Jiahui Yangyang, you may act as you wish. The moment the rod strikes me, it shall be the end of the Yang family. Zhou Changzai remained resolute, her eyes brimming with confidence and pride. My uncle is the current prime minister.
Zhou Yang, I am not the impoverished Yu Xiaoyi.
Yang Zhaoi's gaze turned particularly chilling as she scoffed. Even the Empress does not behave with such arrogance. I was unaware that the fate of the realm rested in your Zhou family's hands. Zhou Changzai scoffed in response. The realm naturally belongs to the Emperor. However, your young family is of commoner origin. You owe your father's title of a mere honorary official to the Emperor's favor, while your mother is but a third-rank lady. Should my Zhou family choose to act, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Yang Zhaoi despised any mention of her lineage, for it was precisely due to her humble origins that she had failed to attain the rank of a favored concubine, overshadowed by the less favored Hui Fei. Moreover, Yang Zhaoi's own background was hardly distinguished. She had risen from servitude, her parents mere tenants in the estate of the powerful. Had she not caught the Emperor's attention, she might still be serving others. In a fit of anger, Yang Zhaoi raised her hand and struck Zhou Changzai across the face. With the gauntlet she wore, the force of the blow caused a deep gash on Zhou Changzai's skin. Zhou Changzai felt a dull ache spread across her face, a cold liquid trickling down from her cheek to her chin, dripping onto her garments or the ground, while a faint metallic scent filled her nostrils.
Little master! Kuei-hua gasped, rushing to support the dazed Zhou Changzai. Quick, summon the imperial physician. Inform the Empress at once.
Zhou Changzai touched her right cheek, the sharp pain accompanied by the chill of blood flowing onto her fingers. As she gazed at the crimson pool in her palm, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Zhou Changzai's sudden loss of strength caught Kuei-hua off guard, and both collapsed onto the shards of porcelain scattered on the ground. Fortunately, Kuei-hua, ever loyal, shielded Zhou Changzai as they fell, yet the numerous shards still managed to pierce Zhou Changzai's hands and body. The scene descended into further chaos. Yang Zhaoi, observing the blood on her gauntlet and the fallen Zhou Changzai, felt a fleeting thought cross her mind but suppressed it upon noticing the crowd around her. Wiping the blood from her hands with a handkerchief, Yang Zhaoi chuckled softly, such an ill-fated creature, truly unfortunate. With that, she discarded the soiled cloth beside Zhou Changzai and departed with her entourage. Meanwhile, within Fengyi Palace, Meng Qian'an was having breakfast with the Empress, discussing the renovations and personnel adjustments at the Summer Palace. Although they had only moved there in May to escape the heat, it was already late March, and with the impending renovations, preparations were in order.
The Emperor has nearly arranged everything.
I shall proceed as per his instructions, the Empress said with a smile as she ladled a bowl of soup. Meng Qian'an, momentarily distracted, responded absently. Your Majesty, since there is little for me to attend to here, I must go to the storeroom to organize some items. It would be inappropriate to keep the Emperor waiting. Perhaps he could visit Yu Xiaoyi, it might be a comfort to her. The Empress gently set down her bowl, smiling warmly.
It would be wise for you to check on her. She is quite delicate. I am fortunate to have you by my side.
Meng Qian'an stood to leave, while the Empress resumed her meal at a leisurely pace. A nearby eunuch expressed confusion. Your Majesty, the Emperor rarely visits the palace.
Why do you send him to another? The Empress smiled, dabbing her lips with a handkerchief to remove any remnants of soup. It matters not, I have many days with the Emperor ahead. Look at his distracted demeanor, it is likely he will be leaving shortly. No sooner had the Emperor departed than a flustered eunuch rushed in, exclaiming, Your Majesty, it is dreadful news, Zhou Changzai has encountered trouble. The Empress sprang to her feet, startled, perhaps due to the sudden movement or the shocking news. She felt a severe scratch in her throat, rendering her unable to suppress her cough. What has happened? She inquired, as Bailu supported her and turned to the kneeling eunuch. The eunuch took a moment to catch his breath before recounting the events that had transpired. The Empress's cough intensified. In Chengqian Palace, Yu Furon had awakened. Though she felt exceedingly weak from the chill she had caught having slept for an extended period, she found herself dizzy and lethargic, the world around her a blur. Listening to Mei Hua and Ting Lan assist Yu Furon back to a soft couch, they draped a thin blanket over her legs before carefully helping her wash up and bringing her some porridge. Still groggy from sleep, Yu Furon, not feeling particularly hungry, declined the offer of porridge from Mei Hua. Little master, you must eat something, otherwise, you will only worsen your illness, Mei Hua urged, concern etched on her face. Yu Furon, wrapped in the blanket, lazily leaned against the soft pillow, slowly uttering, I am not hungry, I am so sleepy. Just as Mei Hua began to fret, a clear voice rang from outside, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Chapter 14 Indulgence. Upon hearing a sound, Yu Furon sluggishly raised her gaze towards the doorway. There, Meng Qian'an stood, adorned in a dark dragon robe, his hands clasped behind his back. Realizing his presence belatedly, Yu Furon attempted to rise and greet him. However, Meng Qian'an stepped forward first, gently restraining her. No need for formalities, you are injured, so rest well. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yu Furon nestled back into her blankets. Having just awakened, she had not yet had the opportunity to groom herself, and even her nightgown remained unchanged. The crimson nightgown accentuated her pallor, transforming her lively eyes into pools of clarity, devoid of their usual spark. Although she was the same person, the aura she exuded felt entirely different. Meng Qian'an set down the jade prayer beads and accepted the porridge from Tingmei, stirring it before offering a spoonful to Yu Furon's lips. Observing the transformation of the once vivacious girl into this simple-minded version of herself, he was filled with perplexity. Surely, I did not become this foolish when I caught a chill, he mused to himself. Yu Furon, suffering from a cold, was not truly foolish. Sensing the warmth near her lips, she recoiled slightly and shook her head in refusal. Meng Qian'an raised an eyebrow and set the porridge aside. What is this? Are you upset? Yu Furon shook her head once more, curling deeper into the corner of the soft couch with a considerable measure of patience. Meng Qian'an shifted his position to sit beside her. If you are not upset, why do you refuse to eat? He lifted the porridge again, bringing a spoonful to her lips. Be obedient, eat something. Yu Furong pressed her lips together, shrinking further into her blanket. Meng Qian'an's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure gleaming in his eyes. Why Yu Furong, nearly concealing her head, noticed his discontented gaze and emerged from her cocoon. Your Majesty, it's hot. Meng Qian'an narrowed his eyes, swiftly turning the spoon towards his own mouth before setting the porridge down with a slight frown. Indeed, it is hot. Nearby, Tinglan hesitated, before finally bringing in a cup of tea with silent determination. Meng Qian'an gently ruffled Yu Furong's hair, his tone softening considerably. In the future, avoid meeting with Yang Jiaoyi, she is the least reasonable of all. Upon hearing this, Yu Furong embraced her blanket, contemplating for a while before nodding. I understand, Your Majesty. If such a situation arises again, do not simply kneel foolishly. Send someone to find me or the Empress, or even Hui Fei, any of them will suffice. Meng Qian'an ran his fingers tenderly through Yu Furong's hair. After a moment's delay, she replied, I understand, I understand. By the window, Tingfeng stood on one leg, scratching at her headpiece with one paw, mimicking Yu Furong's speech in a peculiar tone. Little mistress, it is time for your medicine. Tinglan hurried in with the ointment, her speed so swift that Tingmei barely had time to react before she was already at Meng Qian'an's side. Meng Qian'an glanced at the tray holding the ointment and frowned. Where else is she injured? Tinglan bowed respectfully, replying to Your Majesty, it is the mistress's knee that has been scraped. The physician has advised careful application of medicine, especially since our mistress has particularly delicate skin. Meng Qian'an cast a sidelong glance at the ointment in Tinglan's hands and vacated his position. Tinglan knelt beside the soft couch, lifting the blanket to roll up Yu Furong's pant leg. Although the night had passed, the wounds had scabbed over, yet the bruises on her knee were a ghastly mix of dark blue and purple, with the scraped area appearing dark red and crusty, a sight most unsightly. Even Meng Qian'an was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming, how did such a severe injury occur? Yu Furong, clutching her blanket, focused intently on Tinglan's hands as she applied the ointment, her gaze following the delicate motions. It's nothing serious. It just looks rather unappealing, she reassured, presenting her other knee for treatment. Once Tinglan had finished, Yu Furong intended to burrow back into her blankets, only to be suddenly scooped into Meng Qian'an's embrace. Looking up at him, Yu Furong took a moment to respond, Your Majesty, you are pulling at my injury. Meng Qian'an halted his movements, then sighed softly, stroking her hair gently. Do you blame me? With her mind muddled, Yu Furong instinctively nodded, pointing at her knee. It didn't tee her just now. Meng Qian'an chuckled lightly, pinching her cheek playfully. His question had not pertained to that, yet her dazed expression suggested she could not fathom any other meaning. Meng Qian'an fell silent, his gaze drifting to the begonia blossoms outside the window. Yu Furong leaned against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart, and yawned lazily. Gradually, she comprehended Meng Qian'an's inquiry, her thoughts swirling as she tugged at his sleeve. Your Majesty, I do not blame you. It was I who displeased Yang Jiaoyi. Hearing this, Meng Qian'an looked down at the girl in his arms, her eyes remarkably clear, with his reflection faintly visible in her tea-brown irises. A wave of inexplicable guilt washed over him, prompting him to reflect for the first time whether he had been too indulgent towards Yang Jiaoyi. Without uttering a word, he tightened his embrace around Yu Furong, resting his chin atop her head as his gaze wandered into the distance. This position was somewhat uncomfortable for her, yet Meng Qian'an held her too tightly for her to move. After futile attempts to escape, Yu Furong surrendered and allowed her thoughts to drift. Tingmei observed the porridge on the low table and quietly took it away, instructing Li Suo to fetch hot water to warm it, fearing that Yu Furong might grow hungry later. Meanwhile, an atmosphere of gravity enveloped Fingyi Palace. Zhou Changzai had yet to awaken, his face marred by a deep gash and his body bearing cuts from shattered porcelain. The medical maid was cautiously tending to his wounds, while several physicians, shielded by a folding screen, guided her through the process based on the maid's descriptions. The Empress, supported by Biluo, stood by the bedside, occasionally succumbing to coughs, her complexion far from healthy. A small eunuch entered, the silence of the chamber punctuated only by the hushed discussions of the physicians and the Empress's intermittent coughs. The eunuch, trembling with trepidation, knelt on the ground. Biluo was the first to notice his presence. Why are you alone? Where is Yang Jiaoyi? The eunuch bowed his head to the ground, his voice quaking. In response to Your Highness, Jiaoyi said it was Zhou Changzai's fault and hopes that the Empress punishes him severely. She is unwell and could not come. At this, the Empress clenched her fists tightly, the sharp pain in her palms finally snapping her back to reality, but it was not long before she succumbed to another fit of coughing. What does the Emperor say? Biluo inquired, soothing the Empress as she struggled to catch her breath. Chapter 15. A life-saving grace. The young eunuch hesitated for quite some time, his voice trembling even more as he spoke. The Emperor has stated that Yang Jiaoyi's actions were merely a momentary lapse. A 3-day confinement should suffice. Upon hearing this, the Empress nearly lost her footing. Her beloved younger sister had been so grievously harmed by Yang Jiaoyi, yet the Emperor treated the matter with such indifference. Even knowing that Yu Xiaoyi had also suffered due to Yang Jiaoyi, the Emperor remained unmoved. The Empress took a deep breath and, with a weary gesture, waved him away. You may leave now. The young eunuch felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. After bowing deeply, he hurriedly exited. By her side, Bai Luo supported the Empress, her eyes filled with concern. The Empress shrugged off Bai Luo's assistance, taking a seat on the bed beside Zhou Changzai, gazing at the ghastly wound. With a soft sigh, the Empress lamented her sister's plight. At that moment, Zhou Changzai regained consciousness. Upon seeing the Empress, she could no longer contain her feelings of grievance and, struggling, threw herself into the Empress's embrace. Sister, sob, Yang Jiaoyi hit me, sob, and her maid pushed me.
The vase you gave me is broken, sob, sob. Zhou Changzai cried so violently that she could scarcely catch her breath. The Empress gently wiped the tears from her sister's face with a handkerchief, speaking softly, do not cry. The wound on your face cannot come into contact with tears. At her words, Zhou Changzai felt a pang in her heart, nearly succumbing to tears once more. Sister, you must avenge me, sister. The Empress gently patted Zhou Changzai's back, her gaze drifting to the pale yellow canopy nearby, becoming increasingly profound. Sister will, but you must first focus on your recovery. To facilitate Zhou Changzai's healing, the Empress arranged for her to stay in the side hall of Fengyi Palace until her injuries were fully healed. When the other concubines learned that Yang Zhoui had quarreled with Zhou Changzai and had even marred her face, yet faced only 3 days of confinement, they gained a deeper understanding of Yang Zhoui's favored status. That night, Qin Changzai, the daughter of the Minister of War, was in attendance. Yu Furong, reclining against a soft pillow, sipped chicken soup while listening to the news brought back by Li, chuckling, the Emperor seems to regard Yang Zhoui quite differently. This was precisely why she had feigned weakness and refrained from reporting to the Emperor earlier. Yang Zhoui held such weight in the Emperor's heart that even after injuring 2 concubines, she faced merely a 3-day confinement. 3 days would suffice, Yu Furong thought with a light laugh, her eyes no longer innocent but filled with cunning calculations. She could endure anything, except for being wronged, perhaps out of a sense of guilt. The Emperor, while summoning someone to serve him, also remembered to send her many jewels and accessories as consolation, along with a promotion. Among the delivered jewels was a set of exquisite imperial green headpieces. Yu Furong, gazing at the headpieces, felt a surge of happiness as she sat before her dressing table, leisurely arranging her ornaments. In addition to the headpieces, there was also a peach blossom hairpin, vividly crafted using the technique of tongqiao flowers. Listening Mei and Listening Lan assisted her in organizing the box. Yu Furong rummaged through the bottom of the dressing table's box and unearthed a small, delicate case. Momentarily stumped as to its contents, her curiosity piqued. She opened it to reveal a jade pendant adorned with auspicious cloud patterns, with a small character 4 cloud inscribed on the back. How did the young mistress bring this jade pendant into the palace? Listening Mei asked, intrigued. Yu Furong toyed with the pendant, noticing the purple tassel had grown somewhat worn. She smiled and said, though the jade's quality may not be exceptional, the craftsmanship is superb, likely the work of a master. I brought it in because I thought it was beautiful. Listening Mei frowned slightly, carefully setting the pendant back into its box. Other than that, there was nothing amiss, except that this pendant was originally not the young mistress's. She had unwittingly brought it back from somewhere one day. Listening Mei had been quite startled at the time, fearing the young mistress had secretly pledged herself to someone. After securing the pendant, Yu Furong turned her attention to the silk flowers and tongqiao flowers in another box, which also held several plush and intertwined flowers. Compared to these flowers, she preferred hairpins and hair ornaments, so aside from the pink silk flower she had picked up on the road, the rest were gifts from the Emperor. Just as Yu Furong was organizing her accessories, a young palace maid hurriedly entered. Young mistress, the Empress has arrived. Yu Furong raised an eyebrow and instructed Listening Lan and the young maid to tidy up the accessories, then allowed Listening Mei to assist her in going out to greet the Empress. This servant pays her respects to the Empress. May the Empress be blessed with peace and prosperity. Yu Furong slightly bowed. Forgive me, Your Majesty, my legs are unsteady. Enough, rise quickly. I am aware of your circumstances, you must take care of your injuries. Let us dispense with these formalities. I happen to have matters to attend to and thought to check on you. Are you feeling better? The Empress settled onto a nearby soft couch, inquiring gently. Yu Furong, supported by Listening Mei, sat down and nodded with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am feeling much improved, though my knee may require a few more days to heal. The Empress nodded, taking a sip from a cup of tea beside her. That is good to hear. You should focus on your recovery. I shall also waive your courtesies for the next few days. Once you are healed, I will have someone return your green headplate. Yu Furong gazed at the Empress with immense gratitude. I thank the Empress profusely. The Empress smiled warmly. No need for thanks. Do not hold any resentment towards the Emperor's indulgence of Yang Zhoui. It is because, in his youth, the Emperor was wrongfully accused and fell into the water, and it was Yang Zhoui who risked her life to save him. Since entering the palace, she has grown somewhat spoiled due to this life-saving grace. Back then, I, along with Consort Hui, had to show her some deference. Yu Furong understood, so that is the reason. No wonder the Emperor is so lenient with her. The Empress chuckled softly, placing her teacup down, seemingly reflective. It is perfectly normal for you newcomers to be unaware of this matter. When she was still in the hidden palace, Yang Zhoui often spoke of it, but after entering the palace, she ceased to mention it. I thought she had become more restrained, only to discover she has grown increasingly willful. Your Majesty, Zhou Changzai's belongings have been packed, Silver Needle respectfully announced from the doorway. The Empress nodded, turning to Yu Furong. You should rest well, prioritize your health above all else. I shall take my leave now. Yu Furong rose to see her off. The Empress patted her shoulder gently, saying tenderly, do not exert yourself. You are not well. Yu Furong slightly bent at the waist, responding, yes, I humbly see the Empress off. After the Empress departed, Yu Furong pondered while holding the teacup. Listening Lan, noticing everyone had left, finally spoke. Yang Zhoui is truly fortunate. She saved the Emperor's life. As long as she does not commit any grave mistakes, the Emperor likely will not act against her. Listening Mei glanced at the window where Listening Feng stood, shaking her head at Listening Lan. Following Listening Mei's gaze, Listening Lan fell silent. Speak not of secrets in front of the parrot.
Yu Furong summonedly, whispering a few instructions. Li nodded, bowing, and then exited. Chapter 16. The peculiar route. As dusk gradually descended, Yu Furong, in a remarkably good mood, summoned attendants to bring a reclining chair into the courtyard to gaze at the stars. Ting Lan brought Ting Feng out and hung it nearby. Yu Furong cradled a small box containing provisions for Ting Feng, filled with sunflower seeds and nuts. Ting Feng's beady eyes were fixated on the box in Yu Furong's embrace. In high spirits, Yu Furong grabbed a handful of nuts and placed them in Ting Feng's feeding trough, saying, "Say a few auspicious words." Good words, Ting Feng chirped joyfully, flapping its wings and eagerly pecking at the nuts. Yu Furong raised an eyebrow and snatched back some of the nuts from the trough. Ting Feng's tiny eyes brimmed with perplexity. Surely, the rare bird department had taught it some auspicious phrases, didn't they? Yu Furong, bewildered, picked a clean nut from the box and popped it into her mouth. Before Ting Feng could voice its astonishment, Ting Lan exclaimed, "My lady, this is bird food. How can you consume such things?" Yu Furong glanced down at the box in her arms, finding it quite clean, and replied, "It's nothing, I'm merely tasting it." Ting Lan felt on the verge of collapse, wishing fervently to summon Ting Mei. Yu Furong ate one nut and then refrained from eating further, fearing that Ting Lan might truly become incensed. After all, she merely intended to sample it. It wasn't tea as if she would indulge daily. Moreover, these nuts were considered luxurious snacks in her previous life. At that moment, Ting Lan wished she could burrow into Yu Furong's stomach and extract the nut. How could her precious mistress dine on the same food as a bird? Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yu Furong meddling with its rations, Ting Feng reacted as if the sky were falling, exclaiming, "Villain, villain, villain." Yu Furong chuckled at Ting Feng's antics, saying, "Recite a few auspicious words, and these shall still be yours." Ting Feng, clearly skeptical, tentatively recited, "May the master have boundless fortunes, may the master be auspicious, may the master enjoy good health." The rare bird department naturally did not teach parrots to address the empress or ladies-in-waiting, as parrots struggled to discern such nuances. To avoid offending anyone, they were generally taught to refer to their owners simply as master, ensuring they wouldn't ter. In a buoyant mood, Yu Furong tossed another handful of nuts into Ting Feng's trough. Ting Feng's eyes sparkled as it eagerly pecked at the offering. After consuming the nuts, Yu Furong, to her astonishment, perceived a semblance of flattery in the bird's demeanor. "May the master have peace, may the master be as beautiful as a flower, may the master cherish me the most," Ting Feng declared with unrestrained adulation. Yu Furong fell silent for a moment, prompting Ting Feng to continue its flattery, believing it had not been effusive enough. "The master is as stunning as the fish that sinks and the wild goose that flies, the master possesses both beauty and kindness, and is showered with favor." It was not until Yu Furong placed another handful of nuts into the trough that Ting Feng finally quieted. Yu Furong then extended the box to Ting Lan, who clutched it tightly, fearing that Yu Furong might whimsically decide to taste the bird food again. Just then, Li Su returned. Li Su entered leisurely, casting a glance at Ting Feng. Ting Lan, understanding, took Ting Feng inside. As Ting Feng was in the midst of eating, it nearly lost its balance at Ting Lan's movement, indignantly squawking, "Take it away and behead it! Take it away and behead it!" Ting Lan replied. Li Su, noticing the absence of others, knelt before Yu Furong and began to knead her legs, whispering, "My lady, I have investigated thoroughly and discovered the route that Yang Jiaoyi typically takes. Everything is arranged as per your instructions, but I stumbled upon something rather peculiar." Yu Furong lowered her gaze, adjusting the handkerchief in her hand. Li Su's voice dropped further. "Yang Jiaoyi's residence is located to the right of the Imperial Flower Garden in Yangfu Palace. During her daily audience, she never traverses the main path of the garden. Instead, she circumvents it through the east 6 palaces or takes the garden's corridor to return." Yu Furong furrowed her brow slightly. Yangfu Palace was the nearest to the garden, boasting the finest scenery, particularly close to the Qianli Pond, which was home to numerous koi fish that many concubines adored visiting. Naturally, she was no exception, yet she seldom ventured there due to its proximity to Yang Jiaoyi. Taking the long street from the east 6 palaces or the garden's corridor to Yangfu Palace required over twice the distance compared to the main path of the garden. Yu Furong gazed into the distance, her thoughts adrift. Li Su continued, "I heard that several days ago, a young eunuch who carried Yang Jiaoyi's sedan chair inadvertently took the main path, unaware of her preferences, and was subsequently sent to the Xinqing department, where he was beaten to death." Yu Furong was astonished, for it could be said that aside from her rank, Yang Jiaoyi was treated with the same standards as a consort in terms of clothing, food, and accommodations. Even the palace maids attending her were of the same caliber. Li Su nodded slightly. It is said that the embroidered ball beside Yang Jiaoyi was directly overseeing the matter. The 8 young eunuchs were mercilessly beaten to death before the embroidered ball returned to report. Yu Furong propped her head on her hand, deep in thought. Yang Jiaoyi was indeed arrogant and malicious. However, she possessed a significant safeguard, her life-saving grace from the emperor. Recalling the matter she had instructed earlier in the evening, Yu Furong mentally replayed the scenario repeatedly, identifying several flaws. She then instructed Li Su to eliminate all potential hazards before returning to her quarters. After several days of recuperation, Yu Furong's knee had nearly healed completely. Unbeknownst to her, the days had slipped into early April. Today, when Yu Furong visited Fengyi Palace to pay her respects, everyone was engaged in discussions about the emperor's new favorite, Song Baolin. For the past 3 days, Song Baolin had been sharing the emperor's bed. When Yu Furong arrived, neither too early nor too late, the concubines inside fell silent in unison upon her entry. "May little Yi have good fortune," they all rose to greet her. Yu Furong smiled softly as she took her seat. "Please, everyone, be at ease. Has little Yi come to pay her respects now that her injuries have healed?" a young girl dressed in a crescent-colored gown at the end of the row inquired. Yu Furong nodded, quickly running through her memory of this individual. "This is naturally
This girl held a somewhat unique status. She was the adopted daughter of Deputy Minister Yi from the Ministry of Rights. Due to her exceptional beauty and her status as an adopted daughter, Yu Furong had paid her some attention during the selection process, and she had been conferred the title of Baolin upon entering the palace. Yi Baolin then shifted her gaze to Song Baolin, smiling, "Sister Song, now that little Yi's injuries have healed, today it seems you will not be sharing the Emperor's bed." Song Baolin cast a disinterested glance at Yi Baolin and replied coolly, "Who the Emperor summons to share his bed is his prerogative. Yi Baolin, you possess quite the talent to dictate the Emperor's choices. Moreover, as a woman, don't you feel any shame in discussing such matters?" Yi Baolin, unfazed by the retort, laughed softly, "Sister Song, do not be upset. I merely spoke offhandedly. If you find it displeasing, I shall refrain from mentioning it." Song Baolin felt a sense of futility akin to playing music to a cow. "The Empress has arrived," a young eunuch's voice rang out from outside. Chapter 17 The beautiful Shin in the rainy day within the palace, the courtiers hurriedly rose to offer their respects. "May the esteemed consort Zhao enjoy eternal blessings and peace." Consort Yang strolled gracefully to stand before Yu Furong, a light laugh escaping her lips. "Has little Yu truly recovered?" Yu Furong adorned her face with a standard smile. "Thanks to your grace, your highness, I am now well." Consort Yang leisurely settled into her seat, disdain evident in her tone. "Of course, it is by my benevolence. Otherwise, who knows how long you would have languished in your current status." Yu Furong smiled faintly, showing no sign of anger. "Your words are wise, and I am most grateful, your highness." With a dismissive huff, Consort Yang turned her attention away from Yu Furong, finding her temperament far too mild, devoid of any intrigue. "You may all rise." After the courtiers expressed their gratitude, they returned to their respective places. Consort Yang's gaze settled on a few concubines at the back. "Who is Song Baolin?" Song Baolin rose and offered a respectful bow. "In response to your highness, I am Song Baolin of Yonghe Palace." Consort Yang scrutinized Song Baolin from head to toe, her expression filled with contempt. "Take a seat. You are not as lovely as little Yu, and I wonder how His Majesty was drawn to you." Song Baolin's complexion shifted, a mixture of crimson and pallor washing over her. Such remarks might be acceptable from others, but it was particularly stinging coming from Consort Yang, whose beauty did not surpass her own. Yi Baolin, observing Song Baolin, boldly declared to Sister Song, "Do not be disheartened. Indeed, you are not as beautiful as little Yu." Song Baolin responded with a cold smile. "You, dear sister, possess the fortune of resembling Consort Yang. Surely His Majesty must show you greater favor for this." Yi Baolin's expression stiffened, her anger rendering her speechless. Who would wish to resemble Consort Yang? In truth, while Consort Yang was not unattractive, she was merely ordinary. In previous years, with few competitors in the palace and the Empress unwell, and Hui Fei remaining secluded, there was no one to highlight Consort Yang's mediocrity. Yet, with the arrival of new concubines, not only was Yu Furong the unrivaled beauty of Xingjing, but the other concubines also possessed their own unique charms. Shen Maran from Jiangnan exuded a gentle and endearing grace, while Su Maran from Mongolia displayed a striking elegance coupled with a youthful softness. Each one was pleasing to the eye of those who entered the palace through the selection process were naturally not lacking in beauty, casting Consort Yang's ordinary appearance into stark relief. To claim that Yi Baolin resembled Consort Yang was, in essence, to declare Yi Baolin's looks as unremarkable. Yet, Consort Yang meticulously appraised Yi Baolin, her voice dripping with condescension. "To bear even a slight resemblance to me is indeed your good fortune." Yi Baolin's face flushed with indignation, struggling to maintain her composure. Yu Furong glanced at Yi Baolin, noticing that her features bore a slight resemblance to Consort Yang, though merely a hint. Perhaps it was due to the similar eyeliner and eyebrow styles they both wore. As the discussions continued, the Empress made her entrance. The concubines once again rose to pay their respects. The Empress warmly instructed them to take their seats and surveyed the gathered crowd. "Where is Hui Fei?" A nearby palace maid bowed and replied, in response to the Empress, "Hui Fei has reported feeling unwell this morning, fearing a relapse of her old ailment, and has sent someone to request leave and to ask the Empress to withdraw her green head token." The Empress nodded knowingly, then sighed with compassion. "Let her rest well. It has been the same over the years. At this time, Hui Fei's old ailment tends to resurface a few times. Has a physician been summoned?" The maid replied, "The physician has already been called upon." The Empress nodded before addressing the concubines. "Very well, you may disperse. Consort Yang, accompany me to pay respects to the Empress Dowager." Only concubines of the 4th rank and above were permitted to visit the Empress Dowager, and currently, only Hui Fei and Consort Yang held such ranks in the palace. The Empress Dowager, devoted to her religious practices, preferred tranquility and requested only that the concubines visit her on the first day of each lunar month. After the respectful greetings were concluded, Yu Furong, noting that the day was still young, made her way to the imperial garden. She strolled leisurely along the main path of the garden, observing the lotus pond where numerous tender green lotus leaves had emerged, along with a few precocious buds quietly standing in the water. After admiring the verdant lotus pond for a while, she continued along the main path. The lotus pond was home to various fish such as silverfish, grass carp, and blackfish. Given the expansive area, raising ornamental fish proved more challenging, so edible fish were cultivated instead, providing entertainment for the emperor or the palace ladies to fish. Of course, since the weather was still cool, small boats would soon be available. Although referred to as a pond, the lotus pond was more akin to a lake, with the main path of the imperial garden stretching alongside it for quite a distance. A little further from the lotus pond was the Qianli pond, smaller in size and resembling a small pool, filled with many koi, creating a picturesque scene that the concubines adored for feeding the fish.
Yu Furong summoned someone to bring some fish food, while Tinglan clutched the food box tightly, fearing that Yu Furong might whimsically decide to taste it. Why Yu Furong, exasperated, had no choice but to take the fish food from Tinglan's grasp. Did she seem like the type to eat anything? If only Tinglan could hear Yu Furong's unspoken thoughts, otherwise, she would surely recount Yu Furong's childhood exploits of wanting to taste everything. Little Yu, blessings upon you, a gentle voice interrupted from the side. Yu Furong turned to see Shenmaran standing there, holding fish food instinctively. Yu Furong took a small step back, smiling. Shenmaran, you two have come to feed the fish, why are you alone? Shenmaran's gaze fell upon the koi in the pond, a hint of melancholy gracing her brow. Wandering alone feels more liberating, Shenmaran remarked, scattering a handful of fish food into the water. The koi surged forward eagerly. Shenmaran appeared lost in thought as she watched the koi. Does Shenmaran harbor some concern? Yu Furong inquired, also gazing into the pond. Surely, they could not be consumed. Shenmaran chuckled and shook her head. What worries could I have? I merely envy the koi in this pond, carefree in their existence, circling the pond beneath the sun. Yu Furong cast a sidelong glance at Shenmaran and replied with a smile, there is no need for envy. You are not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish? Perhaps they are not as content as you think. Shenmaran offered no response, her attention increasingly absorbed by the koi, her hand continuing to scatter fish food with a rhythmic motion. Once Yu Furong finished feeding the fish and glanced at the darkening sky, she decided it was time to return. The sky was overcast, and distant clouds hinted at an impending rainstorm. Shenmaran, you should return soon. It appears that rain is approaching, Yu Furong casually remarked before bidding her farewell. Shenmaran nodded in gratitude, her gaze lingering on the koi. Shortly after Yu Furong returned to Chengqian Palace, the rain began to pour. The downpour was swift, the large raindrops splattering against the tiles, creating a cascade of ripples. Seated by the window, Yu Furong savored a cup of tea, watching as the rain intensified, a smile playing on her lips. Indeed, it is a timely rain. Chapter 18. The fall beside her, Tingmei draped a delicate cloak over Yu Furong's shoulders. Why Yu Furong, feeling quite cheerful, blew gently on the tea in her hands as she gazed out at the rain. Meanwhile, Yang Zhaoi, having paid her respects to the Empress Dowager and returned to the palace, found herself inexplicably agitated on the way back. Perhaps it was the intensity of the rain. Despite the two palace maids on either side holding umbrellas for her, the cold wind whipped the rain against her. She detested the clammy, damp sensation clinging to her skin. Hurry up! What are you all for if you can't even keep me dry? Yang Zhaoi urged the little eunuchs carrying her palanquin, her tone laced with irritation. The eunuchs, acknowledging her command, quickened their pace. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the darkened sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Yang Zhaoi's unease intensified as the icy raindrops fell upon her, leaving her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. On rainy days, she typically had two routes to return to the palace. One was a long street that wound past Fengyi Palace, while the other traversed the covered walkway of the Imperial Garden. The walkway offered some shelter from the elements, and passing through it would bring her quite close to Yangfu Palace. After a moment's hesitation, she chose the covered walkway. It was somewhat perilous to ride in a palanquin in such weather. Should one of the little eunuchs slip, she would be the unfortunate victim. With this thought in mind, Yang Zhaoi proceeded along the walkway of the Imperial Garden. The wind howled outside, occasionally sending splashes of rain toward her, prompting her to quicken her steps. A palace maid held the umbrella at an angle to shield her from the downpour. Yang Zhaoi, feeling slightly vexed, glanced down at her damp skirt. At the end of the walkway lay 9 stone steps, where only a small portion of glazed tiles extended to cover a few of the steps. One of the palace maids carefully assisted Yang Zhaoi while holding the umbrella. Once again, a flash of light illuminated the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar that sounded like a clap of thunder striking the earth. The sudden noise startled Yang Zhaoi, causing her to lose focus as she descended the steps. To one side of the steps was a flower bed of blue bricks, and to the other, an intricately carved rockery. Yang Zhaoi was fortunate, her fall was cushioned by the flower bed, sparing her from a much harsher impact against the uneven rockery. Nevertheless, she still suffered greatly. Her forehead struck the flower bed, her foot collided with the rockery, and she twisted her waist. The fall disheveled her hair, scattering her jewelry and hairpins, one of which even pierced her arm. As she slipped, Yang Zhaoi felt a sudden emptiness in her heart, and the world around her spun before her senses returned, first with a sharp pain in her forehead, followed by an overwhelming ache throughout her body. A frantic voice called out near her ear, "Quick, help the Empress up, hurry and summon the imperial physician." Yang Zhaoi touched her painfully throbbing forehead, only to find her hand smeared with blood, which was gradually washed away by the rain. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she was assisted by the palace maids into the palanquin, while the little eunuch hurried towards Yangfu Palace without a moment's delay. However, misfortune did not come alone. As they neared Yangfu Palace, Yang Zhaoi felt another wave of dizziness wash over her, and before she knew it, she collapsed onto the hard stone floor, a crushing pain coursing through her body. Ultimately, she could not hold on any longer, her vision darkening as she lost consciousness. Just before succumbing to the void, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a pale green hue in front of her. She struggled to open her eyes to discern what it was, but saw nothing clearly. The palace maids and passing little eunuchs, witnessing Yang Zhaoi's fall from the palanquin, erupted into a flurry of activity. Amidst the chaos, a little eunuch carrying a bucket of slops pushed his way through the crowd, exclaiming, "What should we do? Yang Zhaoi has fallen." Quickly regaining her composure, Xiaohua instructed the other maids to help Yang Zhaoi back, then pointed at the seemingly random little eunuch, commanding, "You, hurry and summon the physician." The little eunuch, caught off guard, appeared slightly dazed. Xiaohua, straining to support Yang Zhaoi, snapped, "Go quickly, what are you hesitating for? If anything happens to the Empress, how many heads will you lose for this delay?" Finally shaken from his stupor, the little eunuch hastily set down his bucket and dashed towards the Imperial Medical Bureau. The quickest route to the physician led him past the very walkway where Yang Zhaohui had fallen. The little eunuch ran swiftly, but as he reached the walkway, he deliberately slowed his pace, cautiously glancing around before prying something from between the bricks of the steps. The walkway of the Imperial Garden, designed for aesthetics, had less tightly fitted tiles than the main paths, leaving small gaps, about the width of a finger. As the rain intensified and the sky darkened ominously, Yu Furong reclined against the soft couch by the window, cradling a square soft pillow. Outside, fragile flowers bowed their heads, with a few freshly bloomed blossoms having fallen to the earth. Yu Furong set down her teacup and summoned Tingmei to bring a new set of tea utensils. Listening to the rain and admiring the flowers, in Fengyi Palace, Zhou Changzai stood before a mirror scrutinizing the scars on her face, grinding her teeth in frustration.
Sister, she does not regard our Zhou family at all.
The Empress, carefully applying ointment to Zhou Changzai's face, replied, enough of that. You must refrain from speaking such things on the long street. If the Emperor hears, he might suspect our family of treason. Zhou Changzai pouted in grievance, I understand, but you must help me send a message to our uncle. I will make sure the Yang family pays for this. The Empress smiled gently, a mix of exasperation and affection in her gaze. Very well, as you wish. Zhou Changzai tugged at her sister's sleeve like a spoiled child. The Empress lovingly ruffled her hair. At that moment, Injin burst in, visibly excited. Bi Luo frowned and queried, what is it that has you so elated you forgot your manners? Injin bowed, suppressing her smile, Your Highness, someone from Yangfu Palace reports that Yang Zhaohui has fallen from her palanquin on the way back and is currently unconscious.
The Empress raised an eyebrow in surprise. Where did she fall?
Injin's voice brimmed with delight. It was near Yangfu Palace. I heard she stumbled on the steps of the walkway in the Imperial Garden.
The Empress's expression shifted to concern. What is her condition now?
Injin replied, I've heard she has returned to the palace but has yet to regain consciousness. The Empress sighed, her voice tinged with empathy, poor thing.
I've heard that the deputy physician, Zhang, is particularly skilled in surgery. Go fetch my token and request him to tend to Yang Zhaohui. Injin eagerly agreed, yet Zhou Changzai, dissatisfied, interjected, Sister, why must we call a physician for her? Perhaps this is just her comeuppance.
The Empress, gathering her ointments, spoke soothingly, calm yourself, I will ensure you have your vengeance, but she has suffered an undeserved misfortune. We shall wait until she recovers to discuss it.
Zhou Changzai pouted, reluctantly acquiescing.
Meanwhile, within Yangfu Palace, physician Zhang hurriedly entered, medicine box in hand. Just then, a eunuch announced from outside, the Emperor has arrived.
Chapter 19 At the temptation, Meng Qian'an entered the Yangfu Palace and took a glance at Yang Zhaohui in the inner chamber before stepping out.
He summoned 2 court physicians through a young eunuch, while another physician was dispatched from the Empress's quarters. Inside, 2 female physicians attended to Yang Zhaohui, while the 3 physicians gathered outside the screen to discuss her injuries. Meng Qian'an sat on a soft couch, his expression serene and unperturbed, surveying the disarray of Yangfu Palace. He cast a sidelong glance at Wan Yingdang, who bowed slightly before quickly entering to oversee the arrangements. The young eunuch who had summoned the physicians lingered beneath the eaves, and Meng Qian'an soon recognized him as somewhat unfamiliar. After wiping his hands clean, the eunuch Xiuxiu knelt before Meng Qian'an.
Setting down his teacup, Meng Qian'an inquired calmly, Pray tell, what transpired?
Xiuxiu bowed his head, replying, Your Majesty, as the lady was returning from paying her respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, it began to rain. Concerned that the rain-soaked path would make it difficult for the young eunuchs to carry the palanquin, the lady chose to return via the corridor of the Imperial Garden. Unexpectedly, she fell down the stairs of the corridor. Why did she fall?
Meng Qian'an lowered his gaze to the kneeling Xiuxiu.
Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Xiuxiu recounted, I was holding an umbrella at the time and only vaguely saw Yang Zhaohui lurch forward. I was startled by a thunderclap, and when I regained my senses, the lady had already fallen. Continue, Meng Qian'an urged, his eyes narrowing slightly.
Indeed, upon witnessing the lady's fall, we assisted her back into the palanquin, instructing the young eunuchs to carry her. Alas, as we neared Yangfu Palace, those eunuchs suddenly stumbled, causing the lady to plummet from the palanquin, Xiuxiu said, tears streaming down her face.
Summon the eunuchs who carried the palanquin, Meng Qian'an commanded, twirling the jade ring on his thumb. Before long, 8 trembling eunuchs knelt before him, some bearing visible marks of injury.
Speak, how did you come to drop the palanquin?
Meng Qian'an's tone was steady and unhurried. The eunuchs exchanged fearful glances, and finally, the leading eunuch ventured to respond, Your Majesty, I cannot say how it happened. I merely felt my feet slip and fell. The others echoed his sentiments, attributing their fall to the misfortune of others. Meng Qian'an turned his gaze to Liang Wu, who bowed deeply and withdrew. After questioning, Meng Qian'an directed his attention to the young eunuch at the door, asking, Who is he? Xiuxiu replied, Your Majesty, this eunuch happened to pass by. Seeing that the other eunuchs had fallen, I summoned him to fetch a physician.
Upon hearing this, Meng Qian'an fell silent.
Xiuxiu, uncertain of the emperor's thoughts, found herself at a loss for words. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the 3 physicians emerged. Your Majesty, the lady has sustained multiple contusions to her head, the most severe being a laceration to her forehead, which is deep. Her right arm has been injured by a hairpin, and she suffers from a sprain and abrasions at her waist. Additionally, her calf is scraped, and her left leg is slightly dislocated.
There are numerous other abrasions of varying severity. It appears she will require considerable time to recuperate. The head physician, Zhang, reported to Meng Qian'an and frowned. Such grave injuries, I recall that you, Zhang, are most proficient in surgery. Should Yang Zhou require any medicinal herbs, do not hesitate to take them. Your humble servant obeys, Zhang replied, bowing in acknowledgement. Meng Qianan lingered for a while longer until Yang Zhou awakened. Upon realizing her disfigurement, tears streamed down her face. Your Majesty, someone must have intended to harm me. Zhou Changzai, you Xiaoyi, it must be them, she wept. Meng Qianan stood beside her, soothingly saying, do not weep. Consider carefully, did you sense anything amiss as you fell from the corridor? Yang Zhou pondered for a moment before shaking her head. At that moment, a thunderclap startled me, and I fell into a daze. After I tumbled down, I vaguely saw a green object on the ground, which I believe was placed there by the one who sought to harm me. I implore your Majesty to investigate. Meng Qianan reassured her, I understand. Focus on your recovery. In the coming days, I shall communicate with the Empress regarding your attendance at court. Take comfort in your healing. Yang Zhou responded with a subdued acknowledgement. After spending a while longer with her and listening to her lamentations, Meng Qianan finally departed for Taiji Palace. As he exited Yongfu Palace, the heavy rain had subsided to a light drizzle. Meng Qianan rubbed his forehead, suppressing his underlying agitation. Passing near the Chengqian Palace, he lifted his hand. Wan Yingdang immediately ordered the palanquin to halt and approached with a query, Your Majesty, do you wish to visit Yu Xiaoyi? Meng Qianan contemplated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Wan Yingdang promptly called out, to Chengqian Palace we shall proceed. Upon entering, he found Yu Furong nestled on a soft couch by the window, brewing tea. She had a penchant for adding a touch of milk to her brewed tea, reminiscent of the milk tea from his past life, further enhanced with a hint of osmanthus or jasmine for an exquisite flavor. Meng Qianan entered without announcing himself, and Yu Furong, engrossed in her tea, was unaware of his presence as she deliberated whether to add jasmine or osmanthus. Standing silently behind her, Meng Qianan suddenly spoke, add osmanthus. Incorporating jasmine would muddle the flavor. Startled, Yu Furong nearly dropped her spoon into the pot. Long live the Emperor, she exclaimed, setting aside her utensils to bow in greeting. Meng Qianan inclined his head slightly, taking a seat in her place. No need for formalities. Please, sit. Yu Furong complied, observing as Meng Qianan leisurely added 2 spoonfuls of osmanthus. The fragrant aroma of the tea wafted through the boiling water, mingling with the overpowering scent of osmanthus, filling the entire chamber with its delightful fragrance. Meng Qianan's previously agitated spirit began to calm as he stirred the tea with a spoon, remarking languidly, Yang Zhou has suffered a fall on her way back to the palace. Chapter 20. The reason Yu Furong exclaimed in surprise, is the noble consort all right? Meng Qianan stirred his tea absent-mindedly and replied, there is nothing serious, she is quite well. Yu Furong smiled, her eyes curving with delight. That is a relief, for if the noble consort were to sustain an injury, the emperor would surely be distressed. The latter remark was tinged with a hint of jealousy. Meng Qianan chuckled lightly, you are quite petulant, displaying the demeanor of a spoiled child, consumed by envy. Yu Furong rose and leaned closer to Meng Qianan, playfully pouting, Your Majesty, I cannot accept such a characterization. I am the most magnanimous of all. Meng Qianan raised his hand to embrace Yu Furong, setting down his spoon, and gently pinched her cheek. What do you mean by being magnanimous? Yu Furong gazed at him with wide, expectant eyes. I am not certain, but I possess a generous heart. Unable to contain his laughter, Meng Qianan observed as Yu Furong clutched her handkerchief, belatedly realizing, Your Majesty, do you think I am responsible for the noble consort's fall? Meng Qianan was taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of being held accountable. Yu Furong pouted, tears glistening in her eyes, her expression one of determined defiance. I in good spirits. Meng Qianan patiently consoled her, how could that be? I know you are the kindest soul, you would never do such a thing. He took Yu Furong's handkerchief and gently wiped away her tears. Nay, it was indeed my doing, Yu Furong retorted, her temper flaring as she turned her head away with a huff. Meng Qianan chuckled in amusement, showering her with more sweet words, but Yu Furong remained silent, refusing to turn back. Consequently, he playfully pinched her nose. After a moment, Yu Furong succumbed, her tear-filled gaze accusingly fixed on Meng Qianan. His mood brightened further as he reassured her, Fear not, I have never doubted your character, though you may be somewhat willful, your heart is pure, how could you ever commit such an act? Yu Furong nodded in agreement, rubbing against his hand like a cat rewarded by its master, exactly. I hold no grievances against the noble consort, why would I wish her harm? Meng Qianan caressed her back gently, and Yu Furong nestled quietly against him, finding comfort in his embrace. Through their time together, she had come to understand the type of temperament he favored, obedient yet sprinkled with a hint of sass. After enjoying a cup of tea, Meng Qianan took his leave. Once he had departed, Yu Furong lazily reclined on the soft couch, listening to Mei as she tidied the tea set. Watching the rain fall outside, a smile curled on her lips. She had spoken the truth. Whether the emperor absorbed her words was beyond her concern. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Taiji Palace, the emperor summoned Liang Wu. Kneeling on the floor, Liang Wu reported diligently, Your Majesty, I have meticulously examined both locations where the noble consort fell, and there appear to be no issues. At the corridor staircase, only traces of the noble consort's fall remain. The green that the noble consort saw may very well be moss. Outside, the gentle patter of rain continued, as droplets fell upon the broad green leaves, creating a soft rustling sound. Meng Qianan absent-mindedly twirled the jade ring on his thumb. Investigate the origins of the young eunuch who summoned the physician for Yang Zhou today, and ascertain whether he has any connections to either Yu Xiaoyi or the Zhou family. Liang Wu acknowledged and withdrew. By midday, the rain had subsided, though the ground remained damp. Yu Furong gazed at the still wet tiles outside, lacking the motivation to venture out. After amusing herself with the wind for a while, she rose and approached the bookshelf in the inner chamber.
Perusing the various travelogues and peculiar tomes, she selected a volume on astrology, which concerns various celestial phenomena. Leaning against the couch, Yufurong reflected on how unfortunate young Joey truly was. After all, to ensure her safety, she had indeed orchestrated 2 locations for the fall. Had young Joey stumbled at the corridor staircase, she would have had to return to the palace promptly, taking the most direct route along the main thoroughfare. Thus, she would not have fallen a second time. Alternatively, had she fallen along the palace path, she could have immediately returned to Yangfu Palace, who would have anticipated that after one fall, Yang Joey would take a detour back to Yangfu Palace, resulting in her unfortunate second tumble? At the palace path, Yufurong had instructed her servants to place moss-covered pebbles, which would cause the young eunuchs carrying the sedan chairs to slip easily. Meanwhile, she had inserted her homemade soap into the crevices of the staircase. Most concubines wore pot-bottom shoes, which were notoriously difficult to navigate on solid ground. A mere brush against anything could easily lead to a fall, especially on the soap made slick by the rain. Such tactics were simple yet remarkably effective. As long as one could predict the celestial events, all occurrences could be deemed accidents. A passing young eunuch, carrying a bucket of refuse, took advantage of the chaos to discreetly retrieve the pebbles from the ground and toss them into the bucket. While on his way to summon the physician, he also removed the soap from the staircase. If any remnants remained, the heavy rain would wash away all traces. Yufurong had initially planned for the young eunuch to collect the pebbles first before attending to the soap, as the pebbles were more likely to be discovered. As fate would have it, Yufurong's plan unfolded perfectly. Even Yang Jiahui suffered 2 falls. Thus, when Meng Qianan arrived, her spirits were exceptionally high. Long before his arrival, she had already learned of Yang Jiahui's mishap. It was not through deliberate inquiry, but rather by chance, when she overheard Lan rushing to the imperial kitchen for pastries and saw the palace attendants hurriedly escorting the physician toward Yangfu Palace. The subsequent handling of the situation was even simpler. All the young eunuch needed to do was throw the pebbles into the lotus pond and dispose of the soap-laden refuse into the waste cart, thus defining the incident as purely accidental. The young eunuch summoned to fetch the physician was particularly clever, seizing the opportunity when no one was around to pass by the lotus pond, discarding the refuse containing the pebbles, and then boastfully requesting assistance from other young eunuchs. After all, he was the one who had summoned the physician for Yang Jiahui, and should fortune favor him, perhaps Yang Jiahui would elevate him. On the other side, Liang Wu swiftly investigated the young eunuch's identity and recent acquaintances before hastily returning to the Taiji Palace. Your Majesty, I have uncovered the information, Liang Wu reported respectfully while kneeling on the floor. Chapter 21 The gentle Joey Meng Qianan's hand paused as he wrote, causing a splash of vermilion ink to bloom on the document before him. With a hint of displeasure, he set down his brush. Below him, Liang Wudao reported, Your Majesty, I have investigated thoroughly that young eunuch, known as Little Table, is a minor servant in the imperial kitchen. He once served in the palace of the late concubine Huiman, and after her passing, he was reassigned to the kitchen. Recently, he has fallen afoul of eunuch Chao, which is why he was tasked with carrying out the refuse on this rainy day. Meng Qianan pondered for a moment. Has he had any interactions with those from Fengyi Palace or Qingqian Palace? Liang Wu shook his head, then nodded hesitantly. Your Majesty, he has been troubled while serving the dishes. Does that count? Meng Qianan waved his hand dismissively, prompting Liang Wu to bow and withdraw. Upon exiting, he encountered Wan Yingdang, who was bringing tea. Liang Wu bowed, ingratiatingly saying, Master, you have worked hard. Would you like your disciple to serve it to you inside? Wan Yingdang shot him a glance. Go away, you little rascal, always eyeing my position. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Liang Wu scratched his head. Master, you're discerning. I sees the truth. Wan Yingdang rolled his eyes without reservation. He was not angered by Liang Wu's remarks, for the latter had been coveting his position as chief eunuch for quite some time. However, it seemed unlikely that Liang Wu would attain such a role anytime soon. He was still quite young, merely 26 years of age, and he had the weight of a significant background. He had grown up alongside the emperor, serving him for over a decade. Though the emperor appeared difficult to serve, he was indeed a man of deep loyalty and affection, as evidenced by Yang Jiahui. As long as he did not commit any grave errors, Liang Wu's position was secure beneath him. Once inside, Meng Qianan leaned against the window, perusing a memorial that seemed to address a matter of grave importance, yet, the document contained only 7 words, Pin County is safe, is the emperor well? Wan Yingdang placed the tea on the table, then quietly withdrew. Meng Qianan called out, halting Wan Yingdang in his tracks. What is it, Your Majesty? Holding the memorial, Meng Qianan contemplated for a moment before instructing, select some fine items from my storeroom to send to Yang Jiahui. Additionally, bestow upon her the title Rho to comfort her as she recovers. Wan Yingdang acknowledged the command and prepared to head to the storeroom. Wait, Meng Qianan interjected. I recall there being a pair of intricately carved purple jade bracelets in the storeroom. Indeed, Your Majesty has a remarkable memory, Wan Yingdang replied with a smile. And also procure 2 bolts of deep purple silk to send to you Xiaoyi. Meng Qianan tossed the memorial aside. Enough, enough. It is rare to encounter someone so to my liking, it would not hurt to indulge her a little. Wan Yingdang bowed in agreement before exiting. While searching for items in the storeroom, he marveled at the exquisite bracelets he held, noting that aside from Rho Jiahui, Yu Xiaoyi was also favored within the palace. Upon learning that her 2 falls were mere accidents, Rho Jiahui found it difficult to accept, resulting in considerable destruction within the palace. She stubbornly believed someone had conspired against her, though she lacked evidence. The granting of a title to Rho Jiahui had shifted perceptions among the women of the harem regarding her favored status. After all, she had merely stumbled, albeit quite severely. The emperor, in a bid to console her, had bestowed upon her a title.
Perhaps they should also go out and see if they could fall down as well. That night, it was Yu Furong's turn to share the emperor's bed. Upon hearing this, Zhaohui had the palace replace a batch of porcelain. In the still of the night, as the candlelight flickered and the gauzy curtain swayed, the rain had just ceased, and warmth filled the air. While Yu Furong lay exhausted on Meng Qianan's grand bed, which was significantly larger and softer than their own. Meng Qianan, feeling a sense of emptiness, drew Yu Furong close, finding solace in her presence. While she struggled to keep her eyes open, Meng Qianan remained lively and spirited. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, followed by a distant rumble of thunder. Rain began to fall again outside. Meng Qianan listened to the patter of raindrops, his gaze wandering. I do not particularly enjoy rainy days, he confessed, holding Yu Furong close. Why Yu Furong, too drowsy to respond fully, merely murmured, all right. Observing Yu Furong's drowsy state, Meng Qianan couldn't help but chuckle softly. In the past, I often spent rainy nights alone, he remarked, his tone tinged with melancholy. The night watchman, Wan Yingdang, chimed in, what am I then? I was quite afraid of thunder as a child. My mother would hold me and whisper soothing words, Meng Qianan reminisced, his voice softening. Yet on one such rainy night, his mother had departed from him, and from that moment, he had gradually learned to endure the solitude of rainy nights. As Meng Qianan spoke, he felt an overwhelming wave of sadness. Yu Furong, half asleep, was disturbed by his murmurs and turned over, only to be gently repositioned by him. In a state of confusion, Yu Furong clung to him, murmuring, it's all right, I'm here. Meng Qianan, sensing her weariness, chose to end the conversation, but found himself unsatisfied and roused her again. As Yu Furong sat up, her expression was one of bewilderment. Who was she, where was she, and what was she doing? Her head throbbed painfully, and the rain outside was increasingly irksome. Meng Qianan wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, burying his face in her neck. Your Majesty, are you not tired? She asked, her awareness sharpening. Meng Qianan remained silent, merely exhaling heavily. The warmth of his breath caressed her neck, causing her to instinctively withdraw. Listening to the rain and her soft inquiries, Meng Qianan sighed, pressing her down gently as he patted her back. It's fine, sleep now. Yu Furong, puzzled, responded with a non-committal sound. As the rain grew louder, Yu Furong found herself unable to sleep after Meng Qianan's restlessness. Observing the emperor in a different light, she turned to nestle closer, leaning up to peck his chin. Your Majesty, do not be afraid. I will always be by your side. Meng Qianan leaned in to kiss her lips, resting his forehead against hers. All right. With no sleepiness left, Yu Furong began to coax Meng Qianan into continuing a story he had started earlier. The two engaged in deep conversation throughout the night. However, as the rain continued to pour heavily in the latter half of the night, Meng Qianan decided that Yu Furong should stay overnight in the Tai Chi Palace. The following day, when the concubines learned of this, they were taken aback. Even Zhaohui, who was favored, had never spent the night in the Tai Chi Palace, only the Empress had done so in the past. Chapter 22 The Sound of the Flute. The following day, during the morning court greetings, the gaze of the assembly inevitably fell upon Yu Furong. Today, the revered Zhaohui was absent, and Hui Fei had also not attended due to her recent illness, having missed several days of court. In the absence of the arrogant and domineering Zhaohui, it became evident to all that Yu Furong was, in fact, the most favored among the newcomers. At least, that was the impression she projected. She had been summoned to the emperor's bedchamber on the very day of her entry into the palace, swiftly promoted the next day, and thereafter had the privilege of continued attendance, culminating in her elevation to the rank of Shaohui. Albeit, this promotion was largely due to Zhaohui's influence. Nonetheless, it was a legitimate title, with the Shaohui rank affording her a monthly allowance of 50 taels of silver. Presently, with her stay in Taiji Palace, her favor was indeed second only to that of Zhaohui. While the newcomers held such thoughts, the Empress, a youthful consort of the Emperor, perceived the situation differently. The Emperor's leniency towards Zhaohui was primarily rooted in the life-saving grace she had bestowed upon him during his youth, whereas Yu Furong's favor was more tangible and direct. The Empress cast her gaze upon the bracelet adorning her wrist, and after a brief moment of contemplation, dismissed the assembly. The weather was delightful that day, and Yu Furong, feeling rather spirited, instructed her attendants to fetch a flower basket and set off to gather blossoms. She chose the main thoroughfare of the Imperial Garden, a path that Zhaohui had never traversed. As Yu Furong gazed at the elegant lotus flowers standing tall in the center of the lake, she felt a twinge of longing, albeit the entire lotus pond housed but a single early blooming flower, while the others had only just begun to peek above the water's surface. After admiring the lotus from a distance, Yu Furong plucked several branches of begonia and approached the Qinli pond to feed the koi for a while. With her basket in hand, she prepared to return. The Imperial Garden was vast, and having previously only explored the western and eastern sections, Yu Furong now resolved to venture southward. Due to her infrequent visits, she felt somewhat unfamiliar with the area, but fortunately, Ting Mei knew the way. The southern section was adorned with artificial hills and trees, featuring a willow pavilion perched atop a hill, beside which stood an exceptionally tall willow tree. Some roots of the willow even penetrated the artificial hill, descending into the soil, their slender branches swaying gracefully in the breeze, lending the pavilion an enchanting allure. In high spirits, Yu Furong ascended the pavilion, for the view from atop the hill was quite pleasing, offering a clear sight of the various low-growing flowers and plants below. Just as she contemplated gathering some willow branches to weave a few items, a melodious and haunting flute melody wafted towards her. Stopping mid-motion, she expressed her surprise. A hu flute? Ting Mei, evidently unfamiliar with the hu flute, remained silent. Yet, it was clear from the sound that they were quite close. The tune depicted a lonely smoke rising from the frontier, embodying the imagery of eagles pursuing the setting sun over the desert, while in the distance, the smoke from cooking fires ascended straight into the sky, the evening glow merging with the sandy expanse. The victorious soldiers beat their shields, singing triumphantly as they returned home, though this was merely my fanciful interpretation, not to be taken as historical fact. Yu Furong had once accompanied her parents on a covert excursion to Xinjiang, where she experienced the unique culture of the frontier, albeit during a time of peace. This particular melody was quite popular in that region, for whenever it played, it signified victory, heralding the soldiers' return home. Although the piece was intended to be joyous, Yu Furong discerned a hint of sorrow and profound longing within the notes. The poignant melody tugged at her heartstrings, and she stood silently in the pavilion, absorbing the entirety of the composition. Gently turning the silver, intricately carved guard on her ring finger, she glanced at Ting Mei and, in a hushed voice, instructed, "Fetch my pipa." Ting Mei bowed respectfully, took the flower basket from Yu Furong's hands, and withdrew. Yu Furong remained in the pavilion, leaning against the railing, listening to the flute's melody while gazing into the distance. She had witnessed the vast desert smoke depicted in the melody, traversed the endless red sands, and encountered the simple folk who played jubilant tunes to welcome their heroes home. Yet, her own hero could no longer hear this homecoming song. With a hand, she wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, looking up at the radiant blue sky, lost in memory she was reluctant to shake off. Ting Mei soon returned. The distance to Qingxian Palace was not far, and despite the many winding paths, the main thoroughfare allowed for a swift return. Yu Furong removed the guard from her hand and handed it to Ting Mei. After adjusting the pipa, which had not been played for some time, the slightly awkward tune quickly transformed into a familiar melody. The sound of the pipa brought a new clarity to the lonely frontier's song, intertwining the feelings of longing and sorrow which resonated harmoniously with the hu flute. At the moment the pipa began to play, the flute paused briefly before joining in a duet. Though Yu Furong had not originally known this piece, her father had once recounted that his first victory had occurred at this very frontier, where the townsfolk had welcomed them with music. In a bid to please her father, she had secretly learned the piece, intending to present it to him on his birthday. As she played alongside the hu flute once more, the third repetition brought about a cessation of the flute's sound. Yu Furong held the pipa for a moment, regaining her composure before rising to depart with Ting Mei. She had no desire to uncover the identity of the flutist or the object of their yearning. Knowing too much within the palace was seldom advantageous. Just as Yu Furong was descending the steps of the artificial hill, a palace maid appeared below, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, clearly having rushed over. Upon seeing Yu Furong, the maid appeared slightly taken aback but quickly regained her composure, bowing and saying, "Greetings, my lady requests your presence for a discussion." Yu Furong, standing atop the hill, furrowed her brow slightly. She did not recognize this maid, yet within the palace, the only individuals who could be referred to as my lady were the three consorts of the Empress, Hui Fei, and Ro Zhaoyi. Hui Fei was ill, and Ro Zhaoyi had suffered a fall. It couldn't possibly be the Empress, could it? Seemingly perceiving Yu Furong's confusion, the maid bowed again and clarified, "My lady is Hui Fei of Jiaoyang Palace." Indeed, Jiaoyang Palace was quite close, yet had Hui Fei not fallen ill? Yu Furong nodded slightly and smiled. "Then please, lead the way." The young maid guided Yu Furong through a series of winding paths, and in no time, they arrived at Jiaoyang Palace. From the entrance, one could still glimpse the willow tree atop the hill. "I have seen Hui Fei, may she be blessed with health and longevity." Yu Furong offered a respectful bow upon entering the courtyard. Hui Fei stood by a small pond, toying with a flute in her hands. "No need for formalities, rise to is it you who plays the pipa?" Chapter 23. The first glimmer. Jade Lotus lowered her gaze and soft, "Your melody is played beautifully." Jade Lotus wished to instinctively raise a smile, yet found herself unable to do so at that moment. "Do you have someone you miss?" the wise consort inquired, sitting gracefully on a stone bench, her voice as soft as the breeze. Jade Lotus cast her eyes downward, suppressing the bitterness and sorrow within her. "Yes. Please sit, Zhou serve tea." The wise consort. Jade Lotus suspected that the wise consort might know more than she should. "Do not be anxious, I merely wish to ask you to play the tune of Lonely Smoke from the Frontier once more on the huqin." The wise consort's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Startled, Jade Lotus looked at her. "Your Highness, do you have a huqin here?" Although the people of the frontier did not mind their melodies being shared, they were reluctant to sell the huqin intended for sacrificial rites to outsiders. After all, the huqin was complex to craft and made from precious materials, and in the resource-scarce frontier, its production was limited, which was why locals were hesitant to sell them to outsiders. Sensing Jade Lotus's confusion, the wise consort smiled lightly. "I took it." Jade Lotus thought, well, that reasoning does make sense. Though she had played the huqin before, she had never owned one. The huqin's tone was deeper than that of the pipa, yet it beautifully captured the various melodies within the piece. The wise consort picked up a nearby bamboo flute and began to play again. The harmony of the string and flute resonated melodiously, but it was the emotions embedded in the melody, intense longing concealed within the cheerful tune, that evoked profound sentiments. Meng Qianan, passing by, paused on the palace path, seemingly stirred by memories as he listened to the interplay of the instruments. As the final note faded, the wise consort caressed the flute in her hands and softly remarked, "It has been a long time since anyone has matched my flute's tune." "You are called Jade Lotus?" Jade Lotus nodded. "Indeed, that is my given name." With none of her previous coldness and aloofness, the wise consort expressed her delight. "This huqin shall be a gift for you." Jade Lotus hastily shook her head. "Your Highness, that is inappropriate. This huqin must surely be an item of agreement between the wise consort and another, and even if it were not, it was something she cherished dearly. Otherwise, it would not be so well maintained." The wise consort twirled the flute in her hands and chuckled. "It suits you well, Qin Jinhua, that is my name, Zhishuang, see her out." With that, Jade Lotus found herself ushered out.
Clutching the huqin, she felt lost, the wise consort's strange behavior leaving her utterly astonished. Jade Lotus ambled along the main path of the imperial garden, the lush green lotus leaves glistening with dew, while the occasional croak of frogs resonated from the lotus pond. She lowered her gaze to the pebbled ground, absent-mindedly plucking at the strings of the huck, and it was undeniable that the lotus pond was vast. Nearly half of the main path of the imperial garden bordered the water, and naturally, the scenery along this path was exquisite. However, one drawback was the absence of railings beside the lotus pond and the Chenli pond, only low stone banks forming the water's edge. The advantage was that one could easily reach out to pluck lotus flowers and leaves, but the downside was that should someone harbor ill intentions, it would be all too easy to be pushed into the water. Jade Lotus suddenly halted at the water's edge, a fleeting thought crossing her mind, yet finding it somewhat inconceivable, she shook her head and returned to the palace. Meanwhile, Meng Qianan, having finished listening to the music, returned to the Tai Chi palace, yet he found himself unable to calm his restless heart as he gazed at the documents on the table. The melody of lonely smoke from the frontier lingered faintly in his ears, while a small red dot of cinnabar formed on the paper before him that he tossed aside his brush in frustration, leaning against the window. As dusk fell, painting the sky in hues of crimson, an attendant from the Imperial Affairs Office made his way to the Chengqian Palace, with Zhou Chang's face still not fully healed. Only Jade Lotus remained in the Chengqian Palace, the Emperor's nightly summons being self-evident. Today, the Phoenix and Dragon Spring carriage departed a bit hastily, and before night fully enveloped the sky, Jade Lotus arrived at the Tai Chi Palace, expecting to wait a while before seeing the Emperor. She was surprised to find Meng Qianan already seated on the soft couch, engrossed in a book. "May you enjoy great fortune and health," Jade Lotus said, bowing her head obediently. Meng Qianan beckoned her over. "Come here." Jade Lotus dutifully sat beside him, and without lifting his gaze, Meng Qianan took her hand. "You can play the huqin?" Jade Lotus was not surprised that he was aware of this, for the palace was filled with eyes and ears. Surely there were spies among them. "I have a slight understanding of it," Jade Lotus replied modestly. Meng Qianan did not raise his head, his expression neutral, even his tone remained calm and steady, leaving her uncertain of his feelings, and she could only respond cautiously. He squeezed her hand, as if casually toying with an object. "Oh, just a slight understanding, and yet the wise consort has gifted you her prized possession?" Meng Qianan set his book aside and turned to face her. Meeting his deep, dark eyes, Jade Lotus felt momentarily lost. He pulled her closer, holding her chin gently, and whispered, "I did not expect my Jade Lotus to be so talented." Jade Lotus looked up at him with glistening eyes, the corners already brimming with unshed tears. Meng Qianan clicked his tongue, releasing her chin with a hint of impatience. "Why are you crying? I have not struck you." Jade Lotus bit her lip, remaining silent, her tear-laden eyes reflecting her sorrowful plight. Ultimately, it was Meng Qianan who relented first, loosening his grip on her chin and embracing her, exclaiming with feigned disdain, "I simply asked you a couple of questions, and it appears I have bullied you. How delicate. I do not understand why the wise consort would gift the huqin to me. I wanted to return it, but was ushered out," Jade Lotus murmured softly against his chest. "Oh," Meng Qianan responded nonchalantly, raising a hand to caress her hair in a half-hearted manner. Clearly, this was not the answer he sought. "When I was young, I heard my father say that he won his first victory at the frontier, and the people there welcomed him back to the city with lonely smoke from the frontier. Later, I learned this piece and played it for my father as a birthday gift." However, as Jade Lotus spoke, tears began to fall, her voice growing increasingly choked. Meng Qianan, feeling agitated, lifted her chin, took her handkerchief, and casually wiped away her tears. "No crying, I did not ask you to say it all out loud, so why say it now? I do not wish to hear it." Jade Lotus gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Chapter 24. The wound. Meng Qianan, with an air of impatience, pinched the face of Yu Furong. "Enough, do not cry any longer." Yu Furong clutched the handkerchief in her grasp and timidly gazed at him. Meng Qianan enveloped her in his embrace, remaining silent as his hand gently caressed her back in a rhythmic manner. After a considerable time, he softly spoke, "I was unaware that this melody held such significance for you. Should a similar situation arise in the future, you need not voice it." Yu Furong lifted her face, smiling, and pressed it against his chest. "Your Majesty, you are truly kind." Nonsense. If she did not articulate, the sovereign cannot allow such distractions to cloud his mind. Following yesterday's exception, Yu Furong found herself spending the night in the Taiji Palace once again. On the following day, during the morning audience, Yu Furong's presence immediately captivated attention. "Sister Xiaoyi has arrived so early. It is indeed fitting for the Emperor's Taiji Palace to be in such proximity to the Empress's Fingi Palace," Yi Baolin remarked, her face brimming with envy. With a smile, Yu Furong gently replied, "If you so desire, Yi Baolin, you may also stay in the Taiji Palace, and you could arrive for the morning audience even earlier." Yi Baolin's expression darkened at once. "Then I shall borrow Sister Xiaoyi's auspicious words." Today, Zhou Changzai also made her appearance during the morning audience. As soon as she arrived, she began to needle Yu Furong. "I have heard that for the past few days, Xiaoyi has been residing in the Taiji Palace. It appears that our Emperor's favorite remains Yu Xiaoyi. After all, even the favored Rojoui has never stayed overnight." Zhou Changzai's wit had certainly sharpened. "Has Zhou Changzai not yet had the honor of the Emperor's company?" Yu Furong inquired with a radiant smile. Zhou Changzai fell silent immediately. Indeed, she had yet to experience such favor. Previously, Yu Furong had monopolized the Emperor's affections for 6 or 7 days, and now that the Emperor had finally begun to favor others, her face had been marred by Rojoui's actions. Thus, she had yet to receive any such attentions. The morning audience concluded swiftly. Upon returning to the Chengqian Palace, Yu Furong took the opportunity to catch up on sleep, having been kept up late the previous night. For several consecutive days, it was Yu Furong who attended to the emperor, and she continued to stay in the Taiji Palace, which stirred discontent in Rojiawi. As Zhou Qingzai had articulated, Rojiawi had never spent the night there. However, the wound on Rojiawi's forehead showed no signs of healing, with signs of further deterioration and decay evident. Initially, Rojiawi had paid it little mind. On the fifth morning, upon rising, she was struck by a severe pain in her forehead. Upon inspection, the wound had not only failed to heal but had worsened considerably. Alarmed, Rojiawi hastily summoned the imperial physician. After a thorough examination, physician Zhang discovered that someone had tampered with Rojiawi's medicinal concoction, introducing a powder that hindered healing and promoted decay. Enraged, Rojiawi smashed a teacup in frustration. "Go, summon the emperor at once, inform him that someone seeks to harm me." When Meng Qianan and the Empress arrived at the Yangfu Palace, they found Rojiawi weeping before the mirror, gazing at her wound, with physician Zhang standing anxiously by her side. Today was the 15th, Meng Qianan contemplated visiting the Empress's palace, deciding it would be preferable to accompany her for lunch. Just as he reached the Fengyi Palace, a messenger from Rojiawi arrived. As Meng Qianan prepared to decline the invitation, the Empress interjected, "Your Majesty, Rojiawi must be in a dire state to come seeking you now. Perhaps it would be wise for me to accompany you to see her." The embroidered ball hurriedly bowed in gratitude, and only then did Meng Qianan agree to bring the Empress alone. "Your Majesty, you must take my side. Look at the state of my forehead, it shows no signs of improvement but rather worsens by the day. I find it increasingly difficult to sleep," Rojiawi implored, her voice thick with emotion. Meng Qianan raised his hand to support her, reassuringly saying, "Do not fear, I am here." Rojiawi dabbed at the corners of her eyes with her handkerchief, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Yingdang, you must investigate this matter. I wish to know who dares to harm Rojiawi," Meng Qianan commanded coldly, turning the beads in his hand. Wang Yingdang acknowledged the order and departed with Liang Wu to investigate. The Empress, seated upon a soft couch, turned her gaze toward Physician Zhang, her brow furrowed. "Physician Zhang, how could you be so negligent in attending to Rojiawi? How could you not notice that her medicine was tampered with?" Physician Zhang promptly knelt, bowing his head. "Your Majesty, please forgive me." "Your Highness, I beg your pardon." The individual administering the medicine was exceedingly cautious, adding only a minuscule amount of powder each day, making it difficult to detect. It was only after the accumulation of time that I was able to discern it, but by then, it was too late, as is the case with Rojiawi. Unbeknownst to Yu Furong, the events at Yangfu Palace were unfolding. At that moment, she was in high spirits, playfully teasing Tingfeng. The discerning Tingfeng had established a perfect survival system under Yu Furong's care. Upon encountering her, he would lavish her with praise. If he met Tingmei or Tinglan, he would gauge his hunger, offering compliments if he was peckish and remaining silent otherwise. When confronted by the eunuchs responsible for feeding him, Tingfeng would utter a few kind words, while his demeanor towards the cleaning maids and eunuchs was adamant, "Take them out and execute them." With his master, the enchanting beauty akin to a celestial being, Tingfeng was currently fervently extolling Yu Furong, his little eyes fixated on the box of nuts in her hand. Tinglan, standing nearby, could not help but chuckle. "Little master, look at Tingfeng, the moment he sees food, he cannot tear his gaze away." "Execute them, execute them!" Tingfeng protested indignantly, tilting his head at Tinglan. Tinglan erupted into laughter. "And you would have me executed, little master? Let us stew him for dinner tonight." At this remark, Tingfeng's feathers bristled, flapping his wings within his limited range of motion. "Help! Murder, help, murder!" The master and servant shared a hearty laugh when a eunuch messenger announced Wang Yingdong's arrival. Yu Furong paused for a moment, then rose to adjust her attire before stepping outside. Today was the 15th, the emperor should be with the empress, so why would Wang Yingdang summon her? As Yu Furong reached the entrance, Wang Yingdang bowed deeply. "Little master, the emperor requests your presence at Yangfu Palace." Chapter 25. Searching the palace, Yu Furong leaned against the doorframe, her mind racing as she quickly gathered her thoughts. Then, maintaining her composure, she turned to the nearby Tingmei and said, "I kindly request you to lead the way, my lord." At that moment, Tingmei was holding a cup of tea, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Yu Furong. Upon meeting Yu Furong's gaze, Tingmei immediately averted her eyes, staring down at the cup in her hands. Wang Yingdang made a gesture of invitation and led Yu Furong toward Yangfu Palace. As they walked halfway, Wang Yingdang noticed that the surroundings were deserted and spoke softly, "Your Highness, the wound on Empress Zhou's forehead has become severely infected. Physician Zhang has identified substances in the medicinal concoction that could lead to such deterioration." Yu Furong glanced at Wang Yingdang in surprise, then smiled and replied, "Thank you for the reminder, my lord." Wang Yingdang lowered his head, acknowledging, "It is my duty as a servant." Whether it was his duty or not, he was more familiar with the emperor than anyone else. Observing the emperor's evident interest in Yushui, he naturally sought to align himself with the emperor's inclinations. The plaque of Yangfu Palace was more ornate and exquisite than that of ordinary palaces, and its interior was equally charming, with rare and precious plants adorning the courtyard, and the furnishings were of exquisite quality. This was Yu Furong's first visit to Yangfu Palace, but it was evident that this was not the time for admiring its grandeur. As soon as she entered, Rojiawi lunged at her, ready to strike. Fortunately, Tinglan, standing nearby, intervened just in time. Yu Furong took a step back and respectfully bowed, stating, "Long live the Emperor and Empress, may you be blessed with peace." "Empress Zhou, I am unaware of what I have done wrong to warrant your aggression upon my arrival." Rojiawi sneered, "You are quite the actress. Have you forgotten the medicinal powder in my concoction?" Yu Furong frowned, perplexed, and inquired, "What are you speaking of, Empress Zhou?" Today, upon discovering that her wound had worsened, Zhou had summoned the physician, who revealed that there were substances in her medicine that could cause such deterioration. The little eunuch responsible for managing Zhou's medicinal materials claimed that he acted under your orders to poison her medicine. The Empress succinctly recounted the sequence of events. Yu Furong looked. I was momentarily tempted by the wealth of Yu Shui, which led me to poison Empress Zhou. I still have the silver notes given to me by Yu Shui, sewn into my pillow. Please, your majesty, spare me. What more do you have to say for yourself? Zhou angrily raised her hand, ready to strike Yu Furong again. It was then that Meng Qianan, seated at the top and sipping tea, finally spoke up. Zhou. Meng Qianan's tone was calm, yet Zhou sensed the warning in his words. He forbade her from striking Yu Shui. This realization caused Zhou's gaze toward Yu Furong to grow increasingly hostile. Yu Furong immediately knelt on the ground, pleading, Your Majesty and Empress, please see clearly. I have no grievances or animosity towards Empress Zhou. I have no reason to harm her. Zhou scoffed. You must be harboring resentment over the punishment I imposed on you that day. Your words may sound sweet, but who knows what grudges you hold against me in your heart. Yu Furong replied with dignity, I admit my wrongdoing that led to Empress Zhou's displeasure, and her punishment was indeed warranted. I bear no ill will. Moreover, I have already made amends, and thus the matter should be put to rest. There is no need to pursue it further. I am not a petty person. Yu Furong spoke with conviction, but everyone knew that the incident was merely an excuse for Yang Zhou to create trouble. Meng Qianan observed Yu Furong kneeling on the ground and absent-mindedly twirled the jade Buddha beads in his hand, feeling an inexplicable wave of displeasure wash over him. You are quite adaptable. Having caused this trouble for me, you can boldly claim not to hold a grudge. Zhou concluded that Yu Furong was indeed behind the scheme. Yu Shui, do you still have anything to say? The Empress softly inquired. Yu Furong bowed her head. Your Majesty and Empress, may I ask this little eunuch a couple of questions? The Empress nodded, while Meng Qianan remained silent, continuing to gaze at the jade Buddha beads in his hand. Yu Furong rose and looked at the kneeling eunuch. You claim that I instructed you to poison her, so I ask you, how did I contact you, when did you receive the medicine, and what were my exact instructions? The little eunuch appeared somewhat flustered but quickly regained his composure. Your Highness, I have never seen you. I have only communicated with Tingmei by waiting at the corner gate every day at the third watch. She would provide me with the daily medicinal powder, which I would then discreetly mix into Empress Zhou's medicinal materials when no one was watching. Oh? Tingmei, is this true? Yu Furong slightly turned her head toward Tingmei. Tingmei understood and stepped forward, pointing at the little eunuch. You speak falsely, Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have never seen this little eunuch before. The little eunuch looked at Tingmei, incredulous, and retorted, Miss Tingmei, how can you deny knowing me? You were the one who instructed me to wait at the corner gate each day, and I still have the silver you gave me. Yu Furong lightly scoffed. Are you certain it was Tingmei who provided you with the medicinal powder? The little eunuch nodded vigorously. Your Majesty and Empress, this little eunuch is spouting lies. His testimony is not to be trusted, Yu Furong asserted. The Empress nodded and then turned to the little eunuch with a stern gaze. Speak, who instructed you? You cannot even recognize the people around you, Shui, yet you dare to make such accusations. If you do not speak, you will be sent to the Ministry of Justice, where the torturers will have their ways of making you confess. The little eunuch, terrified, repeatedly bowed his head. Your Majesty, spare me. Empress, I speak only the truth. The person I see daily is this young lady, who introduced herself as Tingmei. I believe she was the Tingmei by Miss Shui's side. The Empress furrowed her brow, then turned to Yu Furong with a sigh, addressing Meng Qianan. Your Majesty, the medicinal powder was delivered to the little eunuch daily by someone close to Miss Shui, and the dosage was arranged by her as well. Everything he says is true. There must still be some unaccounted for powder in the palace that can be investigated. The little eunuch spoke hurriedly, fearing that the Empress would order him to the Ministry of Justice. Yu Shui, what more is there to say at this point? Zhou glared menacingly at Yu Furong bowed her head once more, kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty and Empress, to restore my reputation, I implore you to conduct a palace search. The Empress coughed several times into her handkerchief, worriedly stating, Your Majesty, at this stage, to prove Yu Shui's innocence, a palace search is the only option. Meng Qianan tossed the jade Buddha beads onto the low table and took a sip of tea before saying, Liang Wu, take people to search Chengqian Palace thoroughly. Liang Wu, at the door, complied and summoned several little eunuchs to conduct the search. In Chengqian Palace's eastern side hall, Liang Wu led several little eunuchs inside. Tingmei stood by, watching as the eunuchs rummaged through the place. One little eunuch, tasked with the dressing table, clumsily sifted through the valuables, prompting Tingmei to frown and say, Those ornaments are precious. Search carefully. The little eunuch was about to respond, but upon meeting Liang Wu's dark gaze, he swallowed his complaints and proceeded with more care. A quarter of an hour later, Liang Wu returned to Yongfu Palace with his team. Chapter 26 The Willow Catkin and the Waterflower. In response to the Emperor, Liang Wugong bowed his head and said, Your Majesty, I have conducted a thorough search in the Chengqian Palace, even inspecting the residence of the esteemed Zhou Changzai, yet we have found no trace of the powdered medicine that caused the Empress's wound to fester. Impossible. Zhou slammed her hand on the table, her voice laced with fury. It must be her doing. You have been bribed by Yu Shui. Liang Wu frowned. Your Highness, every word I speak is the truth. Moreover, the search was not conducted by me personally, it was carried out by the junior eunuchs. If I were to lie, could they too conspire with me in deceit? Your Majesty, please see clearly. Liang Wu was beginning to feel irked, who would be pleased to be unjustly accused. Enough, Ruo Jiaoyi. Liang Wu serves the emperor, do you not trust his majesty? The empress cast a displeased glance at Ruo Jiaoyi. Ruo Jiaoyi was momentarily at a loss for words, turning to Meng Qianan, your majesty, I did not mean it that way. Meng Qianan set down his teacup, picked up an emerald prayer bead from the table, and addressed Liang Wu, since Yu Xiaoyi has found nothing, you may return for now. Liang Wu, take this little eunuch to the Xinqing division, he must not perish. I demand the truth. Liang Wu complied and took the trembling little eunuch, who was kneeling on the ground, away. Empress, let us return, Meng Qianan said as he rose and walked towards the door. The empress, observing the incredulous Ruo Jiaoyi, stood and said, Ruo Jiaoyi, do not hastily draw conclusions before the matter is resolved. Why Yu Xiaoyi, you have also suffered injustice this time, return and rest well. Your health is of utmost importance. Yes, I thank your majesty for your concern. Yu Furong expressed her gratitude towards the empress. Upon returning to the Changqian palace, Yu Furong dismissed the palace attendants, leaving only Tingmei and Tinglan. Tingmei took out a pouch of powdered medicine from her bosom and whispered, my lady, after you left, I found this beneath your bed. Yu Furong opened the pouch, covering her nose with a handkerchief, and frowned, what kind of powdered medicine is this? Tingmei inhaled the scent from the pouch and replied, my lady, this is a powder that can cause wounds to fester. Yu Furong turned to Tinglan, aside from you two who attend to me closely, who else has access to my chamber? Tinglan, responsible for managing the attendants, pondered and said, apart from us, only Shuihua, who is in charge of cleaning the inner chamber, could enter. Yu Furong nodded, her gaze falling in contemplation for a moment before she instructed, have Li keep a close watch on Shuihua. We must not overlook the other maid, Lu Su, let us see who among them is the traitor. Tinglan furrowed her brow, but my lady, what about this powdered medicine? If the person who placed it knows that it has not been discovered, they will surely become suspicious and more cautious. Yu Furong smiled slightly, for now, go summon Lu Su. Act as if you are pleased and tell others she has performed her duties well, I wish to reward her. Tinglan nodded, albeit with some confusion. Before long, Lu Su nervously knelt before Yu Furong. Yu Furong spoke gently, there is no need to be anxious. I have heard from Li that you have done exceptionally well in your duties, keeping the outside clean. Today, I have called you here to reward you. Tingmei presented a small silver ingot to Lu Su, who was both delighted and astonished. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly bowed, it is merely my duty, I thank my lady for the reward, may my lady enjoy longevity. Yu Furong smiled, alright, you may rise, it is only right to reward good work. Lu Su expressed her gratitude profusely as she took the silver and left. As soon as Lu Su exited, Tingfeng by the window remarked, it is merely my duty, I thank my lady for the reward. Then, she gazed longingly at Yu Furong, her bright little eyes filled with desire, as if she were silently pleading for a treat. Yu Furong approached Tingfeng with a box of nuts, with Tinglan closely following her. Tingmei, having put away the powdered medicine, stepped back. My lady, why did you summon Lu Su alone? Tinglan inquired, perplexed. Yu Furong opened the nut box and picked a larger nut to feed to Tingfeng. Currently, there are only a few serving me, and even fewer who can enter the inner chamber. Compared to the often seen Lu Su, Shuihua poses a greater likelihood of being involved. I summon Lu Su precisely because I suspect Shuihua more. However, the powdered medicine cannot simply vanish without reason. If I were to immediately reward Lu Su upon returning from Yangfu Palace, what do you think Shuihua would think? Tingfeng, momentarily choked on the nut, struggled for several moments before spitting it out. Tinglan suddenly enlightened, she would likely think that Lu Su has reported her, but my lady, what if it is not Shuihua and instead Lu Su? Yu Furong scattered a handful of nuts into Tingfeng's feeding trough and gently patted her head, then she will realize she has been exposed, and undoubtedly feel a pang of panic. I will say it was Li who informed me of her good work, implying that Li has been keeping an eye on her, thus, she will fear that her connection to her master has been discovered by Li and reported to me. For the next few days, she will surely be on edge. For now, we shall not at least they are aware of a problem, with new people coming in, they will not know who they must guard against. Tinglan listened, her pride swelling, what my lady says is true. Indeed, my lady is the most astute. Yu Furong sighed, gently tapping Tinglan's forehead, you, always so carefree. Tinglan pouted in discontent, what should I be concerned about when Tingmei is around? Ah, you silly thing, Tingfeng suddenly interjected. Yu Furong Tinglan, fuming, Tinglan snatched the nuts from Tingfeng's feeding trough, you little rascal, where did you learn such filthy language? Seeing her food gone, Tingfeng flapped her wings and squawked, the empty-headed one is stealing food. The empty-headed one is stealing food. Later, Tingfeng went hungry for a whole day and from then on never spoke ill of Tinglan again, especially as Tinglan munched on the nuts that belonged to Tingfeng right in front of her. Tingfeng called out for help, but when no one came, she lavished praise upon Tinglan, yet unfortunately, Tinglan remained unmoved that night. The emperor rested in the empress's palace while Yu Furong had already gone to bed early. Meanwhile, the emperor and empress continued their conversation. What are your thoughts on today's events, empress? Meng Qianan asked, reclining on a soft couch in his bright yellow nightgown, casually perusing the Diamond Sutra in his hands. Chapter 27 and the Jade Pendant. Your Majesty, I believe that Yu Xiaoyi is not the kind of person you think. It must be that little eunuch who has been spreading baseless rumors, the empress said gently, sitting beside a palace maid who was braiding her hair. Meng Qianan, gazing at the Buddhist scriptures in his hands, chuckled, the empress is always so kind-hearted and benevolent.
The Empress smiled gracefully, replying, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. As the consort of the nation, I am indeed a role model for all women in the realm, and it is only fitting that I embody compassion and kindness. It is my duty." Meng Qianan nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed, you are the most fitting person for the role of Empress. I did not choose incorrectly." The Empress smiled tenderly in response. The following morning, the little eunuch, unable to withstand the punishment, claimed he was acting on Ruo Zhou's orders. It appeared Ruo Zhou had noticed Yu Furong's favor and sought to exploit the incident to incite the emperor's wrath against her. Naturally, Ruo Zhou denied any involvement. The emperor's handling of the situation was rather ambiguous. He executed the little eunuch but imposed no punishment on Ruo Zhou, not even a stern word. Meanwhile, Yu Shui continued to receive the emperor's affection, perhaps even more so than before. Although there were others attending to her in the past half-month, it was still Yu Furong who had the most attention, and she occasionally stayed overnight. It is worth noting that Zhou Changzai had also shared the emperor's bed, albeit infrequently, just once. In fact, nevertheless, she was still regarded as the emperor's legitimate consort. Compared to Zhou Changzai, Yu Furong appeared unconcerned. As she would say, her sister was the empress. Recently, however, Yu Furong felt increasingly weary, for the allure of such favor was blinding. If she were to believe that the emperor's affection was unique to her, she might find herself unaware of how perilous her situation truly was. Furthermore, Ruo Zhou seemed to take pleasure in finding faults, particularly with her. When the other concubines were subjected to Ruo Zhou's harassment, they often hoped to encounter Yu Furong, for once she appeared, Ruo Zhou would redirect her ire towards her. Perhaps due to the impending arrival of her monthly cycle, Yu Furong's mood had grown particularly melancholic. She often mused that being in the emperor's presence was akin to dwelling with a tiger. Outsiders only saw her favored status. Oblivious to the lengths she went to please Meng Qianan, she transformed herself into the kind of woman he favored, all the while projecting the persona of a love-struck maiden, gradually falling for the emperor. Yu Furong reclined against a soft pillow, lost in thought. If she were to traverse back to the modern age, her acting skills would undoubtedly be exceptional. As for love, Yu Furong believed that having lived two lives and with differing experiences, she could never fall for the emperor. What romance could exist in the harem? By late April, the weather had begun to warm considerably. Yu Furong donned a lighter palace garment and, accompanied by Mei and Tinglan, carried a fan as they ventured out. The lotus flowers in the pond had blossomed abundantly. The empress had recently claimed to be ill, suffering from severe chest pains, and had excused everyone from their morning greetings. The empress's health had never been robust. Otherwise, she would not have remained childless after a decade of marriage to the emperor. Since their union at the tender age of 16, the emperor had not witnessed a single pregnancy. Strangely, Ruo Zhou, who had served the emperor for 3 to 4 years, had also not conceived, which was quite unusual. Yu Furong strolled leisurely along the palace path, lost in her thoughts. Today, she intended to gather some lotus flowers from the pond to arrange back at her quarters, and thus wore a dress of light lotus pink adorned with golden threads, which offered greater ease of movement. She accessorized with a delicate jade floral hairpiece and a jade pendant featuring auspicious cloud patterns at her waist. Perhaps due to her naturally fair complexion, this attire made Yu Furong appear even more charming and delightful. The day was clear and bright, with clouds occasionally veiling the sun, providing a brief respite to the earth. A gentle breeze swayed the willow branches without causing discomfort, leaving Yu Furong in particularly high spirits. However, as she traversed the covered walkway of the imperial garden, she encountered Ruo Zhou, who had just recovered and was out for a stroll. Yu Furong's mood promptly soured. "I have seen you, Zhou, may you be well and prosperous," Yu Furong said respectfully, bowing to Ruo Zhou. Supported by a silk ball, Ruo Zhou casually surveyed Yu Furong, sneering, "Is this all you have to wear, Yu Shui? You appear rather shabby." If I had not heard your voice, I would have thought you were some beggar." "Your Highness jests," Yu Furong replied, unwilling to retort. She merely wished to collect the lotus flowers and avoid further confrontation, particularly with Ruo Zhou. Just as Ruo Zhou was about to deliver another scathing remark, her eyes caught sight of the jade pendant hanging from Yu Furong's waist. In an instant, Ruo Zhou felt as though a string in her mind had snapped. How could it be? How could it be her? Observing Ruo Zhou's sudden pallor, Yu Furong took a step back, perplexed. She had not provoked her, she had not even spoken back. This was not how one should confront another. Ruo Zhou's gaze bore into Yu Furong, the vague figure in her mind gradually aligning with Yu Furong's presence, a youthful face merging with that of the woman before her. Ruo Zhou's sharp nails dug into the soft flesh of her palm, forcing herself to regain composure. "Zhou, what troubles you?" Yu Furong inquired with concern, retreating another step in honesty. Ignoring Yu Furong, Ruo Zhou turned and hurried away, her steps brisk and almost resembling a flight. Yu Furong thought little of it and, accompanied by Tinglan, proceeded to the lotus pond. As the weather warmed, a black canoe was made available for the concubines to enjoy leisurely boat rides. Gazing at the verdant scenery adorned with white and pink blooms, Yu Furong's spirits lifted once more. Meanwhile, Ruo Zhou hastened back to Yangfu Palace. Upon her return, she locked herself in her chamber, forbidding anyone from entering. How could it be her? How could it be her? Trembling, Ruo Zhou opened a box and retrieved the drawings inside, her heart racing and an incessant buzzing ringing in her ears. What should she do? In a frenzy, Ruo Zhou rummaged through her chamber, ultimately collapsing onto the chaotic floor. Outside, the silk ball anxiously listened for any sounds, fearing that Ruo Zhou might succumb to a moment of despair. It was perplexing. Ever since the Empress encountered Yu Shui, her demeanor had grown increasingly erratic. After a long while, Ruo Zhou, lying on the floor, suddenly burst into laughter. She had panicked. Yu Shui was likely unaware of the situation. A glint of malice flashed in Ruo Zhou's eyes. Yu Furong must die, only in death could the secret be preserved. Rising from the floor, Ruo Zhou laughed maniacally. "Yu Furong, oh Yu Furong, I never imagined even heaven would assist me. This is beyond your control."
Just as Ruo Jiaoyi finally calmed down and began to contemplate her strategy, an outside voice pierced her thoughts, causing her heart to plummet. This Yu Xiaoyi is indeed favored. I wonder what enchanting trick she has employed. The emperor has gone to her Chengqian palace and, upon learning she is absent, he remains there waiting for her. The discussions from outside made Ruo Jiaoyi's heart race, for she knew she could not allow the emperor to see Yu Xiaoyi. Chapter 28. The initial signs. At this moment, the only thought lingering in Ruo Jiaoyi's mind was that the emperor recognized the jade pendant. Stumbling to her feet, she made her way toward the door, exclaiming, Xiuqiu, hasten to summon the emperor, inform him that I am gravely ill, he must come quickly. Seeing the urgency etched upon Ruo Jiaoyi's face, Xiuqiu complied and hurried off to the Chengqian palace. Meanwhile, Yu Furong sat in a black canopy boat, a bouquet of lotus flowers cradled in the arms of her attendant, Tinglan, while the young eunuch rowing the boat strained to pull them back to shore. Upon disembarking, Yu Furong began her walk back toward the Chengqian palace. At the same time, Xiuqiu was nearly running along the street. Meng Qianan, leisurely playing with the wind chimes by the window, found Tingfeng, who was unfamiliar with him, quite suspicious. As Meng Qianan reached out to stroke Tingfeng, the latter bounded away, exclaiming, impudent commoner. Meng Qianan raised an eyebrow, bewildered. At that moment, Tingmei approached with a box of nuts. Hearing Tingfeng's outburst, she nearly collapsed. Meng Qianan chuckled lightly, as Tingmei, trembling, handed him the box, saying, Your Majesty, this is Tingfeng's food. Upon receiving the box and peering inside, Meng Qianan noticed the change in Tingfeng's demeanor as it saw its food in his possession. The creature instantly adopted a sycophantic attitude, exclaiming, Your Majesty is auspicious, may Your Majesty enjoy boundless blessings, you, like a tall and graceful tree, dance with elegance. Meng Qianan paused, then closed the box, causing Tingfeng to wilt as if enchanted by a spirit. After amusing himself with the now listless creature for a moment, a young eunuch entered, announcing, Your Majesty, the girl Xiuqiu from Yangfu Palace has arrived. Meng Qianan poked the despondent Tingfeng, instructing, Let her in. The eunuch bowed and withdrew. Tingmei stood quietly by, eyes lowered. Once Xiuqiu entered, she knelt on the ground, her voice filled with urgency, Your Majesty, it is dire, the Empress suddenly fell gravely ill, I beseech you to come and see her. Upon hearing this, Meng Qianan's brows furrowed in concern. What has happened? Xiuqiu shook her head, tears brimming, I do not know, Your Majesty. The Empress fell ill suddenly, mumbling that she wished to see you. Setting down the box of nuts, Meng Qianan strode out, leaving behind the words, Inform your mistress that there is no need for her to wait for me tonight. Tingmei bowed respectfully, Yes, I shall see you off, Your Majesty. As Meng Qianan boarded his palanquin, he caught a glimpse of Yu Furong at the corner. However, preoccupied with thoughts of Ruo Jiaoyi, he paid her little heed. Just after Meng Qianan's palanquin had departed, Yu Furong returned to the Chengqian palace. My lady, the emperor just arrived, but Xiuqiu from Yangfu Palace sent him away, Tingmei informed as she helped Yu Furong change clothes. Yu Furong raised her hand, and Tinglan assisted her with the sleeves, asking, what was the reason? They said it was due to a grave illness, Tingmei replied, helping Yu Furong into another sleeve. Recalling her encounter with Ruo Jiaoyi in the imperial garden, Yu Furong remembered how the latter had seemed quite often outdressed. Yu Furong stood before her vanity, turning around. Is something amiss? She pondered aloud. She summoned Tingmei to inspect her pale pink brocade gown, ensuring there was no powder that could cause illness. What could be the reason for Ruo Jiaoyi's sudden condition? Could it merely be a ruse? After confirming that her jewelry was in order, Yu Furong finally reclined on the soft couch, deciding to observe the situation for now. Her gaze fell upon Tingfeng, who was in high spirits, bouncing about on its perch, possibly due to Tingmei having fed it a handful of nuts after Meng Qianan's departure. Tinglan was busy tidying Yu Furong's vanity, ensuring all the jewelry she had worn that day was properly stored. My lady, this silk flower seems rarely worn by you, Tinglan remarked, holding up a pink silk flower. Yu Furong, resting her head lazily on her hand, replied, I picked it up on the road, I do not know who discarded it. It was thrown during the top scholars parade, and I thought it had a festive air, so I kept it. Tinglan nodded and tucked the flower into a corner of the jewelry box. Since her lady did not particularly favor it, it was best to make room for other adornments. My lady, the cord of this jade pendant is somewhat worn, might we ask Sister Tingmei to replace it? Tinglan suggested, holding up the pendant. Yu Furong moved her wrist, removing her armor. It is idle anyway, take a string and rebind it. Tingmei, organize my garments, bring forth the summer attire and neatly fold the winter clothing, then go to the storeroom and find some brightly colored silk to have the tailors create a few new outfits for me. Tinglan, pleased, complied and handed Yu Furong a small box filled with colorful threads and tassels. She then joined Tingmei in sorting through the garments. Rebinding the cord was not a difficult task, merely time-consuming. As Yu Furong contemplated making it more visually appealing, she spent the entire day engaged in this task. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Yangfu Palace, Meng Qianan found Ruo Jiaoyi lying weakly on the bed, her complexion pale. A physician was attentively checking her pulse. Seeing Meng Qianan enter, Ruo Jiaoyi attempted to rise to pay her respects, but he stood at the bedside with his hands clasped behind him, saying, You are still unwell. The formalities are unnecessary. Li Tai, what is the matter? Li Tai, drenched in sweat, reported that, upon examination, Ruo Jiaoyi did not appear to be ill, but rather quite healthy, despite her ashen complexion. Seeing this, Xiuqiu knelt before Ruo Jiaoyi's window, anxiously imploring, Li Daran, what is wrong with my lady? She returned from outside with a frightfully pale face. Li Tai discreetly glanced at the emperor, then at Ruo Jiaoyi, who looked at him imploringly. After a moment of deliberation, he replied, Your Majesty, it is possible that the Empress is simply weak. The medication from a few days ago that caused the wound to fester has drained her vitality. Moreover, with the sun being so harsh today, she may have succumbed to heat exhaustion. I shall prescribe some medicine for her to take over the next few days, and she will recover, but she must rest well during this time. Rou Jiaoyi expressed her gratitude softly and then looked at Meng Qianren with a pitiful gaze, saying, Your Majesty, when I felt dizzy and breathless earlier, I nearly thought I would not see you again. At this point, Meng Qianren could discern the underlying motives. It was merely a ploy for favor. He stood silently, twirling the jade ring on his thumb, contemplating Rou Jiaoyi for a moment. Chapter 29 of The Rescue. In truth, Rou Jiaoyi had never engaged in such actions before, not out of benevolence, but because at that time, she alone enjoyed the Emperor's favor, rendering her unnecessary to intercept the affections of others. Recently, perhaps due to her frequent visits to Chengqian Palace, Rou Jiaoyi felt a pang of jealousy. Meng Qian cast a discreet glance at the pitiful Rou Jiaoyi, then sighed softly, enough of these unfounded thoughts. Rou Jiaoyi grasped Meng Qi's sleeve, continuing to display a woeful demeanor. Your Majesty, would you stay with me for a while? I am exceedingly anxious and fearful. Meng Qian did not counter her, settling beside her to sip tea. The tea seemed to linger on the palate longer than usual. Noticing Meng Qian's lack of objection, Rou Jiaoyi expressed her gratitude with a gleeful smile and then racked her brain to find topics of conversation. Naturally, Meng Qian had taken up residence in Yangfu Palace. Meanwhile, in the evening, Yu Furong, having just completed a beautifully crafted net resembling a lotus, was in high spirits as she admired her handiwork, which had consumed her entire day. Ting Lan, standing nearby with sparkling eyes, remarked, The young mistress is truly skilled. This net is simply exquisite. Indeed, my lady is capable of anything. Ting Mei stood nearby, holding warm water, prepared to wash Yu Furong's hands and offer a gentle massage, for after a day spent crafting, the young mistress must surely be fatigued. Yu Furong submerged her hands in the warm water, allowing Ting Mei to knead her pressure points. Ting Mei and Ting Lan had been by her side since childhood. Their father, concerned for her safety, had instructed Ting Mei in the art of medicine and Ting Lan in martial arts. In her youth, Yu Furong had been quite mischievous, often putting anything she found into her mouth, resulting in several visits from the family physician due to her ingestion of toxic substances. As she grew older, she refrained from such reckless behavior, instead becoming curious about the world beyond the Duke of Ding's estate, often devising various means to escape. Thus, the Duke, considering her safety, had instructed her two close maidservants, one to learn medicine and the other martial skills. However, due to the Duke's preference for discretion, he had not disclosed their abilities to the outside world. Beyond mere modesty, he envisioned that should Yu Furong marry in the future, having maids with skills would make her less susceptible to schemes, thereby easing the steward's duties. Yet, no one anticipated that Yu Furong would ultimately enter the palace, where the two carefully chosen maidservants would indeed assist her in navigating numerous challenges, but that was a tale for another time. In recent days, there was no need for formal greetings. Zhou Changzai had remained in Fengyi Palace due to her service to the ailing, allowing Yu Furong to sleep until the sun was high in the sky. Upon waking, she would shift her nest to bask in the sun for a bit longer. Such leisurely days seemed a distant memory. Seemingly dissatisfied with Rou Jiaoyi's recent interception, the Empress had summoned Rou Jiaoyi to attend to the sick, and it was said that she emerged with a decidedly sour expression. This morning, after a recent rain, the sun re-emerged, and Yu Furong, having enjoyed a few days of tranquility, decided to take a stroll. She preferred to walk along the main path of the Imperial Garden, where she would not encounter Rou Jiaoyi, thus preserving her good mood. Yu Furong brought a box of fish food and settled beside the Qianli pond, watching the fish swim about. Beneath the water, several hefty fish languidly scavenged the fallen morsels. In contrast, the smaller fish were remarkably agile. As soon as the food touched the surface, their mouths opened wide, swiftly sucking in the treats. Spotting a koi with its head slightly above the water, Yu Furong mischievously tossed a bit of fish food towards it. Startled, the koi splashed with its tail, causing the surrounding koi to dive into the depths, leaving only ripples on the surface. While Yu Furong delightedly scattered more food, and the koi that had just submerged quickly returned, eager to compete for the offerings. Just as she was enjoying herself, a gentle voice interrupted, Peace be upon you, Yu Xiaoyi. Turning around, Yu Furong saw Shen Meiren, who also held a box of fish food, preparing to join her in feeding the fish. No need for formalities. It seems you enjoy this place, Yu Furong remarked, glancing at the koi. Shen Meiren opened her box with a soft smile. I am fond of these carefree, liberated fish, which is why I often come here to feed them, hoping they can live without worry. Yu Furong raised an eyebrow. You have a kind heart, Shen Meiren. Shen Meiren smiled lightly, scattering a handful of fish food onto the water's surface. You flatter me, Xiaoyi. However, with the presence of others, the atmosphere felt less comfortable, and Yu Furong hurriedly finished scattering the food before departing. Shen Meiren rose to bow, then gazed at Yu Furong's retreating figure for a while before her attention returned to the koi in the pond. Perhaps some are simply born to be fortunate. Shen Meiren's soft murmur soon dissipated in the breeze. Ting Mei supported Yu Furong with one hand while gently fanning her with the other. As they passed by the pavilion in the lotus pond, Yu Furong seemed to hear faint sounds of an argument nearby. Following the noise, she discovered Zhou Changzai was mocking someone unilaterally. What's the matter? Gone mute? Can't you speak? Did you not see this young master walking here? How dare you collide into me? Zhou Changzai's voice was filled with arrogance. A meek voice replied, barely audible, Sister Changzai, I'm sorry, I did not mean to. Sister, you dare call me sister, do you not know your place? Zhou Changzai scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. Zhou Changzai's words seemed rather inappropriate. Was it not a slight that the person did not address her as Sister Changzai? Should they refer to her as Lady Changzai instead? Yu Furong interjected, pushing aside the greenery. What impertinence! Upon seeing Yu Furong, Zhou Changzai immediately redirected her ire. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it is Yu Xiaoyi. What's this? Has the emperor gone to Rou again, leaving you to wonder about? Yu Furong could not be bothered to lift her eyelids. Where the emperor goes is his affair. Or are you planning to dictate his itinerary, Zhou Changzai? Perhaps you could arrange a few days for me. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Changzai pointed at Yu Furong, her chest heaving with indignation. Was she implying that she could take the emperor's place? Such reckless words could cost her dearly. Zhou Changzai glared at Yu Furong with contempt. You will regret this, I shall inform the empress. Unfazed, Yu Furong adjusted the handkerchief in her grasp. Zhou Changzai, take care not to stumble. Thank you, Xiaoyi, for your timely intervention, a delicate voice chimed in from the side. Chapter 30 Fong Kairen, what's the matter? Why are you here all alone? Yu Furong inquired, observing the frail figure of the concubine before her. Although her attire was new, the fabric was of poor quality, and the jewelry adorning her head lacked luster. Miss, this is Fong Kairen, Mei whispered softly into Yu Furong's ear. Yu Furong was momentarily taken aback before dredging up the memory of this individual from her recollection. They had crossed paths during the selection process. She had a vague impression of her, primarily because others had discussed a particularly shy and introverted candidate who had. Those girls had been unwilling to share a room with her, which led to the matron being summoned to resolve the matter. Why Yu Furong had merely been an onlooker at the time. I merely wanted to take a stroll to clear my mind, so I came out alone, Fong Kairen replied timidly. Ah, I understand, Yu Furong said with a smile. In the future, it would be prudent to have someone accompany you. Should you encounter any troublesome situations, you would have someone to send for help. Fong Kairen nodded slightly, clutching the handkerchief in her grasp. I understand, thank you, elder sister, for today. It's nothing to fuss over. It was merely a small act of kindness, Yu Furong replied with a smile as she turned to leave with Mei. Fong Kairen bowed her head respectfully, watching as Yu Furong walked away. After a while, she made her way back. Mei fanned Yu Furong gently, commenting, Fong Kairen is usually quite low profile. Today, I wonder what has provoked Zhou Changzai's displeasure. If you are unfamiliar with Fong Kairen, then you must not know Zhou Changzai either. She relishes in offending others, leveraging her sister's status as the Empress, Yu Furong sighed. I never expected Fong Kairen to be selected. I recall she had once served in the Emperor's bedchamber, after which she was never summoned again. No wonder she is without even a single maidservant today. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is adept at elevating some while downgrading others. Given Fong Kairen's humble background and lack of favor, it is no surprise they neglect her, Mei remarked with a hint of sympathy. The two of them exchanged thoughts for a while before setting the matter aside. In the following days, Yu Furong contemplated constructing a swing chair in the courtyard. Li was diligently assembling the swing according to the blueprints Yu Furong had provided, accompanied by two young eunuchs. Yu Furong observed from the corridor, occasionally offering suggestions. After a morning's labor, the swing was finally complete. While Yu Furong tried it out, deciding she would not dismount. Meanwhile, Mei and Ting Lan fanned her gently, while Li brought over the refreshing breeze. Due to the heat, Ting Feng appeared lethargic as soon as he emerged. Yu Furong waved a box of nuts in front of him, instantly reviving his spirits. In the afternoon, Zhou Changzai made a grand return to the western side hall, presumably because the Empress had recovered from her illness. Indeed, as evening approached, a young eunuch arrived to announce that the Empress was well and would resume her audiences the following day. Early the next morning, Yu Furong, still drowsy, sat before her dressing table, gazing at the dawn sky, which was only just beginning to lighten. An inexplicable thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it would be better if the Empress remained ill a few days longer. However, such musings were fleeting. As Yu Furong was lost in thought, Li stealthily entered, saying, Miss, I discovered that Shui Hua sneaked past the corner gate of the Changqian Palace last night, seemingly conversing with someone outside. They were wary, and I did not dare to approach too closely, but I followed Shui Hua back after she left. Yu Furong immediately snapped to attention. Who was it? I saw with my own eyes that the person speaking with Shui Hua stealthily entered the Yongfu Palace and has not come out since, Li replied. Yu Furong placed a peach blossom hairpin in her hair, donning her armor with deliberate slowness, investigate to see if she has been acting unusually of late. Li acknowledged her request and stepped out quietly. Yu Furong then prepared to pay her respects to the Empress. Remarkably, Rou Xiaoyi arrived punctually that day, which was quite a surprise to everyone. Even Wei Fei, who typically refrained from engaging with others, cast a curious glance at Rou Xiaoyi. Not long after everyone was seated, the Empress made her entrance. Your servant pays respects to Her Majesty, the Empress. May the Empress enjoy eternal peace and prosperity. Everyone rose to greet her. The Empress, seated upon the Phoenix throne, inclined her head slightly. You may rise. The Empress appears to be in much better spirits, Rou Xiaoyi remarked. Yu Furong paused, holding her teacup, and then lowered her gaze to continue savoring her tea. Hui Fei remained as cold and aloof as ever, refusing to engage with anyone. Indeed, Your Majesty is under the protection of celestial beings. It was but a trifling illness, Zhou Changzai remarked, her tone tinged with disdain as she scrutinized Rou Xiaoyi. Surprisingly, Rou Xiaoyi, known for her fiery temper, refrained from retorting and silently sipped her tea. Enough, Zhou Changzai, mind your words. After all, Rou Xiaoyi holds a title. Do not forget the palace's decorum. The Empress chided with a hint of displeasure directed at Zhou Changzai. Zhou Changzai pouted in a huff, yet Rou Xiaoyi chuckled lightly. Your Majesty speaks wisely, Zhou Changzai. Do not forget your own position. And I return the sentiment to you, Lady Xiaoyi. You are often remiss in remembering your place and are perpetually tardy for your audiences, Zhou Changzai shot back without hesitation. Enough, let us conclude today's audience here. You may all disperse, the Empress said wearily, pressing her forehead with her hand, her exquisite makeup unable to mask her fatigue. Zhou Changzai, you stay behind, the Empress cast a glance at the disgruntled Zhou Changzai. Zhou Changzai reluctantly acquiesced. Ro Zhaoi strutted away like a victorious rooster, head held high. Yu Furong lowered her gaze, turning her wrist adorned with a bracelet. Just as she exited the Fengyi Palace, a young eunuch clad in a crimson robe rushed over, whispering urgently, "Miss, the Emperor requests your presence at the city wall. He is currently occupied but will arrive shortly." Yu Furong was taken aback. At the city wall? The young eunuch bowed deeply. "Yes, the Emperor specifically sent me to fetch you." Chapter 31. Trouble arises from within. Although Yu Furong was somewhat taken aback, she made her way toward the city wall. The young eunuch she had just encountered appeared unfamiliar, yet his attire was the vibrant crimson reserved for those serving before the Emperor, unlike the deep blue worn by others in the palace. The city wall he mentioned was located to the right of the Qingjin Hall, in close proximity to the Zhuke Gate, where one could catch glimpses of the streets and markets beyond the palace, as well as the grand square at the entrance of the Qingjin Hall. It was during the time when the ministers were departing, and as Yu Furong ascended the wall, she observed the throng of officials slowly making their way out, her brow furrowing slightly. The Emperor must have just concluded the court session, yet the young eunuch hailed from the Taiji Palace. Logically, it should have been Wan Ing or Liang Wu delivering the message, or at the very least, Yang Zhou. With this thought in mind, Yu Furong turned to leave. However, as she pivoted, she encountered Shen Maran as surprised. Shen Maran regarded Yu Furong with a hint of panic in her gaze. "Yu Xiaoyi, may you be well," she greeted with a slight bow. "There's no need for formalities." "What brings you here, Shen Maran?" Yu Furong inquired with a smile. "Could it be that the Emperor summoned you as well?" Standing beside Yu Furong, Shen Maran glanced at the ministers exiting through the Zhuke Gate and replied, "I find myself yearning for home, so I came to this vantage point, perhaps to catch a glimpse of my father." Shen Maran's explanation was quite plausible. "What has piqued your interest in this place today, Xiaoyi?" she asked, her eyes fixed on the departing officials. Yu Furong lowered her gaze, delicately gripping her handkerchief, yet her smile remained. "Like you, I too carry a sense of longing for my family. The Duke of Dinggua's residence is not far from the palace. Perhaps I might see them." With a gentle sigh, Shen Maran expressed her empathy. "It seems that you too bear your burdens." Yu Furong turned her eyes toward the sky beyond the high walls, her smile fading. "Even the celestial beings above have their sorrows. How could I be exempt?" Shen Maran adjusted the cuckoo silk flower upon her head, her voice filled with wistfulness. "In the past, I often envied you. Though you remained mostly secluded, the entire capital knew of the Duke of Dinggua's affection for you. I would jest with my companions that whoever married you would treat you like a revered ancestor, lest the Duke come to demand justice." At the mention of the Duke of Dinggua, Yu Furong's spirits dampened further. "Indeed, my father once promised to carry me to my wedding himself. Yet he has broken that vow. If only your father were as devoted as mine," Shen Maran murmured softly. While Yu Furong regained her composure and cast a sidelong glance at Shen Maran. "However, as far as I know, Minister Shen still dotes on you." Shen Maran's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. "Had I not been born as a legitimate daughter, I would have been cast aside like my half-sisters, offered as concubines to his colleagues." Yu Furong frowned, a revelation dawning upon her. There had been rumors that the Minister of War's illegitimate daughter harbored lofty ambitions, ensnaring a high-ranking official willing to take her as a concubine. She had dismissed them at the time, unaware of the underlying truth. No wonder Madame Shen cared little for her husband's additional concubines. Yu Furong conversed with Shen Maran for a while longer atop the city wall before they decided to return together. Once they descended, Shen Maran removed the cuckoo silk flower from her hair and gently stroked it, saying, "Should there come a day when I can govern my own fate, perhaps we shall not cross paths again." Yu Furong remained silent, recalling the young eunuch's words about the Emperor summoning her to wait at the city wall. Yet after such a lengthy conversation with Shen Maran, the Emperor had not appeared. Who would go to such lengths to summon her only to leave her in waiting, or was it that Shen Maran's presence had deterred any further action? Throughout her journey, Yu Furong pondered this mystery. Additionally, today's Ro Zhaoi was exceptionally peculiar. Her punctual visit to pay respects and her unsolicited inquiry into the Empress's health seemed rather out of place. Could it be that Ro Zhaoi had forged some secret pact with the Empress? This notion was quickly dismissed by Yu Furong. Ro Zhaoi was the Emperor's savior. Despite her humble background, she was untainted by political strife. Moreover, as long as Ro Zhaoi remained wise, she would not seek to align herself with the Empress and jeopardize her future. Upon returning to the Changle Palace, Li Su reported the information she had gathered to Yu Furong. Recently, Xu Weihua had not only quarreled with Lu Su but had also taken an unusual interest in Yu Furong's dressing table while cleaning the inner hall. Upon hearing this, Yu Furong rose to inspect her dressing table, summoning Ting Mei and Ting Lan to conduct a thorough examination. They found nothing amiss, all items were accounted for, with no additions or losses. If there were no intentions of theft or sabotage, it was likely that some existing item was to be manipulated against her. Yu Furong's gaze fell upon the powder-green lotus hairpin, which bore a finely crafted jade pendant in the shape of a cloud. "Take this to the storeroom," she instructed, picking up the jade pendant and examining it for a moment before handing it to Ting Lan. Ting Lan appeared puzzled. "But, my lady, do you not cherish this jade pendant? Otherwise, you would not have brought it into the palace and even had it rest-rung." Yu Furong rested her head on her hand. "Among all the items on this dressing table, only this pendant is not mine, and its origins are dubious. Not dubious in the strictest sense, but rather somewhat disreputable. After securing the pendant, Yu Furong intended to rest for a while when a young eunuch arrived to relay a message the earlier visitor had returned. Yu Furong instructed for the visitor to be brought in, and the young eunuch presented a food box to Ting Mei, saying, "Sister Xiaoyi, I bring you some pastries I made myself, and I hope you will not find them lacking." Yu Furong pulled the visitor to sit beside her, smiling. "How could I? Even if you had come empty-handed, it would have been delightful." The visitor shyly smiled, sitting somewhat awkwardly on the soft couch. "As long as you do not find them unworthy, I am relieved." Ting Mei opened the food box, revealing the pastries before Yu Furong, who took one and remarked, "Your skills are remarkable. These pastries surpass even those from the Imperial Kitchen." This was no exaggeration, for indeed, the flavors exceeded those of the Imperial Kitchen, where chefs were meticulously chosen to create pastries superior to theirs indicated mastery in this culinary art. The visitor's cheeks flushed, and she murmured, "I have little of merit. If you enjoy them, I shall bring you more often." Yu Furong smiled in agreement. After a brief companionship, the visitor prepared to take her leave. As she departed, Yu Furong gifted her a hairpin. The visitor had intended to refuse but accepted it upon hearing Yu Furong's insistence that she would not dare accept any more pastries if she did not. Watching the visitor's solitary figure fade into the distance, Yu Furong narrowed her eyes slightly, recalling that the visitor had ventured out alone today. Where had her attendants gone? Yu Furong contemplated summoning Li Su to investigate, suspecting that the palace attendants had neglected their duties since the visitor was not favored. In recent days, the inner palace had been unusually tranquil. Zhou Changzai had locked herself away since returning from the Fini Palace, claiming illness. The Empress had sent messengers several times, but Zhou Changzai refused to let anyone in. On one occasion, the Empress herself came, but Zhou Changzai remained unyielding. The Empress then visited Yu Furong for a brief respite before departing. Chapter 32 The Mountain Master Zhuge. It was evident to any discerning observer that the two sisters were embroiled in a conflict. Apart from the ever-present Zhou Changzai, Rou Zhaoyi had adopted an unusually quiet demeanor. During her customary greetings, she acted as if she were oblivious to Yu Furong's presence, seldom engaging in verbal sparring with the other concubines. The inner palace was enveloped in an extraordinary calm, while outside, the atmosphere was decidedly lively. The youngest son of the Duke of Dinghua had forfeited his place at the Imperial Academy, much to the dismay of onlookers who lamented the loss of such a promising talent. At merely 13 years of age, he had already passed the scholar's examination. Had he waited a few more years, he might have emerged as a youthful champion of the realm. Alas, the young lad had chosen to abandon his studies. The students at the Imperial Academy, privy to the underlying circumstances, remained silent, having been subtly instructed or even threatened to avoid interaction with Yu Jing, including the Academy's own tutors. Otherwise, the instructors would not have allowed Yu Jing's withdrawal from his studies to proceed so smoothly. The potential of such a young scholar would have been fiercely contested, had there not been external pressures compelling them to push him away. While many continued to express their quiet regrets, news soon spread that Yu Jing's sister had captured the emperor's favor on her very first day in the palace. Following this, she received continuous imperial favor, swiftly ascending from the rank of Changzai to that of Xiaoyi, and becoming the new darling of the harem. The Prince of Chang, who had intended to leverage Yu Jing's future as a means to coerce Yu Furong into marrying into the royal family, was compelled to abandon his plans upon receiving this intelligence, thereby sparing Yu Furong's family from further entanglements. Had the emperor not shown interest, he might have succeeded in his pursuit, but regrettably, the emperor had acted first. The Prince of Cheng felt a palpable sense of loss. He had long coveted the daughters of the Yu family and, after the passing of their father, had believed that they would fall easily into his grasp. To his dismay, she had entered the palace and, remarkably, had garnered favor. This was the most challenging predicament for him, forcing the prince to reluctantly let go. Subsequently, several tutors from the Imperial Academy, eager to nurture talent, contemplated bringing Yu Jing back to the academy, ideally as their pupil, but all such overtures were met with refusal by Yu Jing. When this news reached the academy, the students lamented that Yu Jing was still too young and overly ambitious. However, just a few days later, the headmaster of the Zhulu Academy made an unexpected visit to Xingjing, claiming he was there to bring his young disciple back for further studies. The headmaster of Zhulu Academy, surnamed Zhuge, had once been invited by the late emperor to teach the princes in the palace for several months, but he found the palace's strict regulations stifling and chose to return to Zhulu Academy. It was then that the position of imperial teacher fell to Prime Minister Zhou. Every student, without exception, eagerly sought a chance encounter with the esteemed Zhuge, a figure of great renown among scholars and literati. Zhulu Academy was regarded as the pinnacle of scholarly pursuit, with claims suggesting that half of the officials in the realm hailed from its ranks. While such assertions may be exaggerated, they stem from the reality that a significant portion of court officials could trace their origins back to Zhulu Academy. This alone attests to the academy's formidable reputation, and as its head, Zhuge was exceptionally gifted. Otherwise, the late emperor would not have sought him out for the education of the princes. As anticipation grew, it was unexpected that after a brief respite in Xingjing, Zhuge would head directly to the Duke of Dinghua's residence. When Zhuge emerged from the Duke's manor, leading Yu Jing by the hand, the students who had stealthily followed were taken aback. Was this young disciple truly Yu Jing? This lad seemed to share his sister's quiet resolve in undertaking significant endeavors. Given that Zhulu Academy was located far from Xingjing, the fact that Zhuge had traveled such a distance to personally fetch him spoke volumes about the esteem in which he held this young pupil. Upon securing his charge, Zhuge wasted no time returning to his academy. Just as Meng Qian, eager to invite Zhuge to the palace for a discussion, was preparing to send out her messenger, Zhuge had already departed. Furthermore, before his departure, Zhuge declared that he would only take 3 disciples in his lifetime, with Yu Jing being his prized pupil. This announcement caused an uproar. Some students at the Imperial Academy gnawed their teeth in frustration, lamenting their prior distance from Yu Jing. Had they maintained a closer relationship, they might have had the opportunity to converse with the illustrious Zhuge, a man renowned as the teacher of scholars throughout the realm. Even a few words of guidance from him would have been invaluable. With Yu Furong now in the palace and Yu Jing accompanying Zhuge to Jiangnan for his studies, Madame Yu diligently managed the family's business. This time, there were no disturbances, and intriguingly, the business appeared to flourish even more than before. This was hardly surprising. With Yu Furong enjoying the emperor's favor and Yu Jing having secured a mentor in Zhuge, few would dare to provoke the Duke of Dinggua's household. Meanwhile, former colleagues of the Duke of Dinggua looked on with envy. Despite the Duke's fall from grace, his son and daughter were both thriving in their own right. Back in the palace, the tranquility of the harem was palpable. Aside from the emperor's conspicuous absence from the inner quarters, Yu Furong had become increasingly cautious, sensing an underlying tension. As the end of April approached, the weather was not excessively warm, but with the Dragon Boat Festival nearing, the concubines wore expressions of anticipation. In previous years, some had enjoyed favor during the festive banquet, either through performances or songs, leading to heightened expectations among the harem's women, who began preparations early. Yu Furong was no exception. Under the afternoon sun, which was beginning to grow warm, and with a clear blue sky overhead, Yu Furong sat in the shade of a tree, while Ting Mei fanned her gently. Nearby, Fang Kairen had also brought a platter of pastries, arriving alone as was her custom. Why Yu Furong had inquired about her solitary visits, curious about the absence of her fellow maidservants. Fang Kairen shyly lowered her gaze and replied, "I prefer not to be in crowded places, so I tend to come out alone." Yu Furong instructed that Ting Feng be brought out. Fang Kairen had taken to visiting with pastries in hand, and in this manner, the two had become familiar with each other. Notably, Fang Kairen seemed particularly fond of Ting Feng, often coming to check on her and play together, even bringing treats for her on occasion. After tasting them once, Ting Feng became enamored with the pastries, and in the days that followed, she was more attentive to Fang Kairen than to Yu Furong herself. As Yu Furong and Fang Kairen enjoyed their leisurely chat beneath the tree, chaos suddenly erupted at the residence of Zhou Changzai in the west side pavilion. The attendant Kuihua rushed out in a flurry, soon returning with the imperial physician. Concurrently, the Empress, having received news from an unknown source, hurriedly made her way over. Why Yu Furong took the fan from Ting Mei's hands, exchanging a glance with her before Ting Mei quietly withdrew, carrying a teacup. Ting Lan then positioned herself beside Yu Furong, glancing towards the west side pavilion and inquiring, "My lady, what has transpired over there?" Chapter 33 Poison. Yu Furong shook her head and remarked, "However, given our proximity and the queen's arrival, we ought to take a look." Fang Kairen hesitated for a moment before softly suggesting, "Sister, may we not go? There seems to be a multitude of people over there." Yu Furong replied with a smile, "No worries, just follow me." Fang Kairen gently nodded and trailed behind Yu Furong as they made their way over. Through their interactions over the past few days, Yu Furong had discerned Fang Kairen's character, timid and socially anxious. She preferred solitude and shunned crowds. Indeed, the daily court greetings must be the most excruciating moments for her, with the throngs of people and the presence of her attendants. Upon entering the western pavilion, Yu Furong noticed the queen seated at the head of the room and promptly performed a respectful bow. The queen, seemingly distracted, waved her hand dismissively. Yu Furong then stood quietly beside Fang Kairen, awaiting further developments. Suddenly, a physician rushed out with a pallid expression, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the queen has been poisoned." The queen sprang to her feet, but in her agitation, she had not yet uttered a word before she was seized by a violent cough, clutching her heart. "Investigate this at once." "Under my very eyes, how dare anyone poison my sister? This is utterly intolerable," the queen reprimanded, her brow furrowed in anger. Why Yu Furong furrowed her brow in concern. Was Zhou Changzai truly poisoned? Just yesterday, she had been lively and sprightly. At that moment, Zhou Changzai's personal maid knelt before the queen, reporting what Zhou Changzai had consumed the previous day. The physician meticulously examined the situation to ascertain the source of the problem. As the commotion unfolded, a young eunuch's voice rang out from outside, announcing, "The emperor has arrived." Everyone rose to pay their respects. Meng Qian'an strode in with purpose, casting a glance at Yu Furong before taking his seat and inquiring of the queen, "Speak plainly, what has transpired?" The queen sighed heavily, her worry palpable. "Your Majesty, I am at a loss. Physician Zhang has stated that Zhou Changzai has been poisoned, but the nature of the poison is still under investigation. I have inquired about her meals, and nothing appeared amiss." Before long, Physician Zhang knelt before Meng Qian'an, his expression grave. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, this bowl of milk was what Zhou Changzai consumed this morning. It has been tainted with a poison that can induce confusion. As of now, she has yet to regain consciousness, and should she awaken, it is likely she will be disoriented." "Is there an antidote?" the queen asked anxiously. Physician Zhang replied respectfully from his kneeling position, "Your Highness, there are indeed antidotes available, but we must prepare a pill for Zhou Changzai to ingest, and she will be well." "That is reassuring," the queen exhaled, taking a sip of tea. "Physician Zhang, I entrust Zhou Changzai to your care." Physician Zhang bowed deeply, "I shall do my utmost." Once he departed, the queen turned her gaze toward Kuihua and Linghua. "How could you both have failed in your duties? Did you not notice that your mistress's meal was tainted?" Kuihua and Linghua hastily knelt, pleading for forgiveness. "Your Highness, please spare us, that milk was delivered from the royal kitchen, and the young mistress has her milk every morning. Today's milk was no different from usual, it was merely a moment of negligence on our part." The queen frowned, "Delivered from the royal kitchen?" Kuihua and Linghua nodded, and the queen ordered a eunuch to summon the young eunuch responsible for delivering the meals. "Do not stand idly. Take a seat, Meng Qianan interjected, twirling the purple sandalwood prayer beads in his hand. Liang Wu, ever perceptive, signaled for the eunuch to bring over 2 chairs for Yu Furong and Fong Qiren. After expressing their gratitude, the 2 ladies took their seats. The queen rubbed her forehead, her tone laced with regret. I apologize for neglecting you both in my haste. Fortunately, the emperor is attentive. Kuei-hua, prepare some tea. Kuei-hua complied and exited to brew some tea. Shortly thereafter, 2 young eunuchs arrived with the meals for the Chengxian palace. As there were 2 young mistresses residing here, 2 eunuchs were assigned to deliver the meals. The eunuchs knelt to pay their respects, and while Meng Qianan remained silent, engrossed in his beads, Yu Furong sensed that the emperor's mood was less than favorable. Though Meng Qianan did not outwardly express his feelings, having spent considerable time in his company, Yu Furong had observed his habits closely and could discern his emotions. Often, unrecognized habits reveal themselves. For instance, when deep in thought, the emperor would twirl the beads or the jade ring on his thumb, and when troubled, he would grasp the beads tightly, fiddling with the tassels. The 2 young eunuchs recounted in detail how they had served Zhou Changzai's meal that morning. Why Yu Furong had paid little mind to their account until one of the eunuchs mentioned her name. Your Highness, when I delivered the breakfast, I brought it along with young Master Zhang, who was delivering breakfast to young Mistress Yu. We encountered no one along the way, save for Miss Xuehua from the Yu Palace, who, in her haste, mistakenly took the wrong meal. The queen frowned. Does young Mistress Yu have such a person in her palace? Yu Furong stood. To answer, Your Highness, indeed, there is such a person in my palace. Is she a favored concubine? Yu Furong's brow furrowed in confusion. Why not poison her directly? What purpose did it serve to poison Zhou Changzai indirectly? Yu Furong sensed that this matter was far more complex than merely Zhou Changzai being poisoned. Upon hearing this, Meng Qianan cast aside his beads, visibly agitated as he propped his head on his hand. Go, summon her, the queen commanded. A eunuch in attendance complied and hurriedly exited. Moments later, Xuehua was brought before them, kneeling on the ground. She trembled as she offered her respects to Meng Qianan and the queen. Her quivering voice and shifty gaze betrayed her guilt to any observer. Did you tamper with Zhou Changzai's meal this morning? The queen asked coldly, her demeanor sharp. Xuehua's body shook uncontrollably, replying to Your Highness, I did not. Did not? Do you think I summoned you here for no reason? The queen reprimanded sharply. Bring her forth. Injin re-entered with the 2 eunuchs who had delivered the meals. The eunuchs knelt and identified her. Your Majesty, Your Highness, this young lady is the one who delivered the wrong meal this morning. What further excuse can you offer? The queen scoffed. Take this maid to the Ministry of Justice. I shall see who has given her such orders. Xuehua's face turned ashen, and her pleading gaze fell upon Yu Furong. Young mistress, please help me, I did everything as you instructed. Chapter 34. Correspondence. Have you been instructed by me to do something? Yu Furong inquired, her fingers idly tracing the handkerchief she held. Xuehua, with eyes wide in disbelief, resembled a forsaken puppy, sorrow etched upon her face. Indeed, my lord, you have not commanded me to do anything, it was solely my own decision. The Empress turned her gaze toward Yu Furong, her brow furrowed. Why Yu Shui, I have considered your past compliance, yet if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation or prove your innocence today, do not fault me for being unyielding. Yu Furong bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty, I shall certainly prove my innocence. She then shifted her attention back to Xuehua. You just claimed that it was my lord who instigated you, therefore, I ask, why would I wish to harm Zhou Changzai? Xuehua glanced at Yu Furong, her eyes rimmed with red, and after a moment of silence, as if steeling herself, she closed her eyes and sorrowfully declared, My lord, I have committed such a grave sin on your behalf, yet you refuse to defend me, even to plead for my case. Instead, you seek to cast me aside. If that is the case, do not blame me for being heartless. Respond to me, Yu Furong said in a low voice. Madness, such theatrics abound. Returning to my lord, you have been at odds with Zhou Changzai for quite some time, this matter is well known throughout the palace, Xuehua replied, her head bowed, and where is the remaining poison? Yu Furong continued her inquiry. Xuehua's pupils contracted slightly, seemingly perplexed by Yu Furong's question, yet she answered obediently, I do not know, but every time you retrieve medicine, it is from the small box on the left side of your dressing table. I dare say that the poison still resides there. Why Yu Furong turned to Wan Ning, might I trouble you to fetch the small box from the left side of my dressing table? As you serve the emperor, I trust you will not show favoritism. Wan Ning did not respond immediately but cast a glance at Meng Qianan, who was nonchalantly twirling a string of prayer beads. Upon receiving a slight nod from Meng Qianan, Wan Ning replied, Yes, I shall go at once. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have a matter that I am uncertain whether to disclose. Xuehua hesitated. The Empress, seated nearby, rubbed her forehead and said, In such circumstances, what is there to withhold? Speak freely. Xuehua bowed her head. Indeed, the reason my lord sought to poison Zhou Changzai has another motive, one that concerns both the emperor and my lord's reputation. Thus, I did not dare to speak of it lightly. Why Yu Furong frowned, fearing that Zhou Changzai's poisoning was merely a pretext, with the true drama yet to unfold. She sipped tea from a nearby cup. I command you to speak, do not hesitate, the Empress said, her tone laced with impatience. Xuehua finally spoke. It is because Zhou Changzai inadvertently stumbled upon the correspondence between my lord and the top scholar Su. My lord feared that Zhou Changzai would speak out of turn, which is why the poison was administered. Why Yu Furong suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon her. Turning her head, she found Meng Qianan, who had ceased his movements, now staring intently at her. Meeting those deep, dark eyes, Yu Furong instinctively rose to her feet. Though his expression was as placid as a still pond, she understood that if she could not completely extricate herself from this situation and provide the emperor with a reasonable explanation, her favor would be lost, and that was a mild outcome. However, Yu Furong soon regained her composure, smiling as she addressed Xu Huihua. If you assert that my lord has an illicit relationship with Su, then evidence must exist, otherwise, you would be slandering a palace consort without foundation, and it would not suffice to merely lose your head. Xu Huihua hastily prostrated herself. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I assure you that my claims are not without basis. During the nights I kept watch for my lord, I often witnessed her weeping alone over a silk flower until dawn, and each time she received letters from Su, she appeared exceptionally joyful. Moreover, the silk flower my lord treasures is the very azalea that Su wore on the day he paraded through the streets. How could you, who do not serve closely in this palace, know so much about my silk flower? Yu Furong questioned, twisting the bracelet on her wrist. Meng Qianan, seated above, gazed downward, lost in thought, absent-mindedly turning the jade ring on his thumb, only to become visibly agitated as he ceased his actions. Though I do not serve closely, I have entered several times to deliver messages and have seen my lord with the silk flower, Xu Huihua asserted passionately. The Empress looked at Yu Furong with astonishment. Yu Shui, Your Majesty, I believe it would be prudent to wait for one Gongang's return. That silk flower should be in the small box on the left side of the dressing table. Xu Huihua, am I correct? Yu Furong said, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded the kneeling Xu Huihua. A chill ran down Xu Huihua's spine. The piercing gaze that seemed to unveil all truths left her deeply unsettled. Perhaps within lies the correspondence between my lord and Su, is it not? Yu Furong continued. Xu Huihua lowered her head, her hands clenched tightly where others could not see. My lord's cherished possessions are surely known only to her. How could I possibly know where they are? Yu Furong fell silent just as Wan Ying returned, holding a box. Your Majesty, this is the box from Xiaoyi's dressing table. Meng Qianan's gaze fell upon the box in Wan Ying's hands, scrutinizing it for a considerable time before finally speaking. Open it. Wan Ying complied, and before the assembled company, he opened the box. Inside lay a small porcelain vial, a vibrant red azalea silk flower, and neatly stacked letters at the bottom of the box, alongside a peach blossom hairpin crafted from straw and several other silk flowers. Wan Ying handed the small vial to Physician Zhang, who examined it closely, then reported, Your Majesty, Your Highness, this is the very poison that caused Zhou Changzai to fall into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the Empress retrieved the letters from the bottom of the box and began to peruse them. Moments later, she handed them to Meng Qianan, her expression one of shock. As Meng Qianan took the letters and read them, his icy gaze once again fell upon Yu Furong. Chapter 35 A Testimonies and Evidence. Yu Furong exhibited not a trace of panic. Instead, she spoke with remarkable calmness, saying, Your Majesty, may I have the privilege of examining these letters? I wish to uncover what astonishing revelations they might contain. Meng Qian remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at Wan Yingdang. Understanding the unspoken cue, Wan Yingdang took the letters from Meng Qian and handed them to Yu Furong. Upon opening the correspondence, her gaze fell upon the words, My beloved Ronger, it has been so long since our last meeting. Are you faring well now? Following this was a lengthy expression of affection. The Empress, seated nearby, furrowed her brow and remarked, Your Majesty, do you not think it prudent to summon Scholar Su to the palace for a confrontation? It would prevent any unjust accusations against Yu Xiaoyi and Scholar Su. Before Meng Qian could respond, a young eunuch entered, announcing, Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress, and Lady Zhao seek an audience. Meng Qian's demeanor was indifferent, while the Empress frowned, saying, Why has Lady Ro come? Send her back. Does she not see the Qingxian palace is preoccupied? The young eunuch hesitated before adding, Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress, Lady Ro has brought a young eunuch with her who claims to have something to report. The Empress's face revealed signs of displeasure. The young eunuch, gathering his courage, knelt and declared, Lady Zhao asserts that she wishes to expose Yu Xiaoyi's illicit relations with others, disrupting the inner palace. At this, Meng Qian's gaze turned frigid. Allow her to enter, he commanded, picking up a string of Buddhist beads without turning, merely gripping them tightly. The young eunuch complied and ushered in Lady Ro. Upon her entrance, she knelt and addressed, Your Majesty the Empress, I have contemplated this matter for long, and after discreetly verifying its veracity, I dared to approach Your Majesty to reveal it. What is it? Meng Qian's voice was low, calm, and devoid of inflection. I have discovered that Yu Xiaoyi is engaged in illicit affairs, corrupting the inner palace. Lady Ro turned to look at Yu Furong. Unfazed, Yu Furong responded with a smile, Lady Zhao, you truly are a timely reign. Just as Water Hua mentioned my supposed indiscretions with Scholar Su, you have arrived with your entourage. Lady Ro, eyeing the letter in Yu Furong's hand, retorted mockingly, I merely brought my people upon learning the truth. Do you suggest that I should not have informed Your Majesty and the Empress immediately? Yu Furong directed her gaze towards the elevated Meng Qian, stating, Your Majesty, I am innocent, this silk flower does not belong to me. On the day I entered the palace, I indeed found a silk flower, but it was a pink peony, not a rhododendron. Lady Ro scoffed, who knows if you are not fabricating this to evade guilt? Yu Furong plucked a pale pink peony from her hair and said, Your Majesty, this is the very silk flower I found upon entering the palace. I merely altered it, as I found the color unappealing. What does that prove? Who can tell if you are not just contriving an excuse? Lady Ro snapped. Enough, Lady Ro, since you claim to have brought witnesses, let us first hear what they have to say. Yu Xiaoyi, do not be hasty, let us listen to Lady Ro, the Empress instructed, glancing at the kneeling Lady Ro. You may rise. Lady Ro complied and stood to the side, but the young eunuch who accompanied her remained kneeling. The Empress was unaware that while issuing these commands, Meng Qian's gaze had briefly lingered on her before swiftly shifting back to Lady Ro. However, both the Empress and Lady Ro were focused on the young eunuch on the floor. In response to Your Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress's inquiries, I was serving at the front. I recall the morning of the 19th, around the hour of the rooster, I passed by the entrance of Thingy Palace while retrieving items from the Naiwafu. Young Mistress Xiaoi stopped me to inquire when the Emperor would finish court. Assuming she intended to seek the Emperor, I informed her that he would likely take a while longer. After hearing this, she departed, and I happened to walk part of the way with her, though her direction did not seem to lead to Taiji Palace, but rather towards the city walls. The young eunuch recounted in one breath. Yu Furong understood. No wonder the young eunuch appeared familiar. He was the one who had deceived her that day, yet he was indeed serving at the front. Your Majesty, I dispatched someone to investigate. From the city walls, one can see the ministers departing the palace. It stands to reason that Yu Xiaoi was observing Scholar Su leave from there, as he is qualified to attend court given his position as a compiler, Lady Ro stated. Moreover, there are guards on the city wall who can testify that Yu Xiaoi frequently visits there, likely to catch a distant glimpse of Scholar Su to alleviate her yearning. Lady Zhao, your words are nothing but slander against me. Not to mention that I do not even know Scholar Su, but these silk flowers and letters are fraught with suspicion, Yu Furong replied. Meng Qian propped his head on his hand and said, let us hear your reasoning. This was an opportunity for Yu Furong to defend her innocence. Yu Furong smiled and said, Your Majesty, consider these letters. The handwriting does not match mine. When you previously requested my assistance in transcribing verses, you may compare them with my handwriting. Meng Qian looked towards Wan Yingdang, who understood and immediately exited. Meanwhile, Lady Ro continued her efforts to undermine Yu Furong. If Yu Xiaoi deliberately altered her handwriting, what then? Moreover, with both testimonial and material evidence at hand, what excuse do you have left? It is merely a desperate struggle. How does Lady Zhao know that there is both testimonial and material evidence? Yu Furong inquired, her gaze questioning. Is it not only testimonial evidence you possess? Lady Ro momentarily faltered, then regained her composure, asserting, I have certainly come prepared. Otherwise, I would be making baseless accusations. The material evidence lies within your dressing table's box, Your Majesty. A simple investigation will reveal the truth. Meng Qian regarded Lady Ro with an expression that conveyed an indefinable sentiment. No need. Wan Yingdang has already retrieved that box. Lady Ro's arrogance intensified. Your Majesty, that silk flower is the token of affection between Scholar Su and Yu Xiaoi. Yu Xiaoi, having entered the inner palace, belongs to you now. How can you still harbor feelings for another? Yu Furong chose not to engage with Lady Ro, having little desire to converse with someone so lacking in wit. Suddenly, she recalled something and smiled at Lady Ro, saying, Lady Zhao, you are adamant that this rhododendron silk flower is a token of affection between me and Scholar Su. Surely, you must also know that the very flower Scholar Su wore on his head during the parade was this rhododendron silk flower. Lady Ro replied insistently, of course, who does not know of the grandeur that day on Chang'an Street? Yu Furong smiled brightly. Your Majesty, please observe. This rhododendron silk flower is made from the shoe brocade that was only supplied at the beginning of this month, while Scholar Su's parade occurred in mid-March. Yu Furong then picked up the peony silk flower from the table, stating, now, comparing this flower crafted from cosmetic satin with Lady Zhao's fervent assertions, it becomes evident that this rhododendron silk flower could not possibly be the one worn by Scholar Su. It is more likely a counterfeit, intended to frame me. Your Majesty. Perhaps you should investigate who in the palace received the shoe brocade to uncover the perpetrator behind this plot against me. Chapter 36. The cuckoo silk flower. Let us not even begin to discuss the multitude of individuals who have been bestowed with the exquisite Shuan brocade. However, how do you account for the correspondence that you and the esteemed Scholar Su have exchanged, sharing your innermost sentiments? The gentle Zhao Yi pressed on relentlessly. Upon hearing this, Yu Furong's smile broadened, her youthful countenance radiating joy akin to a cat that has just caught a fish, bright and luminous. Lady Zhao, should you attempt to ensnare me again, I implore you to exercise greater caution. These letters are indeed well crafted, yet alas, they are signed by Ronger, Yu Furong remarked, returning to her seat with a cheerful demeanor, leisurely lifting her teacup and gently blowing away the floating leaves atop the surface. Zhao Yi furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her. Is there a problem? The Empress inquired softly. Your Majesty may be unaware, but my given name is Rongrong, with the Rong possessing the grass radical. My younger brother, in his youthful ignorance, found my name delightful and insisted that our family also refer to him as Rongrong. However, our parents deemed it inappropriate and thus bestowed upon him the name Ronger, omitting the grass radical, Yu Furong explained, casting a glance at Zhao Yi with a smile. Lady Zhao claims that Scholar Su harbors affections for me, yet he does not even know my given name. Who is to say whether you are not fabricating tales to evade culpability? Zhao Yi retorted skeptically. The letters that her agents had uncovered indeed referred to Yu Furong as Roger. Yu Furong lowered her gaze to conceal the mirth in her eyes and replied, if Lady Zhao harbors doubts, feel free to send someone to the Duke of Ding's residence. My mother undoubtedly has preserved my father's letters, which contain both mine and my brother's nicknames. Meng Qian interjected, I am aware of this matter. The Duke of Ding even jested about it among his colleagues for quite some time. During that period, he had the opportunity to enter the court and spoke joyfully to his peers about his beloved children. Meng Qian turned the prayer beads in his hand, his gaze fixated on Yu Furong. It was evident that the Duke of Ding cherished his children profoundly. Whenever he spoke of his family, the weariness in his eyes sparkled with brightness. And how do you propose to explain your presence on the city wall? Zhao Yi, desperate, ground her teeth and demanded. Yu Furong sighed softly, her eyes misting over, her voice tinged with sorrow. From there, one can catch a glimpse of my home. She gazed up at Meng Qian, tears brimming in her eyes, and choked out, Your Majesty, I merely yearn for home.
A single tear traced down her delicate skin, her watery eyes reflecting vulnerability, resembling a lost fawn separated from its mother. Meng Qian studied Yu Furong for a moment before speaking. Since you long for home, I shall summon your mother to the palace to see you in a few days. Yes, I am most grateful to your majesty, Yu Furong replied hastily, bowing deeply, fearful that Meng Qian might change his mind. The hearts of those present, aside from Yu Furong, chilled at the implication of the emperor's words. He believed in Yu Furong's innocence. Those who had spoken ill of her would likely face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched in her eyes. Yu Furong dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and turned to the eunuch beside her, saying, Your Majesty, there is one matter I do not understand. On that day, I did not go to the city wall of my own accord. Meng Qian paused momentarily, then resumed turning the purple sandalwood prayer beads, slightly tilting his chin to indicate for her to continue. It was this very eunuch who stated that you were waiting for me at the city wall, prompting my visit. Yet upon my arrival, I found no one, only encountering Lady Shen, Yu Furong explained, her gaze fixed on the kneeling eunuch. I wish to know who commanded you. The eunuch trembled as he knelt, muttering pleas for mercy. Yu Furong cast a sidelong glance at Xuehua, who remained composed. Was it Lady Zhao? She inquired softly. The eunuch shivered even more violently, now too frightened to utter a word of supplication. If you remain silent, the sum of money your family received may not be safeguarded, Yu Furong said with a smile. The eunuch suddenly jolted, his forehead striking the ground as he begged, I beseech you, Lady Xiaoyi, to spare my family. Yu Furong lowered her gaze to adjust her skirt, remaining silent. It was then that Zhao Yi spoke harshly. This eunuch merely witnessed you at the city wall. How does Lady Xiaoyi plan to fabricate a tale and turn it against him? Yu Furong continued to remain silent, sitting upright in her seat. The matter was no longer hers to resolve. She had already proven her innocence. Yu Furong turned her attention back to Meng Qian, who seemed somewhat lost in thought as he regarded Zhao Yi. The Empress, catching Yu Furong's gaze, spoke, Now that the matter is clear, it stands to reason that Lady Zhou's poisoning was not orchestrated by Lady Xiaoyi. Summon Xuehua and this eunuch to the Ministry of Justice, and instruct the capable Mistress Jingqi within to thoroughly investigate who dared to poison a concubine and frame another. The eunuch outside responded affirmatively and entered to escort them away. The eunuch and Xuehua were notably quiet, not causing a ruckus. Yu Furong observed their expressions, unfazed and tranquil as still water, and a shadow of cunning flickered in her eyes. There remained certain ambiguities regarding today's events, and it was possible Xuehua had a master pulling the strings behind her. Very well, let today's matter conclude here. It concerns Lady Xiaoyi's reputation, thus, no one is to speak of it outside, especially you, Zhao Yi, who is always so indiscreet with your words. The Empress organized the proceedings methodically. Lady Zhou's matters will be attended to by me. If the Emperor tires, he may take his leave to allow Lady Xiaoyi a moment of respite. Meng Qian responded perfunctorily, casting a lingering glance at Zhao Yi before departing. Zhao Yi, unsettled by his gaze, found herself in a state of disarray, while the Empress, casting her eyes downward, bore a faint smile that quickly vanished, only to resurface with a concerned expression for her sister. By the time Yu Furong returned to the east side hall, evening had fallen. She gazed at the remnants of the sunset painting the sky, idly toying with the abacus in her hands. Fortunately, her keen intuition had alerted her to the irregularities of the day. When she donned the jade pendant, she recalled the silk flower that was not hers, initially dismissing it as a mere flower that no one would notice. She was taken aback when Xuehua returned the next day adorned with a red silk flower. While it was customary for palace maids to wear flowers, Yu Furong felt a strange familiarity with that particular silk flower, especially given that in recent days, Xuehua had been intentionally drawing near to her vanity. It was then that she remembered the silk flower she had carelessly mislaid. Chapter 37 details later, just before leaving today, Li mentioned that Xuehua had placed something on her dressing table, which reminded Yu Furong of the silk flower adorning Xuehua's hair. Strangely enough, the silk flower was already missing when she stepped out. Originally, Yu Furong had devised an explanation regarding the origin of that silk flower, which did not rightfully belong to her. However, upon closer inspection of the flower, she felt an overwhelming urge to personally instruct Ro Zhaoyi on the art of framing others. The silk flower on Xuehua's head was crafted from the latest materials. In that fleeting moment when Yu Furong recognized it, she was rendered speechless. As for those letters, she was not familiar with Su Zhuan Yuan's handwriting, but upon seeing the opening addressed to Ronger, she realized that Ro Zhaoyi must have dispatched someone to investigate her correspondence. Unbeknownst to her, it had backfired, as Yujing's childhood name was Ronger, while she was known as Rongrong. It seemed that Ro Zhaoyi's agent had mistaken her reply to Yujing for a letter addressed to her. At that moment, Yu Furong mused internally that, indeed, sometimes weaving fanciful tales in letters could yield unexpected benefits. Look, was this not a delightful surprise? Yet, there remained a few unresolved questions in her mind. If Ro Zhaoyi had orchestrated a scheme to ensnare her, why then did she feel the need to intervene personally? It was difficult for Yu Furong to concoct a plausible excuse for Ro Zhaoyi's actions, ultimately attributing it to a foolish overreach. However, with Ro Zhaoyi's arrival, she discerned certain truths. For instance, it was possible that Ro Zhaoyi truly had established a connection with the Empress, otherwise, how could she command the attention of those in the imperial court? One must understand that the attendants serving in the imperial court were meticulously selected. The new eunuchs entering the Taiji palace were not individuals whom Ro Zhaoyi could easily bribe. Furthermore, observing Xuehua and that young eunuch preparing to face their doom, it seemed their family matters had been meticulously arranged. Though Ro Zhaoyi enjoyed favor, her family was merely of humble origins. How could they manage such affairs so adeptly? Moreover, the Empress appeared to condone Ro Zhaoyi's manipulation of Zhou Changzai, even going so far as to poison her, seemingly intent on delivering a lesson.
After all, Zhou Changzai had been particularly active of late, whether engaging in quarrels with Rou Zhou or provoking Bao Lin Changzai. Should any calamity arise, it would inevitably be linked back to the Empress. If she had such a sister, she would be tempted to silence her with poison. The recent outbursts likely indicated Zhou Changzai's dissatisfaction regarding the poisoning incident, yet despite the commotion, she still succumbed to the poison. Speaking of Zhou Changzai, she had lain in bed for a full 2 days before regaining consciousness, subsequently remaining taciturn for several days. However, that was a matter for another time. Presently, Yu Furong leaned her head upon her hand, gazing at the jade pendant adorned with a cloud motif. This pendant she genuinely adored, though it was regrettably not hers. Otherwise, if it were to bring about further trouble, she feared she would find herself in dire straits. This pendant bore a convoluted history. Firstly, it was aged, and secondly, it originally belonged to a man. Ultimately, today's events could be traced back to Rou Zhou's unreliability, which had alerted her to the situation. Had Rou Zhou been more meticulous, merely the mention of her childhood name could have prolonged the matter indefinitely. Regrettably, it had been inscribed with Yu Jing's name instead. Yet, was Rou Zhou not favored by the emperor? Surely she was aware of the dynamics between the former and current courts, as she sought the empress's favor. What must the emperor think? It was no wonder that he appeared displeased today. The first possibility being her involvement with others, regardless of her current standing, whether in favor or not, consorting with court officials was a capital offense. Upon contemplating this, Yu Furong's gaze suddenly dimmed. Previously, the skirmishes had been trivial, yet this time, it seemed a direct threat to her life. She set the jade pendant aside, lifted a cup of tea that had grown somewhat cold, and took a delicate sip. How should she retaliate? My lady, someone has delivered a plate of pastries, Tingjing announced, entering with a tray of delicacies. Yu Furong was reminded of the timid and cowardly talent, and then instructed, in a moment, you shall visit her palace to ascertain the situation regarding those around her. A mistress must always have someone by her side, and do remind them not to let those sycophants bully her. Tingjing pointed at herself, asking, me, am I to go? Yu Furong regarded Tingjing, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and after a moment of silence, replied, very well, you shall accompany me to arrange flowers. Send Tingshan instead. Tingjing placed the pastries on the low table and squatted beside Yu Furong, massaging her legs, saying, my lady is the most considerate of servants. Yu Furong chuckled, ruffling Tingjing's hair, I care for you both equally, you and Tingshan. Tingjing showed no signs of discontent, instead smiling in agreement. Tingshan took Yu Furong's return gifts to the talent's palace, where the talent was found engrossed in a cookbook, studying pastry making. Her personal maid stood quietly at the door. The situation was somewhat unexpected. Tingshan had anticipated encountering either an arrogant and domineering talent or a meek and bullied one. My lady, the talent's maid, Tingshan, has arrived, Suetsue announced from the entrance, glancing toward the inner chamber. The talent finally set down her book, gazing at Tingshan with a hint of hesitation. Oh, it's you, did my sister Xiaoi send you? Tingshan, holding the box, bowed her head respectfully. In response to my lady, I have come at the behest of my mistress to deliver something to the talent. The talent reached for the edge of the low table, speaking timidly, I see, thank you. Please give it to Suetsue. Tingshan performed a courteous bow, handing the box to Tsuetsui before taking her leave. The talent's palace was meticulously organized, although the number of people was few, each had their role, devoid of those fawning and condescending maids and eunuchs. Upon returning, Tingshan recounted her observations to Yu Furong, who pondered for a moment before concluding, it seems the talent truly dislikes being accompanied. Tingshan nodded slightly. When I arrived, I saw the talent sitting alone in her chamber, engrossed in her book, while her personal maid stood guard at the door. Yu Furong nodded in acknowledgement. Well, as long as she is not mistreated, that is sufficient. The following day, Xuehua and the young eunuch ultimately could not withstand the pressure of interrogation and confessed. Both claimed that it was Rou Zhou who had instigated them, including the poisoning of Zhou Changzai. When the two statements were presented to Meng Xianin, he remained silent for a long while. What Yu Furong could conceive, Meng Xianin could also fathom, which explained his particularly foul mood that day. Initially, he had hoped that Rou Zhou could help restrain the Empress, allowing Yu Furong to bide her time and rise through the ranks, ultimately to confront the Empress herself. However, Rou Zhou had unexpectedly allied herself with the Empress. Meng Xianin felt a profound discomfort, a sudden surge of betrayal disrupting his heartbeat. For several consecutive days, he refrained from entering the inner palace, while Rou Zhou was merely confined for a month. Chapter 38 Medicinal Herbs. The inhabitants of the inner palace were quite taken aback by the sudden month-long confinement of the favored Rou Zhou. Those few who were privy to the underlying reasons chose not to divulge the details. At that moment, Yu Furong gazed thoughtfully at the silk azalea flower in her hands, reflecting for a considerable while. Her familiarity with the azalea atop Xuehua's head stemmed from having seen it before, though certainly not on the head of the esteemed scholar Su. Yu Furong summoned Tingmei, lazily propping her head on her hand as she stifled a yawn. Please deliver this azalea flower to Shin Marin, and inform her that it is a gift from me. Tingmei gracefully bowed and took the box, departing promptly. Yu Furong then retrieved a book from the side. With the Dragon Boat Festival fast approaching, she needed to contemplate which dance to present. Meanwhile, Tingmei entered Shin Marin's chamber, where Shin was diligently transcribing Feng Qiu Huang at her writing desk. After performing the customary greetings, Tingmei handed the box to a nearby palace maid. My lady, my mistress has sent you this gift. Shin Marin did not lift her gaze, continuing her meticulous transcription, just set it down. Tingmei bowed again. My lady, my mistress insists that you will find this item of great interest. I take my leave. Upon hearing this, Shenmarin paused, watching as Tingmei exited, then turned to the palace maid, who comprehended and approached with the box. Shenmarin held a favorable impression of Yu Furong, considering her a girl reminiscent of the heroine from a painted scroll. Upon opening the box, Shenmarin was momentarily stunned by the sight of the exquisite red azalea silk flower nestled within. Please leave now, Shenmarin instructed, regaining her composure as she closed the box and set it aside, resuming her transcription. The palace maid bowed and withdrew once alone. Shenmarin, trembling slightly, reopened the box. The vibrant azalea silk flower lay quietly within. She plucked a matching flower from her own hair. Shenmarin's heart began to race, and her breath grew heavy. What had she discovered? She must have uncovered something significant. A sudden wave of fear washed over Shenmarin. The girl who always smiled radiantly had only encountered her 3 times privately, yet she had discerned her greatest secret. Clutching both silk flowers, Shenmarin restlessly paced before her writing desk. Half of Feng Qiu Huang remained unwritten, the verses halting at the line unable to soar. I am left desolate. She released her grip, gazing longingly at the 2 flowers in her hands. After a lengthy pause, Shenmarin adorned herself once more with the azalea silk flower, holding the other as she stood before the flickering candlelight. As the blue smoke spiraled upward, the delicate red hue vanished. In the days leading up to the Dragon Boat Festival, an unusual tranquility enveloped the palace, perhaps due to the various young ladies preparing their talents to attract the emperor's attention during the grand banquet. Recently, Yu Furong had been practicing the green waist dance, characterized by its graceful and ethereal movements, with flowing sleeves and swaying hips, embodying elegance. Should she perform it well, it would surely stand out remarkably. Since Meng Qianan had not entered the inner palace for some time, Yu Furong's preparations for the dance progressed smoothly. Aside from the occasional visit from someone, she had been uninterrupted. Zhou Qingzai had been sequestered in her chamber for days, seemingly engrossed in some endeavor, even visiting the Empress less frequently. However, it was not entirely accurate to say so. After awakening from the poisoning incident, Zhou Qingzai had indeed frequented the Empress's quarters less. According to Li, Zhou Qingzai often sat by the window in a daze, sometimes for an entire day. Yu Furong had initially believed that Zhou Qingzai was heartbroken by the Empress's actions, expecting to witness the transformation of a favored concubine into a darker persona. Yet, to her surprise, on the eve of the Dragon Boat Festival, Zhou Qingzai visited Fengyi Palace and returned with numerous items, radiating joy and referring to someone as my sister. Yu Furong couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that the bonds of sisterhood ultimately triumphed over the allure of painted scrolls. Resuming her practice of the green waist dance, Yu Furong immersed herself in her preparations. After completing her dance, Yu Furong indulged in a herbal bath, utilizing medicinal herbs to soften her waist and alleviate her fatigue. The herbs were sourced from the Imperial Hospital, and to safeguard against any potential issues, Tingmei had provided a copy of the prescription to the hospital for record-keeping, wary of any future repercussions. After all, what began with the simple act of picking a silk flower had spiraled into such turmoil, making it difficult for Yu Furong to exercise anything but caution. Furthermore, the herbs she sought included various other ingredients for her own use, necessitating meticulous care and diligence. Yu Furong settled into the herbal water, observing the brown liquid ripple in gentle waves. She had never been a mere pawn to be manipulated. Should she suffer grievances, she would undoubtedly return the favor. Tomorrow marked the Dragon Boat Festival, when the Emperor and Empress would typically perform rituals in the morning, while the concubines would hang mugwort and the 5 poison sachets as part of the festivities. Yu Furong was instructing Tingmei and Tinglan to hang the 5 poison sachets when Wan Yingdang approached, carrying a box. Greetings, little miss. Wan Yingdang bowed deeply. The Emperor has instructed me to deliver something to you. Yu Furong, holding the sachet, regarded Wan Yingdang. Thank you, eunuch, for making this trip on the Dragon Boat Festival. Wan Yingdang, smiling amiably, presented a red silk-covered tray to Li. It is merely my duty. Li accepted the tray, rummaging through his sleeves for some time before producing a slightly crumpled purse. Wan Yingdang cast a sidelong glance at Li, who was subtly urging him to accept the purse. Eventually, Wan Yingdang acquiesced and took the purse, feeling its lightness, which likely contained silver notes. Though puzzled as to why Yu Xiui would reward him so generously for a simple delivery, he was not one to refuse the silver that had come into his hands. Wan Yingdang's expression visibly brightened. I thank the little miss for her generosity. Having received such a substantial reward, it was only fitting to express gratitude. Yu Furong nodded slightly, interpreting Wan Yingdang's words as flattery. After all, the purse contained but a modest amount of silver, hardly deserving of personal thanks. It is but a token of appreciation. Consider it an invitation for you to enjoy some tea. In high spirits, Wan Yingdang exited the Changqian Palace and, upon reaching a secluded spot, opened the purse to inspect its contents. Inside lay a 500-tael silver note, which elicited even greater delight. Truly, Yu Xiui was the Emperor's favored concubine, demonstrating remarkable generosity. Meanwhile, Li, still holding the tray, cheerfully remarked, Little miss, do unveil it and see what delightful gift the Emperor has sent. Unbeknownst to Li, he had mistakenly taken the wrong purse, inadvertently giving away his savings intended for marrying a wife, leaving behind a purse containing merely 10 taels of silver. Chapter 39 The Dragon Boat Festival Feast. Yu Furong delicately lifted the red silk covering from the tray, revealing an exquisitely crafted bamboo fan that immediately captivated her gaze. This fan, woven from slender strips of bamboo, bore a surface that resembled the finest silk, its smooth expanse adorned with a picturesque landscape artfully crafted from variously colored bamboo strands. As Yu Furong turned the fan's handle, she noted that it was made from the warm touch of sheep-fat jade. She recognized this fan as a renowned treasure from Shu, a symbol of luxury that, even in her past life, was considered exceedingly precious. The gong fan, one of the 3 exquisite treasures of Zigong, shone with a crystalline brilliance akin to fine silk and was celebrated both domestically and abroad. To her astonishment, the lavish item that had remained unused in her previous life was now bestowed upon her in this one. It was said that such a diminutive fan required at least 2 months to weave, with its primary material being the Qinghuang bamboo, a specialty of Sichuan. The bamboo strands used in its creation necessitated specially crafted tools for processing, and they were transparent and pristine, as delicate as a cicada's wings, ideally sourced from bamboo that was neither too old nor too young, free from blemishes. The crafting of a gong fan typically involved over 60 days of meticulous weaving, each step honed through countless hours of practice. Moreover, the intricate patterns woven into this particular fan rendered it even more exceptional. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, the emperor would bestow fans as tokens of favor, a custom initially reserved for favored ministers of the previous dynasty, until Emperor Gaozu broke tradition by granting several fans to his consorts. Over time, this practice became customary for emperors to extend their generosity to favored concubines in the harem. As afternoon approached, the concubines gathered at the Chinese pavilion to enjoy a theatrical performance. Originally, there was to be a dragon boat race. However, due to the late arrival at the palace, the event was cancelled. Although today marked the Dragon Boat Festival, the confinement of Ruojiaoui had not been lifted, indicating that the emperor was genuinely displeased. In the past, regardless of her transgressions, Ruojiaoui would have been allowed to participate in festivities during her confinement, but this time was different. The empress raised a cup of calamus wine and a distant toast to the assembly, and all present lifted their cups in unison. Ruojiaoui, initially hopeful that the emperor would grant her release as he had done previously, had even adorned herself in preparation for the Chinese pavilion. Yet, a guard at the entrance delivered the disheartening news that her confinement remained in effect. Unable to believe her ears, Ruojiaoui sought confirmation once more, only to receive the same affirmative response from the guard. Stunned into silence for a moment, she suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! How delightful!" she exclaimed, yanking the delicate hairpin from her head. "So, Yu Furong, I have truly underestimated your standing in the emperor's heart." In the past, the emperor had never treated her this way, and ever since Yu Furong entered the palace, her own favor had waned. Furthermore, she clutched the jade pendant tightly in her hand, her gaze turning fierce and sinister. "No matter, Yu Furong, Yu Xiui, I refuse to believe that you will continue to be so fortunate this time." Beside her, Xiao Yuan watched Ruojiaoui with deep concern, while Ruojiaoui appeared oblivious, clutching the hairpin as she strode into her chamber. Only she understood the anxiety that had plagued her since discovering Yu Furong possessed that jade pendant. She feared the emperor might catch sight of it. As long as Yu Furong was eliminated, as long as she was dead. Ruojiaoui retrieved a doll from beneath her bed, upon which was inscribed Yu Furong's birthdate. With crimson eyes, she viciously plunged a silver needle into the doll, her blood dripping onto it, her gaze filled with madness. "Yu Furong, perish!" As evening descended, the concubines returned to their quarters to bathe and change before proceeding to the yaotai, where royal banquets were typically held. As the lights illuminated the hall, a resplendent spectacle unfolded. Amidst the fragrant attire and graceful figures, noblemen and aristocrats vied for attention, showcasing the grandeur and prestige of the imperial palace. In the chill of the night, distant melodies floated through the air, while the majestic palace loomed like a slumbering beast, its lights twinkling like stars, palace maids carrying lanterns along the pathways. Dressed in a vibrant orange-red gown, Yu Furong attracted considerable attention, a color she seldom wore due to its conspicuous nature. The other concubines could not help but steal glances at her, and even some noblemen occasionally turned their eyes in her direction, particularly Prince Chang. Meng Qianan raised his cup in celebration, yet his gaze lingered on Yu Furong. "This attire suits her well," he mused, inwardly aware of the attention. Yu Furong furrowed her brow slightly. While it was essential to present a different experience for the emperor, this attention was undeniably excessive. Yet, it mattered little. After all, she was a concubine in the imperial harem, the emperor's woman. Whatever thoughts others harbored, they could never surpass the emperor's favor. "Yu Xiaoi's outfit is indeed striking, a testament to her youth. Even I find it hard to wear such garments," the empress remarked with a smile, following Meng Qianan's gaze to Yu Furong. Why Yu Furong rose and said, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. As the mother of the nation, it is only that the attire cannot fully reflect your Majesty's unparalleled grace. How could there be garments unworthy of your Majesty?" The empress smiled gently. "You have a sweet tongue, and now, please be seated. Today is a family banquet, so there is no need for formality. Hui Fei, it is rare to see you at the Dragon Boat Festival banquet." In previous years, Hui Fei had never attended, so it was puzzling why she had chosen to come this year. Hui Fei raised her cup in a distant toast to the empress. "I thought this year's newly entered sisters might bring some liveliness, so I decided to attend." The empress beamed as she raised her cup in return. As Yu Furong prepared to lift her own cup of calamus wine, an inattentive young palace maid accidentally knocked over the wine pot before her. The liquid splashed onto Yu Furong's orange skirt, the sticky wine uncomfortably adhering to her skin. Yu Furong's brow furrowed instantly. The maid, panicking, fell to her knees. "I was wrong, please forgive me, my lady." Yu Furong waved her hand. "It is the Dragon Boat Festival, I shall spare you this once." The young maid gratefully bowed her head in thanks. Naturally, such an incident warranted a change of attire, but fortunately, Yu Furong had brought an alternate set of clothing with her. She stood to explain the situation and took her leave. The empress nodded in approval, while Meng Qianan glanced at Yu Furong's departing figure, his fingers tracing the beads of a prayer bracelet. In a secluded corner, Prince Chang quietly slipped away, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. In the side hall of the yaotai, as Tingmei assisted Yu Furong inside, a fragrant incense burner stood at the center. Wisps of fragrant smoke spiraled upward, causing Tingmei to frown slightly as she shook her head at Yu Furong. Yu Furong softly inquired, is there something wrong with the incense? Chapter 40 of the Green Waste Dance. My lady, it is indeed the fragrance of harmony, whispered Ting Mei. Yu Furong gazed at the empty corridor beside her and the brightly lit Yao Tai in the distance. Let us go and find another place to change our attire. Just as Yu Furong intended to seek a different location for her change of garments, she caught sight of what appeared to be a figure standing at the corner of the corridor. Slightly turning her body, she tapped Ting Mei's hand, who did not look back but assisted Yu Furong into the room. The room was suffused with an exceptionally rich aroma, and Yu Furong felt a wave of warmth wash over her after only a brief moment inside. Ting Mei promptly opened the windows to allow for ventilation. At that moment, a slight commotion was heard at the door. A palace maid at the corridor's corner observed the inebriated Prince Cheng push open the door to the side hall and hurried towards Yao Tai. Within Yao Tai, goblets clinked and laughter mingled as Meng Qian had indulged in considerable libations that evening. The youthful emperor rested his head upon his hand, eyes closed, feigning slumber. The performances of song and dance were less captivating compared to the forthcoming talents of the concubines, which promised at least some entertainment. The seat designated for Prince Cheng had been vacant for quite some time, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in the Empress's eyes as she leaned towards Meng Qian and remarked, I wonder where Prince Cheng has chosen to hide away. At her words, Meng Qian lazily lifted his eyelids, glanced at the vacant position, and then twirled the prayer beads in his hand. Uncle has always been accustomed to such lack of decorum. The Empress smiled but remained silent, for such a statement was not one she could easily respond to. Where is Yu Shaoyi? Suddenly inquired Hui Fei from the side. The Empress picked up a piece of pastry from the table, concealing her smile as she brought it to her lips. Standing beside the Empress, Injin bowed slightly and responded, replying to Hui Fei, Yu Xiaozhu recently dampened her garments and is likely in the side hall changing. Hui Fei nodded, her hand beneath the table lightly tapping the translucent bracelet on her wrist. A palace maid, with her head bowed, discreetly withdrew from view. After what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, Yu Furong had yet to return to her seat, and the Empress made no mention of sending someone to search for her. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Zhou Changzai and quietly instructed Injin, please take this plate of chestnut cake to Zhou Changzai, and remind her to refrain from indulging in greasy foods tonight. It is not conducive to her health. Injin accepted the chestnut cake with a bow and proceeded towards Zhou Changzai. As she approached, Meng Qian's attention was naturally drawn to the vacant spot beside Yu Furong. Observing the emptiness, he furrowed his brow and turned towards the Empress, asking, has Yu Shaoyi not yet returned? Only then did the Empress appear to notice Yu Furong's absence. She slightly turned her head and instructed, Bai Luo, go to the side hall and check on Yu Shaoyi. I noticed she had a drink before leaving. Could she be intoxicated? Bai Luo bowed and swiftly exited. Bai Luo hurried to the entrance of the side hall, where she overheard muffled sobs of a woman, intertwined with sounds of pleasure and a man's coarse breaths. Standing at the doorway, Bai Luo listened for a moment, smiled softly, and quickly returned to Yao Tai. Inside Yao Tai, palace maids entered in succession, carrying elegantly wrapped rice dumplings and placing them before their mistress. Then retreating in an orderly manner, Meng Qian set down the prayer beads in his hand and opened one of the dumplings, red bean and meat, his preferred flavor. The other contained salted egg yolk and meat, which was acceptable as well. After a taste, he set it aside, feeling inexplicably unappetized. The Empress also opened her dumpling, and the palace maids meticulously divided it into small pieces. The Empress lifted her chopsticks and brought a piece to her mouth just as Bai Luo hurried over. Her anxious expression caught the Empress's attention, and she discreetly glanced at Meng Qian. Your Majesty, something is amiss, Bai Luo whispered urgently at the Empress's side. The Empress frowned, displeased, as she set down her chopsticks. What is the matter? Bai Luo leaned in and murmured a few words in the Empress's ear. The Empress's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to Meng Qian, hesitating to speak. Meng Qian, having noticed the Empress's change in demeanor, thought of the still absent Yu Furong and inquired, what is it? The Empress leaned closer to Meng Qian, her voice low with concern. Your Majesty, I had sent Bai Luo to check on Yu Shaoyi, but it seems that as she approached the side hall, she overheard something rather compromising. Meng Qian's expression darkened, his keen gaze sweeping over the assembled guests before settling on the vacant position of Yu Furong. In the entire hall, only Yu Furong and Prince Cheng were missing from their seats. Realizing this, Meng Qian's countenance shifted abruptly, his wine cup crashing heavily onto the table, his dark eyes ablaze with an unusual fury. The atmosphere in the grand hall shifted as Meng Qian's expression changed, and the guests gradually fell silent. Even the music ceased. Sensing the tension in the air, the dancers had unknowingly withdrawn, leaving the attendees exchanging bewildered glances. What has happened to the Emperor? The Empress, taken aback, stammered, Your Majesty, we cannot jump to conclusions. Perhaps we should send someone to investigate further. It is possible that Yu Shaoyi's absence has a reasonable explanation. Though her words seemed to defend Yu Furong, they only stoked the flames of suspicion. Moreover, the Empress's voice had not been quiet enough, and everyone in the hall understood that the Emperor was displeased by Yu Shaoyi's prolonged absence. A palace maid, seizing the moment while attention was elsewhere, returned to Hui Fei's side, placing a bowl of bird's nest before her. Hui Fei calmly lifted her spoon to sample the delicacy, her gaze steady of the Empress, casting a sidelong glance at Hui Fei, turned her attention away. At that moment, half of the candles in the grand hall abruptly extinguished, and in the center, the dancers illuminated the space with 8-sided lanterns, revealing a bright circular area. Simultaneously, the sound of stringed instruments erupted, and within the luminous circle appeared a figure clad in red. The music intensified, the woman danced gracefully, her sleeves flowing, her waist moving in synchrony with the shifting tempo, her movements quickening.
Her supple form arched into an astonishing curve, and her flowing sleeves seemed to possess a life of their own, vibrant and animated. As she leaped into the air, her red robe billowed, akin to a startled swan or a graceful dragon, her figure light as if she had descended from the heavens. The vivid hue of her red attire shone like the rising sun, capturing all eyes. The gleaming red adornments on her forehead reflected a radiant brilliance, while her alluring eyes, with their upturned edges, exuded charm. Meng Qian's gaze was transfixed on the woman in the center of the grand hall, following her dance with rapt attention. Chapter 41 The beautiful jade concubine. As the final notes of the dance faded, the flickering candlelight in the grand hall was rekindled, revealing the breathtakingly beautiful visage of the dancer. The audience instinctively held their breath, captivated by her allure. What a stunning beauty! In the southern land, there exists a woman of grace, dancing with a slender waist adorned in green. At the splendid banquet during the autumn twilight, her flowing sleeves brushed against the clouds and rain, she moved as gracefully as a delicate orchid and as elegantly as a wandering dragon. Meng Qian's eyes sparkled with mirth, exclaiming, "Excellent, what a splendid green waist dance, summon my decree, I hereby elevate the lovely Yu to the rank of concubine." Yu Furong smiled radiantly and bowed, "Thank you, your majesty, for your grace." The empress, beside her, chuckled, "Previously, when I read Li Chuanyu's verses on the green waist, I thought them somewhat exaggerated. Yet today, concubine Yu's performance has rendered those words understated. Her movements were truly like a dragon in flight, graceful as a startled swan. I am utterly astounded." Yu Furong beamed with a dazzling smile, "Your majesty, you flatter me." Observing the young girl's vibrant and bold smile, though she feigned humility, there was an unmistakable note of pride and satisfaction in her tone. Meng Qian turned the Buddhist beads in his hands and gently urged, "Please, take a seat." Yu Furong curtsied and returned to her place. The empress, still smiling, remarked, "Your majesty, do you see? I mentioned earlier that I was unaware of who in the side chamber possessed such audacity." Meng Qian cast a glance at Wan Yingdang, who bowed and discreetly withdrew. Before long, Wan Yingdang returned, accompanied by Prince Chang and a disheveled palace maid. The maid was brought forth, her body still bearing traces of recent revelries. Silence fell once more in the grand hall. Yu Furong, seated and enjoying pastries, reflected that dancing was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Beside her, Hui Fei fanned herself and leaned closer, whispering, "If you had arrived any later, perhaps it would have been you in such disarray." Yu Furong swallowed her pastry and replied with a playful smile, "Thank you for your assistance, my lady." Hui Fei raised a cup of wine and drank it down, saying, "I do not require mere words of gratitude." Yu Furong turned, wiping crumbs from her lips with a handkerchief. "Then what would you desire, my lady?" "Anything within my means, and I shall provide." Hui Fei twirled her fan thoughtfully. "Can you perform the Huxian dance?" Yu Furong nodded, "Of course." Having learned many skills in her youth, particularly as music was a requisite for noble women. Hui Fei gazed at the red cord on her wrist, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Please perform a piece for me when you have the time." Yu Furong popped another piece of pastry into her mouth. "Certainly. I shall wear this red attire for the occasion." Hui Fei set down her fan, while Yu Furong glanced at the trembling maid kneeling in the hall, responding, "Very well, I shall comply with your wishes, my lady." "Uncle, you have become increasingly reckless of late," Meng Qian remarked calmly, twirling the beads in his hands. Prince Chang, standing below, adjusted his slightly disheveled garments nonchalantly. "She is merely a palace maid, why should the emperor concern himself? I merely found her clever and somewhat fair, which is why I allowed her to serve me." "Uncle, today is the Dragon Boat Festival, and you seem to have gone too far," the empress interjected. Prince Chang disregarded her, his attention fixed on Yu Furong. It should have been her serving him. Somehow, the wrong person had entered. Observing Yu Furong's delicate, fair wrist, accentuated against the red silk, he swallowed hard. Was it possible that he was truly fated to be apart from this young lady? Meng Qian, noticing Prince Chang's gaze, felt the dark side of his nature stir in response to the covetous look. "Uncle," Meng Qian suddenly laughed, "since you are so fond of her, I shall take it upon myself to bestow this maid upon you as a side consort." Prince Chang was momentarily taken aback, then vehemently shook his head. "Your majesty, that cannot be. She is but a maidservant, how can she be made a side consort?" Meng Qian propped his head on his hand, his gaze lazily drifting toward Yu Furong, speaking in a languid tone. "Uncle, you have already tarnished the girl's purity. How can you be so irresponsible? Furthermore, today is the Dragon Boat Festival, a day of great celebration. Why not add joy upon joy? Perhaps you may even welcome a son or daughter in the future." Prince Chang sought to refuse once more, but upon meeting Meng Qian's threatening gaze, he understood that he had no choice but to accept this side consort. Thus, Prince Chang knelt in gratitude, and the palace maid, equally astonished and elated, joined in the thanks. In a moment, the maid had ascended from a humble position to that of a side consort, and she was overwhelmed with joy, forgetting even the instructions given to her by the empress. The banquet continued until the hour of Shin, and as it was the Dragon Boat Festival, the emperor traditionally spent the night in the empress's palace. Yet this year, he rested with Yu Furong. Upon returning to the palace with Meng Qian, he glanced at her in red attire and, in good spirits, asked, "I was unaware that you could perform the green waist dance." Yu Furong handed him a cup of tea. "Your majesty, there is much you do not know." Meng Qian smiled and pulled Yu Furong close. Meanwhile, in Yangfu Palace, upon learning that their plans had not only failed but that Yu Furong had been elevated in rank, Ruo Zhaoi shattered a teacup in frustration. In the Chengqian Palace, chaos ensued. In Fengyi Palace, the empress sat at her vanity, removing her adornments. "My lady, that item is missing," Injin reported from behind, carefully taking off the phoenix crown. The empress rubbed her aching temples. "Truly, we are more prone to failure than success. My lady, what shall we do now?"
Enchanting gently massaged the Empress's temples. The Empress narrowed her eyes, removing her arm guards. Since this method has proven ineffective, we shall adopt a different approach. If concubine you can consistently turn peril into safety, evading disaster, then we must abandon this gentle strategy and pursue a more decisive and lethal approach. The following day, Meng Qian issued a decree of marriage to Prince Chang, urging him to wed promptly. Prince Chang complied and hastily chose an auspicious date, bringing the bride into his residence without much thought. After all, he had always desired you for a palace made to attain the status of a side consort was a tremendous honor. What more could he ask for? However, on the day of the side consort's arrival, she tragically perished in the bridal sedan chair. This was ominous indeed. Before Prince Chang could fully process this turn of events, Meng Qian's decree arrived, stating that Prince Chang had disregarded the imperial command, treating the marriage carelessly, which had indirectly led to the side consort's untimely death. Consequently, he was deemed culpable and sentenced to 20 severe lashes and a year's salary forfeiture. Prince Chang's face turned ashen. 20 lashes, let alone the severity of the punishment, was tantamount to a death sentence. Chapter 42 The Prince Chang, now in his 50s, faced the grim reality of receiving 20 lashes, a punishment that could easily lead to serious health issues for someone of his advanced age. Perspiring profusely, he gazed at the smiling figure before him, a man who had spent years indulging in the pleasures of the brothel, leaving the elderly prince's body in a frail state. Realizing he could scarcely endure such punishment, he summoned a nearby servant to present a purse to Waningdang. However, Waningdang, cradling the imperial edict as though it were a sacred relic, appeared oblivious to the prince's plight and continued to smile. Your Highness, please accept the decree. The prince swallowed hard and accepted the edict, uttering with great difficulty, I shall proceed to the Zhongrenfu to receive my punishment shortly. Waningdang, with a flick of his hand, dismissed the need for such a journey. There is no need for that, Your Highness. The Emperor, in his compassion for your age, has taken measures to spare you the trouble of traveling. He has instructed me to escort the necessary individuals from the Zhongrenfu, fearing they might not act appropriately without my oversight. The prince's face turned ashen. Was it truly so grave a matter as to warrant such elaborate arrangements merely for a fleeting dalliance with a palace maid? Could it be that the maid had caught the Emperor's eye? The implication that the people from the Zhongrenfu might be unwise was absurd. With Waningdang present, how could he bribe them? The punishment would fall squarely upon him. Trembling, the prince leaned against a long bench, and in a display of misguided concern, Waningdang ordered a soft cushion to be brought to prevent him from injuring his chin. The prince, wishing he could stuff the cushion elsewhere to alleviate his pain, lay down, his mind racing as he desperately sought anything to salvage his situation. To his astonishment, he noticed a sharp object protruding from the executioner's rod, glinting ominously even under the blazing sun, a nail piercing through the wood. His eyes widened in disbelief, but before he could utter a word, the rod descended upon him. Waningdang stood beneath the colonnade, shielded from the sun, smiling as he observed the prince's ordeal. The sound of a pain scream resonated, and the prince felt the nail tear through flesh. Another strike followed, eliciting an even more anguished cry from him. Yang Zhou, watching in horror, whispered, Master, is it truly all right to proceed with this? Will the prince survive this ordeal? We cannot afford to botch this duty. Waningdang stood as immovable as a pine tree, his expression unfazed. It is merely 2 strokes. Yang Zhou's face reflected his inner turmoil, apprehensive about the nails embedded in the rod. The anticipated outcome of the prince losing half his life did not materialize, rather, he seemed to have lost nearly all of it. As the blood flowed freely, Waningdang gazed down at the still conscious prince with a satisfied grin. Your Highness, you truly possess remarkable resilience. It appears you are not gravely harmed, which brings me relief. Please rest well, I shall take my leave. With that, Waningdang departed, leaving the prince, who was barely conscious, to roll his eyes back and faint from the sheer indignation he felt. Simultaneously, Li Su found himself in a state of profound melancholy, crouched before a blooming rosebush. The money he had diligently saved for a bride had vanished, leaving him with a mere 20 taels. As it was not his turn to serve that day, he had found the time to lament in a quiet corner of the imperial garden that he had confided in the young master, who promised to assist in the search for the missing funds. The young master, moved by his plight, had given him an additional 10 taels, so now he had 20 left. Almost in tears at the sight of the flowers, Li Su lamented the loss of a year's worth of savings, stolen by an unknown thief. What are you doing here alone? A gentle voice inquired from behind him. Startled, Li Su turned to see Waningdang, holding a feather duster and regarding him with a kind expression. With a quivering lip, Li Su replied, Good day, Master Wan. I had saved money for my wedding, but it has been stolen. Now, I am left with only 20 taels. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes as he spoke. Waningdang frowned. Such an outrageous occurrence? Perhaps you misplaced it? After a moment of contemplation, Li Su shook his head. My purse is intact, containing only 20 taels. The 500 taels in banknotes have vanished. Waningdang sighed, his heart filled with compassion. That is truly unfortunate. Allow me to have the officials from the Xinqing division investigate, to see if we can recover your funds. However, Li Su's eyes brightened. Thank you, Master Wan. But what is it? Waningdang hesitated, then seemed to resolve himself. You know how the Xinqing division operates. They expect compensation for their services. Even I, as a servant, must offer a little silver to ensure they act. Given your unfortunate situation, I shall cover the 50 taels required. Should your money be recovered, a simple meal would suffice as repayment. In Li Su's eyes, Waningdang's stature rose immeasurably. Thank you, Master Wan. You are truly a good person, but why should you bear the expense alone? I still have 20 taels. Please take it. Of the remaining 30 taels I shall return once I receive my monthly stipend. Waningdang accepted the 20 taels from Li Su's trembling hands, patting him on the shoulder. We are acquaintances now, familiar faces in this place. No need for formalities. Consider the 30 taels a gift, and remember to treat me to a meal later. Li Su was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, Master Wan, you are truly generous. Wan Yingdang smiled, not engaging further in now, return and await news. I shall visit the Xinqing division this afternoon when I am off duty. Li Su nodded, joyfully returning to the Chanshan Palace, plucking a few flowers along the way to present to Yu Furong. The young master had always treated him kindly, and without the 10 taels given today, he would not have had the means to seek Wan Yingdang's assistance. Observing Li Su's delighted departure, Yang Zhou pondered aloud, Master, do you think they will dare accept your money at the Xinqing division? With a smile, Wan Yingdang tucked the 20 taels into his sleeve, glancing at his disciple, what do you think? Yang Zhou fell silent, realizing that the officials there would be eager to curry favor with his master, unlikely to accept any silver from him. He found himself perplexed, questioning why his master would deceive the young eunuch out of his last bit of wealth. Wan Yingdang, looking far from greedy, seemed an enigma to Yang Zhou. In high spirits, Wan Yingdang made his way back to the Tai Chi Palace to resume his duties, later visiting the Xinqing division with an air of purpose. Chapter 43 of the Folding Fan. In the afternoon, Yu Furong donned a crimson dance skirt and made her way to Jiaoyang Palace. The previous day at the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, upon discovering an anomaly with the incense in her chamber, she had initially contemplated changing to another palace for her attire, as the Yaotai was specifically designed for such festivities and undoubtedly housed more than just a single antechamber for changing clothes. However, the chamber she found herself in was exclusively for the consorts to change their garments. As she caught sight of a figure around the corner of the corridor, Yu Furong instantly altered her course, deciding to play along with the scheme, eager to uncover the identity of the mischief maker. Moments after entering, there was a commotion at the door, where Tingmei was assisting Yu Furong as she climbed out the window. Once the window was closed, the door to the antechamber swung open, and through the thin paper, Yu Furong observed a portly gentleman pacing within the room, muttering phrases like, "My beauty, do come quickly." From the moment he entered, Yu Furong recognized him. It was Prince Chang. She had encountered him on multiple occasions even before her entrance to the palace, and she certainly remembered him well. Lowering her gaze, her mind was a whirl of thoughts, yet her expression remained impassive as she departed. She had matters to attend to and no time to squander on Prince Chang. As Yu Furong circled out from behind the antechamber, she chanced upon Yang Lu, who was aiding a swaying palace maid into the vicinity, only to return carrying an incense burner. Yang Lu, upon spotting Yu Furong, appeared unsurprised, offering a curtsy before handing the incense burner to Ting Mei. My lady inquires about your absence, so she sent me to check on you. I happened to see this maid lurking behind a pillar, seemingly spying on you. Yu Furong smiled and replied, please convey my gratitude to her ladyship. Yang Lu inclined her head slightly, respectfully suggesting, if you wish to express your thanks, it would be best to do so in person. It would surely delight her ladyship. Yu Furong naturally acquiesced. Although she had recently been promoted to a 4th-rank Jieyu, she was still only a 4th-rank consort. In the palace, only those of 3rd rank and above were entitled to ride in palanquins and could be addressed as your ladyship, thus assuming the position of the primary consort of the court. Below 3rd rank, one was merely addressed as little master. Nevertheless, her ascent had been remarkably swift. Upon entering the palace, she had been a mere 7th-rank attendant, and now, through a leap in rank, she had advanced directly to a 4th-rank Jieyu, bypassing the 5th-rank Xiaoyi and Ronghua. This elevation was likely linked to the influence of Ruo Zhouyi. It was not improbable that Ruo Zhouyi had a hand in the events of the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, for the inner palace was a labyrinth of intricate relationships. While the emperor favored Ruo Zhouyi, the underlying motive was not solely one of gratitude for her saving grace. He also hoped she would somewhat restrain the empress. Unexpectedly, Ruo Zhouyi appeared to have allied with the empress against her. The recent turmoil surrounding the silk flowers had barely subsided, and now there was Prince Chang. Had Ting Mei not detected the issue with the incense, Yu Furong might have found herself accompanying Mr. Zhu at the banquet, yet, she could not fathom why Ruo Zhouyi, who had initially merely engaged in verbal attacks, had escalated her actions to the point of seeking her demise. Yu Furong ambled along, contemplating the events of the previous day and various details. First and foremost was the Empress, who seemed to harbor an unusually intense animosity towards her, whereas previously, such malice had typically been directed at Ruo Zhouyi. At that time, Ruo Zhouyi had been the most favored consort in the harem, but now, due to Ruo Zhouyi's allegiance to the Empress, her own favor had gradually eclipsed that of Ruo Zhouyi. Yu Furong clicked her tongue softly. Indeed, excessive favor was not always a blessing. The Emperor's recent promotion was undoubtedly not merely a result of a single performance of the Green Waist dance but also a form of acknowledgement of her. The Emperor was surely aware of the circumstances surrounding the silk flowers and the problematic incense. What he required now was a consort who could balance the power of the Empress and her sisters, rather than a delicate flower who merely awaited his protection. Yu Furong lowered her gaze, concealing the ambition that flickered beneath. Her choice to become a pawn in the Emperor's game of balance was a calculated risk, one that promised high rewards. Just as she now enjoyed increasing favor, having ascended to 4th-rank Jieyu, those who had entered the palace alongside her had achieved no higher than the rank of beauty. What are you pondering so deeply? A low, languid voice interrupted her thoughts. Yu Furong instinctively raised her head to see Meng Qianan, clad in a moonlight-colored brocade robe, seated in the dragon carriage, and observing her, the young emperor, tall and graceful, exuded an air of relaxed elegance, his fan gently swaying in his hand, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, and his slightly lowered gaze reminiscent of an otherworldly deity. Yu Furong regained her composure and offered a respectful bow, her face brightening as she exclaimed, "Long live the emperor, I was just contemplating some details of the Wuxian dance." Meng Qianan propped his head with one hand while the other waved his fan, playfully responding, "Oh? My beloved consort can perform the Wuxian dance?" Yufurong lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting Meng Qian'an's pale blue figure. Yesterday, her ladyship we asked if I could dance the Huxian, and I said I could. She wished to see me perform in this attire. Would you care to join us, your majesty? With a swift movement, Meng Qian'an snapped his fan shut and nodded at Waningdong's hat beside him. Waningdong immediately understood, calling out, dismount. The 16 young eunuchs carrying the palanquin lowered it with precision. Meng Qian'an gestured to the space beside him with his fan, lazily commanding, come here. Yufurong hesitated only briefly before approaching the dragon carriage, which symbolized the emperor's status. A satisfied smile crept onto Meng Qian'an's lips as he wrapped an arm around Yufurong, placing the fan into her embrace, to Zhaoyang Palace. The eunuchs once again lifted the palanquin with steadiness. Although an additional person's weight was added, the trained eunuchs managed effortlessly. While Yufurong held Meng Qian'an's fan, leisurely fanning him, Meng Qian'an squinted contentedly, pinching Yufurong's cheek. This color suits your complexion splendidly. Yufurong blushed and replied shyly, your majesty is always teasing me. Meng Qian'an laughed heartily, turning the fan in Yufurong's hand to reveal a painting of a woman in red, dancing gracefully, her garments fluttering as if riding the wind and stepping upon clouds. The figure depicted was none other than Yufurong, performing the green waist dance from the previous day. Look, is it not beautiful? Meng Qian'an inquired, his spirits high. While Yufurong blushed even deeper, the porcelain-like skin revealing a hint of rosy hue, evoking a sense of desire in those who beheld her. Meng Qian'an narrowed his eyes slightly, giving Yufurong's cheek another playful squeeze. Beautiful, is it drawn by you, your majesty? As he spoke, Yufurong subtly turned the fan, revealing the poem inscribed on the fan's surface, which she had previously overlooked. It was indeed Li Chuanyu's green waist. Meng Qian'an took the fan from Yufurong's hand and tapped the armrest lightly, not replying to her but chuckling softly, we have arrived. Yufurong looked up to behold the plaque of Zhaoyang Palace glimmering resplendently in the sunlight. Chapter 44 The gratitude of years. The wise consort, who had long received the imperial edict, had been waiting at the door for quite some time. May your majesty enjoy eternal peace and prosperity, she greeted with a deep bow. Meng Qian'an gently helped Yufurong down from the sedan chair and nodded, rise, I have heard you wish to see the Huxian danced. It has been quite a while since I last beheld it myself. The consort smiled nostalgically at Yufurong, who stood beside Meng Qian'an. Indeed, it has been 5 years. In front of the main hall, Yufurong danced gracefully to the music played by the musicians, while Meng Qian'an and the consort observed from the upper seats. The consort's gaze was fixed intently on Yufurong, whereas Meng Qian'an leisurely sipped his tea. Outside, whispers circulated that the emperor was particularly fond of the noble Yu, even overshadowing the gentle Rou. The consort's eyes softened as they followed Yufurong's dance. Meng Qian'an swirled the floating tea leaves atop his cup and remarked, she is clever, ambitious, and possesses considerable means. She indeed delights me. The consort's gaze shifted to the half-open fan in Meng Qian'an's hand, and she covered her mouth with her handkerchief, chuckling softly, if the emperor favors her, then it is her fortune. Meng Qian'an frowned slightly, when did I ever claim to favor her? I merely find her clever and useful. The consort smirked, choosing not to dispute Meng Qian'an's words, and returned her attention to Yufurong. I must have misspoken. This remark did not sit well with Meng Qian'an, who grumbled, mind your words, speak less. With a raised eyebrow, the consort concealed her widening smile behind her handkerchief. She possesses many talents, the consort commented, sipping her tea. That is only natural, Meng Qian'an replied, setting his cup down and opening his fan with a swift motion. Unbeknownst to him, pride laced his voice. The consort chuckled lightly before changing the subject, and what of Rou? How did she come to associate with the Zhou family? At the mention of Rou, Meng Qian'an's expression soured, I cannot fathom it. The Yang family has had no dealings with the Zhou family, and they have only recently come together in the past month. Leaning his head on his hand, his mood darkened. After all, she is my savior. I tolerated her past arrogance and ignorance, but her recent actions truly baffle me. She used to offend the Empress at every turn, yet now she seeks her favor. What benefits has the Empress bestowed upon her? And what benefits could I not provide? The consort took a fan from a nearby maid and waved it gently. Your Majesty, you must understand a woman's heart, they are most adept at jealousy. Meng Qian'an silently held his tea, believing he had maintained a fair balance. He had not slighted Yufurong, nor had he favored Rou, who often bullied the other consorts. These were truths he was aware of, yet he chose to turn a blind eye. Meng Qian'an lowered his gaze, stirring the lid of his teacup, and scoffed, when a person's ambition does not align with their capabilities, it is destined to end in disaster. The consort looked at him in surprise before bursting into laughter. Xian was indeed correct. In human relations, comparison breeds discontent. When comparisons arise, there are inevitably distinctions, yet more perilous is the notion that love blinds one to flaws, for when one is enamored, they perceive only virtues. Setting down his teacup with a sigh, Meng Qian'an lamented, I do not wish to compare, but look at this. Rou has accused you of an illicit affair with a former court official, even misidentifying her childhood name, not to mention the letter was clearly not penned by Su Xiu, but rather by one of his servants. The consort was taken aback, for she was privy to the events of that day, realizing Rou unreliability. With a smile, she added, if that is the case, then Rou has indeed gained favor with the Empress. Meng Qian'an cast a sidelong glance at the consort. After all, she is the one who saved my life. Are you certain it was Rou who saved you? The consort queried, puzzled. Meng Qian'an closed his fan, tapping his palm absently. She knows every detail from that time. Did she not say she took your jade pendant? But have you seen the pendant? The consort mused after a moment's thought. Having grown up alongside Meng Qianan, she was aware of some past events. Meng Qianan tossed aside his fan. Ro Zhaoyi claimed her family was impoverished and sold it to pay off debts. I did investigate, and indeed, her father had substantial gambling debts that were settled during that period, and she has even sketched the pendant's design. The consort's gaze fell once more upon Yu Furong. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Her tone was particularly resolute. Meng Qianan turned to her. What have you discovered? The consort shook her head firmly. Nothing, merely a woman's intuition. How does one acquire such intuition? Meng Qianan asked. Perplexed, the consort furrowed her brow in contemplation before replying. When she approached years ago, her eyes were particularly evasive. At that time, Ro Zhaoyi, seeking to repay a life debt, was present. She wore a faded garment, her face pale and emaciated, her hands riddled with frostbite, yet her eyes were strikingly bright. However, when recounting past events, Ro Zhaoyi's gaze would dart about, and her narrative was disjointed. Meng Qianan rested his head on his hand, silent, captivated by a splash of crimson in the distance. As the performance concluded, Yu Furong joyfully rushed in, lifting her skirts. Your Majesty, did I dance beautifully? Before Meng Qianan could respond, the consort interjected. Beautifully indeed, so lively. Of all the Wuxian dances I have witnessed, yours ranks second. Meng Qianan shot a glance at the consort, pulling Yu Furong to sit beside him, and took a handkerchief from a nearby maid to toss to Yu Furong. Do not heed her words. Your performance was the finest. Yu Furong dabbed at the beads of sweat on her forehead, smiling brightly. Thank you, Your Majesty and consort, for your kind praise. With a mischievous glint in her eye, the consort remarked, since Your Majesty believes you to be the best dancer, it cannot merely be flattery. You ought to present some form of reward to substantiate your words, otherwise, it would merely be empty praise. Meng Qianan instinctively placed his hand on Yu Furong's waist, taking the handkerchief from her grasp to dab at the perspiration on her temples, chuckling. Look at her, so audacious, yet unyielding. Do you desire anything? Yu Furong sat quietly beside Meng Qianan, tilting her head as he dabbed at her sweat. I wish for some cold melon, the crisp and crunchy kind. Having never wiped someone else's sweat before, Meng Qianan was unsure of his strength. Noticing the flush on Yu Furong's forehead, he sheepishly tossed the handkerchief aside. As you wish. Chapter 45 of the twin begonias. Sui Fei, standing nearby, could hardly suppress her eye roll. After a brief respite, Meng Qian took Yu Furong away. As Sui Fei watched their retreating figures, they gradually overlapped with the shadows of her memories, and she murmured softly, Shen, tonight it is still Yu Furong who attends to the bed. However, this evening, Meng Qian seemed particularly exhilarated, leaving Yu Furong to merely whimper and lie there, allowing him to manipulate her as he pleased. Naturally, the revelry continued until the late hours, resulting in an overnight stay. Early the next morning, the Empress sat before her dressing mirror, adjusting the hairpin atop her head, her expression weary, and the dark circles beneath her eyes betraying a restless night. Your Highness, yesterday you stayed overnight again, Bai Luo said cautiously from the side. The Empress let out a deep breath, donning a standard yet gentle smile. If she stays, so be it, as long as His Majesty is pleased, that is all that matters. Bai Luo, immediately dissatisfied, retorted, Your Highness, Yu is simply too what? The Empress placed her hand over Bai Luo's, assuring her, she has done nothing wrong, has she? Bai Luo hesitated, but Your Highness, I simply cannot abide her flirtatious demeanor. She is even more beguiling than Ro Zhaoyi. The Empress gently patted Bai Luo's hand and smiled down. No matter it is of no consequence, she has already sought medicine from her father. Today, Yu Furong arrived rather early to pay her respects, and Zhou Changzai, albeit reluctantly, greeted her before beginning to tease her. Yu Furong, feeling somewhat indifferent, replied, Thank you for the compliment. Last night was indeed quite raucous. I still feel a bit sore in my waist and my legs are somewhat weak. If you're envious, you could very well dance a number yourself, but I fear it may offend His Majesty's eyes. The usually taciturn Shen Meiren suddenly interjected. Zhou Changzai was taken aback for a moment before scoffing. Oh, have you come to curry favor now that Yu has risen in rank? Who knows if she will accept your advances? Isn't Zhou Changzai also vying for the Empress's favor? Yi Baolin chimed in with a laugh, holding a pale green handkerchief to her lips. Zhou Changzai shot her an indignant glare. What does it concern you? She is my sister. Yi Baolin's laughter grew louder. Could it be that Yi Baolin holds a grudge against the Empress? As a concubine, one ought to show respect to the Empress. Is that worthy of your ridicule? Song Baolin's gaze fell heavily upon Yi Baolin. Yi Baolin's expression stiffened, and she frowned. Sister Song, that is not quite right. Of course, I respect the Empress, but that respect does not equate to using her name to act as a henchman, which I cannot abide. There was a veiled implication in Yi Baolin's words. You are but a concubine. Naturally, you cannot comprehend the depth of our sisterly bonds, Zhou Changzai said triumphantly, shifting her gaze to Song Baolin. As for you, I am the only true sister of the Empress. Song Baolin's countenance remained unchanged, while Yi Baolin's expression darkened further. Zhou Changzai seemed to have lost her mind. Although you and the Empress are sisters, there remains a distinction in their status, for the Empress's legitimate sister is still residing in the Prime Minister's residence, Yi Baolin remarked coldly. Zhou Changzai shot a frosty look at Yi Baolin, and so what? The Empress's most beloved sister is this humble master. The Empress has arrived. A young eunuch's loud announcement interrupted the lively conversation in the main hall. Everyone bowed in greeting. After the Empress seated herself, she allowed everyone to rise. What are you discussing? It seems quite lively, the Empress said, her dignified smile still in place, the dark circles under her eyes concealed by powder.
Returning to your majesty, we were discussing our younger sisters, Song Bo Lin spoke up. Zhou Chang's eye immediately stood. Your majesty, you cherish this younger sister of yours the most, do you not? The empress's gaze softened. Indeed, though there are many sisters in the residence, I hold you most dear. Zhou Chang's eye, with pride, turned to Yi Bao Lin. You see, the empress cares for me the most. The empress looked at the childlike Zhou Chang's eye and smiled indulgently. Sit down quickly. You are all proper concubines, yet you behave like children. Zhou Chang's eye complied, sitting down with a sense of pride. The empress conversed with everyone for a while longer before dismissing them for the day's audience. Once back in her chamber, Yu Furong collapsed onto her bed to catch up on sleep. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang's eye, after accompanying the empress for breakfast, planned to stroll through the imperial garden to aid digestion. Though summer had arrived, the garden remained a riot of colors, the hydrangeas blooming splendidly, and the lotus flowers in the pond were abundant, with the late spring roses still in full bloom, creating a picturesque scene. Zhou Chang's eye stood beneath a begonia tree, lost in thought as she gazed at the blossoms. Her mother had adored begonia flowers, surely the ones at home had bloomed by now. With this thought, Zhou Chang's eye envied Yu Furong even more, having heard that the emperor had granted her permission to see her family tomorrow. When would she be able to reunite with her mother? Just as Zhou Chang's eye was lost in her reverie, she heard a palace maid's startled cry, Little master, little master. Turning to look, she saw someone tumble from the nearby rockery. Acting on instinct, Zhou Chang's eye rushed forward to catch the falling figure. Though she managed to break the fall, her hand was injured in the process. Despite the modest height of the rockery, the weight of a person was considerable, especially for a fragile woman like Zhou Chang's eye. Luckily, her timely intervention mitigated the fall, and the person who had fallen only twisted her ankle. Are you all right? Zhou Chang's eye asked, glancing at the pale-faced Su Meiren, who was leaning against the rockery for support. Su Meiren shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry, I was just being playful. Zhou Chang's eye, flustered, urged, please do not cry. Are you hurt? Does it hurt? Su Meiren shook her head, and seeing Zhou Chang's eye's panicked demeanor softened her heart. Zhou Chang's eye, thank you. Is your hand all right? Zhou Chang's eye looked at her slightly deformed hand and shook her head. I'm fine, I will have the doctor check it shortly. Su Meiren's eyes filled with tears as she gazed at Zhou Chang's eye's hand. The palace maid, who had earlier called out, hurried down the rockery in a flurry. Little master, are you all right? The maid anxiously examined Su Meiren from head to toe, and when she received a negative shake of the head, she followed Su Meiren's gaze to Zhou Chang's eye, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. I thank you, little master, for your timely assistance. However, it seems your hand may be sprained or dislocated. To avoid any lasting issues, please call for the doctor as soon as possible. Zhou Chang's eye nodded and, with her other hand, offered Su Meiren a begonia flower. Please stop crying. I am fine. Chapter 46 Heatstroke. The beautiful Su wept more bitterly than ever as Zhou Chang's eye, standing nearby, was so anxious that she nearly sprang up. She could hardly bear to see anyone in tears. After the imperial physician arrived and adjusted Zhou Chang's eye's hand, Su finally ceased her sobbing as Zhou Chang's eye's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found some solace. Meanwhile, after awakening and partaking of lunch, Yu Furong made her way to the imperial garden. She intended to gather some flowers to arrange, as well as to collect medicinal herbs available in the garden. Bringing herbs from outside posed significant risks. Going directly to a large hospital would be akin to openly announcing her intentions. Thus, she could only gather her desired materials piecemeal. After wandering in the garden for a while and filling a basket with blossoms, Yu Furong returned. Today, the emperor did not visit the harem again. After waiting for a day or two, she ventured out during the sunniest part of the day and, upon her return, succumbed to heatstroke. Hearing this, Mei hurried to summon the imperial physician, who prescribed a remedy and attentively advised her on several precautions before departing. Yu Furong, feeling dizzy, stared at the prescription in her hand. It contained several herbs available only from the imperial pharmacy, which could not be easily obtained elsewhere. She instructed Mei to take some silver to fetch the medicine. They only procured enough for 2 days. Although the cooling herbs were limited, there were sufficient quantities of the medicinal components she required. When Mei returned with the medicine, she went to the tea room, and while no one was paying attention, carefully selected the necessary herbs. By evening, having recovered considerably, Yu Furong reclined against a soft couch, idly fanning herself with a jade bamboo hand fan. Due to the heatstroke, her unadorned face bore a pallid hue. Mei approached with a bowl of cooling medicine. My lady, it is time to take your medicine. Although a few ingredients were missing, the remedy still possessed its cooling efficacy. Why Yu Furong frowned at the dark concoction before her. Even before tasting it, the bitterness began to linger on her tongue. She forced herself to sit upright. I am already well, there is no need for further medication. Mei remained impassive. Having grown up alongside her lady, she could discern her desires with just a slight gesture, especially considering Yu Furong's long-standing aversion to medicine. In her youth, she would secretly pour it out, and a cold that had plagued her for nearly a month had even resulted in the demise of a persimmon tree. Had it not been for the lady's firm insistence, another tree might have met the same fate. Tinglan entered, carrying a plate of candied fruits, and sweetly urged, My lady, please drink it quickly. I have brought you some candied fruits. With a deep-seated resentment, Yu Furong lifted the bowl to her lips, the intense bitterness overwhelming her senses. She quickly set the bowl down, protesting vehemently, it is too hot. Let it sit for a while, I will drink it later. Mei clearly did not believe her. My lady, I waited until it cooled just right before bringing it, it is not hot. Yu Furong sighed, leaning back. Medicine is often bitter. Since I am well, I should not take any more, lest I risk poisoning myself.
Mei remained unmoved, and even Tinglan, who usually catered to Yu Furong's every whim, stood obediently behind Mei. Ah, poisoned. Poisoned. A mocking voice chimed from the window. Tingfeng, tilting her head, observed the trio on the couch. Seeing Tingfeng's lively demeanor sparked an idea in Yu Furong's mind. If only Tingfeng were to suffer from heatstroke, she mused. If Tingfeng were to succumb, the people from the Imperial Aviary would come to treat her. Mei astutely articulated Yu Furong's unspoken thoughts. They had grown up together, and she was acutely aware of every little detail concerning her lady, even how many strands of hair had fallen. Why Yu Furong languidly rested her head on the table. It is so bitter. I know, but good medicine is often bitter, Mei unemotionally advised. The struggle to persuade her lady to take her medicine had become a protracted battle. No, I mean my fate is so bitter, Yu Furong lamented, closing her eyes in despair. Mei chuckled softly. At the door, a voice rang out, ah. Yu Furong turned to see Meng Qian'an standing at the entrance, clad in a deep purple robe adorned with dark cloud patterns, seemingly having observed the scene for quite some time. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. Tingfeng was the first to react, exclaiming in greeting. This was a lesson in etiquette recently taught by Li, and birds are not unintelligent creatures, especially parrots, which can mimic human speech. Given that Meng Qian'an had once fed Tingfeng, the bird naturally recognized him. Long live the Emperor. Yu Furong rose, supporting herself on the table to bow in respect. Her temples pulsed rhythmically, and her head felt still heavy. Meng Qian'an gently urged Yu Furong to sit. Glancing at the medicine on the low table, he inquired with a smile, is it truly that bitter? Yu Furong nodded eagerly, her eyes pleadingly fixed on Meng Qian'an. If only the Emperor were to suffer from heatstroke as well. Meng Qian'an playfully pinched her cheek. Alright, drink up quickly. I have sent someone to fetch the cold melon, which should arrive in a couple of days. If you do not recover soon, you will miss out on it. Yu Furong shot upright, indignant. Your Majesty, you cannot go back on your word. Meng Qian'an patiently coaxed her a few more times. Yu Furong nestled into his embrace, her tone soft and tender. Your Majesty. Meng Qian'an lowered his gaze, gently stroking Yu Furong's back in a soothing manner, his voice particularly gentle. If you truly do not wish to drink it, I shall force it down your throat. Yu Furong raised her face, her porcelain skin flushed with a faint blush, but it is truly so bitter. Meng Qian'an's hand had found its way to her chin, his gaze laced with mischief, ready to administer the medicine at any moment. In a flurry, Yu Furong lifted the bowl and gulped it down in one go. The bitter concoction surged down her throat into her stomach, the flavor clinging to her palate until every crevice echoed with its bitterness. Her delicate features immediately contorted in distaste, and before she could reach for the candied fruits on the table, Meng Qian'an encircled her waist with one arm, applying just enough pressure to keep her firmly in his embrace. As Yu Furong tilted her head back, Meng Qian'an's lips met hers, and after a brief, passionate exchange, he playfully nibbled her lip, commanding, open your mouth, I must taste just how bitter this medicine is. Yu Furong wrapped her arms around Meng Qian'an's neck, leaning her weight against him, surrendering to his whims. The attending maidens had long since demonstrated their discretion, retreating quietly, taking the audacious Tingfeng with them. With her beak clamped shut, Tingfeng's small eyes glimmered with indignation. Finally, when granted the opportunity to speak, she could only utter the essence of her frustration. Tinglan was quick to cover Tingfeng's beak, and the little bird flailed in protest, her wings flapping in defiance. Chapter 47. A night of fishy nausea. This evening, Meng Qian'an naturally remained at Yu Furong's residence. The various palaces were somewhat surprised yet not entirely taken aback when they received the news. Meanwhile, Ting Mei had changed into a fresh outfit and personally accompanied Tingfeng to the imperial kitchen to fetch the meals, leaving Li Su to guard the entrance with Tingfeng. Li Su hung Tingfeng beneath the eaves and approached Wan Ning, whispering, Master, have I received any news regarding my silver? Wan Ning shook his head apologetically. The Department of Severe Punishment mentioned that you have frequented many places these past few days, and numerous palace attendants have traveled to and from the Chengqian Palace, making it difficult to pinpoint any leads. Li Su visibly drooped, yet he forced a smile, saying, It's all right, Master. I am not in a hurry, after all, I still have no wife. The future may not guarantee that anyone would marry him. Wan Ning patted Li Su's shoulder with compassion. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on this matter and inform you as soon as there is any news. Li Su's eyes brightened, and he nodded happily. Thank you, Master. Wan Ning, smiling warmly, moved aside, expressing his thoughtful consideration. Oh, no need for thanks. We are friends after all. Li Su felt increasingly grateful. Standing nearby, Liang Wu, with hands tucked into his sleeves, turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. It was his first time witnessing someone being sold and counting coins. With someone like Li Su, his master could easily deceive him 800 times without a hint of hesitation. Wan Ning continued to watch Li Su stride cheerfully towards the tea room, when Liang Wu leaned closer and quietly asked, Master, is it truly wise to deceive him like this? If Li Su finds out later, he might wail from the Chengqian Palace to the Taiji Palace. Wan Ning glanced at Liang Wu and lightly tapped his hat with the tail of his feather duster. What do you mean by deceive? He willingly gave it to me. Liang Wu chuckled in agreement. Yes, it was his choice. On the other side, Ting Mei lifted her head to gaze at the darkening sky and sighed. Look, there is nothing up there. It seems it will rain tomorrow. Ting Lan followed suit and retorted, Nonsense, there are still dark clouds. Upon arriving at the imperial kitchen, a young eunuch approached them with exceptional attentiveness. Miss Ting Mei, Miss Ting Lan, what brings you here? Does the esteemed consort wish for anything special to eat? Just let me know, and I will ensure it is taken care of properly. Ting Mei retrieved a pouch from her sleeve and handed it to the young eunuch, smiling. Indeed, my little master expressed a desire for some light and nourishing soup. I wonder if Master Qian has any recommendations? The young eunuch pondered for a moment before responding, how about corn and ginkgo nut soup with pig stomach? It's nourishing yet not overly rich. Ting Mei agreed with a smile, that sounds splendid. Additionally, my master would like some appetizing dishes. She is free to suggest whatever she wishes, but since the emperor will also be dining in the Chengxian palace, I kindly request you to arrange accordingly. The young eunuch accepted Ting Mei's pouch, readily agreeing. After all, since the emperor was not dining in the Taiji palace, there were no strict protocols to follow, adding a dish or two that the consorts enjoyed would not cause any harm. Even without Ting Mei and Ting Lan mentioning it, the imperial kitchen would prepare some of Yu Furong's favorite dishes. They were merely placing a few orders now, which made no significant difference. After chatting with the young eunuch for a while, Ting Mei stood at the entrance waiting. After a short while, a young eunuch emerged carrying 2 cups of water. The master sent me to deliver water to you 2 ladies, he said, handing the cups to Ting Mei and Ting Lan. Ting Mei smiled and pulled out a pouch from her sleeve, presenting it to the young eunuch. I truly appreciate your efforts. Please accept this little token as a gesture for tea. The young eunuch's eyes brightened as he accepted the pouch from Ting Mei's hand, cheerfully exclaiming, Thank you for your generosity, my lady. I notice there seems to be a lot of food. I fear you 2 ladies may struggle to carry it. Perhaps I could assist you in bringing it over. Ting Lan was about to respond when Ting Mei seemingly nudged her casually, smiling, We are immensely grateful to you, master. We were just fretting over how to carry it back, and you have truly alleviated our pressing concern. Ting Lan examined the young eunuch before her. Though she maintained a calm exterior, she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction inside. What did it mean to fret about how to carry it back? With her present, she could easily carry not just a few dishes but even the young eunuch himself. After receiving the silver, the young eunuch eagerly assisted Ting Mei and Ting Lan in transporting the meals to the Chengxian palace. Wan Ing, spotting the trio from a distance carrying the food boxes, called a few eunuchs to come forward and help her. The assisting eunuchs handed the food boxes to Wan Ing's side before departing. Ting Mei and Wan Ing led the way inside to set the table, while Ting Lan stood at the entrance. Liang Wu, curious, watched the departing figure of the young eunuch and inquired, Sister Ting Lan, do you know him? Ting Lan shook her head and then nodded, I don't know him, but now I do, and he seems quite nice. Liang Wu blinked, gossiping, Oh, he is quite kind, helping you carry the meals. Ting Lan retorted, That is not true. It was Ting Mei who gave him silver. Liang Wu understood. You serve in the presence of the emperor, how could you know the young eunuchs from the imperial kitchen? Ting Lan looked at Liang Wu in confusion. Liang Wu waved his hand dismissively, It's not that I know him, I just have a vague impression of him. Wasn't he at this young eunuch who summoned the physician when Rojoi fell? Because of that incident, this young eunuch became a disciple of eunuch Zhao from the imperial kitchen. Ting Lan exclaimed, Oh, and turned to leave. Liang Wu instinctively called out, Where are you going? Aren't you going to attend to your little master? I'm going to wash my hands, Ting Lan replied, a hint of displeasure in her tone, though it wasn't directed at Liang Wu. I might as well wash the food boxes while I'm at it, she muttered under her breath. Liang Wu scratched his head and shrugged, glancing at Yang Zhou beside him. Hey, I didn't provoke her, she is just unhappy. After spending a night at Yu Furong's residence, Meng Qianan did not return to the inner palace for several consecutive days. By mid-May, the weather gradually leaned towards the sweltering summer. In Yangfu Palace, Rojoi stared at the dishes on the table, feeling particularly discontented in this scorching heat. The imperial kitchen only sends over greasy and heavy dishes. Do they think this palace is confined and unable to deal with them? Xiaoqiu arranged the meals and brought out a bowl of lily and lotus seed pork rib soup. My lady, do try this. It's lighter. Xiaoqiu paused her actions and ladled a bowl of soup for Rojoi. Rojoi took a spoonful and, finding it satisfactory, remarked, This dish is quite good. After setting the table, Xiaoqiu busily arranged the dishes for Rojoi. Eunuch Zhao is quite considerate, knowing that you love this lily and lotus seed pork rib soup, and sends it to you daily. Rojoi huffed, picking up her chopsticks to grasp a piece of fish, only to be overwhelmed by the fishy scent, causing her stomach to churn violently, nearly leading her to retch. Chapter 48 The pregnant consort. Ro Shiqi anxiously supported Consort Are You, exclaiming, Your Highness, what troubles you? Once Consort Are You regained her composure, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Shiqi's hand and inquired, Shiqi, has my monthly visitor arrived? Shiqi calculated in her mind, her eyes growing brighter, it has been over 10 days late. Consort Are You patted Shiqi's hand, commanding, Go, summon the imperial physician. Shiqi joyfully complied and swiftly exited. A quarter of an hour later, the imperial physician hurriedly arrived at Yangfu Palace. Although Consort Are You was under house arrest, there were no regulations forbidding the summoning of a physician. The physician placed a handkerchief on Consort Are You's wrist, carefully feeling her pulse for a moment before saying, Your Highness, forgive my lack of skill, I believe it would be prudent to invite the esteemed obstetrician, Physician Niao, to examine you. Frowning, Consort Are You retorted, What do you mean by that? How could you not discern whether this is a joyous pulse? The physician replied, Perhaps it is still too early, although the pulse bears some resemblance, I cannot confirm it. Physician Niao specializes in obstetrics and would certainly provide clarity. Trembling, the physician knelt on the ground. Consort Are You's expression darkened, her mood not as buoyant as before. Go summon Physician Niao. Shiqi responded affirmatively, casting a glance at the kneeling physician before hastily departing for the imperial hospital. After Physician Niao meticulously examined her pulse, he confirmed it was indeed a joyous sign. However, as the previous physician had mentioned, it was still early, less than a month, making the pulse difficult to detect. Upon hearing this, Consort Yu finally smiled and instructed, Shi-Chi, immediately send someone to inform the Emperor of this good news. Shi-Chi complied and exited. Consort Yu then inquired further about precautions from physician Miao, rewarding him with silver before sending both physicians away. In less than half an hour, the news of Consort Yu's pregnancy spread throughout the inner palace. Before anyone could fully absorb the shock, another imperial edict astonished all of the emperor decreed that Consort Yu be elevated to the rank of consort and lifted her house arrest. In the Chengqian Palace, Yfering, while arranging flowers with the information collected by L, remarked with a smile, "This is quite natural. It is said the emperor wished to grant Consort Yu a title upon his ascension, but Chancellor Zhu insisted her family background was too humble, thus granting her the title of consort instead. Now that she is pregnant, it is only fitting." L, somewhat anxious, replied, "But, my lady, now that she is pregnant and has been elevated, our future days may not bode well. After all, since the selection day, Consort Yu has never looked favorably upon you." Yfering twirled the vase in her hand, setting down the scissors to select fresh flowers meticulously. "Then we shall keep our distance from her. Should any misfortune befall her, it would be our downfall. Instruct the newcomers to avoid causing trouble, especially not to provoke anyone from Consort Yu's quarters." L nodded and withdrew. Yfering gazed at the flowers in her hands, suddenly losing interest. This child would be the firstborn after the emperor's ascension, often referred to as a precious heir, provided it were his son. While Yfering remained composed, in Fengi Palace, the Empress, upon hearing the news of Consort Yu's pregnancy and elevation, was overwhelmed with emotion, resulting in a persistent cough. "Your Highness," the physician Ynzhn soothed, while instructing Bilu to fetch medicine. After a prolonged bout of coughing, the Empress finally regained her composure. "Your Highness, are you unwell?" Ynzhn asked, concern evident in her gaze. The Empress waved her hand dismissively, clutching a handkerchief tightly in the other. Bilu entered with the medicine, carefully bringing it to the Empress's lips. The Empress snatched the bowl and gulped it down forcefully. The bitter liquid slid down her throat and into her stomach, leaving a strange bitterness in her heart. "Leave me be," the Empress commanded wearily after her emotions settled. Ynzhn took the bowl, casting a worried glance at the Empress, preparing to speak, only to be met with a sharp rebuke, "Leave." Ynzhn and Bilu exchanged glances before bowing and retreating. The Empress sat on her phoenix throne, smiling vacantly for a time until tears began to fall. 10 years, she had been married to the Emperor for a decade without ever conceiving. Gazing at the crimson fabric wrapped in her handkerchief, she suddenly coughed again. Once she calmed, she leaned against the icy throne, her heart heavy with sorrow. Why could she not have a child of her own? The Empress raised her pale, delicate hand to her abdomen, murmuring despondently, "I only wish for a son." Her position as Empress appeared stable beyond measure, yet she knew well that if her father were to fall from grace, her title would come to an end. Every step she took felt like a dream, fearing that one day she would be pulled from this throne or that the Emperor's eyes would reveal disdain. She understood that the Emperor did not care for her. The title of Princess Consort was never meant for her. She had employed her wiles to secure it. Throughout their marriage, the Emperor had treated her with courtesy, and she believed it would remain so until Consort Yu's appearance. Contemplating Consort Yu's life-saving grace towards the Emperor, she thought it permissible for him to indulge her, but then came Yfering, who had no such debt to the Emperor and yet received his attention in abundance. Perhaps the Emperor himself did not realize it, but she was acutely aware of everything concerning him. The way he gazed at Yfering was distinctly different. The Empress sat alone in the main hall for an extended period, as the sun gradually sank in the sky. When the evening glow painted the horizon, the Empress finally hoarsely declared, "Ynzhn, summon Zhuchngzi." Ynzhn stationed at the door, immediately departed. Zhuchngzi spent about an hour in the Empress's palace, emerging with a pale countenance, gazing at the darkening sky as she returned silently to the Chengqian Palace. This night, the Emperor rested with Consort Yu, and naturally, she could not engage in any activities due to her pregnancy, further emphasizing the Emperor's regard for this child. The following morning, at the entrance of Fengi Palace, Yfering arrived, stepping lightly as many had already gathered. As she approached, those present cautiously moved aside, lowering their voices to inform her, "Sister, Consort Yu has arrived." Yfering was taken aback, glancing towards the main hall of Fengi Palace. "Has she come so early?" The informant nodded and took a position behind Yfering. "So many people, how vexing." Yfering cast a glance at several lower-ranking concubines at the entrance before striding inside. There, Consort Yu sat regally in the first position on the left, which had originally belonged to Hu Consort. Upon hearing footsteps, Consort Yu turned, and upon seeing Yfering, her face lit up with a smile. "Ygu, it has been a while." Chapter 49 Is Secrets. "May the esteemed Consort Ro enjoy eternal blessings and peace," said Yufurong, who performed a graceful bow. At that moment, Consort Ro turned her head to gaze at the waiting Biluo beside her and stated, "I am with child and cannot drink this tea. Go fetch me a cup of milk instead." Biluo lowered her eyes and complied with a bow. Subsequently, Consort Ro began to admire her protective gauntlet. As the guests arrived, they entered the grand hall together, noticing that Yufurong remained seated without rising. The assembly exchanged glances, puzzled. "May the esteemed Consort Ro enjoy eternal blessings and peace," the concubines greeted as they stood behind Yufurong. Consort Ro, with a smile, accepted the cup of milk from Biluo, took a delicate sip, and then, with a frown, slammed the cup onto the small table, exclaiming, "What is this? Do you think that seeing me with child gives you the right to treat me so carelessly? Is this milk scalding hot meant to harm me and my unborn child?" Biluo was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for someone to dare to challenge her in the Fengi Palace. Upon regaining her composure, she hastily knelt on the ground, pleading, "Your Highness, forgive my transgression to it is my negligence, and I humbly ask for your pardon." Consort Ro snorted coldly. Adjusting the gauntlet on her little finger, she supported her head and remarked, "My body is now of utmost importance. Should anything happen, the Emperor would surely have you torn to shreds." Biluo trembled, bowing her head even lower. At that moment, the Empress entered, having navigated around the embroidered fourfold rosewood screen. "What is the matter?" the Empress inquired, her brow furrowed as she looked at Consort Ro, who remained seated. The others did not rise but merely shifted slightly to bow towards the Empress. "May the esteemed Empress enjoy eternal blessings and peace." Consort Ro, still seated, did not stand. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I am with child and find it truly inconvenient to rise. The physician has advised me to take care and avoid any strenuous activities. Moreover, His Majesty instructed me yesterday not to concern myself with such trivial formalities," Consort Ro replied, her face adorned with a radiant smile directed at the Empress. After the Empress granted her a seat, she turned her attention back to Consort Ro. "Why have you been making such a commotion in my palace so early in the day?" Consort Ro, unfazed, proudly declared, "Your Majesty, you exaggerate. I have not caused any disturbance, merely admonished your servant for her lack of service." The Empress responded with an "oh," then glanced at the still kneeling Biluo, gesturing with her jeweled, intricately carved finger towards the jade rui in her hand. Understanding the cue, the silver-haired attendant stepped forward and chastised Biluo sharply. "Fool, what are you still kneeling there for? You cannot even serve tea properly. If it were not for Consort Ro's generosity, you would be facing severe punishment. Hurry and express your gratitude." Biluo lowered her head, murmuring, "I thank your Majesty for your grace." Consort Ro dismissively waved her hand. "Very well, for the sake of the Empress, I shall forgive you this time. In the future, be sure to serve the Empress with greater diligence." Biluo bowed her head and withdrew. "How audacious, Consort Ro has brought her arrogance even into the Empress's Fingy palace," Zhou Changzai scoffed. Consort Ro turned to Zhou Changzai, derisively saying, "Zhou Changzai, it is not your place to speak to me. Consort Ro, when we address you as Consort Ro, it is out of respect. The ceremony for your elevation has yet to be held, so you are not yet a properly recognized consort. It would be more fitting to refer to you simply as Joey," Zhou Changzai retorted, unyielding. "Is the Emperor's word not to be counted? Besides, it is merely a ceremony. The Emperor, considering my pregnancy, has decided to wait until it stabilizes before holding the ceremony, which is only a matter of time. Surely the Empress has seen the decree for my elevation." Consort Ro replied calmly. The child within her was her greatest leverage. Furthermore, she was the Emperor's savior, and if she were to bear the first prince after his ascension, she would not only be Consort Ro but could also aspire to the titles of Shufei, Guifei, or even the Empress herself. However, there was still a troublesome matter that needed addressing. Consort Ro covertly glanced at Yufurong nearby, her fingers nervously clutching the handkerchief. No rush. Once her pregnancy stabilized, she would devise a meticulous plan. Today, Huifei had taken leave and did not come to pay her respects, leaving a space beside Consort Ro for Yufurong. "Your words are misguided, for there was once a lady who remarked that even a moment's difference can lead to irreparable consequences," Su Marin interjected suddenly from Zhou Changzai's side. The crowd looked at Su Marin in astonishment. She typically refrained from engaging in such verbal sparring. Why was she participating today, and even defending Zhou Changzai? Zhou Changzai turned to Su Marin, who offered her a subtle smile. The Empress, observing this exchange, was momentarily lost in thought. "Su Marin, how dare you curse me?" Consort Ro blared angrily at Su Marin. Su Marin, appearing bewildered and innocent, replied, "Joey, I merely spoke the truth. I did not curse you." Moreover, Zhou Changzai's statement does hold some merit. Until you have undergone the elevation ceremony, lacking the golden seal of a consort, you are indeed at a disadvantage. Consort Ro huffed lightly, tossing her sleeve and declaring, "I take my leave," and departed without even a proper bow. Yufurong looked at Su Marin across from her, whose face still bore a hint of baby fat, now smiling in comfort towards Zhou Changzai. Consort Ro's departure was utterly ungracious, and the Empress lost her desire to remain seated, gesturing for the audience to disperse. Once outside the Fingy Palace, Yufurong walked alongside Shen Marin down the long corridor. "Consort Ro has certainly gone too far today," Shen Marin began, hesitating. "Arrogant and overbearing?" Yufurong inquired, glancing at Shen Marin. Shen Marin nodded, not to mention the matter of the greeting. This is her usual method of torment. Today, she even had the audacity to scold a first-rank palace maid right beside the Empress. It truly reflects a petty, small-minded attitude. Yufurong gazed at the fork in the path ahead and smiled. "Shall we take a stroll through the Imperial Garden?" Shen Marin nodded and followed Yufurong into the garden. "Do you still like that silk flower?" Yufurong asked, fanning herself with her handkerchief. Shen Marin instinctively reached to touch the azalea silk flower at her temple, glancing around before lowering her voice. "Do you know something?" Yufurong coyly covered her mouth with the handkerchief and replied, "I know nothing at all." After a moment of silence, Shen Marin said, "Thank you, Jiyu, for keeping my secret, and for the silk flower." Yufurong shook her head firmly. "I truly know nothing. What is there to keep secret?" Chapter 50 Arrogance. Lady Shen responded with a smile, and the two of them meandered through the Imperial Garden before returning. In these tumultuous times, who could predict an unexpected encounter with Consort Ro? Yufurong waved her fan, gazing at the light boat on the Lotus Pond, and suddenly felt an urge to embark on a leisurely boat ride. Linglan, standing nearby, expressed her concerns. "My lady, what if we were to encounter Consort Ro? It seems you would once again face tribulations." Yu Furong waved her hand dismissively, glancing at the little eunuch guarding the boat not far away, and said, "No worries, Consort Ro is unlikely to come here." "Come here." The little eunuch, taken aback by her attention, scampered over. "I have seen the esteemed lady, and are you planning to take a boat ride?" Yu Furong nodded, and the little eunuch, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly prepared the boat. Yu Furong, accompanied by Linglan, boarded the vessel and laughed, "Rest assured, your mistress is quite adept in the water." Linglan stood protectively by Yu Furong's side, casting wary glances at the little eunuch, fearful that someone might wish harm upon her lady. The little eunuch felt increasingly flustered under Linglan's scrutiny, his cheeks turning crimson. She keeps staring at me, how embarrassing." The little eunuch lowered his head, feeling bashful. Why Yu Furong's thoughts drifted to the pale pink lotus flowers, interspersed with golden seed pods. She plucked a few blossoms and handed them to Linglan. The lotus pond was exceptionally vast. As Yu Furong gazed across the water from the boat, she estimated it to be roughly the size of a football field from her past life. She couldn't help but grasp a nearby lotus leaf, contemplating the enormity of the pond. With such a large expanse of water, and being a flowing body of water, could this not serve as an ideal location for disposing of evidence or even for burying a body? Yu Furong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she focused on the pond. The sight of the twin lotus flowers brought her back from her dangerous musings. Plucking a twin lotus, she silently recited a few lines of Amitba. How had she, a model youth of impeccable integrity, come to associate such a serene pond with thoughts of murder and concealment? What a sin! Sitting in the boat, she let her fingers skim the water's surface, creating ripples that startled the fish, causing them to scatter. After circling the pond twice, Yu Furong returned, clutching a bouquet of lotus flowers. Upon her return to the Chengqian Palace, Tingmei approached with a cup of tea, while Linglan fetched a vase. "My lady, while I was out to collect this month's rations, I happened to pass through Chang Street and observed Consort Ro reprimanding Zhou Changzai and Su Marin," Tingmei reported, her expression somewhat peculiar. Yu Furong's eyelids twitched. "Reprimanding, right on Chang Street? Has she grown so brazen?" Tingmei nodded, kneading Yu Furong's neck and shoulders. Indeed, Zhou Changzai's face was swollen from the beating, and Su Marin, in her attempt to protect Zhou, received a slap as well, leaving her face equally bruised. Yu Furong was taken aback. What prompted such punishment? A slap in the face. This is indeed Consort Ro's usual conduct. At this point, Tingmei's expression grew more serious. "When I arrived, I only witnessed Zhou Changzai and Su Marin being punished. As for the reason, I overheard others say that during the greeting, Zhou Changzai smiled, prompting Consort Ro to declare her greeting improper and insisted that she redo it. Zhou complied, yet unbeknownst to her, Consort Ro did not call for her to rise, and when Zhou could no longer endure the humiliation, she stood on her own, leading Consort Ro to command the nearby matron to strike her. Yu Furong pondered deeply for a while before saying, "Why has she quarreled with Zhou Changzai again? Hadn't Consort Ro pledged her allegiance to the Empress? My mind is in disarray. If only I could directly inquire with the Empress or Consort Ro." And what happened next? Did Zhou Changzai not seek the Empress to complain? Yu Furong sipped her tea. Tingmei pressed Yu Furong's shoulder gently and sighed. Upon hearing of this incident, the Empress immediately took Zhou Changzai and Su Marin to the Taiji Palace, emerging with a notably grim expression. The matter was left unresolved. Yu Furong nearly spilled her tea. The Emperor actually condones such behavior, unprovoked attacks on palace concubines, especially targeting their dignity, and yet the Emperor imposes no punishment? In the harem, not only Yu Furong was astonished. The Empress and Zhou Changzai shared in the surprise. Zhou Changzai, having received treatment for her bruises, wanted to cry but feared smudging the ointment on her face, so she could only dab at her tears. The Empress sat on the soft couch, gazing out the window for a long while before speaking. "Chini, you have seen, the only solution now is for you to conceive swiftly. Otherwise, who knows how she will continue to assert herself in the future. If she were to have a child later, the implications would be far-reaching. Thinking too far ahead is unwarranted. Moreover, Consort Ro's child arrives at an inopportune time." The Empress, clutching a grape in her hand, mused that since the child was untimely, as a biological mother, she must teach the child when it is appropriate to arrive and when not. After contemplating her tea for a while, the Empress turned to Zhou Changzai and said with a smile, "Chini, come here, I have something to entrust to you." Zhou Changzai, wiping her tears, sat beside the Empress and murmured, "Sister, please speak." The Empress tenderly stroked Zhou Changzai's head. "Chini, I will avenge you. When we return later, you must take the sachet and find a way to." The Empress's voice trailed off as Zhou Changzai received the sachet, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I knew it. Sister treats me the best." The Empress smiled gently. "Of course, among the sisters in the household, I cherish you the most. By the way, Chini, have you been spending a lot of time with Su Marin recently?" The Empress casually inquired while fiddling with her teacup. "Indeed, just the other day, Su Marin fell from the rockery, and I happened to assist her, which made her grateful and willing to converse with me more," Zhou Changzai replied with a smile. The Empress set her teacup down and used a handkerchief to dab at the corner of Zhou Changzai's eyes, smiling. "It is good for you to have friends, but always be cautious. There are no true sisters in the palace." "Yes, sister, I understand you are the best," Zhou Changzai cooed, clinging to the Empress's arm. The Empress chuckled softly, smoothing Zhou Changzai's hair. In the afternoon, Li Suo learned that while Consort Ro was strolling in the Imperial Garden, she encountered Yi Baolin and punished him to kneel for an hour. Yu Furong remained silent for a long while before saying, "How is it that since her pregnancy, she seems to have transformed into a different person? This morning, she disrespected the Empress and struck 2 concubines. Now, she has ordered someone to kneel. This is truly beyond comprehension." While Yu Furong was lost in thought, someone from the Jing Shifang arrived, announcing that the Emperor had summoned her for the night.
Chapter 51 The kind of person after Yu Furong had changed and bathed, she proceeded to the Taiji Palace, only to hear Yang Zhou inform her that the emperor had been summoned away by Consort Ro, claiming he was unwell and needed to be checked on. Yu Furong responded, the emperor said he would return later, he asked you to wait in the hall. Yang Zhou's words lacked conviction. Why Yu Furong understood it was merely a pretext, a small measure of courtesy bestowed upon her by the emperor. She casually picked up a travelogue and began to read, eventually setting it aside as the hour grew late, knowing full well the emperor would not return. Unexpectedly, not long after Yu Furong lay down, Meng Qian'an returned. It was already quite late, and Yu Furong, still in a haze, propped herself up to gaze at Meng Qian'an, slowly regaining her clarity. Long live the emperor, she murmured. Though awake, she was not fully alert. Meng Qian'an stood nearby, attended by 2 palace maids assisting with his change of attire. Upon noticing Yu Furong had awakened, he acknowledged her without concern for whether she had risen to pay her respects. The 2 young maids exchanged glances and silently quickened their pace. Outside, it was said that Consort Ro was the most favored, but only those who served in the emperor's presence knew that the true favorite should be Yu Jieyu. Even Consort Ro, despite her esteemed position, had never spent the night in Taiji Palace, and she always approached the emperor with decorum, unlike Yu Jieyu, who was known for her more audacious behavior. It was not that Consort Ro lacked the courage to be bold, rather, the emperor would not permit it. Once dressed, Meng Qian'an lay down beside Yu Furong, who instinctively nestled closer, wrapping her arms around him. Why have you returned, your majesty? Is Consort Ro feeling better? Meng Qian'an leaned down, kissing her softly, and murmured, do not mention her, open your mouth. Yu Furong obediently complied, surrendering herself to Meng Qian'an's passionate advances. After a tender interlude, Meng Qian'an embraced her, his warm hand resting upon her abdomen. Yu Furong, so drowsy she could barely keep her eyes open, heard a soft sigh beside her, followed by a few murmured words. Upon catching the mention of child, her consciousness slipped away into a deep slumber. Meng Qian'an, observing the peacefully sleeping Yu Furong, sighed again and, with a hint of discontent, pinched her nose gently. Why Yu Furong stirred slightly, your majesty? Seeing her discontented expression, Meng Qian'an pulled her into his arms and whispered soothingly, I shall not disturb you any further. Sleep now. With that, Yu Furong closed her eyes once more, drifting into a profound sleep. Meng Qian'an nestled against her neck, letting out a soft sigh. Of the following day, during the morning greetings, Yu Furong and the other concubines faced yet another round of trials. It was only when Hui Fei entered that Ro Fei finally relented. Observing Hui Fei take her place beside her, Ro Fei stiffened momentarily before inquiring, Sister Hui Fei, what brings you here today? Should you not be here to pay respects to the Empress? Hui Fei, you have yet to undergo your coronation rites, and your child is not yet a month old. Are you not afraid of sowing enmity with such ostentation? Hui Fei replied coldly. At that moment, Ro Fei's earlier arrogance dissipated entirely, her voice considerably subdued. This palace has the emperor to protect me, she retorted, yet her confidence faltered solely in Hui Fei's presence. For Hui Fei and the emperor had grown up together, and should Hui Fei truly choose to act, the emperor might not shield her. Back when they were in the Wang residence, Hui Fei was merely a secondary consort, and Ro Fei had foolishly provoked her, resulting in Hui Fei having her whipped. Since that incident, Ro Fei had been wary of crossing Hui Fei. Moreover, the emperor, who had always indulged her, had not punished Hui Fei but rather confined both women for half a month. This punishment was trivial for Hui Fei, who preferred to remain indoors. Though Hui Fei now also favored staying home, she still made appearances during morning greetings, allowing others to see her. Ro Fei, now considerably subdued, found this morning's greetings to be less fraught, and even Yu Furong, who had shared the emperor's bed, did not attract much jealousy. Everyone seemed intent on undermining the empress instead. The gossip revolved around Ro Fei's past transgressions against the palace women, and today it might be Zhou Qingzai or Su Marin. Tomorrow, it could be any of them. By in dealing with Ro Fei, even those who usually clashed, like He Baolin and Song Baolin, set aside their differences. The empress had heard enough complaints but felt powerless to act. Confinement would lead Ro Fei to plead with the emperor, and if she were to abduct a pregnant woman, it was likely that the emperor would lift her confinement the moment it began, which would be a blow to the empress's authority. As for other punishments, such as copying Buddhist texts, Ro Fei would simply claim that her pregnancy made it too arduous, and kneeling, that was out of the question. If Ro Fei lost her child due to such punishment, the ensuing chaos would be unimaginable. The empress was at a loss, unable to strike or punish Ro Fei, leaving her heart aching with frustration. She regretted not having dealt with Ro Fei more decisively while they were still in the Qian Palace. Now, witnessing Ro Fei's reluctance to offend Hui Fei, the empress turned the prayer beads in her hand, silently reciting a calming mantra. Upon returning to Qingqian Palace, Wan Ning was seen directing several young eunuchs and moving items into her quarters. Spotting Yu Furong's return, Wan Ning approached with a smile. Jieyu, may you be blessed. This is a basket of winter melons sent by the emperor, along with his instructions that you should not consume too much at once, as they are cold in nature. Yu Furong looked at the baskets of melons, smiled, and instructed Li Suo to reward Wan Ning with silver. After delivering the items, Wan Ning returned to report back, and as he departed, Li Suo volunteered to accompany him. Upon reaching the entrance of Qingqian Palace, Li Suo watched Wan Ning with eager anticipation. Wan Ning chuckled, would you like some too? The emperor has also bestowed one upon me. I shall have someone deliver it to you later. Li Su shook his head, I do not require it. My master will reward me. I merely wish to inquire about any developments from the Xinqing division. Wan Ning chuckled softly, glancing around before leaning closer to Li Suo, whispering, do not worry. There have been some leads in the Xinqing division, just be discreet, lest you alert the enemy. Li Suo nodded, happily producing a pouch from his sleeve and offering it to Wan Ning. Thank you, Master Wan. This is a token from my master, please accept it.
Wan Ning took the pouch, weighing it in his hand, a smile gracing his lips, realizing he had finally received the right reward. In truth, Li Suo had not given the correct amount, he possessed only 10 taels of silver, and Yu Furong typically rewarded with the same. Li Suo stood at the entrance of Qingqian Palace, watching Wan Ning depart with delight. Just then, the head of the Internal Affairs Office happened to pass by and observed the scene, chuckling as he asked, "What are you gazing at? The person has already left." Seeing it was the head of the Internal Affairs Office, Li Suo bowed and invited him inside. "What do you think of Master Wan?" the head inquired with a smile, gazing at Li Suo. Chapter 52 Fishing Old Master Wan is truly a commendable individual, characterized by his warm-heartedness. After careful contemplation, Li Suo arrived at the conclusion, why did Chief Steward's son suddenly inquire about this? The head of the Internal Affairs Court bears the surname Sun, hence he is commonly referred to as Chief Steward. It is nothing significant, merely curiosity, for one seldom encounters Old Master Wan. Chief Steward's son pondered his choice of words. It was indeed a moment of genuine warmth, despite the fact that he is, in truth, a kind-hearted person, yet, he is not without his flaws. Old Master Wan is known for his stinginess and his propensity for vengeance, not exactly a paragon of virtue. He can hold a grudge over a trivial matter for 3 years, and anyone who crosses him is bound to face dire consequences. Li Su felt he had been subjected to a stream of nonsensical chatter. After delivering his message, Chief Steward's son took his leave, smiling as he told Li Su, "Should you ever find yourself in distress, do not hesitate to seek me out. I might be able to offer some assistance." That, of course, was a feigned sentiment, for his true intention was to make things difficult for Old Master Wan. Li Su nodded enthusiastically, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Chief Steward's son, for your kindness." Sun, with a cheerful flick of his hand, departed. In the afternoon, Yu Furong was busy dyeing her nails, and it was during this time that Li Su gleaned some news from outside, stating that Consort Ro had summoned Yi Baolin and Song Baolin to kneel in the Imperial Garden for an hour. The reason being that during a quarrel, they had spoken disrespectfully regarding the child in her womb. Consort Ro had merely been passing through. Yu Furong, admiring her crimson nails, took a fine brush to have Tingmei paint a few plum blossoms upon them. It need not be overly exquisite, just lifelike would suffice. As Tingmei meticulously painted Yu Furong's nails, Li Su animatedly recounted the events that had transpired in the Imperial Garden, while Tingfeng stood by the window, echoing his words. "For instance, my lady, you cannot imagine, Consort Ro left behind a palace maid, forbidding them to rise until the appointed time." "Oh, how dreadful!" Li Su exclaimed. Yi Baolin and Song Baolin were indeed unfortunate. Merely out for a stroll, and to encounter one another was bad enough, yet they did so while embroiled in a quarrel with Consort Ro. How terrifying! Consort Ro has only just conceived. Should she bear a son in due time, one can only imagine how she may torment the lower-ranking concubines. Perhaps they ought to be executed, Tingfeng interjected, tilting his head slightly, adding, "Executed twice." As evening fell, Meng Xianan did not receive any summons, and Consort Ro continued to send people to request his presence. However, at that moment, he was engaged in discussions with the cabinet ministers and thus could not meet with her. Word reached that Consort Ro had shattered several vases. After her bath and change of clothes, Yu Furong instructed Tingmei to massage her acupoints before retiring for the night. Meanwhile, the Yangfu Palace was ablaze with light. Without the veil of makeup, the dark circles under Consort Ro's eyes became increasingly pronounced. For several nights, she had been plagued by nightmares, unable to enjoy even a moment of restful sleep. If this continued, her health and that of her child would surely suffer. Consort Ro summoned the imperial physician, yet he could discern nothing amiss, only providing her with a few calming herbal concoctions. However, they proved ineffective, leaving her more restless than before. She had an inkling that something was amiss, yet she could not pinpoint the cause. She suspected that her current state was related to her pregnancy. Consort Ro could only console herself with this thought. A palace maid returned from seeking an audience with the emperor, reporting that she had not even laid eyes on him, which ignited Consort Ro's fury once more. The following day, Yu Furong was in good spirits as she sat in her place enjoying tea. Consort Ro had taken leave, citing discomfort and thus refraining from paying her respects. The attendees in the grand hall visibly exhaled in relief. After all, it was fortunate that Consort Ro was absent. She had made their lives quite unbearable of late, instilling a sense of trepidation even in the act of paying their respects. The group relished a rare moment of peace and joy, engaging in pleasant conversation until the Empress, feeling unwell, decided to dismiss the gathering early. Yu Furong, along with a companion, ventured to the Qianli pond to feed the fish. As they observed the koi swimming gracefully in the pond, her companion stood beside her, watching with curiosity and a hint of excitement. Her companion was not a daughter of a noble family nor the offspring of high-ranking officials. Rather, her father hailed from humble beginnings, having passed the imperial examination in his youth and served in various capacities before being reassigned to the capital as an 8th-grade official. In her previous life in a remote area, she had never encountered such beautiful koi. After arriving in the capital, she had no one to guide her in leisure, and her solitary existence in the palace left her little opportunity for exploration, making this her first visit to the Qianli pond. "Sister, can these fish be eaten?" her companion whispered. She knew this inquiry might be somewhat inappropriate, yet her curiosity was piqued. Yu Furong pondered for a moment before replying, "I am unsure, I have never eaten them before, only observed from a distance." "Perhaps we could catch one and taste it?" Upon hearing this, Tinglan hurriedly interjected, "My dear lady, you cannot eat these fish, their flesh is tough and full of bones, one could easily choke on a fishbone while trying to sip soup." It was not entirely accurate, but she had heard that the Empress Dowager had a fondness for koi, and given that her young lady had a penchant for putting everything in her mouth, she naturally sought to dissuade her from such an idea. A flicker of disappointment passed between Yu Furong and her companion.
While the fish here cannot be eaten, I know of a place where they can. Tinglon, go fetch 2 fishing rods from the Internal Affairs Court. Come, I shall take you fishing, Yu Furong exclaimed with enthusiasm, leading her companion toward the lotus pond. She had seen edible fish there on her previous visit. Her companion's gaze fell upon Yu Furong's grasp on her wrist, and she opened her mouth to speak, but upon meeting Yu Furong's bright eyes, she swallowed her words. Despite feeling a twinge of discomfort, her mother had advised her to adapt and learn to get along with others. As her companion engaged in self-reassurance, Yu Furong had already picked up a fishing rod and began her pursuit. Perhaps due to the location by the bank, Yu Furong spent the entire morning without catching a single fish. She silently lifted her fishing rod to inspect it, finding no fault with it. After checking the bait, she still found everything in order. What, then, could be the issue? Yu Furong was perplexed. Meanwhile, her inexperienced companion was reeling in fish after fish. Even when her bait was skewed, the fish still eagerly bit the hook. Ultimately, Yu Furong glanced at her empty bucket in silence and reached into her companion's bucket to retrieve a fish. After all, catching fish from another's bucket could hardly be considered improper. Her companion smiled shyly, offering all her fish to Yu Furong, who then took them back to the Chaoqian Palace for lunch. Overjoyed, Yu Furong instructed Tinglon to take some silver to the imperial kitchen and order several delectable dishes. Just as they were halfway through their meal, a young eunuch arrived with news that Consort Ro was coming. Chapter 53 is purely a test of patience. Why Yu Furong's brow furrowed in surprise. How could there be an intrusion at this hour? She exchanged a glance with the person beside her, and immediately set down her chopsticks to step outside and greet them. However, before they could make their way out, the Rufii entered with a stormy demeanor. Yu Jieyu, are you aware of your transgressions? Rufii glared fiercely at Yu Furong upon her entrance. Yu Furong lowered her eyes and performed a respectful bow. Your Highness, may you have peace. I am unaware of any wrongdoing. How can you claim ignorance when you have taken away the lotus and lily soup, which I cherish dearly? Is this not a deliberate affront to me? Rufii huffed coldly, stepping closer to fix her gaze upon Yu Furong. Do not presume that the Emperor's favor grants you the audacity to act recklessly in my presence. Your Highness, forgive me. I was not aware that the soup was your favorite. If it displeases you, I shall have someone return it at once, Yu Furong replied with utmost respect and sincerity. Despite her earnestness, Rufii remained vexed, her simmering anger fueled by the unconsumed soup. Xiuqiu, overturn their table. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. The last words were delivered with a deliberate emphasis, each syllable pronounced with precision as Rufii glared at Yu Furong. At her command, Xiuqiu summoned 2 matrons who promptly upended the table at which Yu Furong had been dining. Throughout this act, Yu Furong remained silent, and the servants within the Changqian Palace made no effort to intervene. Come forth, Yu Jieyu and that person have intentionally offended me, let them kneel for an hour and a half. Rufii cast a menacing glance at Yu Furong. Had she not feared that this insolent wretch might report her to the Emperor, she would have demanded even longer penance from Yu Furong. Why Yu Furong, with remarkable compliance, pulled the person beside her to kneel on the ground. It was merely half an hour, and within her own palace, it was bearable. However, seeing Yu Furong's lack of response only fueled Rufii's ire. With her pent-up rage seeking an outlet, Rufii marched out, her anger heightened with every step. Yu Furong turned to the side, noticing Tinglon, who was gnashing her teeth. My lady, I distinctly saw 2 bowls of soup on the stove. I inquired as to whose it was, and the kitchen staff confirmed that no one of significance had ordered it. Rufii is merely here to create trouble. Yu Furong watched Rufii's furious retreat, lowering her gaze to conceal the glimmer of emotion in her eyes. Together with the person beside her, she knelt at the end of the corridor. A young palace maid, poised to speak, faltered upon meeting Tinglon's fierce gaze, suppressing her words. It was perhaps best to overlook the incident, for there were no other witnesses in the Changqian Palace. Although she served Rufii, her own life was paramount, and discretion was advisable. Just outside the gates of Changqian Palace, Rufii encountered Zhou Changzai, returning from a meal with the Empress. Using the pretext of having collided with her palanquin, Rufii ordered Zhou Changzai to kneel for half an hour. Naturally, Zhou Changzai was unwilling. She was simply on her way back to her own quarters when an inexplicable accusation arose. Just as she was about to invoke the Empress, Rufii interrupted with a cold snort. Silencer, she speaks nothing but words that displease me. Leave 2 matrons to keep a close watch on Zhou Changzai. She shall not rise until her time is served. The matrons accompanying Rufii complied and focused their attention on Zhou Changzai as Zhou Changzai widened her eyes in disbelief. Having been raised in opulence, she had never experienced such humiliation. Struggling in indignation, she attempted to rise, but the attentive matron stepped forward to keep her restrained. Thus, within the confines of Changqian Palace, all, from the esteemed ladies to the lowly servants, found themselves kneeling on the ground. At that moment, Meng Qianan was dining, bemused to hear of Rufii's tempestuous entrance into Changqian Palace, all over a bowl of soup. Ironically, the soup had been Rufii's in the first place. She had simply spilled it and, upon seeking a replacement, found none available, prompting her furious visit to Changqian Palace. Meng Qianan felt a sense of exasperation at the news. Recently, Rufii had seemed transformed, though it was not entirely new behavior. Her current condition afforded her newfound audacity. Alas, it was Yu Jieyu who bore the brunt of this senseless calamity. With this thought, Meng Qianan set down his chopsticks, took a handkerchief to dab his mouth, and declared, "Dismiss them." Wan Ningdang, observing Meng Qianan's barely touched meal, expressed concern. "Your Majesty, you have scarcely eaten." Annoyed, Meng Qianan reclined on the soft couch, prompting Wan Ningdang to immediately recognize the signal to remain silent. Serving the Emperor required a certain level of perceptiveness. It was crucial to ensure he felt at ease, lest one unknowingly provoke his displeasure. As Meng Qianan sipped his tea with an inscrutable expression, Wan Ningdang stood quietly by, aware that after years of service, he understood the Emperor to be in a particularly foul mood.
Setting down his teacup, Meng Qian'an removed the prayer beads from his wrist, flicking them idly at Wan Yingdang, quick on his feet, suggested, "Your Majesty might consider visiting Qingqian Palace. There, it is customary for the servants to flatter and belittle one another. It is likely that Yu Jieyu will be served nothing but leftover scraps if she goes to request a meal. A visit from your Majesty would allow you to bestow a token of favor upon her and perhaps share a light repast together." Meng Qian'an regarded Wan Yingdang thoughtfully for a moment, his gaze heavy. Wan Yingdang, sensing the tension, promptly knelt, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, I should not have spoken so freely to provoke your displeasure." Meng Qian'an turned the prayer beads in contemplation before finally replying, "Rise. You mean well, so let it be. Proceed to Qingqian Palace." Wan Yingdang, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply in thanks before promptly following Meng Qian'an. And meanwhile, in Qingqian Palace, Yu Furong continued to kneel alongside the person beside her. "Sister, do we count this as an unwarranted calamity?" the person beside her whispered. "Indeed," Yu Furong replied. "I thought that by staying inside, we would avoid provoking Rufei, yet it seems I was mistaken." She fell into silence, reflecting on the unexpected intrusion. It was indeed surprising, yet not entirely so. After all, if anyone in the palace had the most humble origins, it would be Rufei. The person beside her, despite being the daughter of an 8th-rank official, had at least some status, whereas Rufei hailed from a peasant background, lacking the refinement of the nobility. Yu Furong sighed, about to speak when a shadow suddenly loomed above her. She looked up, only to meet a pair of dark, piercing eyes. Chapter 54. Who was a good person in summer soaking in hot springs? Get up, Meng Qian'an urged, pulling Yu Furong to her feet, casting a glance at the timid figure nearby who had just been scolded. The person, still trembling, responded meekly. "Why are your hands so cold?" Meng Qian'an inquired, grasping Yu Furong's hand. Why? Yu Furong raised her hand to touch her own, perplexed. "My hands aren't cold at all." Meng Qian'an surveyed the disarray within the room, remaining silent for a considerable time before speaking. "Why don't you resist a little? When you first entered the palace, you were bold enough to confront even the queen's sister." Yu Furong smiled bashfully, "Your Majesty, Consort Ro is with child. Even if I harbor no fondness for her, I ought to consider the life growing within her and not hold too many grievances against her." "Nonsense, she must be biding her time for a grand move." Hearing this, Meng Qian'an affectionately ruffled Yu Furong's hair. "In this palace, you are the most sensible." Yu Furong merely smiled, remaining silent till the timid figure took their leave, and Wan Ying ordered the servants to tidy the hall, replacing the old carpet with a new one and setting a fresh table for lunch. After their meal, Meng Qian'an returned to Tai Chi Palace to attend to official documents. Meanwhile, upon learning that the emperor had gone to the Chengqian Palace to absolve Yu Furong of her punishment, Consort Ro was so enraged that she shattered the teacup in her hand. Xiuxiu stood expressionless beside her, though her heart was bleeding. Such a waste of silver. In recent months, the emperor's rewards had dwindled significantly. If the consort continued to smash things, it would surely lead to financial ruin. It was not unusual for Consort Ro to be angry in her own quarters. The Ministry of Internal Affairs typically sent a batch of teacups to Yangfu Palace every few days. In the afternoon, feeling quite out of sorts, Consort Ro decided to take a stroll. Yun Kaijin and Lin Baolin were idly wandering in the Imperial Garden, both relatively unfavored and sharing similar temperaments, which provided ample topics for conversation. Yun Kaijin sat on a bench in the corridor, chatting and laughing with Lin Baolin about the scenery outside. From a distance, Consort Ro spotted the two. By the time Yu Furong awakened from her nap, she learned that Yun Kaijin had narrowly avoided being sent to the Xinqing division, while Lin Baolin had received 10 lashes. Yu Furong's temples throbbed, and she joined her hands in prayer, silently uttering Amitba. That evening, a young eunuch from the Empress's palace informed that the Empress was unwell and had exempted herself from the customary greetings for the next few days. Zhou Chang from the Shifang Palace followed the young eunuch to Fengyi Palace to attend to the Empress. After about 5 or 6 days, the Empress's health began to improve. During those brief days, the once bustling Imperial Garden fell into neglect as everyone stayed obediently within their own quarters, fearing an encounter with Consort Ro. Anyone crossing paths with her would find themselves subjected to her ire, leaving the court in a state of trepidation. Yu Furong also remained quietly ensconced within Qingqian Palace. Though the mid-May weather could not be classified as scorching, it bore the hallmarks of summer heat. Yu Furong held a hand fan, with Tinglan following beside her, shielding her from the sun as they made their way back to the palace. Thankfully, Tingmei had instructed the maidservants to bring an umbrella when they departed, or it would have been unbearable for the young mistress under the blazing sun. Tinglan glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky. "I wonder if we will go to the summer palace this year," Yu Furong mused. The Tai Mingyuan summer palace, nestled by the mountains and water, was a delightful retreat with its pavilions and waterside structures artfully arranged. Should they not go this year, she would have to devise an alternative plan. As Yu Furong gazed down at the cobblestones embedded in the ground, her mind raced with thoughts. Instead of news about the summer palace, she received an invitation to the hot spring palace for a soak. Upon hearing this, Yu Furong was momentarily taken aback. It was Wan Ying who remarked that the young mistress must be overjoyed, snapping Yu Furong back to reality. Hot spring palace? Hot springs, is this truly the season for soaking in hot springs? Who in their right mind goes to the hot springs in the sweltering summer? Yu Furong wished she could pour a bit of hot spring water into Meng Qian'an's head, hoping he would comprehend that the water was merely warm. When Li Su returned, she bore a somewhat peculiar expression. "What is wrong?" Yu Furong asked irritably, tossing her handkerchief aside. She longed for a respite from the heat. "Thank you very much." Upon hearing the news, Tingmei had already begun helping Yu Furong pack her belongings, while Tinglan was busy soothing her. The young mistress despised the heat most of all. Every summer, icy treats were the first to be supplied to her quarters.
My lady, I learned from Master Wan that there will only be 3 people going to the hot spring palace. Her Majesty the Empress, Consort Ro, and you, Li Su said with a hint of exasperation. Why Yufurong asked, is the Emperor going as well? The Emperor will not be attending. Master Wan mentioned that the Emperor instructed the imperial physician to prepare medicinal sachets to be placed in the hot springs, specifically for the lady's health, which is why he permitted the Empress and Consort Ro to go. Li Su divulged everything she knew. Understood, Yufurong replied, waving her hand dismissively. But why must I be included? Do I appear to be in ill health? My lady, do not worry, I shall protect you. Tinglan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with determination. Why Yufurong propped her head in her hands, feeling a headache coming on. If it were winter, she would have eagerly accepted a soak in the hot springs, but alas, it was summer. Rest assured, my lady, it's only a day's trip, Tingmei reassured her as she finished packing the clothes. Yufurong sighed, choosing not to respond. On the following morning, as dawn was breaking, 3 palanquins slowly exited the palace through the Zhuke gate. The leading palanquin was resplendent, adorned with draping silk embroidered with 9 soaring phoenixes and topped with a lustrous pearl. The central palanquin, though less extravagant, was still exquisitely crafted, while the last palanquin appeared somewhat shabby in comparison. Why Yufurong squinted, leaning against Tinglan. She felt drowsy. When her eyes opened, life felt overwhelming, and when she closed them, it seemed as though life was fleeting. The hot spring palace was not far from the imperial palace, nestled at the foot of a mountain just outside Xingjing, where most of the royal palaces were located, except for the farther Tai Mingyuan summer palace. The palanquin swayed for 2 hours before finally arriving at the palace, coinciding perfectly with lunchtime. The Empress, having recently fallen ill and endured a taxing journey, appeared exceedingly frail. In stark contrast, Consort Ro was spirited and radiant, seemingly elated by some good fortune. After Yufurong had paid her respects to the Empress, she quietly stood by, awaiting further instructions. Consort Ro, as brazen as ever, did not bother with formalities, standing defiantly without bowing, simply waiting for the Empress to speak. The Empress took a moment to compose herself before addressing them. All right, after such a long journey, you must be weary. Please return to your quarters to rest, but do not miss the time tonight. Otherwise, the effects of the medicinal bath in the hot springs will diminish. Yufurong curtsied, while Consort Ro walked away without a backward glance. For a fleeting moment, the Empress's expression stiffened, but she quickly regained her composure, donning a gracious smile. As Yufurong gazed at the splendid and opulent residence before her, she silently fanned herself for a while, with only the Empress, Consort Ro, and herself present. If she were in Consort Ro's position and wished to eliminate an annoying presence, these next few days would present the perfect opportunity. Chapter 55. So it is in the imperial palace, where the number of people was scarce, it was convenient to handle matters or scheme against others. Why Yufurong cast her gaze down upon the bracelet adorning her wrist, suppressing the impractical thoughts that flickered in her mind. The gentle consort must not encounter any mishap here. Adhering to the principle of striking first, she found herself at a disadvantage in the current situation, with no reliable allies within the palace, leaving her with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Yufurong clicked her tongue in discontent. She despised this feeling of passivity. Rather than returning to her residence for rest, she meandered through the palace, weary as she was, primarily to familiarize herself with the terrain. As evening approached, she changed into more comfortable attire and made her way to the hot spring area. The queen's hot spring was separate from those of the consorts. As the emperor's wife and the mother of the nation, the queen enjoyed her private hot spring, while the consorts shared a communal one. As twilight descended and the palace lights flickered to life, Yufurong arrived at the hot spring only to find the gentle consort already immersed within her. Upon noticing Yufurong's late arrival, the gentle consort's expression darkened. You presume to share a pool with me? Be gone at once. Yufurong's gaze fell upon the gentle consort's delicate white hands, and she complied, retreating without a word. As she departed, her eyes inadvertently landed on the embroidered ball standing on the shore. With Yufurong's silhouette fading from view, the gentle consort exhaled deeply, leaning against the pool's edge for support. Outside the hot spring bathing palace, Yufurong raised her gaze to the stars, unable to suppress the smile that curved her lips. So it was, when she entered, the gentle consort had appeared particularly tense, her body rigid against the shore as she clung to the ground. The hot springs in this palace were transformed from natural springs, the pools deep enough that the water would reach a person's chest upon entry. A proficient swimmer would never cling to the edge in such a pool. Moreover, the gentle consort's personal maid, the embroidered ball, stood nearby, close to the gentle consort. If she were truly attending to the gentle consort, she would have been holding something in her hands. Yet, the embroidered ball's sleeves were wet. This suggested that prior to Yufurong's arrival, the embroidered ball had most likely been supporting the gentle consort at the shore. Why Yufurong slowly turned the bracelet on her wrist, her smile growing ever more pronounced. If the gentle consort could not swim, then she was not the emperor's savior, and many matters would become considerably easier to handle. Her plans would require some adjustment. My lady, the gentle consort is indeed excessively arrogant, claiming the pool that should be shared amongst the consorts for herself, remarked Tinglan, meticulously rummaging through her limited vocabulary, ultimately exclaiming, how outrageous. Yufurong chuckled as she placed her hand on Tinglan's, her spirits lifted. No matter, there are smaller pools available, albeit lacking the medicinal concoctions prepared by the emperor's servants. It is hardly a significant issue. In high spirits, Yufurong strolled along the palace path with Tinglan, blissfully unaware of the figure stealthily approaching from behind. The night was devoid of moonlight, only the stars scattered across the dark canvas, rendering the palace's lights particularly bright. The moment Yufurong noticed a shadow lunging towards her, she swiftly crouched to evade the assailant's attack. The figure, clad in tattered maidservant attire, with disheveled hair and a sharp knife in hand, fixated her bloodshot gaze upon Yufurong. It's your fault. It's you, and you, it's all you're doing, the maidservant muttered incoherently. As the maidservant lunged forward once more, Ting Lan swiftly kicked the knife from her grasp. Momentarily stunned, the maidservant then charged at Yu Furong with even greater ferocity, her eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. Ting Lan positioned herself protectively in front of Yu Furong, ready to confront the deranged maidservant. The maidservant, wielding an unknown hairpin, brandished it threateningly, the tip reflecting a glint of light. This was a finely sharpened pin, particularly dangerous at its end. Ting Lan kicked up a dagger from the ground, seizing it firmly and holding it defensively before her. Meanwhile, Yu Furong stepped back a few paces, determined to avoid hindering Ting Lan should a confrontation ensue. Soon, the maidservant and Ting Lan were entangled in a fierce struggle. The maidservant fought wildly, targeting vital points with reckless abandon. Fortunately, Ting Lan had acquired some rudimentary combat skills, enabling her to contend with the situation at hand. Intent on leaving her opponent alive, Ting Lan refrained from inflicting fatal harm. Yu Furong, anxiously observing the altercation, clutched a hairpin tightly in her hand. Though her pin was not as sharp as the maidservant's, it would suffice for basic self-defense. Glancing around at the eerily silent surroundings, she suppressed the urge to call for help. If anyone were nearby, they would have already arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, Ting Lan executed a swift maneuver, the dagger slicing across the maidservant's arm, the wound extending to her hand. The maidservant winced in pain, her movements slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Ting Lan disarmed the maidservant of her hairpin, twisting her wrist and pinning her to the ground. Ting Lan looked up, elated, only to be met with a sight that made her blood run cold. Miss. Get away! Behind Yu Furong, a tall, slender figure clad in black raised a knife high, preparing to plunge it towards her. Meanwhile, in the Fengquan Hot Spring Palace, the queen rested with her eyes closed, reclining against the pool's edge, while Yinjin knelt at the shore, her sleeves rolled up as she gently massaged the queen's shoulders. The emperor truly cares for you, my lady. Knowing your frail condition, he has instructed the imperial physician to prepare medicinal packets for your therapeutic baths each year, Yinjin remarked as she entered with a bowl of dark herbal concoction. The queen opened her eyes, accepting the bowl from Yinjin and taking a sip. This medicine seems less bitter than before. Yinjin smiled. I inquired specifically. It is said that the emperor ordered the imperial physicians to research ways to mitigate the bitterness of the medicine. Chapter 56. The disappearance of the 9 clans. It is evident that the emperor still holds the empress in high regard, Bilo exclaimed joyfully. Enough of these flattering words meant to please me. I am well aware of how the emperor feels about me, the empress sighed. Sometimes, she truly struggled to comprehend the emperor. Despite being married for over a decade, did the emperor truly care for her? Undoubtedly, he did, otherwise, he would not have expended such considerable wealth to acquire this estate, nor would he arrange annual medicinal baths to tend to her health. Yet, beyond these gestures, there was little more. The emperor had provided her with the privileges befitting a primary consort and an empress. However, she yearned for more than just these superficial tokens. The empress lowered her gaze in despondence, her hand resting upon her abdomen. If only I could bear a child, how wonderful that would be. A mistress, I fail to understand. The emperor invited you to bring along Yujueyu, but why did you also insist on bringing Rufei? Bilo replied with dissatisfaction. Ever since that day when Rufei had strutted around in Fingi Palace, asserting her dominance, Bilo's disdain for Rufei had skyrocketed. The empress, standing in the water, smiled brightly. She is with child, the emperor's first offspring. If it is a prince, he will be the emperor's eldest son. What harm is there in bestowing her some favor? Bilo stamped her foot in protest. Your highness, the favor you grant her has led her to believe that the emperor summoned her specifically. Do you not know, she expelled Yujueyu and monopolized the hot springs for herself. The empress raised an eyebrow in surprise. Her temperament has changed considerably since her pregnancy. Yinjin, standing quietly by, gently massaged the empress's shoulders. Bilo, holding an empty medicine bowl, echoed the empress's sentiments. Indeed, your highness, Rufei was not as arrogant when she first entered the palace. She now relies on the child in her womb. The empress chuckled softly, pouring a warm brown medicinal concoction over her shoulders. She carries the emperor's child. In motherhood lies her power. I wonder, how long will she wield such influence? Yujueyu, do not let me down. And meanwhile, in the desolate courtyard, Ting Lan shook off the palace maid in her grasp, and a dagger plunged violently into the abdomen of the approaching figure. In the dim light, it was barely discernible that the assailant was a young eunuch. Without time to scrutinize, Ting Lan hurriedly knelt to assist Yu Furong to her feet. In that critical moment, Yu Furong had suddenly thrown herself to the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack from behind. The eunuch, seeing his initial strike fail, quickly repositioned himself to thrust the dagger at the fallen Yu Furong. In her precarious state, Yu Furong was ill-prepared to dodge, and having lunged too hastily, her knees and elbows were likely bruised. Struggling, she rolled aside, but her movements were slightly sluggish, and the sharp blade grazed her arm, causing crimson blood to flow forth. Just as the eunuch prepared to strike again, Ting Lan seized the opportunity to drive her dagger into his abdomen. Yu Furong was grateful that she had chosen not to adorn herself with too many hairpins, opting instead for a single hair tie. Otherwise, had she fallen as she did, she might have been impaled by her own ornaments before anyone could intervene. Once Ting Lan dispatched the eunuch, she swiftly helped Yu Furong to her feet. While Yu Furong clutched her wound, her vision blurring, as she faintly heard Ting Lan's frantic cries. Though she longed to reassure her that she was unharmed, a wave of dizziness washed over her, plunging her into unconsciousness. Ting Lan, cradling Yu Furong, raced through the palace, urgently calling for help. Someone, fetch the imperial physician, my lady has been poisoned. As Yu Furong collapsed, Ting Lan noticed the blood seeping from her wound had turned black, barely visible in the night as shadows. Ting Lan ran with determination, her destination clear. The Empress's hot spring palace. However, she could not comprehend why the path was so eerily deserted. Upon reaching the entrance, she found only a couple of sweeping maidens inside.
The Empress had already departed. The maids, startled by Tinglan's appearance, dropped their brooms and fled in terror, shouting about murder. It was no wonder they were frightened. Tinglan was smeared with the blood of the eunuch and Yufurong, and the latter lay in her arms, oblivious to her fate, with blood dripping from her outstretched hand, an alarming sight indeed. Tinglan gazed at the empty palace, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Yufurong's lips had turned a deep shade of purple, and her wound continued to ooze dark, viscous blood. Despite her aching limbs and trembling legs, Tinglan pressed on, fearing that if she halted, her beloved mistress might slip away. Turning towards Yufurong's assigned quarters, where several rough palace maids and eunuchs resided, Tinglan struggled to carry Yufurong towards the palace. The attendants, witnessing Tinglan's distressing state, were taken aback. Tinglan placed Yufurong on a soft couch, collapsing to her knees from exhaustion. Quickly, summon the physician and another person to inform the Empress. Hurry! Tinglan's trembling hands pressed against the ground as she nearly shouted the command. Her limbs quaked violently, and several times she attempted to rise to staunch Yufurong's bleeding, but to no avail. Ultimately, she managed to bind Yufurong's arm. The palace was not as expansive as the royal palace, and due to the emperor's orders, the physician was already stationed nearby to provide medicine for the empress, so fortunately, he arrived quickly. Tinglan knelt on the ground, watching as the physician stumbled in, prepared to bow, but Tinglan shouted, "Attend to my mistress at once, there is no time for formalities." The physician, trembling, knelt beside the couch, checked her pulse, and meticulously examined Yufurong's wound. Tinglan remained kneeling beside her, drained of energy, when a cold droplet of water fell onto her hand. A gust of wind chilled her face, and only then did Tinglan realize she had been crying. The concubine has been poisoned, but thankfully, the poison has not been in her system long, and the dosage is not substantial. I will first administer acupuncture to halt the spread of the toxin to her heart, and the antidote ingredients are in the apothecary. Someone must fetch them to brew the remedy, the physician instructed, regaining his composure and issuing commands with clarity. Now, the fates of his clan were at stake. Others may not know, but as a servant of the emperor, he was acutely aware that this favored concubine was currently quite cherished. The medicinal packages used in the Empress's bath had been specially prepared for Yufurong by the Emperor's decree. Should anything happen to her under his watch, it would indeed spell disaster for his entire lineage. Chapter 57. The punishment of the three clans. After the royal physician issued his orders, he earnestly began administering acupuncture to Yufurong. With each needle he inserted, the sweat on his brow increased. At this moment, it was as if his entire clan was racing against the poison. Should it reach the heart's meridian, even the mightiest of celestial beings would be powerless to intervene. The physician repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm, to act swiftly and accurately. There was no time for a second attempt at the needle. When the final needle was placed, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. That was close, far too close. Once he regained his composure, he noticed that Tinglan had fainted at some point. Well, that was another matter that required attention. The physician, ever diligent, rose to check on Tinglan and found that she had merely succumbed to exhaustion and heightened anxiety. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not poisoning. At that moment, the Empress arrived fashionably late. Upon seeing two individuals unconscious in the room, her initial surprise quickly morphed into fury. What is going on? Why is Imperial concubine you injured within the palace? She demanded. Someone, investigate this immediately. The palace maid accompanying the Empress promptly withdrew. The Empress then turned to the royal physician. Physician Wang, is there serious harm to Imperial concubine you? Kneeling on the ground, Physician Wang respectfully replied, Your Majesty, Imperial concubine you is no longer in grave danger. She merely requires a dose of the antidote shortly. The Empress then let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, Amatba, thank goodness Imperial concubine you is unharmed, otherwise, how would I explain this to His Majesty? Just then, Injin stepped into the chamber, casting a glance at the assembled guests before swiftly moving to the Empress's side and whispering, Your Majesty, His Majesty has arrived. The Empress was taken aback once more, a surge of indescribable emotions flooding her heart. It was indeed astonishing how swiftly the Emperor had come. The journey from the palace to the temporary residence typically took 2 hours by palanquin, yet on horseback, it could be traversed in merely half an hour. He must have rushed here the moment he heard the news. Suppressing the pang of anxiety within her, the Empress stepped outside to greet the Emperor. Meng Qianan, however, bypassed her directly, turning his attention to the still reclining Yufurong. What is her condition? Physician Wang repeated his earlier words to the Emperor. Meng Qianan then exhaled a sigh of relief. There is no need for concern, as Imperial concubine Yu is fortunate and under your Majesty's protection, she shall awaken soon. As the Empress spoke, she suddenly locked eyes with a pair of dark, icy orbs. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered within those eyes, startling the Empress, who grasped the silver needle tightly at her side. Your Majesty, why do you look at me in such a manner? She inquired, her heart racing with unease. Could it be that the Emperor had uncovered something? Feigning calmness on the surface, she felt a tumult of chaos within. Meng Qianan snapped back to reality, gazing down at the jade ring on his thumb, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, and asked, what transpired leading to this incident? The Empress furrowed her brow before kneeling on the ground, pleading, Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I had already retired for the evening when the incident occurred and failed to safeguard the Imperial consort. It is my dereliction of duty, and I humbly request your punishment. Meng Qianan gently lifted the Empress, speaking softly, Ruing, this is not your fault. It is a result of the palace maids and eunuchs' incompetence. Besides, you are in delicate health. It is only natural for you to rest early. How could you have anticipated such an event? The Empress exhaled, managing a weak smile. Indeed, thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Meng Qianan patted her hand affectionately. Meanwhile, the young apprentice beside the physician had procured the medicinal ingredients listed by physician Wang. To ensure everything was in order, Wang meticulously inspected the herbs once more. After confirming their quality, he oversaw the preparation of the antidote. However, with Yu Furong still unconscious, administering the potion proved impossible, and the physician's anxiety was palpable. This poison could not be delayed, even the slightest trace entering the heart's meridian was no trivial matter. Sitting nearby, Meng Qianan furrowed his brow as he observed the palace maid struggling to feed the potion to Yu Furong, who expelled more than half of it. Unable to contain himself, he snatched the potion from the maid's hands, lifted Yu Furong's chin, and forced the antidote down her throat. Fortunately, this tactic yielded results. At least Yu Furong managed to swallow the potion. Setting aside the empty bowl, Meng Qianan sat beside the soft couch, gazing at the unconscious Yu Furong, who was still adorned with numerous silver needles. These needles could not be removed until the effects of the medicine manifested. The Empress found a spot to sit, while the physician extracted another needle to awaken Tinglan, having moved her to a chair to avoid her being trampled. Upon waking, Tinglan immediately struggled to kneel before Meng Qianan, bowing her head. "Your Majesty, please take action. Someone wishes to kill my young master." "Be calm and articulate the events clearly. Both the Emperor and I shall seek justice for Imperial concubine Yu," the Empress interjected. Bi Luo entered quietly, draping a thin cloak over the Empress's shoulders. The Empress had only donned a simple garment upon her arrival, her hair styled in a straightforward manner. As Bai Luo gently covered her, the Empress glanced down at the white cloak embroidered with pink flowers. Suppressing a smile, Tinglan recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. Once she finished, Wanning entered, accompanied by two individuals. Upon seeing them, Tinglan lunged forward, intent on striking them, but Liang Wu swiftly restrained her. "This is a crucial witness, Miss Ting. I understand your concern for the imperial consort, but these two must not come to harm," Liang Wu insisted. Particularly concerning was the small eunuch, whose abdomen bore a deep wound. Had there not been a physician present in the palace, he might have already perished. Tinglan finally calmed down, kneeling on the ground, her anger palpable. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, it was them that made first lured me and my master away, while the eunuch took advantage of the situation to stab my master with a poisoned dagger." Meng Qianan lowered his gaze to the kneeling maid and eunuch. The maid was being forcibly held down. Meanwhile, she muttered, "Vixen, die a miserable death." Upon hearing this, Meng Qianan's expression darkened considerably. The maid continued her mindless muttering, seemingly unhinged. On the other hand, the small eunuch, half conscious, was being supported as he knelt. He intended to remain obstinately silent, but a seemingly casual remark fell upon him. "For conspiring to harm an imperial consort, your direct blood relative shall be punished by death, your entire clan shall be executed." The eunuch displayed no reaction to this pronouncement, remaining unusually calm. Observing this, Meng Qianan unwrapped the prayer beads from his wrist, casually remarking, "Your surname must be Chao." The eunuch's pupils contracted, and he raised his head in shock, about to speak, but Wanning swiftly covered his mouth and led him away. Chapter 58 Demotion. The young eunuch struggled fiercely, but Waningdang did not exert much strength to cover his mouth, thus the young eunuch easily broke free from Waningdang's grasp. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me, I am merely a pawn, commanded by others." The young eunuch knelt on the ground, incessantly banging his head. He had been indifferent to his fate, for coming from a poor family, he had sold himself into servitude, giving the silver he earned to his family. He had been passed around several households, ultimately purchased by a drunken man who adopted him as a son. The abuse he endured was tolerable, but he was also required to earn money to buy alcohol for the old drunkard. Eventually, that old drunkard accrued gambling debts, and upon hearing the palace was recruiting eunuchs, he sent the young eunuch to the palace, knowing that the chosen would receive 20 taels of silver. Originally bearing the surname Chao, the old drunkard changed it to Lu, and in the palace, he was referred to as Little Lu. If the emperor were to execute the old drunkard, that would be one thing, but if the emperor were to learn of his true surname, Chao, it would mean the emperor's decree of execution would extend to his blood relatives, and he could not bear that. His brother, his father and mother, and his elderly grandmother. Little Lu fervently knocked his head against the ground, pleading, "I will confess everything, I only ask the emperor to spare my family. Your Majesty, please forgive me." Meng Qianan lazily supported his head while idly turning the Buddhist beads in his hand. The Empress beside him wore an inscrutable expression. As the young eunuch's forehead was battered and bloodied, crimson stains blossoming on the carpet, Meng Qianan finally spoke, "If that is the case, then reveal all that you know." Just as the young eunuch was about to speak, a voice from outside announced the arrival of concubine Ro. Meng Qianan lowered his gaze once more, encircling the beads in his hand, and said, "Let her in." The young eunuch complied and promptly exited to relay the message. Before long, concubine Ro entered, clad in a delicate gauzy garment, her makeup meticulously applied. Meng Qianan glanced at her and then returned his gaze to the beads on his wrist, turning the jade ring on his thumb, ultimately deciding not to remove the beads. Meanwhile, the Empress furrowed her brows. "Go fetch a cloak for concubine Ro, you are with child now, why do you treat yourself so carelessly?" Concubine Ro perfunctorily curtsied to the Empress, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am quite well and do not require a cloak, Your Majesty, why have you come?" As she spoke, concubine Ro leaned closer to Meng Qianan. Meng Qianan frowned slightly and then removed the beads from his wrist. The Empress makes a valid point. You are with child now, and even if not for yourself, you must consider the child. Concubine Ro responded cheerfully, standing sweetly beside Meng Qianan. Meng Qianan lowered his gaze, fixated on the beads in his hand. "You may continue." This was directed at the young eunuch, who immediately began. "It was concubine Ro who approached me, offering 200 taels of silver, stating that if I killed Lady Yu, she would grant my family 500 taels upon completion." Concubine Ro assured me that she would arrange everything, allowing me to proceed with peace of mind. Standing beside Meng Qianan, Concubine Ro pointed at the young eunuch in astonishment and desperation. You lie. When did I ever seek you out? The young eunuch knelt, banging his head. Your Majesty, every word I speak is the truth. If your Majesty doubts me, you may send someone to investigate the light red dress Concubine Ro wore this afternoon. She approached me by the hot spring at the palace's source, where the sulfur is abundant. A careless moment could easily stain the hem of her dress with sulfur. The emperor will know upon inquiry. Meng Qianan turned to Concubine Ro, changing the direction of the beads in his hand. Wan Ingdang, investigate. No need, your Majesty. It was I, Concubine Ro interjected, stepping forward upon hearing the young eunuch's evidence. After all, she was both the emperor's savior and carried his child. She believed the emperor would not act against her, merely imposing a few days of house arrest. Thus, Concubine Ro spoke with utmost candor. Meng Qianan halted the motion of the beads in his hand, then cast a deep glance at Concubine Ro. Let it be known, by my decree, that Concubine Ro has acted immorally, and her title shall be stripped, demoted to Zhao. Zhao Yang gazed at Meng Qianan in disbelief. Your Majesty. After all her hardships to attain this title, she has scarcely sat in it for a few days before being demoted and stripped of her rank. Since entering the palace, has she ever faced such severe punishment? Your Majesty, she is merely a Jiayu. Furthermore, Lady Yu poses no threat. Why must your Majesty be so enraged? Zhao Yang's voice trembled with grievance. Meng Qianan, however, paid no heed to Zhao Yang, turning his attention instead to Dr. Wang, who stood nearby. When can the silver needles in Lady Yu be removed? Dr. Wang cautiously took Lady Yu's pulse once more and replied, in response to your Majesty, it can be done now. Lady Yu has no significant issues remaining. With a month of proper care, she will fully recover. Meng Qianan wrapped the beads back around his wrist, then let the needles be removed. Dr. Wang nodded and stepped forward to carefully extract the silver needles from Lady Yu. Meng Qianan then focused his gaze on the deranged palace maid kneeling nearby. Tell me how Zhao Yang made her request. The young eunuch immediately responded, in response to your Majesty, Zhao Yang found me while I was cleaning at the hot spring source in the evening, offering me 200 taels of silver. She instructed me to release the madwoman imprisoned in the woodshed behind the palace, to distract Lady Yu, and then I was to kill Lady Yu with a poisoned dagger. If I failed to strike her down at once, it was of no consequence, for the poison acts swiftly. If it enters the heart, even a divine being would be powerless to save her. Meng Qianan's inscrutable gaze fell upon Zhao Yang, who was wiping her tears, speaking in a pitiful tone. Your Majesty, I merely do not like Lady Yu. Ever since she entered the palace, your visits to me have diminished significantly. I was temporarily blinded by jealousy. I beseech your Majesty for forgiveness. Meng Qianan said nothing, simply instructing Wan Ingdang to escort Zhao Yang back to her palace, and then intended to return with Lady Yu, who had just had her needles removed. Your Majesty, what shall be done with these two? The Empress stood, adjusting her cloak. Meng Qianan cradled the unconscious Lady Yu, not turning back as he replied, those harboring ill intentions will face slow slicing. His tone was so indifferent, as if he were merely crushing two ants. The Empress smiled and acknowledged, then looked toward the silver needles. Proceed according to the Emperor's command. The deranged woman, still pressed to the ground, continued to laugh foolishly, while upon hearing the Emperor's decree regarding him, the young eunuch breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his family was safe. The young eunuch calmly raised his gaze to meet the indifferent eyes of the silver needles, quickly lowering his head. Chapter 59 Illness is illness, and life is life. Your Highness, the night is deep and the dew is heavy. We should hasten back to rest, Bai Luo gently urged, supporting the Empress. The Empress nodded, gazing at the night sky outside, and let out a soft sigh. What a pity. Bai Luo lowered her head, quietly assisting the Empress as they made their way back. On the return journey, Meng Qian found himself in a quandary. Having arrived on horseback, he pondered how to transport Yu Furong back. And there was also her maid. Meng Qian cast a glance at Ting Lan, who was following closely behind. She was indeed quite devoted. Ultimately, Meng Qian summoned a carriage, leisurely making his way back to the palace. The carriage was somewhat jolty, and Meng Qian cradled Yu Furong in his arms, taking care to avoid any jostling that might aggravate her head injury. Observing Yu Furong's tranquil demeanor, her usually delicate and radiant face now as pale as death, Meng Qian found himself at a loss for words. After all, he should not have allowed her to accompany the Empress on this outing. Yet, on that day, when he grasped her icy hand as the Empress prepared for her medicinal bath, he recalled that chilled hand and thought perhaps a soak might do her body good. Little did he anticipate such an unfortunate turn of events. Meng Qian lowered his gaze, tightening his embrace around her, regretting his decision to bring her along. As he looked at the peaceful Yu Furong, an unusual feeling of remorse welled within him. He was not oblivious to the Empress and Yang Zhaoi's intentions towards her. Guilt and regret gradually crept into the young emperor's heart. When Yu Furong regained consciousness, she felt a profound ache throughout her body, particularly in her meridians. Even the slightest movement sent sharp pains coursing through her. It felt as though someone had taken a needle and repeatedly jabbed her while she was unconscious. Her mind was clouded. During her fainting spell, she dreamt of being ravenously hungry, and out of nowhere, a pear appeared. Upon taking a bite, its bitterness nearly made her retch. Finally recovering, she noticed the ground had begun to shake, fissures opening up beneath her feet, and she was desperately trying to evade them. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath her, and she felt a disorienting weightlessness, only to realize she was merely dreaming. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? A weary voice inquired from above. Yu Furong then became aware that she was being held in someone's embrace, and the swaying ground from her dream was perhaps due to the motion of the carriage. Your Majesty? Yu Furong gazed up, her voice hoarse and lacking its usual luster. Meng Qian hesitated for a moment before resting his hand gently upon her head. Bear with it, we will soon arrive at the palace. Once Yu Furong regained her senses, her mind raced. Before she lost consciousness, she had seen Ting Lan's anxious expression, which suggested that something on the blade had caused her fainting spell. Although she did not understand why the Emperor was present and had brought her back to the palace, she did not miss the flicker of guilt in his eyes. Thus, Yu Furong cleared her throat discreetly and, feeling aggrieved, she lifted her hand to embrace Meng Qian, only to inadvertently tug at her injured arm, causing her pain to nearly betray her composure. Your Majesty, I thought I might never see you again, she lamented, suppressing the agony in her arm as tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking Meng Qian's robe. Yu Furong had not intended to cry, yet the pain in her arm was too excruciating. Meng Qian gently pulled Yu Furong back, glancing at her injury before drawing her close once more. Enough of that. Do not move around too much, or you risk reopening your wound. Yu Furong's mind was filled with questions, and she keenly grasped a key term. Why did you say again, had my wound reopened before? It was no wonder the injury pained her so. It had evidently sustained a second injury. Your Majesty, I am so frightened, she whimpered, though her thoughts were in disarray. If I were to leave this world, would you miss me? She asked in a soft sob. Meng Qian instinctively pondered her words, furrowing his brow as he admonished her softly. Do not speak such nonsense. Why are you scolding me, Your Majesty? Yu Furong replied, tears spilling anew. Meng Qian soothed her back gently, lowering his voice. I am not scolding you. It is your words that are ill-fated. One ought not curse oneself, and now, cease your weeping. The physician has warned that your emotions must not fluctuate too greatly, lest the toxins resurface. If that were to happen, you truly would not see me again. Instantly, Yu Furong halted her tears, staring up at him in disbelief. Really? Of course. Would I deceive you? Meng Qian's gaze fell upon the carriage curtain, while Yu Furong seized a handkerchief to wipe her tears, calming herself and nestling back into Meng Qian's embrace. Enough of this. She could feign vulnerability at any time, but her life was paramount. Meng Qian held Yu Furong, gently patting her back. As the carriage entered the city, the ride became less jarring, and with the surrounding environment more tranquil, Yu Furong soon drifted back into slumber. When Yu Furong awoke again, it was already midday. Glancing around the familiar surroundings, she settled back into her bedding. Despite having slept, she still felt utterly exhausted. Perhaps the toxins had not yet been fully expelled. Outside, Ting Mei heard movement within and entered with a bowl of medicine. My lady has awakened. This is the prescription from the imperial physician, stating that you must drink it diligently for 7 days to fully recover. Yu Furong, rather than rejecting the medicine as she had before, readily accepted the bowl and downed it in one gulp. She understood the distinction between mere illness and the dire threat of life. Illness might be endured and eventually pass, but poisoning could lead to dire consequences. Seeing Yu Furong drink the bitter concoction, Ting Lan hurriedly knelt beside her with a box of candied fruits. My lady, quickly eat one to lessen the bitterness. Yu Furong weakly shook her head. I am somewhat hungry. Is there anything more palatable? Ting Lan set down the box of sweets and dashed outside, returning with a bowl of warm porridge. I knew my lady would be hungry upon waking. I had already prepared the porridge. Yu Furong consumed half the bowl but soon shook her head, indicating she had had enough. Though she had slept for a day, fatigue still engulfed her. Leaning against the headboard, she succumbed to sleep once more. Meanwhile, the Empress had just returned to the palace with Yang Zhouyi when Liang Wu summoned her back to Yangfu Palace. What does this mean? Yang Zhouyi inquired, noting the doubled number of guards at the palace entrance, her voice tinged with irritation. Liang Wu smiled respectfully. The Emperor has decreed that unless summoned, it would be best for you not to venture out. After all, the Emperor was well aware of the schemes that Yang Zhouyi had been orchestrating in the palace. Chapter 60 of The Bewitching Poison of the Northern Frontier. Once, the Emperor was indifferent to the matter, but now it was evident that Yang Zhouyi had irked him. Otherwise, given the Emperor's gratitude towards her as a lifesaver, Yang Zhouyi would not have found herself in such dire straits, especially considering she was with child by the Emperor. Liang Wu was acutely aware that the Emperor's heart had begun to harbor a degree of irritation. Unbeknownst to Yang Zhouyi herself, driven to desperation by her enforced confinement, Yang Zhouyi was incensed and attempted to break free. Liang Wu, standing at the entrance of Yangfu Palace, lowered his gaze and respectfully uttered, Your Highness, the Emperor has said that if you wish to force your way out, you should consider your family. Yang Zhouyi paused, then collapsed in despair upon the ground. Indeed, she still had family, 2 younger sisters and a brother. Liang Wu bowed and excused himself. Meanwhile, outside the palace, at the Duke of Dinggua's residence, Lady Yu was distressed to learn that Yu Furong had been injured. Her heart ached. The last time she had entered the palace, her daughter had been in good health, yet so soon after, calamity had struck. Lady Yu was in a state of frantic anxiety at home. The family business had improved significantly and was now quite profitable, but unable to enter the inner palace, she could only rely on a purchasing eunuch to deliver some silver notes to her daughter. Upon receiving the silver notes from Lady Wang, Yu Furong was overcome with emotion and fell asleep clutching them. She had no choice, for she had been exceedingly fatigued lately, perhaps due to the lingering effects of poison that had taken a toll on her health. After a full week of recuperation, Yu Furong had only managed to stay awake for about 5 days, with her time spent mostly in slumber, save for meals and medication. The Empress had exempted her from morning greetings due to her injury, and upon Meng Qian's return to the palace, he became engrossed in his duties. That day, he returned to the palace as dawn broke, and instead of resting, he changed his garments and attended the court, where news of another incursion from the northern frontier had kept the lights of Taiji Palace burning throughout the night. Today, when Meng Qian'an finally found a moment of leisure, he recalled Yu Furong, who was still recuperating. When he visited her, she remained in deep slumber. After observing her for a while and inquiring with Ting Mei about whether Yu Furong had taken her medicine, he learned that all was well with her and decided to take his leave. As he reached the door and beheld the scorching sun outside, he couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on how fortunate she was to be resting at this hour, unlike him, who had been tirelessly occupied with affairs concerning the northern frontier for several days. Meng Qian'an hesitated at the threshold, then turned abruptly and strode back inside. Ting Mei, holding a box of pastries and preparing to exit, unexpectedly collided with the returning Meng Qian'an. As she was about to pay her respects, he halted her with a gesture. How many days has the young mistress been in such a deep slumber? Ting Mei pondered carefully before responding. Since her return from the hot spring palace, she has remained in this state, waking only for 3 to 4 hours each day, with the rest spent in sleep. I did not detect any issues when I checked her pulse, nor did the Imperial Medical Department. Meng Qian'an furrowed his brow and turned to Yang Zhou beside him. You, fetch the renowned physician Fong immediately. Yang Zhou acknowledged and departed. Ting Mei sensed something was amiss during Meng Qian'an's inquiry. The young mistress may have been poisoned by something unknown. Her spirit sank further, lamenting her own inadequacy for not recognizing her mistress had been poisoned. Meng Qian'an reclined on the soft couch, removed the green sandalwood prayer beads from his wrist, and closed his eyes to meditate. An inexplicable restlessness gripped him of the northern frontier again. Suddenly, he halted his fingers, as if recalling something, and declared, Wan Yingdang, convey my decree. Yang Zhaoyi is to be confined for 1 month. Wan Yingdang complied and withdrew. Upon learning this news, Yang Zhaoyi nearly shattered the teacup in her hand. What did this mean? So many days had passed, yet the emperor suddenly wished to confine her for another month. Before she could voice her questions, Wan Yingdang returned to relay Meng Qian'an's edict. Ultimately, the teacup in Yang Zhaoyi's hands could not escape disaster. Half an hour later, Yang Zhou returned with physician Fong. How does the emperor have the leisure to summon me to the palace? Came Fong's laughter even before he arrived. Meng Qian'an paused his meditation, inhaling deeply. Go examine Yu Jueyu, she seems to have been poisoned. Oh dear, that is quite serious. In the emperor's court, where people are consumed, she merely suffers from poisoning? TSK, this woman possesses some intriguing qualities, Fong mused, hands in pockets. Meng Qian'an's sharp gaze fell upon him, causing Fong to shrink back, pouting. All right, I shall treat her, no need to be so fierce. Physician Fong, after solemnly checking Yu Furong's pulse, reverted to his jovial demeanor. It's nothing to be alarmed about. Is it really worthy of the emperor's summons? Seeing Fong still wearing that irreverent grin, Meng Qian'an felt a weight lift from his heart. If he could still smile, it surely wasn't a grave illness. Let me see what materials are needed. A portion of century-old astragalus, over 100 years of purple Ganoderma, 50-year-old Rehmannia, and a single piece of 50-year-old ginseng, Fong listed, settling comfortably on the soft couch. You are indeed fortunate, the most beautiful woman in Xingjing. How many sought your hand in marriage, yet you ended up with this fellow? Meng Qian'an's forehead twitched. Frankly, had it not been for Yu Furong's poisoning, he would not have been inclined to summon Fong into the palace. Liang Wu, fetch these herbs from my private treasury for him. He wished to send Fong on his way quickly. The man had no filter. Wow! Fong exclaimed, leaning over the low table towards Meng Qian'an, you're so generous with such precious herbs, not even batting an eye. I knew you must have a stash. His eyes glimmered with mischief. How about this? I actually need a few more herbs. Let me check your private treasury to see if you have what I desire. You know, I'm not one to ask for much, just a smidge will do. Meng Qian'an couldn't be bothered to respond. Haven't you taken enough valuable herbs from my private treasury over the years? Fong straightened his back. What are you saying? Those were willingly given to me, and it's improper to demand them back. Meng Qian'an sipped his tea, unable to suppress an eye roll. As if I could ever reclaim them from you. Fong chuckled, promptly returning to his previous position, eyes brimming with curiosity. Now, tell me, how did a secluded palace concubine come to be afflicted with the northern frontier's peculiar poison? Dreaming away. Chapter 61. Beware of my dog's gaze. Meng Qian'an remained silent. Dr. Fong clicked his tongue and remarked, if you want to speak, then don't. What a miser. Meng Qian'an replied, it is not that he is unwilling to speak. Rather, he is also speculating and has yet to ascertain the truth. Noticing that Meng Qian'an was ignoring him, Dr. Fong began to survey the palace where Yu Furong resided. Well, you rascal, providing such splendid accommodations for Miss Yu. TSK, what is this? Jadeite, I had thought it was genuine flora, such exquisite craftsmanship, what a pity it would be to use it for hairpins. As Dr. Fong inspected the surroundings, he touched this and prodded that. What is this? Isn't this the genuine article from that renowned artist? I recall seeing a replica in your study. Why hang a fake for yourself while presenting a true piece to your lady? He critiqued a painting, saying, in my opinion, this artwork is rather unappealing. I could paint you a superior piece that is undeniably authentic. What is this? Golden threaded peach blossom. Aren't you quite fond of this particular blossom? Would you truly part with it for someone else? Oh, it's a fake, is it? I had thought it was real. How dull. Dr. Fong set down the peach blossom hairpin and turned his attention elsewhere. Meng Qian'an took a deep breath, pressing his fingers against his throbbing temples. Fong Xiar, this is the palace of my consort. Your reckless wandering is unbecoming. Dr. Fong waved his hand dismissively, boldly retorting, I am not stealing anything, I am merely observing. Am I not allowed to broaden the horizons of this uncultured hound? But do be mindful of my discerning gaze. Meng Qian responded. What is this? Let me have a look. Oh, what is this? Let me taste it.
Ting Mei followed closely behind, rearranging the items that Dr. Fong had disturbed. For a fleeting moment, she seemed to see a reflection of the young master in Dr. Fong's antics. The young master, too, had endured years of disdain from both man and beast. Meng Qian massaged his temples, wishing fervently for Liang Wu to return promptly with the necessary items. After circumnavigating the entire eastern wing, Dr. Fong finally settled back onto the soft couch, lifting his teacup to savor a sip.
Ah, delightful tea.
Meng Qian remarked, speaking of which, why have you not moved your consort to the main hall? This side hall is rather cramped, your study is even larger, this is quite unreasonable. Dr. Fong, though fatigued from walking, was not weary of conversation.
Oh, do you know how to please a young lady?
I noticed that the jewelry on Miss Yu's vanity is rather sparse. Do you not enjoy bestowing gifts? Why not present her with some ornaments? The treasures in your vault are gathering dust.
If you are uncertain about selection, allow me to assist. I could choose some for you.
Your Majesty, these are the medicinal herbs requested by Dr. Fong, Liang Wu stated respectfully, holding several boxes at the door.
Meng Qian turned to look at Dr. Fong with an impassive expression. You have 1 hour.
Dr. Fong set down his teacup with a huff.
Who do you think you're looking down upon?
It is merely dreaming life powder. Does it truly require an hour to concoct the antidote? I could complete it in a quarter of the time. While this might be a formidable poison for others, it was as simple as child's play for him. As he grumbled and exited, Meng Qian felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if tranquility had finally descended. However, this peace lasted only a quarter of an hour before Dr. Fong returned, chattering incessantly, I finished.
It was a breeze, remember, the remaining herbs belong to me.
Meng Qian twirled the beads in his hand, muttering, at last, I understand why the entire Wangya Valley detests you.
Why is that? Dr. Fong queried. Is it because of my exceptional looks?
Surely not. Could they be so insecure, or do they believe their medical skills surpass mine? That is indeed a possibility, and that old coot. Dr. Fong began to ramble again. Meng Qian felt a growing headache. Ting Mei gratefully administered the antidote to Yu Furong, who gradually regained consciousness, startled by an unfamiliar male voice. Yu Furong initially thought it was Ting Fong mimicking someone, as she occasionally did to amuse others. She propped herself up and peered outside through the beaded curtain and screen. She discerned a figure gesticulating anxiously. The persistent, fragmented sounds were emanating from that individual. Ting Mei was the first to notice Yu Furong's awakening and joyfully assisted her to sit up. Yu Furong, still dazed, wished to venture outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Meng Qian pulled Dr. Fong by the collar and tossed him out.
Your Majesty?
Yu Furong stepped lightly onto the carpet, inquiring, what brings you here?
Meng Qian pinched Yu Furong's cheek gently and whispered, are you feeling better?
Yu Furong nodded, smiling as she replied, I have been recovering swiftly these past few days. Your Majesty, look, the wounds on my arm have healed. Meng Qian inclined his head slightly, saying, that is good to hear. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Take good care of your young master. His final words were directed at Ting Mei, who bowed in acknowledgement. Yu Furong followed suit, bidding farewell as Meng Qian departed. Upon exiting, Meng Qian collided with Dr. Fong.
What private conversation were you having? Is there something you cannot disclose to me?
Meng Qian cast an indifferent glance at Dr. Fong and continued walking. Come along.
Dr. Fong turned back repeatedly. Was it Miss Yu who awoke?
May I go in to see her? I have yet to meet the renowned beauty of Xingjing while she is awake. Please, let me have a glimpse. Do not be so stingy. Hey, I want to say anything. Once Meng Qian was gone, Yu Furong, still somewhat fatigued, settled back onto the soft couch. Ting Lan provided 2 soft pillows for her back. Speak, what transpired? Yu Furong asked weakly. Despite having ample sleep recently, she felt utterly drained upon waking, as if she were a deflated balloon that could not be. Ting Mei recounted the entire sequence of events, and upon learning that she had been afflicted by the rare northern frontier poison, dreaming life powder, Yu Furong's brows furrowed in astonishment for some time. She was aware of dreaming life powder, a toxin not commonly possessed by the people of the northern frontier, but rather exclusive to the royal family. The fact that she had fallen victim to such poison implied a connection with the northern frontier royalty. Chapter 62 The Valley of the Medicine King. Yu Furong delicately cradled the teacup, ultimately refraining from sipping the brew. Oh, my lady, the emperor has summoned a renowned physician to the palace to attend to your ailment. This esteemed physician is truly remarkable. He managed to counteract your poison using merely 4 medicinal ingredients. Ting Lan spoke with admiration evident on her face. Yu Furong's brow furrowed. What are those ingredients? Ting Lan began to enumerate on her fingers. One is a century-old astragalus from the north, another is a century-old purple ganoderma, 50-year-old Hisho Wu, and 50-year-old ginseng.
These ingredients are exceedingly precious.
Setting her teacup down, Yu Furong remained silent for a considerable time before replying. However, none of these are components of the dream-dispelling powder.
Ting Lan's eyes widened in surprise. Then does that mean your poison remains unneutralized?
Yu Furong shook her head. The poison should have been resolved. However, it was not through these ingredients. If the northern border's peculiar poison were so easily cured, it would hardly retain its formidable reputation. Few were aware that her father had once battled against the northern border, and adhering to the principle of knowing one's enemy, he had naturally researched this peculiar poison. The most crucial antidote for this northern border poison was the dreamflower, which grew atop the snow-capped mountains of the north. Such a rare specimen was typically tightly controlled by the northern royal family, seldom permitted to circulate freely.
How could this esteemed physician possibly acquire the dream flower? With her mind still clouded from her recent awakening, Yu Furong pondered for a long while without arriving at a reasonable conclusion, ultimately conceding defeat. After all, the physician was under the Emperor's authority, any complications would be the Emperor's concern. Moreover, since the Emperor was aware of the dream-dispelling powder, he must also know of the dream flower. What she ought to contemplate instead was how she became poisoned in the first place, or perhaps, who had administered the poison and when it had occurred. Summoning Ting Mei, Yu Furong hoped she could discern the timing of the poisoning through pulse examination. However, Ting Mei chuckled in response. I anticipated that you would inquire about this upon your awakening, my lady. Due to my limited knowledge, I consulted the esteemed physician, who mentioned that the dream-dispelling powder you ingested was quite intriguing. The poisoner first administered a small dose of the dream-dispelling powder, subsequently using half a cup of poison to obscure its effects. Once you consumed the antidote for the half cup of poison, the dream-dispelling powder would take effect, while the antidote would induce a drowsy state lasting several days, though not as long as the dream-dispelling powder's effects. At this juncture, everyone would assume the symptoms were merely a result of the half cup of poison, without delving deeper. Moreover, the dream-dispelling powder is notoriously difficult to detect through pulse examination. Only in the later stages does a red line appear on the wrist, making it easier to notice, and when that line completely fades, it signifies the poisoned individual's demise. Yu Furong let out a light chuckle. What a clever ruse, what a meticulous scheme. Such a method does not align with Yang Zhaoyi's usual style. After all, her straightforward nature does not lend itself to such cunning. Furthermore, the events of that day were riddled with suspicions, indicating the involvement of other parties. Given the rarity of the dream-dispelling powder, even if Yang Zhaoyi were favored, it would be unattainable for her. Propping her head on her hand, Yu Furong rhythmically tapped her fingers on the low table. Another troubling question arose. She and Ting Lan had encountered that madwoman in the courtyard, and she had intended to call for help, yet the vicinity had been utterly deserted. Who had orchestrated the departure of those palace maids and eunuchs? As she contemplated this, an unexpected cry from Ting Feng at the window pierced through her thoughts. A calamity has occurred, a grave situation has arisen. Instinctively, Yu Furong turned her gaze towards Ting Feng, who, unbeknownst to her, had wedged her head between the wooden slats and was now struggling to extricate herself. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, the esteemed physician was surveying his surroundings. Oh, your study has acquired an abundance of new items. What is this? Astrology. You can read this as well. What's wrong? Are you tired of being emperor and wish to become an astrological official instead? How about this? I shall take the throne, and you may be appointed as my national master. That would certainly be far more entertaining than being an astrological official. Meng Qian supported his head with his hand, gazing at the documents strewn across the table, feeling particularly irritable. Did you not mention to the Valley Master that you wished to become the Valley Master while at the Medicine King Valley? Meng Qian inquired, suddenly curious. The esteemed physician shook his head earnestly. No, I never uttered such treasonous words. I merely poisoned my master in secret. Although he was not poisoned, he did expel me from the valley. He even stated he would call me back once he had calmed down. Yet, I have been out for quite some time, and he has yet to summon me back. Alas, master, I truly miss the carefree days spent in the valley. At that moment, the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley, indulging in copious amounts of wine and meat, suddenly sneezed. Setting down the chicken leg, he felt his pulse and murmured to himself, I am not ill. How could I suddenly sneeze? Could it be that someone is secretly cursing me from behind? My dear daughter, are you the one cursing me? His daughter rolled her eyes. Father, cease your baseless accusations. Do I strike you as the sort of person who would do such a thing? I wager it must be big senior brother missing you. The Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley shuddered. That is absolutely out of the question. I have only just begun to enjoy a few days of peace. Do not mention him. Master, trouble is brewing outside, a young disciple's voice called out urgently. The Valley Master's back instantly chilled with apprehension, and he exclaimed in a flurry, what is it? Has that rascal Feng Xiaoer returned? The young disciple shook his head, visibly anxious. No, it's not that. It's the lady's medicinal assistant who has escaped. Without hesitation, the Valley Master's daughter leapt up and dashed towards the door. The Valley Master had yet to call her back when she had already vanished from sight. Sighing, the Valley Master stuffed another piece of chicken into his mouth, mumbling, you might as well tell me Feng Xiaoer has returned. The young disciple scratched his head. Well, big senior brother hasn't returned, but a letter from him has arrived. Upon hearing this, the Valley Master perked up. Oh? Is that true? Bring it to me at once. The young disciple hesitated. Master, big senior brother sent back quite a number of letters. Are you certain you wish to see them all? The Valley Master nodded emphatically. Of course. That rascal has been wandering for 3 years. It's the first time he has sent me a letter. Naturally, I must have a look. The young disciple acknowledged this and said, please wait a moment, before swiftly exiting. When he returned, he was carrying a bamboo basket on his back. The Valley Master, stroking his balding head, expressed his confusion. Didn't you say he sent me a letter? Why bring me a whole basket of books? The young disciple pointed at the towering basket. These are all the letters sent back by big senior brother. The Valley Master. Chapter 63, The Reasons I Must Kill in the Palace. Physician Feng was admiring the ornaments in Meng Qian's study. This one looks lovely, might I have it? Oh, and what is this? It seems rather precious, could you part with it? Meng Qian replied, Physician Feng has rambled on for quite some time, having touched every item in my study that caught his fancy. Finally, he expressed with lingering reluctance, well, it's getting late, I should take my leave. Are you truly not going to give me anything? Be gone. Very well then. Just as Meng Qian finally relished a moment of peace, a young eunuch reported that the Empress had arrived. Meng Qian, propping his forehead with a weary sigh, instructed, "Let the Empress enter." The eunuch complied and respectfully ushered the Empress in, and the Empress, holding a list, greeted Meng Qian with a smile. "May the Emperor enjoy boundless health and longevity. I have come to request your decision on a matter." Upon hearing this, Meng Qian, uncharacteristically, reclined in his chair. The imperial demeanor that typically demanded he sit upright was momentarily abandoned. As May approaches its end, in the past, there were not many sisters in the palace, and only 3 of us would seek refuge from the heat at Taiming Garden. However, with the increase in numbers, it has become rather inconvenient to take them all along. I have drafted a list for your consideration, Your Majesty, the Empress said, handing the list to Meng Qian. Meng Qian quickly scanned the list, noting that the first name was Huifei, followed by Yu Furong. After a cursory glance, he returned the list to the Empress. "Your arrangements have always been meticulous." "You flatter me, Your Majesty," the Empress replied modestly. "However, there is one individual about whom I am uncertain. Do you believe Yang Zhaoyi should attend?" Meng Qian twirled the jade ring on his thumb, recalling the pale visage of Yu Furong from that day. Lowering his gaze to conceal his emotions, he pondered for a moment before responding, "Bring her along." The Empress beamed with delight. "I thought as much. Yang Zhaoyi has always been delicate. With the palace's heat, she may not endure it well." After concluding her business, the Empress lingered for a short while before taking her leave. Meng Qian removed the prayer beads from his wrist and watched the Empress's retreating figure, slowly turning the beads in his hand. Meanwhile, in Yangfu Palace, upon learning that she would accompany the others to Taiming Garden, Yang Zhaoyi felt a surge of satisfaction. Xiuqiu presented a bowl of plum soup to Yang Zhaoyi, sharing in her joy. "It seems the Emperor still holds you in his thoughts." Yang Zhaoyi, excitedly caressing her flat abdomen, proudly declared, "Of course. Once I give birth to this child, not only will I be a favored consort, but I shall also claim the titles of 4th consort, noble consort, and even Empress Dowager." Xiuqiu flattered her. "Your Highness speaks truly. Given your past act of saving the Emperor's life, the title of Empress Dowager is well deserved." Mentioning the life-saving act caused Yang Zhaoyi's eyes to flicker briefly before settling into a determined gaze. "Indeed, I am the Emperor's savior." The date for their departure to the palace was set for May 28th. Aside from the Emperor, the Empress, and the Empress Dowager, only 6 concubines would accompany them: Huifei, Yang Zhaoyi, Yu Furong, Shen Marin, Su Marin, and Zhou Changzai. While others might have been inconsequential, Zhou Changzai was personally selected by the Empress, and Meng Qian, who always honored the Empress, did not oppose her wishes, allowing Zhou Changzai to join. Taiming Garden was situated quite far away, and it took approximately 5 days for the grand procession of carriages to arrive at the summer palace. Yu Furong's quarters were assigned in a palace relatively close to the Emperor, charmingly named Yushangyan. In the center of the palace, a trellis adorned with grapes had already borne numerous green berries, indicating a promising growth. Beneath the trellis, a swing had been set up, which delighted Yu Furong for quite some time. The courtyard surrounding the trellis had been expanded into a small pond, where several red koi fish swam, creating a delightful spot for relaxation. Due to Yu Furong's favored status, the individuals tasked with cleaning and arranging the palace treated her with utmost care, as most of those who came to escape the heat were favored concubines. Even those who were not favored, like Zhou Changzai, had substantial backgrounds. Upon arriving at the summer palace, Yang Zhaoyi's confinement was lifted. Meng Qian said nothing. When Yang Zhaoyi wished to venture out, the palace attendants dared not stop her. After a day's rest, Yu Furong took Tinglan to explore Taiming Garden. For several consecutive days, Yu Furong enthusiastically roamed the garden until she had seen every corner, finally marveling at its unique beauty. Taiming Garden, nestled amid mountains and waters, had many pavilions and palaces built upon the water's surface. As it was a summer palace, the garden featured pools every few steps and rivers at intervals. Yu Furong, gazing at her reflection in the clear water, smiled with delight. A place so harmoniously situated among mountains and waters was indeed a feng shui treasure. Curiously, despite being at the summer palace for 5 or 6 days, Yang Zhaoyi, who usually loved to wander, had not stepped outside. At noon, Yu Furong lazily leaned against a pavilion by the water, tossing fish food into the pond with little interest, even feigning to feed the koi. Just as Yu Furong contemplated returning for lunch, a sharp voice pierced the air nearby. "Presumptuous! Who dares to so brazenly confront me? Someone, come forward." It was Yang Zhaoyi's voice. Yu Furong smirked and glanced at Tingmei. Understanding the cue, Tingmei handed her fan to Tinglan and discreetly withdrew. Yu Furong, accompanied by Tinglan, followed the sound. "Greetings, Empress Zhaoyi." Yu Furong bowed respectfully. Yang Zhaoyi cast a glance at Yu Furong, snorting lightly. "Rise." "Empress Zhaoyi, I did not intend to offend. I simply did not see you earlier and accidentally scattered fish food before you." "How did that become an affront?" Zhou Changzai was being held down, her hair disheveled and clothes askew, appearing quite pitiable. Yu Furong lowered her gaze and stepped forward. "Empress Zhaoyi, I wish to discuss something with you." Yang Zhaoyi glanced at Yu Furong and scoffed. "I have nothing to say to you. Since you do not wish to speak privately, I shall boldly inquire." Yu Furong raised her gaze to Yang Zhaoyi. "Why did you hire someone to kill me at the hot spring palace?" Yang Zhaoyi frowned in annoyance. "I simply find you displeasing." "What of it?" Yu Furong lowered her gaze, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. "You truly treat human lives as mere grass." Yang Zhaoyi immediately shot a displeased look at Yu Furong. "What do you mean, Yu Jiu?" Yu Furong stepped closer to Yang Zhaoyi and whispered, "Surely you must have a compelling reason to wish me dead. For instance, chapter 64. Yang Zhaoyi falls into the water. Silence. Yang Jiahui suddenly exclaimed, her voice sharp and piercing. Wai Yufurong took a step back, a smile lingering on her lips as she stood by the water's edge, gazing at Yang Jiahui. Your Highness, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Yang Jiahui's pupils constricted, her mind momentarily blank. She knows, she is aware, a faint buzzing echoed in her ears, and all that remained in her sight was the smug expression on Yufurong's face. How splendid it would be if she were to perish. Once that thought entered her mind, it became inescapable. Yang Jiahui's gaze drifted to the jagged rocks protruding behind Yufurong, and her breathing quickened. What did it matter if the Emperor favored her? If she were to die, she would be the Emperor's rightful savior, liberated from this incessant anxiety. A crimson hue gradually enveloped her eyes. Noticing Yang Jiahui's inaction, Yufurong spoke again, Your Highness. Before she could finish, Yang Jiahui lunged towards her with a dazed intensity, her speed so swift that those around them scarcely had time to react. A gasp echoed in the air as Yufurong shoved Ting Lan aside, only to be forcefully propelled towards the rocky outcrop by Yang Jiahui. In a desperate maneuver, Yufurong grasped Yang Jiahui's garment, altering her trajectory to prevent a fall. Yet, as Yang Jiahui wore shoes with flowerpot soles, she was inevitably dragged down alongside Yufurong. With a resounding splash, they plunged into the water, sending large droplets cascading into the air, the emerald lake rippling outward in concentric circles. The palace maids and eunuchs were momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Struggling beneath the surface, Yang Jiahui flailed as water surged into her mouth and nose, the fiery sensation in her respiratory tract signaling that she was choking. Yufurong, observing Yang Jiahui's frantic cries for help, pressed her further beneath the water. Before Yang Jiahui could catch her breath, a more forceful wave engulfed her, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation dulling her consciousness. Meanwhile, Meng Qianan, standing not far away, did not take a step closer. He had been present long enough to witness Yufurong's confrontation, Yang Jiahui's shove, and the ensuing plunge into the water. He quickly deduced that Yang Jiahui could not swim. Lowering his gaze to the jade ring on his thumb, he realized he had been deceived for 6 entire years. Thus, when he saw Yufurong submerging Yang Jiahui, he did not intervene, nor did he utter a word of protest. As Yang Jiahui teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Yufurong yanked her upward again. Fresh air alleviated the agony in her lungs, but before Yang Jiahui could fully recover, she was thrust back beneath the surface. She was acutely aware that the Emperor was watching, yet his silence indicated tacit approval. This cycle continued multiple times, leaving Yang Jiahui dazed and spluttering, unable to articulate a coherent thought. As time waned, Meng Qianan finally emerged from the shadows of the trees. Why have you not assisted your mistress? The surrounding palace attendants snapped back to reality and hurried into the water to retrieve the 2 women. Once ashore, Yang Jiahui caught sight of Meng Qianan, her body trembling violently. His gaze fell upon her, lingering for a moment before shifting to Yufurong. Your wound has not yet healed. What madness is this? Fetch a physician. Ting Mei, who followed Meng Qianan, promptly bowed and scurried off to summon a doctor. They found an unoccupied palace nearby, and Ting Lan brought clean garments for a change. Only then did Yufurong settle onto a soft couch. A bowl of ginger soup awaited her on a low table, which she delicately sipped. A picture of composure. Meng Qianan, seated on the opposite couch, regarded the trembling Yang Jiahui, who remained in her damp attire, hair disheveled, her jewels and ornaments scattered. Strands of hair clung to her cheeks and forehead. Yang Jiahui clutched her abdomen, her complexion ashen, her mind racing with frantic thoughts. How could she explain to the Emperor that she could not speak of what was happening? Her pallor was alarming, and a sharp pain throbbed in her lower abdomen. Meng Qianan remained silent until Ting Mei returned with the physician, who examined Yufurong's pulse and offered a few words of advice before preparing to take his leave. Yufurong was unharmed. She was a strong swimmer, having played in the water since childhood, catching fish and shrimp, activities unbecoming of a noble lady, yet she had engaged in them all. Meanwhile, Yang Jiahui, still clutching her abdomen, looked up with a pitiful expression. Your Majesty, I am in pain. Might I request the physician to examine me as well? The child in her womb was her last hope. The physician hesitated, glancing at Meng Qianan, who remained silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. Only then did the physician approach Yang Jiahui, placing a cloth on her wrist to check her pulse. Moments later, beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he furtively glanced at both Yang Jiahui and Meng Qianan, his expression vividly conveying his reluctance to speak. Physician, is there something amiss with my child? Yang Jiahui inquired urgently. This child must not be in peril. The physician knelt, his forehead touching the ground. Your Majesty, based on the pulse of Lady Jiahui, she is not pregnant. Meng Qianan's piercing gaze immediately fixed upon Yang Jiahui. In a sudden outburst, she rose to her feet. Impossible, you must be lying. It is you who has instructed this physician to slander me. Yang Jiahui's glare bore into Yufurong. Why Yufurong wiped the moisture from her lips with a handkerchief and frowned. Your Highness, such words cannot be spoken lightly. This is the physician of the temporary palace. If it were the inner palace, it would be another matter entirely. This is my first time here. Yang Jiahui attempted to counter, but the icy stare of Meng Qianan silenced her. Her thoughts were in disarray. She had believed this child to be her strongest ally, yet it had transformed into a deadly weapon against her. Desperately, she knelt before Meng Qianan. Your Majesty, I implore you to see clearly. I am undoubtedly with child initially. The palace physicians confirmed it.do not allow yourself to be deceived by treachery. Tears streamed down her face as her hands trembled. Your Highness, while I may not be well versed in gynecology, I can discern the absence of a pregnancy pulse. Moreover, it appears you have taken a type of medication that suppresses water retention, which only provides temporary relief for 2 to 3 months and does not harm the body, the physician interjected without hesitation. Chapter 65 From nobility to commoner. Impossible, this palace has never ingested such a potion. Yang Zhaoyi declared with unwavering conviction, it must be you, fabricating lies. She then turned to Meng Qianan, adopting a pitiful expression. Your Majesty, I am wronged. The imperial physician, having been questioned several times, was noticeably displeased. Though his role was merely that of a healer, he was nonetheless a dignified official of considerable rank. Your Majesty, I do not speak in jest, the circumstances surrounding Zhaoyi's condition are known to more than just myself. Your Majesty need only summon other physicians for verification. The physician respectfully bowed to Meng Qianan, having removed the prayer beads from his wrist unbeknownst to anyone, gazed down at Yang Zhaoyi for a long moment before speaking. Summon all the physicians in the palace to me. Wan Yingdang acknowledged and promptly exited. Before long, 5 physicians stationed in the palace arrived. After each had taken Yang Zhaoyi's pulse, they were instructed to be separated for questioning. During the interval of inquiry, Meng Qianan discarded the prayer beads in his hand and turned his attention to Yang Zhaoyi. I recall you claiming to have saved me? Upon hearing this, Yang Zhaoyi's legs trembled uncontrollably. Why yes, she stammered. But I distinctly remember that the pool into which I fell was quite deep. It would be improbable for anyone lacking exceptional swimming skills to have rescued me, Meng Qianan stated, his voice devoid of inflection. Yang Zhaoyi felt an inexplicable fear. Having been in Meng Qianan's company for many years, she was acutely aware of his merciless nature. It was precisely because she bore the title of his savior that she had been so audacious in his harem for all these years. Immediately, Yang Zhaoyi knelt before him. Your Majesty, please discern. I had not entered the water in so long that I had forgotten how. Ha! Yang Zhaoyi's words prompted a laugh from Yu Furong, who was sipping ginger soup, yet, Yang Zhaoyi dared not raise her head, fearing the intensity of Meng Qianan's gaze. It felt as though his piercing stare was poised to penetrate her very being, uncovering the secret she had long concealed. You have usurped another's gratitude, Meng Qianan remarked in a tone remarkably calm. Yet, those words sent a chill down Yang Zhaoyi's spine. Did the Emperor know something? She knelt, her hands trembling violently. It could not be, the Emperor had yet to ascertain the truth, and as long as she steadfastly denied it, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Your Majesty, I was merely flustered, and due to my years away from the water, I had become unaccustomed, Yang Zhaoyi attempted to explain. Meng Qianan, however, remained silent and made no motion to have her rise. After a brief span of time, Wan Yingdang returned, bearing several sheets of paper. They contained the results from the 5 physicians regarding Yang Zhaoyi's condition. As the first physician had stated, Yang Zhaoyi was not with child. Instead, she had ingested a substance that delayed her menstrual cycle instantly. Her complexion drained of color. She was not pregnant? In a daze, Yang Zhaoyi sank to the ground, the light in her eyes dimming steadily. She understood that her demise was imminent. Despair enveloped her as she closed her eyes, realizing that she had been outmaneuvered. Under ordinary circumstances, Yang Zhaoyi would have retaliated fiercely, but now, her greatest support had vanished. Meng Qianan, however, appeared to brighten, stating with renewed interest, send her to the Ministry of Justice. I wish to uncover the events of that year. Yang Zhaoyi's pupils constricted as she gazed incredulously at the seemingly nonchalant Meng Qianan, who leisurely turned the prayer beads in his hands. She had anticipated merely a visit to the Ministry of Caution, but she never imagined the Emperor would send her to the Ministry of Justice, where the tortures were far more severe. Yu Furong languidly reclined against a soft cushion, ready to enjoy the spectacle. Wan Yingdang flicked his dust brush, and 2 sturdy eunuchs promptly came to escort Yang Zhaoyi away. Your Majesty, I know who your true savior is. Yang Zhaoyi cried out in fear. The dungeons of the Ministry of Justice were filled with instruments of torture, and the methods of interrogation were notoriously brutal. Once imprisoned, she would hardly emerge alive. Your Majesty, I recognize the gravity of my sins and am willing to divulge all that transpired back then. I only hope you will spare my family. Tears streamed down Yang Zhaoyi's face. At that moment, she had finally calmed, thinking of her innocent family. Your Majesty, my family is innocent, they were unaware of my actions. I implore you to forgive them, she continued, repeatedly bowing her head to the ground. Meng Qianan, however, chuckled softly. You have no right to bargain with me, Wan Yingdang, take her away. Wan Yingdang complied, signaling to the 2 eunuchs, who swiftly dragged Yang Zhaoyi from the room. In a moment of desperation, she struggled fiercely, perhaps driven by a final surge of hope, breaking free from the grasp of both eunuchs and lunging toward Yu Furong. Yu Furong recoiled in fear, clutching her cushion tightly. Yet, before Yang Zhaoyi could reach her, Meng Qianan delivered a decisive kick, sending her sprawling to the ground. The force of the blow was unrelenting, and blood trickled from Yang Zhaoyi's lips as she coughed up a pool of crimson, her gaze filled with a frenzied rage directed at Yu Furong. Die. Why don't you just die? Yu Furong tilted her head innocently. Zhaoyi, I am still young, I have not yet lived enough, how could I possibly die? Zhaoyi? Meng Qianan chuckled softly, and you think you are worthy? Wan Yingdang, convey my decree. Yang Zhaoyi, unworthy of her rank, feigning pregnancy to gain favor, usurping imperial grace, is to be demoted to commoner status. Inform the Ministry of Justice that since she knows who my savior is, they must unearth the truth. Meng Qianan resumed turning the prayer beads on the low table, his pace leisurely. Wan Yingdang acknowledged the order, summoning 2 sturdy guards to escort Yang Zhaoyi away. As she was taken away, her mouth covered to stifle her cries, Wan Yingdang quietly inquired, Your Majesty, what shall we do once the truth is revealed? Will she be sent to the cold palace or imprisoned elsewhere? Meng Qianan, still fiddling with the prayer beads, replied without looking up, since she cannot swim, I shall certainly offer her assistance. Wan Yingdang understood, following the guards as they departed. Ah, the water torture, he mused, reflecting on the once domineering Yang Zhaoyi, now reduced to this state. How is your injury? Meng Qian'an asked, glancing at Yu Furong's arm. Why Yu Furong moved her arm slightly, feeling a twinge of pain, but brushed it off. I am quite well, your majesty. Meng Qian'an appeared unconvinced and beckoned her closer. Yu Furong rose and sat beside him. He reached out to pinch her arm, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her as the pain registered. Chapter 66, The True Savior. She lamented, the wound is healing well. It wasn't meant for you to squeeze so hard. Yu Furong gazed at Meng Qian with a look of sorrow. Meng Qian retracted his hand with a scoff, it's not fully healed yet, and you're already stirring trouble with others. Yu Furong lowered her gaze slightly, but, your majesty, I simply wish to understand why she is intent on taking my life. I hold no grievances against her. Meng Qian, too, was curious about this. Although Yang had always been somewhat overbearing, she had never harbored thoughts of murder. Why was she so determined to end Yu Furong's life? Meng Qian idly twirled the Buddhist beads in one hand while resting the other on Yu Furong's waist. I'll summon the imperial physician to examine your wound again shortly. That squeeze shouldn't have reopened it. Yu Furong obediently nodded in agreement. Once the physician confirmed there were no issues, Yu Furong returned to Yashinjian, while Meng Qian opted to return to his official residence, Qinghe Palace, rather than visiting her. Why Yu Furong understood. She was not yet fit to attend to the emperor, so naturally, he would seek the company of someone who could. After changing into a different outfit and gathering a few attendants, Meng Qian left Taiming Garden as night fell. The dark sky was adorned with bright stars, and the lush waters of Taiming Garden echoed with the calls of cicadas and frogs, heralding the arrival of summer. Why Yu Furong sat joyfully on a swing, relishing the coolness of the evening, though the mosquitoes were quite bothersome. Ting Lan stood beside her, gently pushing the swing while pondering aloud, my lady, how do you know that Yang Zhaoyi is not the emperor's savior? Yu Furong, swinging her legs, closed her eyes in comfort. I deduced it while at the palace. At that time, Yang was soaking in the hot spring, and the embroidered ball was quite close to her, its sleeves still damp. Moreover, the flower petals in the pool. If Yang could swim, that pool would be ample enough for her to paddle around a bit. If she were merely splashing near the shore, the petals on the water's surface would be scattered, not just the area around her being clear. This indicates that her range of movement was limited to that small space right by the shore. Only someone who cannot swim would fear falling into the water and thus refrain from venturing too far. Yu Furong looked up at the grapes overhead, smiling brightly. Once these grapes ripen, we shall pluck them and savor their sweetness, which will surely alleviate the heat of summer. Ting Lan, indeed distracted by the topic, looked up at the grapevine with delight. Rest assured, my lady, I shall pick every last one for you. She chuckled, finding her mistress's smile irresistibly charming. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, Meng Qian idly turned the jade Buddhist beads in his hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the individual bound to the execution rack before him. A young eunuch beside him wielded a whip and struck hard, eliciting a muffled cry from the woman, accompanied by the sickening sound of the whip tearing flesh, crimson blood gradually staining the whip. The person restrained on the rack was none other than Yang Ningxia. The young eunuch continued to lash out vigorously, having been brought in by Meng Qian. Yang Ningxia's mouth was gagged. Even if she wished to speak, no sound would escape her lips. Dressed in a dark robe, Meng Qian sat upright in a high-backed chair, quietly observing Yang Ningxia endure her punishment. Eventually, she could bear it no longer and fainted. Meng Qian merely reacted with indifference, switching the beads to his other hand. Soon, guards from the Ministry of Justice brought a bucket of salt water and poured it over her, rousing Yang Ningxia from her stupor. Just as the young eunuch prepared to continue, Meng Qian raised a hand to halt him. The attendant, Wan Ning, promptly understood and approached to remove the cloth from Yang Ningxia's mouth. Tell me, who is my savior? Meng Qian's languid voice revealed a hint of nonchalance. Yang Ningxia took a moment to gather herself before replying, Your Majesty must already know, why trouble yourself to ask me? Meng Qian remained non-committal, wrapping the beads around his wrist and picking up a sharp dagger, scrutinizing it. It seems you're unwilling to speak. Then it must be Yu Furong, it is she. Upon hearing this, Yang Ningxia immediately shouted out. The moment the words left her lips, she slumped against the execution rack. Your Majesty, I ask for nothing but mercy for my family. They have done nothing wrong, it is all due to my selfish desires, it is my fault. A flicker of understanding crossed Meng Qian's eyes, yet he refrained from responding to Yang Ningxia's plea and instead continued, When did you realize she was my savior? Yang Ningxia shut her eyes in anguish, her voice frail and powerless. It was a month ago when I strolled through the imperial flower garden and saw the jade pendant at Yu Furong's waist. That is when I comprehended. Meng Qian nodded slightly, having learned what he sought, and turned to leave behind him. Yang Ningxia's desperate cries echoed, Your Majesty, I implore you, spare my family. Meng Qian paused at the door of the cell, glancing back at the flickering candlelight deep within, yet after a brief moment, he continued on his way. Inside, only the sound of the woman's labored breaths and the gentle trickle of water remained. Upon returning to the palace, Meng Qian did not summon anyone to accompany him but wandered alone through the halls. Eventually, he found himself at the entrance of Yashinjian, listening to the laughter emanating from within. At that moment, Yu Furong was feeding fish in the courtyard, while Ting Lan sat on a swing, and Ting Mei stood behind, giving her a gentle push. Yu Furong was lost in a trance, gazing intently at the koi in the water. It was only when Ting Mei softly called out to her that Yu Furong snapped back to reality. Huh? My lady, you seem so entranced. You must be craving fish, Ting Lan stated confidently. She understood her mistress well, that look in her eyes indicated she was already contemplating how to prepare the fish in her mind. Why Yu Furong smirked, You little rascal, how dare you presume to read your mistress's thoughts? Ting Mei, discipline her. Ting Mei complied, raising her hand as if to strike, prompting Ting Lan to leap from the swing, smoothly kneeling before Yu Furong and clinging to her leg. My lady, sob, how could you allow Ting Mei to hit me? Don't you care for me at all? Woe is me. Before Ting Lan could finish her plea, Ting Mei landed a playful hit on her head. Ting Lan immediately sprang up, baring her teeth. You really hit me. No way, I must retaliate. Ting Mei began to dodge, while Ting Lan energetically pursued her, vowing to take revenge. The two playfully tussled around Yu Furong, who bit her lip in contemplation. Should she prepare sauerkraut fish or grilled fish? Meng Qian stood outside the courtyard for a moment, listening, before he turned to leave. However, midway through his departure, Meng Qian changed his mind and returned. As he stepped into Enchanting, he found Yu Furong clutching a plump koi. Upon seeing Meng Qian enter, she suddenly lost her grip, and the fish flailed, splashing back into the pond. Yu Furong stared blankly at her empty hands. Her fish was gone. Noticing Yu Furong's dazed expression, her slightly disheveled hair, Meng Qian could not help but laugh. Why Yu Furong felt as if she might cry from frustration. After all, she had finally caught that fish. Look at your expression, one might mistake me for having bullied you, Meng Qian teased, taking the handkerchief from Ting Mei and speaking softly. If you wish to eat, simply have the kitchen prepare it. There is no need for you to labor yourself. Yu Furong leaned against Meng Qian with a pout, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, but I wanted to eat what I caught myself. Meng Qian chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Then catch another one? No, Yu Furong mumbled, I don't want to eat it anymore. How petulant, Meng Qian remarked. Yu Furong gave a light huff but remained silent. Meng Qian embraced Yu Furong, resting his chin atop her head, and they held each other quietly for some time. Finally, he murmured, I recall you were called Furong. Do you have a given name? Leaning against Meng Qian's shoulder, Yu Furong gazed at the flowers and grass nearby, slightly displeased. Your Majesty, you are not unaware of my given name. Wrong? Meng Qian asked, his voice tinged with awkwardness. If he were ignorant of the reason behind the name, it would be one thing, but he was all too aware. It always felt as if he were calling her brother. Why do you inquire about this, Your Majesty? Yu Furong inquired curiously, tilting her head to look at Meng Qian's chin. Meng Qian settled Yu Furong beside him on the swing, gently rocking it back and forth. Wrong. Oh dear, it has become second nature to say it. It was not until Yu Furong had fallen into a deep slumber that Meng Qian lifted her and carried her to the sleeping quarters, gently placing her down before stepping out. By this time, it was well into the night. Most residents of the palace had retired, save for the patrolling guards, along with the cicadas, frogs, and mosquitoes. Meng Qian wandered aimlessly through the palace, alone in the dark night. He found a pavilion and sat down, gazing at the flickering lights along the path, his eyes resting on the shadowy lotus flowers, sitting in silence for quite some time before finally returning to Enchanting. Yu Furong slept in a perfectly proper position, though at times she would toss and turn. After washing up, Meng Qian lay down beside her, listening to Yu Furong's even breaths. He pulled her into his embrace. The faint, delicate fragrance of the young girl enveloped him, causing his previously restless heart to find peace. She is my savior, I should treat her well. This thought crossed Meng Qian's mind just before sleep claimed him. The following morning, when Yu Furong awoke, she found the space beside her empty. Since they were in the palace, the Empress did not require daily greetings, a visit every 5 days sufficed. With no obligation to pay respects today, Yu Furong lingered in bed a while longer before rising to partake in breakfast. Ting Mei assisted Yu Furong in dressing and grooming, while Ting Lan arranged the meal. As the three were busy, a young eunuch arrived with a message, announcing that Wan Ning had come bearing an imperial edict. Chapter 67. A side story of young Ningxia. With each desperate gasp, the air was seized from her lungs, the fabric drenched and suffocating, every inhalation tainted with water. The searing pain radiated through her lungs and airways once more, while the varying depths of her wounds split open from instinctive struggles, blood cascading through the silk onto the obsidian tiles below. In a daze, Yang Ningxia was transported back to her childhood. In her early years, her family still had enough wealth to live comfortably, though not extravagantly rich, their modest life was soothingly pleasant. Until one fateful afternoon, a group of brutish marauders invaded their home, smashing their possessions and assaulting her mother, stealing away all that was valuable. It was then that she learned of her father's gambling addiction, a staggering sum. Eventually, as their financial situation deteriorated, they could scarcely afford food, with her younger siblings reduced to gnawing on the bark of trees by the door. Her gentle mother, nearly blinded by tears, was driven to despair, and under her mother's desperate pleas, her father dared not gamble again. Witnessing her emaciated siblings and their declining mother, Yang Ningxia made a resolute decision to sell herself. She was sold to a broker for a mere 5 taels of silver, yet that sum was enough to sustain her siblings and mother for a month. Due to her industriousness and fortuitous appeal to a noble patron, she was purchased by the Duke of Pingyang. The monthly stipend at the Duke's residence was substantial, amounting to 3 taels. For the sake of her siblings and mother, she scrimped and saved, sending the surplus silver home. The estate of the Duke of Pingyang was indeed vast, governed by many rules, and she was but a lowly maid responsible for tidying the garden. The garden was adorned with flowers she had never seen before, breathtakingly beautiful. Yang Ningxia dreamed that once she repaid her father's debts and redeemed her freedom, she would plant an abundance of flowers in the courtyard. The household comprised a simple structure, a young lady and 2 young masters. The lady, fond of flowers, often strolled through the garden. While sweeping, Yang Ningxia caught a glimpse of her and was utterly captivated. She had never encountered such beauty. The fabric of her attire was evidently expensive, shimmering satin reflecting a myriad of colors under the sun. Later, Yang Ningxia discovered that this exquisite material was called floating light brocade, the most fashionable fabric among noble women of the time. She felt an envious pang, aware that the value of the lady's garments was far beyond what she could earn in a lifetime. She presumed life would continue in this monotonous fashion until one fateful afternoon. The Duke of Pingyang hosted a grand feast, inviting various nobles to witness the marriage of his daughter. Servants like her were deemed unworthy to serve in the front courtyard. The estate buzzed with activity, and after tiring herself from sweeping, Yang Ningxia sought a shady spot to rest. Unexpectedly, she witnessed a wealthy young master push another frail young master into the pond. Yang Ningxia gasped in horror, covering her mouth tightly to suppress any sound. The affluent young master watched as the submerged boy ceased to struggle before departing. Just after he left, a splash echoed from the pond. Cautiously peering over, Yang Ningxia beheld a delicately carved young girl leaping into the water to rescue the drowning boy. The girl boldly pressed on the young master's chest and, with audacity, leaned in to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Yang Ningxia stood in astonishment when the young master began to show signs of awakening and shouts erupted from outside. The girl rose, seizing the lone valuable item from the drenched young master. "Since I saved you, this jade pendant shall be mine as a token of gratitude," she murmured before being called away by her family. Yang Ningxia, crouching behind the foliage, waited until they departed to peek out. The first thing she noticed was not the young master lying on the ground, but rather something glimmering in the sunlight nearby. Cautiously, she approached and picked it up. It was a hairpin, crafted from pure gold and adorned with rubies. Yang Ningxia, almost instinctively, concealed the pin within her bosom. When she was alone, she took it out and adorned herself with it. The hairpin was stunning, enhancing her appearance significantly. At that moment, Yang Ningxia cherished the hairpin dearly. However, soon after, news of tragedy reached her home. Her father had returned to gambling and had pledged her mother to the casino. When Yang Ningxia learned of this, she was nearly driven to madness. She sought leave from the matron and rushed home. Upon her arrival, she found her father kneeling at her mother's feet, begging her to honor the gambling contract. Yang Ningxia's vision blurred with rage as she lifted the hairpin to strike her father, but her mother intervened. "Xiaxia, you must not let him ruin your life," she implored. Ultimately, Yang Ningxia pawned the golden hairpin to repay her father's debts. Disheartened, her mother resolved to divorce him, yet her father, citing their young children, refused to let her leave and knelt at her doorstep for 3 days and nights, swearing never to gamble again. Seeing her young siblings still crawling on the ground, their mother swallowed her anger. Her father seemed to have turned over a new leaf, refraining from the casino for a long time. However, that winter, the casino's people sought out the Duke of Pingyang, claiming her father had once again pledged his wife and daughters. On her way to plead with the lady of the house, she overheard that the current prince and was inquiring about the savior of the drowning boy from years past. Chapter 68 Rong Jiu, my lady, please accept the edict. Wan Yingdang respectfully intoned. Yu Furong, accompanied by the palace servants, knelt upon the ground as Wan Yingdang unfurled the bright yellow imperial decree, reciting in a loud voice, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims." After a lengthy recital, Yu Furong discerned the essence of the message. The emperor had conferred upon her the title of Rong. Naturally, Yu Furong smiled graciously in gratitude and rewarded the servants with silver to ensure Wan Yingdang's safe departure. Only then did she unfold the edict in her hands to scrutinize the vermilion character of Rong. The character of wealth and nobility. To be frank, she was quite fond of this title. Observing the emperor's demeanor from the previous night, coupled with the bestowed title this morning, it seemed he was profoundly heartbroken by the actions of the Yang clan. After all, Yang, under the guise of being the emperor's savior, had certainly stirred considerable unrest within the harem. Yet, why had the title been granted to her? Was it a form of compensation? As Yu Furong reflected upon past events, she couldn't help but sigh. Ultimately, she bore no deep-seated animosity towards Yang. If it was merely the emperor's favor that compelled a desire to eliminate her, that would be rather irrational. She ought to direct her thoughts towards the emperor rather than concerning herself with others. Even in her absence, someone else would inevitably rise to favor. Did she intend to live her life as a favored concubine, embroiled in perpetual conflict? Yu Furong lowered her gaze, plucking a crimson rose and casting it into the water. At that moment, Li Suo entered from the side door, standing before Yu Furong and softly reporting, "My lady, Yang has departed." Yu Furong was not the least surprised. She calmly handed the edict to Tingmei for safekeeping. When did this occur? It happened around the hour of the dog. Yang succumbed to water torture. Li Suo relayed the information he had gathered. Yu Furong gazed at Li Suo in astonishment. Where did you hear such details? Who provided you with such specific information? Li Suo chuckled sheepishly. I casually inquired while seeking out Master Wan, and he discreetly shared the news with me. Yu Furong cast a sidelong glance at Li Suo. Something feels amiss. Do not worry, my lady. Master Wan confided in me secretly, and he will not inform the emperor, Li Suo replied with a cheerful grin. He was particularly elated as Master Wan had assured him that his silver was soon to be recovered, though the servant's lips were tightly sealed. He had only managed to find 10 taels of silver beneath his pillow, with the rest contingent upon the decisions of the Department of Punishments, and nevertheless, Master Wan had returned the 10 taels to him, chuckling all the while. Yu Furong rewarded Li Suo with an additional 10 taels of silver, which further brightened his spirits. Pondering that he would not be on duty that afternoon, Li Suo withdrew his saved 10 taels and, combined with the 20 he had just received, set off to treat Master Wan to a drink. Upon learning of this news, Master Wan had arranged to swap shifts with his apprentice, Liang Wulwan, eagerly awaiting Li Suo for their drinking session. Liang Wulwan observed Li Suo, who was grinning ear to ear while bearing gifts for Master Wan, feeling torn between words. It seemed rather unfair of his master to toy with someone and then take advantage of them. The lad was far too gullible. Meanwhile, in Wutong residence, the Empress was engaged in a game of chess with Zhou Changzai. Although Zhou Changzai was not particularly skilled, she relished the pastime, embodying the quintessential combination of poor skill and great enthusiasm. The Empress, holding the white pieces, chuckled as she observed Zhou Changzai furrowing her brow in deep contemplation. Why not make your next move? Zhou Changzai resolutely shook her head, firmly believing, there must be a way to break through. Let me ponder a bit longer, dear sister, do not rush me. The Empress toyed with the pieces in her hand, remarking, "Oh, you." Zhou Changzai soon found herself at an impasse, yet the Empress remained unmoved. In no time, Zhou Changzai reconsidered, No, I cannot place my piece here, otherwise, sister, you shall capture several of my pieces." Just then, Injin entered, bowing, "Greetings, your highness, and to you, my lady." The Empress inclined her head slightly. "What brings you here?" "Your highness, the Emperor has conferred a title upon you." Injin carefully selected her words. The Empress smiled brightly, appearing particularly joyful today, her tone imbued with a hint of satisfaction. "What title has she received? It is only right, the Emperor has always favored you Jeyu, after enduring so much hardship, with Yang's true nature now revealed, it is only fitting the Emperor compensates you Jeyu." "The title conferred is Rong," Injin replied. The Empress pointed to the chessboard, "Try placing it here." "Which Rong?" Injin lowered her gaze. "It is the Rong of wealth and nobility." "Ah, that is a splendid character, revered and prosperous, truly delightful," the Empress said, placing a piece on the board. Yet Zhou Changzai, who seemed poised for victory, found herself completely defeated by this single move. Frustrated, Zhou Changzai pushed the board away, exclaiming, "I shan't play any longer, no matter how I try, I cannot best you, sister." The Empress remained cheerful, gazing at Zhou Changzai with tender affection. "In truth, Qini has already shown great prowess. Look, with that move, you have captured a significant portion of my pieces, thus inflicting considerable damage upon me. Had you not left a gap, I would have been at your mercy." Zhou Changzai huffed a couple of times, leaning on the low table. "Sister, I desire chilled melon." The Empress, still indulgent, replied, "Very well, as you wish." "Injin, please fetch a chilled melon, half will suffice, you ought to consume less of such cold delicacies, take care of your health." Zhou Changzai's eyes sparkled momentarily as she responded softly. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she had returned to the days spent playing with her sister in their boudoir, only to be drawn back to reality by her sister's words. Zhou Changzai appeared despondent, and the Empress, mistaking it for frustration over the game, offered gentle words of comfort. It was only when Zhou Changzai laid eyes on the chilled melon that her spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Yu Furong, with a basket in hand, ventured to the palace to gather flowers. It had been some time since she last arranged a bouquet. Along the way, she encountered Shin Marin, who was sheltered under an umbrella, fishing in a pavilion. As Yu Furong approached from behind, intending to surprise Shin Marin, she was met with an unexpected response, as if Shin Marin possessed eyes in the back of her head. "Sister, since you have arrived, why slow your steps? Are you intending to push me into the water?" Realizing her ruse had been foiled, Yu Furong clicked her tongue softly and sat beside Shin Marin, gazing into the water's reflection. It was then that she had a sudden epiphany. Well, if she could discern others through reflection, it was only natural that others could perceive her as well. That why Yu Furong swirled a freshly plucked willow branch in the water, startling Shin Marin's fish. Shin Marin, resigned, lifted her fishing rod, saying, "My dear sister, please do not scare away the fish I have been waiting for all afternoon." Yu Furong plucked a fresh flower from her basket and adorned Shin Marin's hair, humming lightly, "You claim to be fishing, yet your hook bears no bait. Are you perhaps a disciple of Zhang Taigong?" Chapter 69. The Jade Pendant of Yesteryears. As Shin Marin lifted her fishing rod, she discovered, to her dismay, that the hook was devoid of bait. It was no wonder that after an entire afternoon of fishing, she had caught nothing. Yu Furong, leaning against the railing, chuckled, "Moreover, the sun has already begun its descent, and your umbrella is askew. What troubles you?" Shin Marin gently touched the flower that Yu Furong had pinned in her hair, her fingertips grazing the vibrant red rhododendron, before revealing a bittersweet smile. "It is but a mere reflection of a clear spring." Shin Marin sighed softly. Yu Furong glanced at Tingmei and Tinglan nearby. Tingmei, with downcast eyes, took Tinglan's hand and departed. Following them, Nina retreated as well, leaving only Shin Marin and Yu Furong in the pavilion. Yu Furong raised her gaze to the willow branches hanging above, plucking one and removing the excess leaves, beginning to weave it slowly. Is the pond in the palace not lovely? Just look, it is adorned with numerous exquisite lotus flowers, and the banks are graced with drooping willows. Shin Marin lifted her fishing rod, attaching a bit of bait to the hook. Yet, for all its beauty, the pond is merely a facade. Beneath lies a murky abyss, far inferior to my mountain spring. Yu Furong, her delicate hands entwined with the willow twigs, continued without lifting her head. Though the mountain spring may possess its charms, these lotus flowers now flourish in this very pond. Can they not be transplanted? Furthermore, if one does not strive to extract the scant nourishment from the muck, they may one day, like these willow branches, drift away with the waters. Throwing the completed flower crown into the pond, it gradually floated away amidst the swirling currents. Yu Furong smiled. Perhaps this willow branch may drift along the waters to behold that mountain spring, but once severed from the willow, how long can it survive? And how long can the water sustain it? Shin Marin fell silent, her gaze fixed on the receding flower crown, her eyes growing dimmer. Yu Furong reached out, lifting Shin Marin's fishing rod, saying, "A fish has bitten. Do not let it escape." Shin Marin exerted a slight force, reeling in the struggling fish. Yet, upon witnessing its plight, her heart softened, and she released it back into the water. Yu Furong hesitated before gently sighing, "If you wish to spare these fish from harm, then do not cast your bait, otherwise, the entire pond of fish shall meet a dire fate." Shin Marin stared blankly at the bait in her hand for a long while, realizing that this pond contained more than just one fish. She withdrew the bait and cast the empty hook once again. "Your Highness, Lord Liang seeks you. He says that the Emperor awaits you at Yeshinjian," Tingmei announced as she approached. Yu Furong acknowledged with a nod and leaned in to whisper a few words to Shin Marin before departing. Shin Marin lingered in the pavilion for a considerable time, until she felt a tug on the hook, prompting her to finally retract it. Meanwhile, Meng Qianan had been waiting in Yeshinjian for quite some time. As Yu Furong had been absent for an extended period, he dispatched someone to look for her. When Yu Furong returned to Yushinjian, she found Meng Qian'an examining her embroidery. Upon noticing her entrance, he set aside the embroidery frame and inquired, "Where have you been?" Yu Furong performed a courteous bow and was promptly embraced by Meng Qian'an. "I went to gather flowers and happened upon Shen Maran. We exchanged a few words, and I observed her struggling with fishing. After finally catching a fish, she released it back," Yu Furong said with a smile as she sipped the tea Meng Qian'an had prepared, remarking on its exceptional quality. Meng Qian'an chuckled softly, "Flattery will get you nowhere." "It is your tea I enjoyed." Why Yu Furong offered a graceful smile, maintaining her poise. "I have heard that in your youth, you once saved someone from the Pingyang Marquis' residence?" Meng Qian'an inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Furong nodded. "Indeed, I did save someone in my childhood, but rest assured, your majesty, I have long since severed ties with him." The implication was clear. She had no relationship with him now. "Oh, how did you sever those ties?" Meng Qian'an asked with a smile. How could he not know that this debt of gratitude had been repaid? Yu Furong clutched her handkerchief, replying, "I took a beautiful jade pendant from him, exquisitely carved, sufficient to repay the debt of life." Meng Qian'an's eyes brightened, and he steadied his breath before speaking. "Then why have I never seen you wear that jade pendant?" Yu Furong blushed shyly. "Your majesty must know that the person I saved was a young gentleman. If others were to discover this, it could lead to scandal. Moreover, the pendant carries a somewhat ambiguous connotation. Of course, I do not mean to imply that I intentionally sought any impropriety with that gentleman. It was merely that the pendant was the only valuable thing he possessed." Meng Qian'an laughed. "So he was so impoverished?" Yu Furong nodded earnestly. "Indeed, your majesty, which is why I felt compelled to take his pendant. Otherwise, in the realm of men and women, with a debt of gratitude involved, would it not have tarnished my reputation?" "Indeed, you make a valid point," Meng Qian'an agreed with a nod. With a playful tone, Yu Furong remarked, "If only I had saved your majesty, perhaps I could have enjoyed the same privileges as Yang Jiaohui in the palace." Meng Qian'an rested his chin on his hand, gazing at Yu Furong. "What if I were to say that the person you saved was indeed me?" Yu Furong's mind momentarily blanked before it began to race. "Your majesty, I saved you." Oh dear, had her mind truly faltered just then? How could she have missed such an obvious hint? Though there were indeed elements of the Emperor's mischief in this, it was evident that the young gentleman she had rescued appeared nothing like a prince. Rather, he seemed more akin to a child of a family that had fallen from grace, sneaking out unnoticed. To think she had saved the Emperor, it was no wonder the jade pendant had been so beautifully crafted. It must have been a palace treasure. Suddenly, past confusions became clear. No wonder the young family sought to eliminate her. They must have known she was the true savior of the Emperor, while she was merely a pretender. At that time, she had been oblivious to the identity of the person she saved, making it the perfect moment for the young family to strike. If she were to perish, the secret would remain hidden, and her knowledge of certain details would suffice to prove her as the Emperor's savior. But what had she just recalled? Noticing Yu Furong lost in thought, Meng Qian'an surmised she was pondering the young family. How did the young family come to know of those details from so long ago? That was the only mystery troubling Yu Furong now. She remembered that there had been no one else around at that time. How, then, did the young family become privy to those matters? Chapter 70 of The Jealous Queen. Meng Qian'an's hand rested on Yu Furong's waist, giving it a gentle squeeze. She had once been a maid in the Pingyang Marquis' residence, and while tidying the garden, she fortuitously witnessed the moment you saved me. Thus, she was well aware of many intricate details, including the appearance of the jade pendant. Otherwise, he would not have been deceived by the young family for so many years. "Now it all makes sense," Yu Furong acknowledged. "I suspected as much. The Emperor does not appear foolish. If the young family was unaware of those particulars, how could they have misled him for all these years?" "Where have you placed that jade pendant?" Meng Qian'an inquired. Yu Furong pondered for a moment and replied, "Due to the matter of the silk flowers, I instructed someone to store the jade pendant in the treasury. After all, it does not belong to me. That pendant is the only memento left to me by my mother," Meng Qian'an said, his gaze dropping, his tone imbued with deep affection. "Hence, I have been searching for it tirelessly." Yu Furong gasped, feeling a wave of unease wash over her. "Then I shall immediately dispatch someone to retrieve the pendant." She felt a pang of guilt. How could she have taken away the sole token of affection from his mother? Had she known, she would have stripped it from him. "But didn't Furong say that once she took the pendant, we would be even?" Meng Qian'an rested his chin on Yu Furong's shoulder, his large hand slipping beneath her sleeve to grasp her wrist. The coolness of the prayer beads against her skin jolted Yu Furong back to the moment. "Your Majesty, I never uttered such words. You are misinterpreting my intentions," Yu Furong protested, her displeasure evident. "You, dear Emperor, only hear what you wish to." Meng Qian'an chuckled softly, teasingly pinching the soft flesh of her arm. "Is that not the implication?" Unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, Yu Furong retorted, "What I meant was that I have settled matters with the Emperor of your, not with the present Emperor. If I return the pendant to you, surely you will compensate me with something else, will you not?" A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Today's Emperor seemed different from the usual. Meng Qian'an leaned closer, his face brushing against hers. "Indeed." Yu Furong commandedly to hasten back to the palace for the pendant, while Meng Qian'an naturally remained to spend the night with her. The next morning, due to their stay at the palace, court sessions were adjusted to every 5 days. Meng Qian'an embraced Yu Furong, replenishing his energy before rising. After breakfast, Yu Furong summoned someone to bring a vase, arranging the flowers she had gathered the day before. Meanwhile, Meng Qian'an sat nearby, perusing the travelogues that Yu Furong often enjoyed. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and fluffy clouds drifted across the azure sky. The air was imbued with the essence of summer, the breeze carrying away the cicadas' cries and the oppressive heat, replacing it with the fragrance of blooming flowers. Today, Zhou Changzai had arranged to fly kites with Su Marin in the garden. The swallow kite soared high, and Zhou Changzai joyfully tugged at the string. "Look, my kite flies higher than yours." Su Marin tilted her head, loosening her grip on the string of her own kite, which promptly surpassed Zhou Changzai's. "Now mine is higher," she exclaimed with laughter. Zhou Changzai huffed, releasing the string to allow his kite to soar even higher and farther. Yu Furong, having finished arranging the flowers, sat on a swing beneath the grape arbor, watching the kites dance in the sky. "Your Majesty, look! Those kites are flying so high." Meng Qianan, engrossed in his travelogue, did not lift his gaze. "If you are envious, I can certainly procure a kite that soars even higher for you." Yu Furong turned to glance at Meng Qianan, who sat on a stone bench, swinging the swing with more vigor. "Your Majesty, Yu Haven Tea even looked up once." Meng Qianan chuckled as he put away the travelogue. "Have you forgotten? I was the one who first noticed the kites outside." Yu Furong blinked, feigning ignorance, and continued to swing with greater enthusiasm. Meanwhile, within the Wutong residence, the queen gazed at the account books in her hands, rubbing her sore eyes before looking out the window. Two swallow kites danced in the cobalt sky. The queen recalled Zhou Changzai's kite as he departed and smiled to herself. "It has been quite a while since I last accompanied Qini to fly kites." Beside her, Yin Jin, grinding ink, stretched her wrist and remarked, "Your Highness, it is only natural to overlook the young ones amidst your busy duties." The queen's gaze wandered to the distant kites, her thoughts adrift. "Indeed, since I became the queen, I have been overwhelmed with responsibilities, managing expenditures, purchases, and the monthly allowances for the palace maids and eunuchs. I have taken charge of every aspect of the palace, transitioning from initial awkwardness to a newfound proficiency. I have gained much." Suddenly, one of the kites hanging high in the air snapped its string and plummeted to the ground. Observing this, the queen withdrew her gaze, chuckling, "I wonder whose kite has fallen." Injin set aside her inkstick and prepared paper for the queen. "The one flying kites with Zhou Xiaojun is Su Marin. Coming from the grasslands, it is likely hers. Kites are rare there, and it must be her first experience." The queen dipped her brush in ink, leaving a cryptic smile on the paper. "Su Marin? Qini seems quite close to her." Injin refrained from responding, sensing an undertone of jealousy in the queen's words, though it was ambiguous. Meanwhile, in the garden, Zhou Changzai gazed at the light string in his hands, frustrated as he searched for his kite. "Had I known, I wouldn't have flown so high. The string snapped so easily." Su Marin handed her taut kite string to a nearby palace maid and joined Zhou Changzai in searching for the lost kite. "Let us check over there. I think I saw it fall that way." Zhou Changzai agreed and took her hand as they set off together. Eventually, they discovered the kite entangled in a willow tree. It was not the kite itself that was ensnared, but rather its string wrapped around the branches, leaving the kite swaying gently. Zhou Changzai instructed a nearby young eunuch to climb and retrieve the kite. The eunuch swiftly ascended and plucked the swallow kite from the branches. Although the kite appeared intact, the crucial central support had broken. Zhou Changzai lamented as he gazed at it, "This kite is ruined." Su Marin consoled him, "It's no matter, I can give you mine." Yet, Zhou Changzai felt a lingering emptiness, a sense that something was amiss. "Come now, no need for hesitation. What's mine is yours, why should we differentiate?" Su Marin smiled, playfully nudging him as they began their way back. At that moment, a faint rustling emerged from the flower bushes beside them. Chapter 71 The serpent's venom. The lakes within the Taiming garden are like mirrors, seamlessly embedded in the landscape, reflecting the surrounding pavilions and towers, resembling an inkwash painting where every step unveils a new scene, a description that is far from mere exaggeration. Tall, drooping willows shade lush flowerbeds, while the emerald waters of the pond occasionally reveal the playful glimmer of small fish. In the summer, the hydrangeas bloom abundantly, their pink and purple hues carpeting the ground like dyed silk. Su Marin grasped Zhou Changzai's hand, both having opted for comfortable flat shoes instead of their usual flowerpot heels for the purpose of flying kites. Su Marin held up her skirt with one hand while tugging Zhou Changzai along with the other, who, in turn, clutched a broken kite in one hand. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Su Marin thought she saw the nearby flowerbed rustle momentarily, yet, when she looked again, all was still. Perhaps it was merely the wind. Today, with the breeze just right, the kite could soar high. The path ahead narrowed slightly, as the flower branches from the adjacent flowerbed spilled onto the cobblestones, giving the illusion of a constricted route, though it remained as wide as ever. Su Marin was preoccupied with her conversation with Zhou Changzai, paying little heed to her footing. Suddenly, her foot landed on something soft, and before she could lift it, a sharp pain pierced her ankle. She let out a shriek, and Zhou Changzai quickly rushed to inspect her injury. At that moment, a long, slender creature darted from the flowerbed, heading straight for Zhou Changzai. Instinctively, she raised her arm to shield herself, feeling a sudden sting as something sharp pierced her skin, embedding itself into her flesh. Turning to see what had attacked her, she was met with the sight of a pitch-black snake clamped tightly onto her arm. Fear rendered Zhou Changzai momentarily speechless. The snake appeared to be the thickness of a wrist and about 2 meters long. Modern measurements might clarify this for some readers. Its cold, vertical pupil stared at Zhou Changzai with chilling indifference. Fortunately, Kuihua, nearby, reacted swiftly and boldly, seizing the snake that had latched onto Zhou Changzai's arm. With Kuihua gripping it 7 inches, the now threatened snake was forced to release its hold. The pain of its sharp teeth withdrawing was more pronounced than when they had first penetrated the skin, and only then did Zhou Changzai regain her composure to cry out. Su Marin, intending to comfort her, suddenly felt dazed and fainted. The surrounding palace maids were thrown into chaos, and it was then that Zhou Changzai noticed the dark blood oozing from Su Marin's ankle.
This snake is venomous. Zhou Changzai barely had the chance to utter the warning before she too collapsed weakly. Kuehua, still gripping the snake, dared not let go, and fortunately, Linghua was there to catch Zhou Changzai. Several palace maids and eunuchs hurriedly moved the two young ladies to a shaded area, swiftly calling for the imperial physician and the palanquins, while others rushed to inform the emperor and empress. Amid the flurry of activity, a fleeting figure in pale blue vanished beneath the tall willow trees in the distance. The empress, having just reviewed last month's palace expenditure accounts and preparing to examine further documents, was startled by the urgent entrance of a young eunuch. "Your Majesty, it is dire. Zhou Changzai and Su Marin have been bitten by a snake," the eunuch exclaimed anxiously. The empress halted, her brush pausing mid-stroke, inky blackness staining the ledger. "What? How did this happen? Where are they now?" Replying to Your Majesty, the two young ladies were on their way back from the garden after retrieving their kite when they were bitten by a snake that suddenly lunged from the flower bed. Currently, both have fainted and have been taken to Enchanting, where the emperor is present, the eunuch reported breathlessly. The empress, without donning her protective armor, hurriedly left Inge and hastily followed her, while Biluo remained behind to tidy up. Within Enchanting, Meng Qianan suddenly requested to listen to the qin. Yu Furong complied, bringing forth the instrument, while Meng Qianan, in good spirits, joined in with a flute. Their music was abruptly interrupted by a small palace maid rushing in, crying for help. "Please, young masters, save my mistress. The emperor, help!" The maid immediately prostrated herself upon entering. Yu Furong, taken aback, ceased her playing and turned to the kneeling maid, recognizing her as one who sometimes accompanied Zhou Changzai. "What has happened to your mistress?" Yu Furong inquired. The maid quickly recounted the events, pleading for Yu Furong to bring the two young ladies in for the physician's care. Naturally, Yu Furong agreed. Shortly after, the palace maids and eunuchs brought Zhou Changzai and Su Marin to Enchanting, with the physician arriving promptly thereafter. Kuehua still held the snake, which, sensing its life was in danger, coiled tightly around her hand, attempting to force her to release it. At that moment, the physician arrived at Enchanting, and Yu Furong instructed the clearing of a side hall to accommodate the two young ladies, further directing Li to take the snake from Kuehua's grasp. Li complied, carefully taking the snake, while Kuehua expressed her thanks and went to attend to Zhou Changzai in the side hall. Li wrapped the snake around his arm, cautiously placing it into a burlap sack. As soon as he loosened his grip, the snake attempted to strike back, but fortunately, Ting Tan reacted swiftly, striking the snake on the head with a stick. The dazed serpent fell back into the sack, and the small eunuch quickly secured it. After examining Zhou Changzai and Su Marin, the physician extracted silver needles to treat their snakebite wounds. Once the needles were in place, he stepped out to report, "Your Majesty, both young ladies have been poisoned by the snake. Fortunately, the toxin has not spread further. However, the venom is potent, and without the herbs Baihua Shichao and Shuangxinshin, it may prove lethal. These herbs are rare, and our palace's medical facility does not stock them." The empress, having just entered, overheard this grave news and sternly commanded, "Then send someone to procure them. If anything were to happen to my sister, I shall hold you accountable." The physician trembled in response, kneeling as he answered affirmatively. Meng Qianan handed the prayer beads to Yu Furong, soothingly saying, "Your Majesty, please do not fret. I have already dispatched someone to search." The empress nodded absently. Yu Furong, clutching the beads, averted her gaze from the empress. At this moment, the concern in the empress's eyes appeared genuine. Perhaps the bond between the sisters was not as strained as she had presumed? "Your Majesty, I believe it would be more prudent to send someone to the nearby villages for assistance rather than scouring the mountains. The barefoot doctors in the foothills often possess remedies for snake bites," Yu Furong suggested. Chapter 72. The Empress is indeed too soft-hearted. Wan Yingdang, please send someone to the nearby villages and towns to take a look, Meng Qianan commanded, calling for Wan Yingdang from outside. Wan Yingdang acknowledged and immediately went to arrange for someone to go. The Empress then entered the inner hall to check on the condition of Zhou Changzai and Su Marin. At that moment, both of them appeared pale, with needles still inserted into their wounds. Two female physicians were administering acupuncture to extract some of the poison from their injuries. The Empress stood silently beside them, refraining from speaking so as not to disturb the physicians. Meanwhile, Liang Wu entered with several young eunuchs, carrying a burlap sack. "Your Majesty, after my search, I found two venomous snakes in various locations within the palace," Liang Wu reported, taking the sack from the hands of a young eunuch behind him. Meng Qianan lifted a nearby cup of tea and pondered for a moment before asking, "What did you discover?" Liang Wu paused for a moment before responding, "Your Majesty, they belong to someone from the Yang family." Meng Qianan furrowed his brow. The one called Shoujo. He recalled some details about those around Yang Ningxia, particularly this one named Shoujo, whom Yang Ningxia had rescued back when he was still a prince accompanying the late emperor on a southern tour. Yang Ningxia had joined them. At that time, in a small town in Jiangnan, the late emperor had dismantled a gambling den notorious for its bag of money, and Shoujo had been lost to the casino by her father. After being rescued, she refused to return to her father, knowing he could sell her again. Yang Ningxia, seeing Shoujo's plight, took her in as a servant. Since then, Shoujo had served loyally by Yang Ningxia's side. "Bring her up," Meng Qianan commanded, setting down his teacup. Liang Wu gestured to the young eunuchs at the door, who immediately understood and brought Shoujo up. Moments later, Shoujo knelt before everyone. At this point, she had lost her former status as a favored palace maid overseeing the affairs of the harem. After Yang Ningxia entered, she had been sent to the laundry department, enduring the most arduous and laborious tasks. The hands that once massaged her mistress had acquired many new wounds in just a few days. "Speak, why did you release snakes in the palace?" Liang Wu urged Shoujo. Shoujo, kneeling on the ground, fixed her gaze on Yu Furong for a moment before finally speaking in a hoarse voice. "The late empress's greatest wish was to kill Yu Jieyu. Unfortunately, these snakes did not reach Yu Jieyu but instead harmed Zhou Changzai. Well, Zhou Changzai has always been disrespectful to the late empress. This can be considered her retribution. Ha ha, retribution, ha, a cold snort echoed from the inner hall. You are indeed devoted. If Yang were to know that she died because of you, how would she feel in her grave? Shoujo was taken aback and quickly raised her head to look at the Empress standing by the screen, her calm eyes gradually filling with turmoil. The Empress chuckled and stepped forward. Since you claim to act on behalf of Yang's wishes, I trust you would love to witness this scene. Someone, dig up Yang's corpse, remove her eyes and bring them back to the palace, so she can see her loyal servant. The nearby Silver Needle took a bow and retreated. Shoujo suddenly knocked her head to the ground. Your Majesty, please forgive me, everything was my idea, it has nothing to do with the Empress. Your Majesty, it seems you hold Yang in high regard. Silver Needle, bring back Yang's ears as well, the Empress said, leaning against the screen, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Shoujo. The Empress always knew how to grasp the vital points of others. Meng Qian'an lowered his gaze, taking the prayer beads from Yu Furong's hands and began to turn them thoughtfully. He chose to feign ignorance of the Empress's intentions. Shoujo hurriedly kowtowed, pleading for mercy, but the Empress remained unmoved, her eyes filled with coldness. Seeing that the Empress was unyielding, Shoujo turned her pleas towards Meng Qian'an. Meng Qian'an, still turning the prayer beads, smiled. It's merely a matter of taking her eyes and ears. She is not in pain now. Shoujo's eyes were filled with disbelief. Your Majesty, I beg you, for the years Yang stood by your side, spare her life. Despite her fervent pleas, Shoujo was unaware that these conditions were predicated on Yang being the Emperor's savior. Without that premise, Yang's companionship was merely a farce. Meng Qian'an chuckled at her words. You reminded me, she was rather overbearing in her palace, having bullied many concubines. I thought she was my savior and indulged her, but she turned out to be an impostor. I must reclaim some justice for my concubines, Empress. The Empress stepped forward gracefully, smiling at Shoujo. If that is the case, then I decree 100 lashes for Yang. In these times, where a proper burial is highly valued, to unearth Yang and inflict punishment upon her, while she feels no pain, will ensure she finds no peace in the afterlife. For those with conservative thoughts, this is already a grave punishment. Shoujo, tearfully knocking her head to the ground, pleaded. Your Majesty, I can pay with my life, just spare Yang, I can die to atone for my sins. As she spoke, she attempted to dash herself against a pillar to end her life. Quick-witted, Billuo intercepted her. Want to die? The Empress has yet to speak, and you dare to show such courage? Even after being stopped, Shoujo still contemplated suicide. The Empress stood there, smiling gently yet devoid of warmth, coldly uttering, if you seek death, I shall have Yang's body burned. Shoujo's pupils constricted sharply, and her eyes fell into silence and regret. The Empress watched with satisfaction as Shoujo reacted. From now on, live obediently in the laundry department. Should I learn of you taking your own life out of guilt, I trust Yang will also suffer in her grave. This was a threat. Should she commit such an act again, the Empress would take it out on Yang. For Shoujo, although she had not faced physical punishment, such a heart-wrenching tactic was akin to a fate worse than death. With a face full of despair, Shoujo was dragged away. Yu Furong turned to watch as Shoujo was taken out. Her once brown attire, now washed pale, bore many tears, and Shoujo's face was frightfully white, her hands trembling uncontrollably. It was both anger and regret. Had she known this would happen, she would have. Shoujo closed her eyes, allowing her remorseful tears to slip from the corners of her eyes. Your Majesty, ultimately, it is the servant's fault for being useless and unable to avenge you. Meng Qian'an pulled Yu Furong closer and softly inquired, are you frightened? In truth, according to his thoughts, Yang's corpse should be brought back and have her eyes gouged out in front of Shoujo. The Empress, in the end, was indeed too soft-hearted. Chapter 73. I shall protect you. The delicate and pitiful Yu Furong nodded gently, nestling into Meng Qian'an's embrace. Your Majesty, I am so frightened. Frightened of what? He thought. After all, she was the successor of socialism. Not only would she not fear the aftermath of the Yang family, but even if their ashes were to be set into the walls, she would remain unperturbed. Meanwhile, the Empress, too preoccupied to notice the affection shared between Meng Qian'an and Yu Furong, turned and entered the inner palace. Meng Qian'an softly patted Yu Furong's back, reassuring her, there is nothing to fear. I am here, and I shall protect you. His gaze fell upon the peach blossom hairpin adorning Yu Furong's coiffure, his expression softening as he whispered soothing words to her. However, Yu Furong, buried in his embrace, felt that something was amiss. Logically speaking, the current situation saw the embroidered ball merely as a powerless laundry maid in the palace. Though they were in the temporary palace, if those venomous snakes sought to intrude, she alone could not fend them off. The Empress's demeanor did not suggest she was the mastermind behind this, and as the embroidered ball had mentioned, the forces at play were targeting her specifically. Who could it be? Few concubines had come to the temporary palace to escape the heat. Aside from the Empress, there were only Hui Fei, Su Beauty, and Shen Beauty. Who could it be? The guards hastily procured white flower snake tongue grass and threw heart lotus from the nearest town. Meanwhile, Zhou Changzai and Su Beauty were still recovering and had yet to regain consciousness. It would be inconvenient for Yu Furong to remain in this state, so Meng Qian'an decided to take her to Qinghe Palace. The Empress merely offered a perfunctory reminder to attend to the Emperor's needs before dismissing Yu Furong. As Meng Qian'an embraced Yu Furong and seated her in the dragon carriage, this marked her second time riding in such a royal conveyance. Your Majesty, the Empress truly has a close relationship with Zhou Changzai, Yu Furong remarked with a hint of admiration. Meng Qian'an placed the prayer beads he held into Yu Furong's hands, smiling as he replied, naturally, though the Zhou sisters may have their petty squabbles over jealousy, they understand the principle of mutual gain and loss when it matters most, especially since the Empress is a carefully nurtured noblewoman of the Zhou family. The Empress undoubtedly prioritized the interests of the Zhou family above all else. While there may be some personal motives involved, any self-interest would be cast aside if it jeopardized the core interests of the Zhou clan. Had the Empress's personal ambitions been greater, Zhou Changzai would not have been allowed to enter the palace.
Meng Qian'an perceived these matters clearly and knew the Zhou family aspired to advance further. However, now was not the time for him to uproot them. He gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind Yu Furong's ear and smiled. Furong, did you harbor any personal ambitions when you entered the palace? Yu Furong lowered her gaze, avoiding Meng Qian'an's eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she confessed, I certainly did. To be honest, Your Majesty, during the spring hunt in the 32nd year of Shang Yuan, I caught a glimpse of your impressive stature. Yu Furong's words trailed off, leaving Meng Qian'an with a shy, flushed profile. Indeed, she had attended that spring hunt, the only one she ever did, and whether she had seen the prince would ultimately depend on her own words. Such a distant memory seemed unlikely for the emperor to investigate. Yet, she had been but 14 at the time, no harm done, she had reached the age of maturity, and it was perfectly normal for a young girl to begin to develop feelings. Yu Furong consoled herself with this thought. Oh, how come I have never heard of this? Meng Qian'an inquired, somewhat astonished. He had not expected Yu Furong to have developed feelings for him so early on. Yu Furong smiled shyly, then sighed softly, revealing a hint of longing in her eyes. It was my father who disapproved. He said the palace was a treacherous place, and if I were to be wronged, he would be unable to protect me. Of course, that was not entirely true. Upon returning home from the spring hunt, her father's exact words were, Daughter, did you set your eyes on the emperor? I shall seize him for you, I guarantee he will be obedient to you henceforth. Yu Furong had laughed for quite a while before replying that she had not taken a liking to anyone. She had been too busy indulging in various meats to pay attention to people, especially since many of those delicacies had been forbidden to her in her past life. Meng Qian'an squeezed Yu Furong's hand, gazing into her eyes, his voice low yet firm. Furong, rest assured, from this moment onward, I shall take charge of your affairs. Yu Furong nestled gratefully into Meng Qian'an's embrace, deeply moved as she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Your Majesty, with such kindness shown to me, how can I ever repay you? Meng Qian'an gently patted her back, responding softly, What need is there for repayment? I have yet to repay you for your life-saving grace. Yu Furong resided in Meng Qian'an's Qinghe Palace for 3 days, while the Empress remained in Yushangyan for the same duration. Zhou Changzai and Su Beauty finally stirred awake that morning, and after the imperial physician confirmed that the snake venom had been purged, the Empress took her leave from Yushangyan. Of course, she had also ensured that the place was tidied up before departing. Meanwhile, Meng Qian'an did not summon Yu Furong back to Yushangyan but instead encouraged her to remain in Qinghe Palace. Today, Li returned, travel-worn, bringing with him the jade pendant. Upon hearing that his young mistress had taken residence in Qinghe Palace, he paused in surprise, sensing that something significant had transpired during his absence. He respectfully presented a box, which he had found in the storeroom, to Yu Furong before stepping back. While Yu Furong opened the box, examining the jade pendant inside carefully once she was assured of its authenticity, she turned to Meng Qian'an and smiled, Your Majesty, do take a look. I have preserved this jade pendant well over the years. It was not that she doubted Li, but rather that she feared the pendant might have been swapped, especially since she was not presently in the palace. If someone had stealthily entered her storeroom, who could say what might happen? Meng Qian'an accepted the jade pendant from Yu Furong, scrutinizing it closely. The back bore the carving of a small cloud character. He gazed at it for a long while before lowering his voice. My mother, the Empress, bore the surname Yun. She often held this pendant, saying that when I grew up, she would pass it on to me. Yu Furong set a cup of tea on Meng Qian'an's desk. Your Majesty, I believe I could still find the original cord for this pendant. Originally, I thought the cord looked somewhat worn, so I intended to make a new one, she said, somewhat bashfully. Had she known this jade pendant would be returned to the emperor, she would have spared no effort in crafting a lotus cord in pink and green threads. Meng Qian'an, however, removed the pendant from his waist and directly hung the cloud pattern jade pendant in its place. The pink and green lotus cord clashed distinctly with Meng Qian'an's bright yellow dragon robe, drawing immediate attention to the jarring contrast. No matter, he declared, I find it quite delightful. Meng Qian'an embraced Yu Furong, his voice brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. Furong, how should I express my gratitude to you? Chapter 74. The Emperor and the Pua. Your Majesty, there is no need for gratitude, Yu Furong said, her voice tinged with shyness and delight. It is my honor to assist you. Her acting skills were such that, were she to return to the modern world, she might very well venture into the entertainment industry. The thought made Yu Furong smile even more earnestly. However, since you have taken a jade pendant from me, it would only be fair for you to gift me another, one that is equally as exquisite. Meng Qian'an chuckled, you do not seek enough for yourself. Yet, you have only been in the palace for a little over 3 months, to promote you now would be rather ostentatious. Let us wait until the new year to consider elevating your status. Yu Furong took his words lightly, merely laughing in agreement before moving on. It is often said that a woman's words can be deceiving, but what of a man's, without tangible benefits in hand? Even the most eloquent words are merely empty rhetoric. Yu Furong did not take Meng Qian'an's comments to heart. However, she couldn't help but notice a subtle shift in his demeanor towards her in recent days, though she could not quite pinpoint what had changed. To the following day, while Yu Furong lingered in Qinghe Palace, a young eunuch arrived with news that someone from concubine Hui's side wished to see her. At that moment, Yu Furong was still drowsy from sleep. After changing into a more comfortable outfit, she made her way to the residence of concubine Hui, known as the Star-Gathering Pavilion, named for its elevated position offering splendid distant views. Upon her arrival, Yu Furong found concubine Hui seated in the courtyard, savoring tea. The courtyard was adorned with a tall magnolia tree, though it was not the season for blossoms. The lush green leaves filtered the sunlight, casting dappled shadows. Concubine Hui smiled warmly at Yu Furong as she approached, and as Yu Furong prepared to bow, she was gently lifted by the hand.
Please, sit, this is not the main palace, there is no need for such formalities, concubine Hui said, personally pouring a cup of tea for Yufurong. Thank you, your ladyship, Yufurong replied with a smile as she took her seat. Concubine Hui gazed at Yufurong for a long moment before commenting, your smile is rather disingenuous. Yufurong blinked in confusion, looking towards concubine Hui, who then chuckled, alright, I will not tease you any longer. I wish to hear you play the huqin, can you perform the battle tune? Yufurong removed the protective armor from her hands and took a sip of tea. Of course, I can, and I can dance as well. Concubine Hui's eyes lit up at this, as she removed her own gilded armor. I would like to request a dance from you while I accompany you on the qin. What do you say? The eagerness in her gaze was palpable, reminiscent of a famished dog spotting a bone. Your ladyship, please do not call me that. I am Qin Jinhua, address me as Jinhua. Yufurong raised an eyebrow, beaming brightly. Then, Miss Jinhua, which battle tune do you wish to see? The battle tune of Lanling King, concubine Hui replied, taking a qin from a maid and settling beneath the shade of the tree, her previously cold demeanor softened into a gentle warmth. As Yufurong removed the hairpin from her hair and turned to look at concubine Hui, she noticed the sunlight filtering through the magnolia leaves, casting a glow upon Hui's serene smile, vibrant as a newly emerged summer cicada. The concubine, once seeming to drift on the periphery, now appeared vividly alive, radiating brightness, caught in the depths of Hui's enchanting, affectionate eyes. Yufurong found herself momentarily entranced. There was an emotion within those eyes that she could not decipher, exceedingly tender, yet impossibly lingering. As the sounds of music enveloped the air, Yufurong regained her composure, preparing for the performance. In the sultry summer, the distinct chirping of cicadas was momentarily subdued by the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments. The figure dancing beneath the magnolia tree unknowingly captured someone's heart. After finishing his official duties, Meng Qian'an personally sought out a beautifully carved jade pendant to present to Yufurong. Upon returning to Qinghe Palace, however, he discovered Yufurong was not present. Inquiring after her, he learned that she had been summoned by concubine Hui. Meng Qian'an frowned slightly, putting away the jade pendant with a dismissive air before settling down to read. An hour later, he propped his head on his hand, turning the prayer beads in his fingers. Where is she? Why has she not returned? Did concubine Hui devour her? Another hour passed with no sign of Yufurong. Feeling the heat in the room, Meng Qian'an instructed someone to bring a chaise lounge outside for a breeze. As the sun began to set, Yufurong finally returned, cradling a box in her arms. At that moment, Meng Qian'an had been sitting outside with a stern expression. Seeing Yufurong's return, he stood and entered the room. Yufurong, about to bow, paused and turned to Wan Yingtang, inquiring, what is the matter with His Majesty? Fan Yingtang wiped the sweat from his brow and shrugged, I do not know either. Why are you still standing at the door? Came Meng Qian'an's cold voice from within. Yufurong acknowledged his command and carefully entered, clutching the box. This was the first time she had witnessed Meng Qian'an displaying genuine emotions. As the emperor, he was adept at concealing his feelings. Thus, Yufurong had seldom seen him express such overt emotions, often deciphering his moods through subtle expressions and gestures. Noticing her cautious demeanor, Meng Qian'an scoffed, how pitiful, where have you been? Yufurong stood to the side, hugging the box tightly, and whispered, I was with concubine Hui. Oh? I thought you had fallen into some den of indulgence. Do you not consider the time? What could possibly keep you there so long? Meng Qian'an's ire simmered. Yufurong longed to retort that he should not be unreasonable or that he could think whatever he wished, but she refrained. The man before her was the emperor, the pinnacle of feudal authority, not the modern boyfriend she could manipulate. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Yufurong's eyes. Pua, a concept she was somewhat familiar with. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistake. I should have returned earlier and not indulged so much in fun. It is entirely my fault for being so playful. Her tone was earnest and contrite. Meng Qian'an nodded slightly, beckoning her closer. Since you recognize your fault, I shall not chastise you. Come, sit. Yufurong complied, taking a seat beside him. As Meng Qian'an prepared to present the jade pendant, Yufurong unexpectedly opened the box she had been carrying. Your Majesty, look, these are gifts from concubine Hui, she declared proudly. As the box opened, the radiant treasures within nearly blinded Meng Qian'an. The collection included several exquisite jade pendants crafted by renowned artisans. His hand hesitated, ultimately failing to produce the pendant he had intended for her. Chapter 75 is merely a form of flattery that can be detrimental. Were he in the palace, he would dare assert that nothing emerging from his storeroom was of poor quality. However, this is a temporary residence. Although there exists his storeroom here, it is, after all, not as refined as the treasures found in the palace's storeroom. Meng Qian'an, with keen eyes, recognized that the box of items was a gift from concubine Hui. He silently took hold of Yufurong's hand and paused for a moment before saying, since these are given to you by concubine Hui, cherish them well. Yufurong, delighted, responded affirmatively and then instructed Tingmei to put them away. Meng Qian'an gently inquired, what did concubine Hui request you to select for her this time? Yufurong turned her head to nestle against Meng Qian'an's embrace and softly recounted the events of that afternoon. Meanwhile, in Wutong residence, the Empress perused a medical text, leisurely selecting a prescription from its pages. Upon examining the prescription, she chuckled, ultimately, it is my mother who possesses foresight. Silver Needle, standing nearby, placed a cup of perfectly warm tea beside the Empress and, noticing her engagement with the long-neglected medical book, curiously asked, did your Highness not declare that you had no intention of utilizing this prescription? The Empress closed the book with a smile and replied, in the past, it was because there was no one suitable to employ it.
However, now, the Empress beamed and handed the prescription to Silver Needle, saying, "Now, there are individuals who can make use of it." Silver Needle lowered her eyes to accept the prescription from the Empress's hand and, smiling, curtsied, "Then I shall first congratulate your highness on the fulfillment of your desires." The Empress, still smiling, continued to peruse the records from the Department of Ceremonies, noting that the entries for the past 5 days were all about Yu Furong, yet her smile remained unchanged. "Has the area concerning Yu Shengyan been thoroughly cleaned?" "Yes," Silver Needle replied, "I have sent someone to ensure it is spotless." "Very well," the Empress said, in light of her efforts to make room for Chini, Silver Needle, go to my storeroom and fetch some fresh materials, and also deliver the screen adorned with lotus flowers and drooping willows to Rong Jieyu. "Understood, your highness," Silver Needle said with a bow before departing. The following day, when Silver Needle returned to report and deliver items, Yu Furong realized it was time for her to return. After bidding farewell to Meng Qianan, she prepared to leave. However, Meng Qianan urged her to stay for another day or two, and naturally, Yu Furong complied with his wishes. After all, who would refuse such favor? Upon hearing that Meng Qianan had retained Yu Furong, the Empress merely smiled without commenting further. After spending 2 more days in Qinghao Palace, Yu Furong gathered her belongings and returned to Yu Shengyan. This time, Meng Qianan did not stop her but graciously arranged a sedan chair to escort Yu Furong back. After expressing her heartfelt thanks, she stepped outside, only to discover that it was Meng Qianan's Imperial Dragon carriage. Why Yu Furong found herself momentarily hesitant at the doorway, unsure whether to board or not. Ultimately, she steeled herself and boarded. After all, it was merely the title of a favored concubine, and she owed a life-saving debt to the Emperor. Reflecting on this, Yu Furong propped her head on her hand and smiled wryly, realizing how far she had drifted from her previous disdain for Yang Shi, who constantly boasted of her life-saving favor with the Emperor. In these past few days, life had been so serene that it was almost intoxicating, blinding her senses. Upon returning to Yu Shengyan, Yu Furong took some time to compose herself. Meanwhile, in Qinghao Palace, Eunuch Chui from the Department of Ceremonies was presenting a green headplate of the concubine to Meng Qianan for his review. Meng Qianan glanced at the green headplate before resuming his work on the memorial. "Let us discuss this another day. You may leave." Eunuch Chui acknowledged and withdrew. A time passed quietly and slowly, and the 2 months spent at the summer palace flew by in a blink. During these months, Yu Furong either played chess or fished with the beautiful Xin or earned some pocket money at concubine Hui's side. Occasionally, she would stay with Meng Qianan for a few days. Though she had spent more nights in his company during these 2 months, there were others as well, allowing her to maintain amicable relationships with the few concubines who would come along. Zhou Changzai had also been preoccupied with Su Meiran, causing her to refrain from stirring up trouble with others. Life in the summer palace had been excessively tranquil. For a fleeting moment, Yu Furong considered that perhaps continuing to live peacefully in the summer palace was not such a bad idea. In early August, the imperial carriage returned to the palace. The long-absent Qingxian palace was now meticulously organized, and the autumn chill had not yet permeated the palace. Seasonal flowers, such as chrysanthemums, lilies, and begonia, had been planted throughout the palace grounds. In the courtyard of Qingxian Palace, a large osmanthus tree was in full bloom. Even from the inner chambers of the east wing, Yu Furong could catch the faint fragrance of osmanthus wafting through the air. As she reclined on the soft couch in her chamber, she opened the window to gaze at the begonias planted at the base of the wall, feeling an inexplicable sense of returning to her roots. Yu Furong summoned Tingmei and Tinglan, gathered some gold and silver treasures along with a few items given by concubine Hui, and penned a letter home, dispatching it with a messenger. This letter reached Lady Yu safely, accompanied by the gold and silver treasures, as well as a decree elevating Yu Furong to the status of a first-rank noble consort. Previously, the Duke of Dinghua held a first-rank title, but the noble consort rank did not descend in order. Thus, Lady Yu's prior title was that of a second-rank noble consort. Upon receiving the decree, Lady Yu was utterly bewildered. How had she inexplicably become a first-rank noble consort? Shortly after Lady Yu was conferred the first-rank title, word spread both inside and outside the palace. Before the shock could settle, another revelation left everyone astounded. The once favored Yang Shi was not the emperor's life-saving benefactor. Instead, it was Rong Jieyu who had truly saved the emperor's life. The Duke of Dinghua's residence suddenly became the center of attention, and Lady Yu received a stack of congratulatory and invitation cards that afternoon. Meanwhile, news from the Yang family had grown scarce. It was not due to suppression, but rather because the Yang family had relocated, and their whereabouts remained unknown. In Fingyi Palace, the Empress sat on a soft couch, with several plates of pastries on a low table beside her. Zhou Changzai and Su Meiran were engaged in playful banter over an embroidered ball, while the Empress quietly reviewed the account books in her hands. When a young palace maid brought news of the recent developments, the Empress showed no signs of surprise, simply acknowledging with a calm, "I understand," before dismissing her. In contrast, Zhou Changzai and Su Meiran were utterly astonished. No wonder Yang Shi was so intent on eliminating Rong Jieyu. It turns out she was an impostor. Sister, how could you have tolerated her all this while? If it were up to me, she should have been dealt with harshly. Zhou Changzai expressed her indignation. The Empress merely smiled lightly and replied, "You should think things through." At that time, the Emperor had already made his choice regarding her. What could I have done, furthermore, tolerate? Am I truly that kind of person? Chapter 76, rounding up also means holding off as Zhou Chang glanced curiously at the Empress before returning to his game of chess with the beautiful Su. The Empress picked up the ledger in her hands but soon set it down, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the two engaged in their match. In a few days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you have any particular flavors of mooncakes you wish to indulge in? I shall instruct the Imperial Kitchen to prepare them in advance, she said with a beaming smile. Zhou Chang's eyes lit up with joy as he replied, "Sister, I would like the salted egg yolk and lotus seed paste flavor, and Qianling prefers the 5-nut variety." Xianling was the name of the beautiful Su. The Empress chuckled in agreement. Su rose and curtsied, saying, "This humble servant thanks your majesty." The Empress's smile grew even more gentle. "No need for such formality, it is but a trifling matter. You and Qini share a good rapport, and I regard you as a sister." At these words, Zhou Chang furrowed his brow for a fleeting moment before suppressing it. That night, the personnel from the Palace Affairs Office arrived at the Taiji Palace, bearing the green tokens for Meng Qian'an to review. Meng Qian'an glanced at them, noting that the Empress did not require a green token, thus the first was for Hui Fei, the second for Yu Furong, and the third for Su. Observing that Su's green token had been remade, Meng Qian'an casually inquired about the situation. Eunuch Shui, appearing somewhat flustered, replied, "Your Majesty, a few days ago, a newly arrived young eunuch, lacking in discernment, accidentally broke Su's green token. I instructed someone to have it remade." Meng Qian'an nodded, his attention drawn to the memorial from the Mongolian king which also mentioned Su's well-being. He set down his brush and lifted Su's green token. Upon seeing that Meng Qian'an had already turned the token, Eunuch Shui respectfully retreated. Meanwhile, Yu Furong was in the courtyard of the Changqian Palace watering the flowers when a young eunuch approached, informing her that Fong Kai had just arrived. Yu Furong instructed her to invite Fong Kai inside. Fong Kai came bearing a box of pastry she had made herself, and upon seeing Yu Furong, she joyfully rushed up to her. Notably, Fong Kai was accompanied by a rare palace maid. Yu Furong, surprised, looked at Fong Kai and teasingly remarked, "What brings you to bring someone along today?" Fong Kai stood shyly beside Yu Furong, softly responding, "I thought it might be nice to have an extra person." Yu Furong frowned slightly, asking, "But did something happen?" Fong Kai gently shook her head, intending to say there was nothing, but the palace maid behind her knelt down, saying, "Your Grace, please take heed. When the Emperor and Empress visited the summer palace, an unobservant servant pushed our young master into the lotus pond. Thankfully, a young eunuch came to her rescue, else, how could she stand here to meet you?" Fong Kai looked nervously at Yu Furong, who felt a pang of sympathy inside. "If you encounter such matters in the future, you must inform me. If I cannot intervene on your behalf, I will seek the Empress or the Emperor. I cannot allow you to suffer injustice." Fong Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clutched Yu Furong's sleeve, saying, "Sister, may I?" She understood the implications of Yu Furong's words, which were her deepest desire. Aware that her temperament made it difficult to gain favor, she recognized that her entry into the palace was a serendipitous stroke of luck. Having entered, she naturally sought ways to survive within the palace, not yearning for wealth and glory, but merely for safety. To achieve this, she needed the protection of a favored concubine, otherwise, life under the whims of the scheming servants would be unbearable. Yu Furong was her chosen protector. Though she had considered seeking refuge with the Empress or the former Yang Jiaoyi, the Empress wielded considerable power, with her cousin already in the palace, making it uncertain whether she would accept her allegiance. Conversely, Yang Jiaoyi was haughty and dismissive of others among the newly entered. Only Yu Furong enjoyed great favor, and thus she sought Yu Furong's protection. Fortuitously, her wishes were being fulfilled. Yu Furong smiled, adjusting the hairpin in Fong Kai's hair, saying, "Of course, I see you as particularly dear." Fong Kai, overwhelmed with emotion, trembled as she replied, "Sister, rest assured, I shall always stay close to you from now on, without associating with anyone else." Yu Furong laughed heartily, "This is what you have said, and I shall hold you to it." Fong Kai nodded fervently, "Indeed." Yu Furong then turned her gaze to the kneeling palace maid. "Please recount the events of that day in detail." The maid, bowing her head in acknowledgement, narrated all she knew of the incident, supplemented by Fong Kai's account, ultimately leading to the apprehension of the young eunuch responsible for pushing Fong Kai into the water. Upon thorough questioning, it was revealed that the young eunuch was a relative of the Yang family, having gained entrance to the palace through their connections. Yu Furong remained silent for a moment before allowing the eunuch to continue. The eunuch explained that he leveraged the Yang family's influence to enter the palace, expecting to enjoy a life of luxury, feeling untouchable due to his relationship with the Yangs. On that fateful day, in haste to deliver something to the treasure bureau, he took a shortcut and encountered Fong Kai feeding fish, blocking his path. Seeing her alone, he was overtaken by malicious intent and, in his panic, pushed her into the water. Upon hearing this, Yu Furong held her cup in silence for a considerable time before regaining her voice. "How did you come to enter the palace through the Yang family?" The eunuch was taken aback, then replied blankly, "My parents provided the Yang family with a substantial sum of silver, and the Yang family specifically requested my entry into the palace. Only then did Yu Furong feel at ease and instructed outside, Li Suo, take him to the Ministry of Justice, and inform the Emperor and Empress, inquiring how they wish to handle this." Li Suo complied and escorted the eunuch away. Fong Kai, astonished, turned to Yu Furong, saying, "How is it possible for someone to willingly become a eunuch, if their family is not impoverished?" As the eunuch claimed, why would they choose such a fate? If that young eunuch were to hear Fong Kai's thoughts, he would undoubtedly protest. Initially, his parents sought a modest position for him through the Yang family, and having received payment, the Yangs readily agreed. He entered the palace with joy, although he found the process somewhat peculiar. What sort of upright official required one to undress for inspection upon entering the palace? Shortly thereafter, the inspecting eunuch presented him with a bowl of water. After consuming it, he felt dizzy and, upon awakening, found himself irrevocably altered. It was too late to lament, and with the Yang family rising in power, he could only grit his teeth and accept his fate. Moreover, eunuchs held positions of authority. By rounding it up, one could say he was also in office. Chapter 77 of the Honored Concubine. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the palace bustled with activity. The grand banquet for the festival was, as in previous years, set to take place at the Yao Terrace. However, this time, Yu Furong had resolved not to perform a dance during the festivities. Instead, seeking a touch of novelty, she decided to play the guqin and present a piece of music. Initially, she intended to sing while playing, but despite her mastery of the 6 arts, her singing voice was utterly lacking. During the lifetime of the Duke of Dinghua, he had once remarked that she was akin to coarse grain paired with inferior chaff, one who could both save and poison. Soon, the day of the mid-autumn banquet arrived. After Yu Furong's performance, Meng Qian clapped and laughed, exclaiming, "Excellent, it has been far too long since we have enjoyed such heavenly music in the palace." Naturally, the noble lords and ladies below echoed their approval. The Empress, maintaining her composure and grace, remarked, "Your Majesty, since the honored concubine plays so beautifully, and today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, why not elevate her status? It would surely bring joy to all." Meng Qianan, not wishing to disregard the Empress's sentiments at this moment, replied with a smile, "Since everyone has expressed their desire for shared joy, how could we elevate the honored concubine alone?" Thus, he commanded, "Let it be known, elevate the honored concubine to the rank of concubine, and elevate Xin and Su to the rank of little Yuan. Zhou Changzai shall be elevated to beauty, while Yun Kalin and Fong Kalin shall be promoted to Changzai. Song Bolin, Yi Bolin, and Lin Bolin shall be elevated to Kalin." With a grand wave of his hand, Meng Qianan promoted all the new concubines in the harem by 1 rank. However, this did not sufficiently highlight his favor towards the honored concubine. He added, "Have a palanquin specially made for the honored concubine, so she need not tire herself with walking." With a gentle smile, he gazed at Yu Furong. She rose to express her gratitude, saying, "This humble servant thanks your Majesty and Her Highness the Empress for their grace." The other concubines followed suit, rising to show their appreciation. The palanquin was a luxury not typically afforded to someone of her rank, but since it was a royal gift, it was a special privilege for her. The Empress maintained her dignified smile, though her hand trembled slightly as she held her chopsticks. Her intention had been to elevate Yu Furong alone, but the Emperor had instead promoted all the new concubines. The Empress lowered her gaze, taking a sip from her cup, pondering that indeed, a benefactor with emotional ties was quite different. Had it been Lady Yang, the Emperor would likely have been indifferent to such matters. With a beaming smile, the Empress turned to Yu Furong and raised her cup, stating, "Honored concubine, you must diligently serve His Majesty from now on." Yu Furong stood and replied, "Yes, this humble servant will heed the Empress's counsel." The elevation bestowed upon her further heightened the already festive atmosphere of the banquet, as cups were passed and toasts exchanged, truly a scene of opulence and splendor. As the banquet concluded, Meng Qianan rested in the Empress's palace. This evening marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, the 15th of the month, a day traditionally reserved for visiting the Empress. In truth, the Empress did not enjoy much favor. Apart from the 1st and 15th days of each month, the Emperor rarely visited her. However, due to the strength of the Empress's family, the Emperor was willing to grant her face, making her management of the harem relatively effortless. Currently, the favored concubines included Hui Fei, whom the Emperor occasionally visited, and of course, Yu Furong, whose name appeared frequently in the records of the Palace of Reverence. The remaining favored concubines were Su Xiaoyuan, followed by Shin Xiaoyuan and Yun Changzai, while the others were seldom summoned, their appearances measured in months, dependent on whether the Emperor could even recall their names. On the 20th of the 8th month, the Internal Affairs Bureau delivered a specially crafted palanquin, made from fine yellow pear wood, intricately carved with lifelike peach blossoms, cushioned with soft shoe brocade and cotton, making it exceptionally comfortable. As Yu Furong rode in the palanquin to pay her respects, she could not help but marvel at the advantages of power. Indeed, everything was attended to, echoing the lyrics from Lu Sanjia, "For every 3 steps, someone carries you." Now, Yu Furong could rightfully be called a lady, and though a 4th-rank concubine could not assume the position of a palace master, she was certainly deserving of the title. Yu Furong did not need to arrive early to wait at the door. According to her rank, she was entitled to arrive later. Thus, when she arrived at Fingyi Palace, aside from the Empress and Hui Fei, all others were already present. "Long live the honored concubine," the gathered ladies rose in greeting. Yu Furong took her seat in the first position on the right, wearing a gentle smile as she encouraged the other concubines to rise. After a while, Hui Fei requested leave, and only then did the Empress arrive, causing everyone to rise once more. After the Empress bid them to sit, she surveyed the room and inquired, "Where is Hui Fei?" A nearby maid, Yin Zhen, whispered, "Hui Fei said she has not been feeling well these past few days and sent someone to report her absence, even requesting the removal of her green token during this time." The Empress expressed concern, "What of her? Her health has often been more fragile than my own. Go to my storeroom and fetch a century-old ginseng for her." Yin Zhen bowed in acknowledgement. The Empress then addressed the assembly, raising her voice, "You must also take care of your health. Though you are still young, do not be careless, only by maintaining your health can you one day bear fruit for His Majesty." The others rose in agreement. After the day's greetings, it was reported in the evening that a physician had been sent to Fingyi Palace, claiming that the Empress had fallen ill. Subsequently, a young eunuch announced that there would be no need for greetings the following day. Yu Furong idly twirled her teacup, casting her gaze downward to blow away the floating tea leaves. The Empress had appeared well that morning. How could she have fallen ill by evening? The other ladies in the harem were unconcerned, as it was an unspoken fact that the Empress's health was delicate. Given the bustling events of the mid-autumn banquet, it was not improbable for her to become exhausted and fall ill. Moreover, it was unusual for the Empress to not summon Zhou Meiren for the night. Zhou Meiren felt a twinge of melancholy, not only due to the Empress's illness but also because Su Xiaoyuan had recently gained favor, resulting in reduced time spent with her. After 2 or 3 days, the Empress recovered, though upon resuming greetings, a faint pallor remained on her face. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was late September, with only a few months until the new year. The winter in Xinjiang arrived quickly, and by the end of September, one already needed to don jackets and cotton garments. Meng Qian'an sent 2 pristine white fox pelts, stating they were for her to fashion into clothing, which delighted Yu Furong. She learned that the emperor had personally hunted these during last autumn's hunt. This year, due to circumstances in the northern frontier, no autumn hunt had taken place. Unfazed by the cold, Yu Furong noted that the palace had yet to set up braziers, while some of the more cold-sensitive concubines had already begun using charcoal for warmth. As October arrived, the temperature continued to drop day by day. This morning, as Yu Furong arose, the brisk wind rushed in, instantly waking her from her slumber. Rubbing her forehead, she dressed with the assistance of Ting Lan and Ting Mei. Mornings were typically a bit chillier, so Yu Furong draped herself in a cloak before heading to pay her respects. Upon reaching Fingyi Palace, she found that a brazier had been lit in the Empress's chamber, and with the presence of many palace attendants, the temperature inside was just right. As they engaged in idle conversation, Su Xiaoyuan appeared somewhat pale, the Empress being the first to notice her unusual complexion. Chapter 78 Su Xiaoyuan's pregnancy. Su Xiaoyuan, what has happened to you? Your complexion is so pale, the Empress inquired with a furrowed brow, concern evident in her tone. Su Xiaoyuan shook her head, suppressing the heaviness in her chest and the sourness rising in her throat. Your Majesty, I am feeling nauseous. However, Su Xiaoyuan could not contain her queasiness any longer. She quickly turned away, clutching a handkerchief to her mouth. After a series of stomach spasms, she found herself unable to expel anything. A fleeting, barely perceptible emotion crossed the Empress's eyes before she spoke in a grave tone. Could it be that you are with child? Have you been experiencing this for several days now? Leaning on the hand of Lady Zhou, Su Xiaoyuan reflected on her recent condition and nodded. Your Majesty, I have indeed been feeling somewhat nauseous lately, but it has been infrequent, so I did not pay much attention to it. She had initially assumed it was merely an ailment and had never considered the possibility of pregnancy. After all, she gazed down at her abdomen, a trace of dazed contemplation in her eyes. She could only hope it was just an illness. The Empress glanced at the silver needles nearby and commanded, quickly, summon a physician. Su Xiaoyuan, you should take a seat. Bi Luo, fetch some sour delicacies for Su Xiaoyuan to help settle her stomach. The Empress arranged matters with meticulous care. We do not yet know if you are indeed pregnant, but one must not be careless. The Emperor's lineage is thin. Should you truly be with child, it would be a cause for great celebration. If not, do not burden yourself with worries. Your health is of utmost importance. Su Xiaoyuan replied affirmatively. All eyes in the hall were drawn to Su Xiaoyuan's abdomen, filled with envy, jealousy, and curiosity, particularly from Lady Zhou. Leaning closer, Lady Zhou whispered, if you truly are with child, what would the baby call me? How about godmother? A faint smile graced Su Xiaoyuan's lips. We haven't even confirmed anything yet, and you are already thinking of titles. Lady Zhou chuckled, even if you are not pregnant now, it does not mean you won't have children in the future. Can I not reserve the title of godmother in advance? Hearing this, Su Xiaoyuan lowered her gaze to conceal her emotions, replying with a smile, if fate permits, why not call you mother instead of merely godmother? Lady Zhou immediately waved her hand, this is your child. If you are unwilling to raise it, how could it be returned to me? Caring for a child is no easy task. As Su Xiaoyuan lifted a cup of tea to her lips to soothe the taste in her mouth, the Empress, noticing her action, interjected, Su Xiaoyuan, you are still uncertain about your condition. It is ill-advised for pregnant women to drink tea. Bi Luo, please bring Su Xiaoyuan a cup of warm water, it is better to be cautious. The Empress's arrangements were meticulous, and the water was served at the perfect temperature. Su Xiaoyuan smiled in gratitude and resumed her conversation with Lady Zhou. Meanwhile, Yu Furong, slowly twirling the bracelet on her wrist, gazed out the window in a daze. She felt no envy regarding Su Xiaoyuan's suspected pregnancy. At 18, she had no intention of having a child so soon. Childbirth was a perilous endeavor, and being young made it even more challenging. After each night spent in the Emperor's chamber, she took precautions to avoid conception, a fact known only to herself and her confidants, Tingmei and Tinglan. She intended to wait another 2 years before considering motherhood, believing it would be a more prudent choice. While lost in her thoughts, a young eunuch outside reported the arrival of the physician. Yu Furong looked at the kneeling Dr. Wang. Since the incident involving Lady Yang's false pregnancy, the physician who had been attending to her had been dismissed and imprisoned. After examining Su Xiaoyuan's pulse with great care, Dr. Wang proclaimed, congratulations, Your Highness, congratulations, Miss Su, you are already over a month pregnant. A smile tugged at Su Xiaoyuan's lips as she asked, are you certain? I do not wish for a repeat of past events. Having heard of the incident with Lady Yan, Dr. Wang assured her, rest assured, Miss Su. I have practiced medicine for over a decade, and I am confident in my diagnosis. Only then did Su Xiaoyuan tentatively touch her abdomen, her mind reeling. She was with child. Lady Zhou, filled with joy, exclaimed, wonderful, Qianling, did I not tell you, you are indeed pregnant. Returning to reality, Su Xiaoyuan expressed her surprise, I thought I was merely unwell, I never imagined it could be a joyous occasion. The Empress, smiling warmly, added, in that case, Dr. Wang, you must take good care of Su Xiaoyuan's health from now on. If there is anything she requires, do not hesitate to inform me. Dr. Wang bowed in acknowledgement and withdrew. In an instant, the hall was filled with various thoughts and emotions. Though everyone spoke words of congratulations, who could truly know the sincerity behind them, perhaps only Lady Zhou genuinely rejoiced for Su Xiaoyuan. Over the past 6 months, their bond had grown so close that they did everything together. If not for the Empress's disapproval, Lady Zhou would have moved in to live with Su Xiaoyuan. And meanwhile, in the Tai Chi Palace, Meng Qian'an had gathered several cabinet ministers for discussions. When a young eunuch from Fengyi Palace reported Su Xiaoyuan's pregnancy, the ministers present all bowed in congratulations, including Chancellor Zhou. Though over 40, Chancellor Zhou appeared to be in his 30s, his dark hair and well-maintained complexion giving him a youthful appearance. Upon learning of the pregnancy in the inner palace, Meng Qiannan could not help but feel elated. With no children of his own, it would be disingenuous to say he did not yearn for one. He thus dismissed the day's discussions and went to visit Su Xiaoyuan. As he departed, Chancellor Zhou's gaze fell upon the jade pendant hanging from Meng Qiannan's waist. Though the material was not of the highest quality, the craftsmanship was exquisite. Chancellor Zhou had seen countless rare treasures on his ascent to power. Such a pendant was hardly remarkable. What made it extraordinary was that it adorned the emperor's person. Besides the incongruity of the jade's quality with the emperor's status, there was also the powder green lotus tassel, clearly a woman's accessory. Chancellor Zhou lowered his gaze, realizing it was time to hasten Ingress' arrival. As he passed through the Chengxian Palace, Meng Qiannan's thoughts drifted back to Yu Furong's delicate features. Would she feel displeased if another bore a child? With this thought, Meng Qiannan chuckled to himself. Wan Ying, go to my treasury and bring that set of pink jade lotus adornments to Rongpin. Wan Ying acknowledged the order and retreated to the treasury. On Su Xiaoyuan's side, Meng Qiannan stayed briefly before taking his leave, bestowing generous rewards upon her as he departed. Su Xiaoyuan gazed at the bountiful gifts piling up in the courtyard, silently leaning against the doorframe. Lady Zhou joyfully counted the offerings within. Just as Su Xiaoyuan intended to invite Lady Zhou inside for a chat, the wave of nausea surged again as she opened her mouth, causing her to cover her mouth and retch. Chapter 79 Morning Sickness. Just as she managed to regain her composure, the wave of nausea surged forth once more. By the time Lady Zhou had finished tallying the items, Su Xiaoyuan was no longer in the corridor. The end of October marked the Empress Dowager's birthday, yet she expressed her reluctance to hold a grand celebration unless it was a significant milestone. Thus, the imperial concubines gathered for a simple evening meal at the Yao Terrace to commemorate the occasion. Su Xiaoyuan suffered greatly from morning sickness and chose to remain absent, a decision the Empress Dowager understood, prioritizing the well-being of the heir. This was the first time Yu Furong had the opportunity to meet the Empress Dowager since entering the palace. The Empress Dowager, a devout practitioner of Buddhism, was accustomed to receiving the Empress for her monthly audience. In contrast, the other concubines were exempt from such formalities. The Empress Dowager, having been the primary wife of the late emperor, had accompanied him from the time of his ascension to the throne, eventually becoming the Empress Dowager herself. Due to the fact that she was not the biological mother of the current emperor, she maintained a low profile. In her past, the Empress Dowager did have a legitimate son, yet he was stripped of his title for treason, reduced to the status of a commoner. Upon learning of his defeat, he chose to take his own life at the entrance of the Zhuke Gate. The Empress Dowager mourned her beloved son for 3 months before gradually recovering, and since then, she had largely refrained from involving herself in the affairs of the harem, leaving such matters in the hands of Consort Zhao during the late emperor's reign. After Meng Qian ascended the throne, his first act was to execute Consort Zhao. Naturally, these were the grievances of the previous dynasty, and her understanding of them was rather limited. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet did not extend late into the night. As previously mentioned, the gathering was merely a simple dinner, concluding with the presentation of gifts prepared by the guests. It was not a particularly auspicious day, nor was it the 1st or 15th day of the month. Thus, following the banquet, Meng Qian made his way to Yu Furong's quarters. Lady Zhou, meanwhile, escorted Su Xiaoyuan back to the palace before returning to the Chengxian Palace herself. Upon arriving at Chengxian Palace, Lady Zhou was surprised to find Wan Yingdang waiting at the entrance. Being a fellow concubine of the same palace, she was well aware of the high favor that Rongpin enjoyed. One need only consider the extensive records kept by the respectful affairs room, not to mention that the imperial entourage was frequently seen stationed at the entrance of Chengxian Palace. Reflecting on this, Lady Zhou could not help but chuckle. Although they were both concubines of the same palace, their fortunes were starkly different. Rongpin remained in the emperor's favor, having saved his life, and as long as she did not act recklessly, it was surely only a matter of time before she attained the rank of consort. As for herself, after more than half a year in the palace, the instances of sharing the emperor's bed could be counted on one hand. This did not stem from jealousy. Rather, she felt that it was just as it should be. Upon returning to her chamber, Lady Zhou picked up a half-stitched garment for a child. Observing the intricate stitches, she mused, in the past, I always thought that embroidering such items was of little significance, but now that Qianling is expecting a child, I realize that sewing garments can indeed be a delightful pursuit. Beside her, Kuei-hua was threading a needle. My lady is truly kind to Miss Su. Even the Empress has not received any of my lady's embroidered pieces in quite some time. Lady Zhou paused, then recalled, now that my sister has ascended to the rank of Empress, she naturally does not lack for my trifling contributions. Kuei-hua hesitated, her words unspoken. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyuan, whom Lady Zhou was concerned for, lay half-reclined on a soft couch, attended by a palace maid who held a bowl of medicinal soup. Su Xiaoyuan was afflicted by severe morning sickness. For over a month, she had been unable to keep food down, yet she found herself ravenous, unable to consume anything. The imperial physician had already visited, confirming that her condition was simply a case of intense morning sickness without any underlying issues. However, Su Xiaoyuan felt a complex mix of emotions, perhaps aware of a deeper reason for her plight. The following day, Yu Furong invited Chen Xiaoyuan to play chess, but Chen, weary of the game, suggested they engage in a round of leaf cards with Feng Changzai instead. As 3 players made for a challenging game, Yu Furong mustered the courage to invite Hui Fei to join them. Hui Fei, recognizing Yu Furong's invitation, readily accepted. Initially, Chen Xiaoyuan and Feng Changzai were somewhat reserved, but after several rounds of leaf cards, they became more familiar with one another, spending a pleasant afternoon together until Meng Qian's arrival brought their game to a close. Meanwhile, Lady Zhou made her way to Su Xiaoyuan's quarters, bringing with her the finished children's garments. Upon arrival, she found Su Xiaoyuan suffering greatly from her condition. Lady Zhou gently patted Su Xiaoyuan's back, expressing her concern. Why is your Have you summoned the physician to take a look? Su Xiaoyuan shook her head, grasping Lady Zhou's hand. The physician has already come and said that my constitution may differ from others, causing my morning sickness to be particularly intense. My lady, the medicine has arrived, announced a palace maid, presenting the cooled concoction to Su Xiaoyuan. However, as soon as Su Xiaoyuan took a sip, she promptly expelled it. The maid, worried, held a handkerchief to wipe Su Xiaoyuan's mouth, saying, My lady, how will you manage if this continues? Leaning against a soft pillow, Su Xiaoyuan appeared exceedingly frail. Go to the imperial kitchen and ask them to prepare some sour dishes for me. I am ravenous, she said weakly. Observing Su Xiaoyuan's pallid complexion, Lady Zhou furrowed her brow. Has it been this way for the past few days? Su Xiaoyuan nodded with her eyes closed. A nearby maid interjected, replying to my lady, our young mistress has been suffering from severe morning sickness for the past half-month, with most of what she eats being expelled, yet she is still very hungry. She can only manage to eat a little bit while simultaneously vomiting. Hearing this, Lady Zhou's expression darkened. Kuehua, go fetch the physician immediately. Kuehua bowed and exited, returning shortly with 2 physicians in tow. After taking turns to check Su Xiaoyuan's pulse, both physicians declared that there was nothing amiss and that the fetal condition appeared normal. However, Lady Zhou's underlying anxiety only intensified. In her previous residence, within her uncle's courtyard, there had been a similar incident involving a favored concubine, a delicate beauty brought back from Yangzhou, who had also enjoyed her uncle's favor. After she became pregnant, her uncle was elated for quite some time, yet the concubine suffered from severe morning sickness, unable to eat while feeling ravenous. As her pregnancy progressed, she grew increasingly emaciated, as the child drew its nourishment from her own body, leading to her gradual decline. Ultimately, during childbirth, she delivered a son but perished shortly thereafter. Her uncle mourned her deeply and subsequently elevated her to the status of a formal wife, granting her a grand burial as the wife of a chancellor. Lady Zhou clenched the handkerchief in her grasp. She was not naive. The true beneficiaries of this situation would be her second aunt and her sister, the Empress, who was the legitimate daughter of that very woman. Contemplating this, Lady Zhou found herself in a state of agitation. Please dismiss everyone, Su Xiaoyuan weakly gestured. Lady Zhou looked at her in confusion, but Su Xiaoyuan managed a faint smile, saying, I believe I understand the reason for my severe morning sickness. Chapter 80. Perhaps it was the tension in the air that prompted Lady Zhou to grip the handkerchief tightly in her hand. After the surrounding people had retreated, she hurriedly inquired, Zhenling, what have you discovered? Su Xiaoyuan glanced around the now empty room before propping herself up on a soft pillow and replied, Genie, I had previously taken a contraceptive potion, and this child is a result of an unforeseen circumstance. Lady Zhou looked at Su Xiaoyuan in astonishment, her expression filled with confusion. Su Xiaoyuan placed her hand gently on her abdomen, her face pale yet emanating a tender maternal glow. I never anticipated that I would become pregnant. The contraceptive potion was potent, and yet here I am with a child. Perhaps it is due to the potion that I am experiencing such severe pregnancy symptoms. However, Lady Zhou could not shake the troubling thoughts that lingered in her mind. After all, Su Xiaoyuan's situation bore a striking resemblance to that of a certain favored concubine. Moreover, there had been instances in the Prime Minister's residence where similar circumstances had arisen. On 2 occasions, the situations were identical. Aside from the favored concubine, there was another who was frail and often ill, which led everyone to dismiss any suspicions. Yet, Lady Zhou found herself at a loss as to how to voice her concerns to Su Xiaoyuan. As a cousin of the Empress, she had always been the most cherished of relatives. How could she tell Channeling that her sister wished to bear a child through her? Perhaps, perhaps not, or, as Channeling suggested, could it truly be a result of the contraceptive potion? Lost in thought, Lady Zhou remained in a daze, and Su Xiaoyuan, equally affected, was left in a state of bewilderment. It was not until the sky had turned completely dark that Lady Zhou finally rose to take her leave. After her departure, Su Xiaoyuan gazed at the small garments brought by Lady Zhou, then gently patted her flat abdomen and whispered, You blame your mother, don't you? Su Xiaoyuan's emotions were conflicted, and she felt a sense of confusion regarding this child. She was not yet prepared for motherhood. As she carefully folded the tiny clothes, she softly murmured, It's all right, dear child, someone will love you. Meanwhile, a flustered Lady Zhou made her way to the Empress's Fingy palace. Initially, she intended to ask the Empress directly, but reconsidered, realizing that the Empress might not divulge the truth. Consequently, Lady Zhou's thoughts became more frantic as she paced in the imperial garden, grappling with uncertainty. What if it were true? She did not wish to lose Channeling as a friend. Conversely, what if it were false? What if it was indeed due to Channeling's consumption of the contraceptive potion? Lady Zhou stared blankly at the still waters until a gust of cold wind brought her back to reality. She quickly adjusted her cloak and hurried back to the Chengqian palace. Upon her return, Lady Zhou pondered for a moment before taking up her brush to write a letter home. Just as she was about to summon Kuehua to send it back, the thought of her family's situation caused her to reconsider, leading her to burn the letter instead. Kuehua, come in, she called, standing by the window and gazing at the plum blossoms outside. Kuehua entered, bowing respectfully, and Lady Zhou leaned closer to whisper a few words in her ear. Kuehua's expression turned to one of surprise, yet she bowed again and prepared to withdraw. Be cautious around Linghua, Lady Zhou advised, leaning against the window frame. Kuehua paused, then reluctantly nodded in agreement. As Kuehua concealed her emotions, she instructed Linghua at the door before exiting. Linghua entered, carrying a tray of tea. Your Highness, tea, she announced. Lady Zhou composed her expression, adopting a demeanor of normalcy as she took a sip from the cup beside her.
Did you manage to deliver the items to the Naiwafu this afternoon? She inquired. Ling Hua responded respectfully, replying to Your Highness, everything has been delivered, and the Naiwafu acknowledged receipt, assuring that it will be prepared before Miss Su gives birth. Lady Zhou nodded in satisfaction. That is good. However, do not grow complacent, make sure to check in regularly, and ensure that the longevity lock is crafted with the utmost care. With a smile, Ling Hua bowed again. Indeed, Your Highness is exceptionally kind to Miss Su. Lady Zhou returned the smile. It is only natural. I share a rare affinity with her, and our temperaments align. How I wish I had met her sooner. In the past, she had not refrained from provoking channeling, but thankfully, those were bygone days. After taking a bath, Lady Zhou retired for the night. Meanwhile, Kuiwa sought out a young eunuch in the Fingi Palace. On the 29th day of the 10th month, when Yufurong arrived at Fingi Palace to pay her respects, it was unusual not to find Lady Zhou present. A maid reported that Lady Zhou was ill, having caught a chill. Why Yufurong lifted her teacup and blew gently on it, while the Empress wore a worried expression. Ill? Has a physician been summoned? What is her condition? Kuiwa bowed and replied, in response to the Empress, a physician has already been called. He stated that the young lady caught a chill, but there are no other serious concerns. The Empress then sighed in relief, resting her hand on the warming pot. Please take good care of your mistress. After Kuiwa expressed her gratitude and took her leave, she exited the palace. Aside from Lady Zhou's absence, Su Xiaoyuan had also not appeared. It had been over half a month since her last visit. Given her severe morning sickness, the Empress graciously excused Su Xiaoyuan from her duties, saying she could return when she felt better. Yufurong glanced at the Hui Fei opposite her, who appeared to be in a rather poor mood. Propped up on her elbow yesterday, she had lost an entire afternoon playing leaf cards and spent the night questioning her existence. Now, all she could envision in her mind were terrible hands of cards. I can't sleep, it's utterly impossible, she lamented. After the morning greetings, Hui Fei pulled Yufurong to her Jiaoyang palace, expressing her desire for roast lamb, claiming it had been far too long since she had indulged. Yufurong readily agreed, while Xin Xiaoyuan and Feng Changzai were not included in Hui Fei's invitation. Although the four often played leaf cards together, Hui Fei considered them merely gaming companions, not true friends, thus only bringing Yufurong along. Meanwhile, Xin Xiaoyuan and Feng Changzai departed together. Feng Changzai was a man of few words, and Xin Xiaoyuan was not adept at initiating conversation, leaving them to walk in silence, one in front of the other. On the other side, Meng Qianan arrived at Qingxian Palace with a tender little lamb, a gift from the northern frontier. The lamb's meat was renowned for its tenderness and mild flavor, certain to delight Rongrong. Meng Qianan settled onto Yufurong's soft couch, resting his head on her plush pillow as he read a book. A leaf card slipped out, and he chuckled as he extracted it, continuing his reading. After about an hour, Meng Qianan set the book down and called out to the empty Qingxian Palace, whinnying, "Go check on where your esteemed mistress has gone. Why hasn't she returned at this hour? What could be taking the Empress so long?" Chapter 81 Potent Medicine. Wan Yingdang responded quickly and soon left the room. When he returned, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and stammered, "Your Majesty." Meng Qian furrowed his brows and urged, "Speak plainly. Has something occurred with concubine Rong?" Wan Yingdang lowered his head and replied, "Your Majesty, concubine Rong is currently at Huifei's quarters, enjoying roasted whole lamb." Meng Qian was taken aback. His emotions were tumultuous. Had he known, he would not have sent gifts to Huifei. He lifted his robe and commanded, "To Zhaoyang Palace." Wan Yingdang followed silently behind Meng Qian. In Zhaoyang Palace, the spacious courtyard was alive with the flickering orange flames of the fire pit, roasting the lamb to a golden hue. Huifei had arranged two grand chairs and seated herself and Yufurong beneath the corridor, both holding hot water bottles. In the center was a square table adorned with 2 teacups and several plates of pastries. Yufurong gazed at her nails and remarked, "The recent cold weather has made it difficult for the balsam flowers in the greenhouse to thrive. Alas, there is little left to dye my nails." Leaning languidly in her chair, Huifei chuckled, "Then let us seek other flowers for dyeing. After all, the greenhouse has more than just this variety." "Indeed, I simply prefer balsam flowers, their colors are particularly exquisite," Yufurong said, taking a bite of the pastry. "I've heard the greenhouse has cultivated green balsam flowers. I believe you would adore them. I shall procure them all for you," Huifei replied nonchalantly. "What if others say you are domineering, sister?" Yufurong laughed. "Let them say what they wish, would they dare speak openly in our presence?" Huifei dismissed the notion. She cared not for such superficial titles. While she was indeed a noblewoman of Xinjiang, she hailed from a military family and had once accompanied her father to battle. Her father had always said that those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Reputation is merely for the eyes of others, not a chain to bind oneself. These were her father's own words, though they later earned him a day of scolding from the Duchess of the State. "The Emperor has arrived," a young eunuch announced loudly from outside. Yufurong and Huifei rose to pay their respects. Meng Qian strode into the corridor, helping Yufurong to her feet. "No need for formalities, do sit," he said, taking her place. While Yufurong was taken aback. "What about me?" Meng Qian pulled Yufurong into his embrace, casting an annoyed glance at Huifei. "This is my favored concubine. Could you refrain from monopolizing her?" Huifei lazily glanced at Meng Qian and sighed softly. "Rongrong, look, the Emperor forbids us from mingling molasse. Do not take offense, he has always been somewhat controlling since childhood." Meng Qian interjected, "I am not such a person." "Rongrong, do not listen to her nonsense. Let us not forget, just a few days ago, I summoned you, and yet you were withheld from me. I have yet to settle that with her." The mere thought of it made Meng Qian grind his teeth.
Huifei leaned back, unfazed. Meng Qian took Yu Furong's hand. Feeling its warmth, Huifei noticed his gesture and couldn't help but scoff. What did I say? That young woman does not seem like your savior. Meng Qian adjusted Yu Furong's cloak, clicking his tongue. You merely think so. Without concrete evidence, how can one speak? Huifei sipped her tea and replied, it seems that instincts can sometimes be reliable. Speaking of which, I only realized later that Yang has never ventured near the water's edge in all her years in the palace, and you never noticed. Meng Qian wrapped his arm around Yu Furong, leisurely saying, I hardly have the inclination to monitor where a mere concubine wanders daily. Huifei raised an eyebrow, clearly indicating he was indifferent. As the trio conversed, the roasted lamb was ready, its rich aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing their senses. The young eunuchs prepared to carve the lamb, and they all moved indoors to partake in the feast. Meanwhile, the Empress had ventured to the Chengqian palace to visit the enchanting Lady Zhou, who had just taken her medicine and fallen asleep. After observing her for a while, the Empress decided to return. On their way back, Bai Luo chattered incessantly, if you ask me, your highness should not have made this trip. You could have sent a servant or sister Injin instead. You are frail. What if you caught a chill? The Empress sat in her palanquin, supporting her aching forehead, and replied softly, she is my only dear sister, I must care for her well. Do not speak of this again. Bai Luo meekly acquiesced. However, she was not wrong. The Empress was indeed unwell. That very night, upon returning, she developed a high fever. The physician was summoned and diagnosed her with a cold, advising her to rest for several days. Bai Luo, with an air of knowing, stood by holding the medicinal concoction. Injin appeared calm and attentive, listening intently to the physician's instructions. The Empress dismissed the formal greetings of those present. Once Lady Zhou felt better, she proceeded to visit the Empress in the Fengyi Palace. Meanwhile, accompanying Lady Zhou was Kuihua, who went to the tea room in Fengyi Palace to brew tea. Lady Zhou and the Empress shared a close bond, which had not gone unnoticed in the past, so no one thought much of it. Naturally, they did not pay attention to Kuihua having exchanged a few words with a young eunuch sweeping the floor. Lady Zhou remained with the Empress for an entire day before returning to Chengqian Palace. That night, as she bathed, Kuihua relayed the news she had gathered. That young eunuch was quite resourceful, managing to find out that Yin Zhen had indeed sent someone to procure medicinal herbs from outside the palace 2 months prior. Kuihua handed Lady Zhou the list of herbs, but Lady Zhou could not decipher it and instructed Kuihua to keep it safe. After poring over medical texts for 5 consecutive days and subtly consulting a female physician, Lady Zhou finally concluded that Su Xiaoyuan had indeed conceived through potent medicine. A whirlwind of emotions engulfed Lady Zhou. She was uncertain how to confront Su Xiaoyuan. Perhaps the prescription should have been intended for her, but her sister, seeing her lack of favor, had given it to Qianling instead. Lady Zhou found herself entangled in a web of doubt. Why would her sister choose to administer the medicine to the favored concubine Rong and Shin Xiaoyuan, rather than to Qianling? That night, Lady Zhou secluded herself beneath the covers, weeping until dawn. She felt responsible for Qianling's plight. Had she not grown close to Qianling, her sister would not have taken notice of her. Had she not fostered such intimacy, Qianling would not have so readily consumed her sister's concoction. Lady Zhou cried throughout the night, her mind racing. She had witnessed the fates of the 2 concubines, who had perished in childbirth, leaving this world as soon as they delivered their children. She was resolute in her unwillingness to let Qianling meet the same fate. As dawn broke, Lady Zhou rose from her bed, her sleepless night leaving dark circles beneath her eyes, making them appear particularly profound. Chapter 82 A miscarriage bearing 2 dark circles under her eyes. Lady Zhou went to attend to the Empress. Upon noticing the shadows beneath Lady Zhou's eyes, the Empress couldn't help but inquire, what is the matter? Have you had a quarrel with Su Xiaoyuan? Just as Lady Zhou was about to deny it, the word shifted to an affirmation. The Empress patted the space beside her on the bed, signaling Lady Zhou to sit. Gently, she clasped Lady Zhou's hand and said, Chini, my dear sister, it brings me great joy to see you have found a confidant. I have been observing your interactions these days. Su Xiaoyuan is indeed a good person. Should there be any misunderstandings, it is imperative that you address them promptly, lest they fester and deepen. Lady Zhou remained obstinately silent. The Empress sighed with a mixture of helplessness and affection. You are so stubborn, akin to a mule. Nevertheless, there is ample time in the palace. I shall keep an eye on you, so that you do not come to me weeping in the future. With a huff, Lady Zhou retorted, Sister, you must not speak to her. The Empress laughed, very well, I shall heed your wishes. After spending the day with the Empress, Lady Zhou returned to Chengqian Palace as night descended. Having stayed up the previous night, she fell into a deep slumber almost instantly. Meanwhile, Liwa, who was not on duty that night, stealthily slipped out through the back door, followed closely by Kuihua. In recent days, Lady Zhou had been quite melancholic. She was certain that Su Xiaoyuan had been harmed by that potent medicine, yet how could she bear to watch Su Xiaoyuan fall into such a plight? It would not be difficult to rid Su Xiaoyuan of the child within her. Rather, the challenge lay in how to prevent her sister from harboring any ill intentions. Perhaps, if Su Xiaoyuan were to distance herself from her games, her sister would no longer pay her any heed? Lady Zhou's thoughts began to wander. This notion had been lingering in her mind for several days. She felt that it was her very presence that had drawn her sister's attention to Qianling. October soon passed, and the palace was adorned with a multitude of chrysanthemums in various hues, alongside plum blossoms that had already begun to bud. A snowfall at the beginning of November enveloped the entire palace in a blanket of white. Yu Furong lazily reclined on a soft couch, warmed by a bright charcoal fire before her. Meanwhile, Tingfeng had been moved to a separate warm chamber. Though not particularly sensitive to the cold, Yu Furong feared for her well-being. With ample charcoal at their disposal, she instructed Tinglan to bring a basin of charcoal into the warm chamber. Recently, Tingfeng had taken to learning peculiar songs and was now singing heartily by the window. To save the young scholar from his homeland's flight,
who would have thought he would be the top scholar in the imperial examination? Yu Furong mused, who on earth taught her such a tune? Whether it is melodious or not, it is truly a torment to the ears. Just as Yu Furong was dozing off, cradling a hot water bottle, Li Su rushed in, breathless and flustered. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Yu Furong, still clutching the hot water bottle, looked out at the snowy scene and asked, what is the matter? Your Highness, Su Xiaoyuan has miscarried, Li Su whispered. Do we know the reason? Yu Furong rose, her brows furrowing. Su Xiaoyuan had been nearly 3 months along, and just as she seemed to stabilize, she had suffered a miscarriage at this critical juncture. Li Su lowered her voice. It is said that while she and Lady Zhou were admiring the snow, she accidentally fell from the railing of a bridge. The railing, for reasons unknown, broke, causing Su Xiaoyuan to plunge into the icy waters below. Given her precarious state, this fall resulted in the loss of her child. Yu Furong's frown deepened as she released the hot water bottle. Was Lady Zhou the only one present at the time? Where were the other palace maids? Li Su replied, the palace maid had gone to fetch dry clothes for Su Xiaoyuan after her garments became wet. When the two approached the bridge, the railing suddenly gave way, and Su Xiaoyuan fell alongside Lady Zhou. It is said that the Empress, upon hearing the news, struggled to rise from her sickbed to reach Su Xiaoyuan. Change your clothes, we shall go and see, Yu Furong declared as she made her way toward her inner chamber. Since the Empress had gone, it was only right for her, as a concubine, to pay a visit as well. Even if it were merely a formality, she felt compelled to go. By the time Yu Furong arrived, many people were already waiting outside. At that moment, Meng Qianan had not yet arrived, the snow made the road slippery, and the young eunuchs carrying the dragon chariot dared not rush. Moreover, Su Xiaoyuan's residence was quite distant from the Emperor's Tai Chi palace, so it seemed unlikely that he would arrive anytime soon. However, the Empress arrived swiftly, having rushed over as soon as she heard that Lady Zhou had fallen into the water. The imperial physician was currently preparing a cleansing potion for Su Xiaoyuan, while palace maids and eunuchs brought in basin after basin of warm water, which returned stained with blood. Lady Zhou had changed her clothes, but the icy waters of the lake had chilled her to the bone. Even now, in the warmth of the chamber, she continued to tremble uncontrollably. The Empress, seeing Lady Zhou shivering, tenderly embraced her. I told you that you could have waited for another day to go out. Look at you now, you must be suffering from a chill. With a pitiful expression, Lady Zhou clung to the Empress's arm. Sister, how is Qianling? It is all my fault. If I hadn't invited her to enjoy the snow, her child would not have. All my fault, all my fault. Lady Zhou suddenly burst into tears, startling Yu Furong, who had just entered the room. Your Highness, may you live long and prosper. What has happened? Yu Furong approached, asking in a hushed tone. The Empress gently patted Lady Zhou's back, glancing at Yu Furong and sighing, just in time for your arrival. Go and check on Su Xiaoyuan. I fear her child cannot be saved. Yu Furong bowed and proceeded to the inner chamber, where the scent of blood was particularly pungent. Standing outside the bed curtains, she took a moment to gather herself before pulling out a handkerchief to cover her nose. Is Su Xiaoyuan well? Yu Furong inquired of the 3 physicians kneeling on the floor, discussing the medicinal concoctions. One of the physicians stepped forward to respond, Your Highness, Su Xiaoyuan suffered a fright from the fall into the icy waters. The winter waters are frigid, and given her weakened state and recent excessive worry, I can only advise that we do our utmost to preserve her health. However, with the cold having entered her body, it is likely that Su Xiaoyuan will face significant challenges in bearing children in the future. Yu Furong nodded, glancing at the eerily quiet bed and asked, when will Su Xiaoyuan wake? The physician hesitated for a moment before replying, she is likely to awaken only by tomorrow. Upon learning of Su Xiaoyuan's condition, Yu Furong hurried to inform the Empress. The Empress, while comforting Su Xiaoyuan, lamented, Amatba, what a cruel fate, how could such a sturdy railing fail? Summon the silver needles, I must investigate. She could not believe that Su Xiaoyuan's plight was merely an accident. Chapter 83 The betrayal of Linghua. Silver Needle offered a slight bow before stepping back. Zhou Marin, nestled in the Empress's embrace, also flickered her eyes. Meanwhile, outside, a young eunuch announced in a loud voice, the Emperor has arrived. The crowd hurriedly paid their respects to Meng Qian. Meng Qian raised his hand to assist Yu Furong and turned to the Empress, inquiring, what is the matter with Su Xiaoyuan? The Empress gently patted Zhou Marin, who, understanding the hint, released her hold and curled up beneath the quilt. Your Majesty, I am incompetent and have yet to ascertain the cause. I only heard from the palace maids and eunuchs that Su Xiaoyuan fell into the water while enjoying the snow with Zhou Marin on the bridge. Meng Qian then directed his gaze to Zhou Marin on the soft couch, lowering his eyes and saying, please recount what you know from that moment. Zhou Marin trembled as she replied, Your Majesty, at that time, I was playing in the snow with Su Xiaoyuan. While crossing the bridge, I became playful, and we began to frolic, but the railing inexplicably broke, and both Su Xiaoyuan and I fell into the water. Meng Qian removed the prayer beads from his wrist and began to turn them one by one. Is there anyone else who witnessed this incident? Zhou Marin whispered, there is also my attendant, Kuehua, and Su Xiaoyuan's maid has gone back to fetch her clothes. Meng Qian nodded slightly. Shortly thereafter, Silver Needle returned, Your Majesty, Empress, I went to inspect the railing and found that the cross-section was quite neat, as if it had been severed by a sharp instrument. A slight force would cause it to break. The Empress furrowed her brow, who did this? Silver Needle turned to the doorway, bring him in. According to Your Majesty and the Empress, it is a young eunuch from the cold palace who claimed that someone had given him silver the day before and instructed him to secretly saw through that section of the railing. 2 eunuchs, who had been waiting at the door, immediately brought in a young eunuch.
Upon seeing the situation, the young eunuch could only bow his head in fear, repeatedly pleading, "Your Majesty, spare me, Empress, please have mercy." The Empress's gaze upon the young eunuch was as cold as poison, causing him to tremble more violently than Zhou Marin. He had no idea that the person who had given him the silver intended to frame Su Xiaoyuan and Zhou Marin. If he had known, even 1,000 lives would not have compelled him to act. Not to mention that Su Xiaoyuan bore the lineage of the dragon. If this were a prince, he would be the first noble offspring after the emperor's ascension, destined for an illustrious future. Moreover, with the Zhou family and the Empress standing behind Zhou Marin, it was well known among the servants how dearly the Empress cherished her. The young eunuch, now filled with regret, knelt on the ground, unable to stop trembling. "Speak! Who instigated you?" the Empress demanded sternly of the young eunuch, still kneeling, begged, "Please spare me, Your Majesty, I truly do not know who it was, all I remember is that the person who gave me the silver spoke in a woman's voice." The Empress lowered her gaze as she settled onto the soft couch. "Bailu, investigate who entered and exited the cold palace that night." Bailu bowed respectfully, while Meng Qian remained as steady as a mountain, merely twisting the prayer beads in his hand. Yu Furong, seated at the lower end, heard Lan bring a hot water pot and hand it to her. "Your Highness, please take this. Do not catch a chill." Though Lan spoke softly, the young eunuch, upon hearing her voice, looked at her in surprise. "Your Majesty, the voice I heard that night was indeed this young lady's." The Empress's gaze fell upon Yu Furong, who frowned at the young eunuch. "Are you certain?" The young eunuch did not respond to Yu Furong but continued to kneel, repeatedly bowing his head. "Your Majesty and Empress, I cannot clearly see who it was at that moment, but I distinctly heard that voice. It was indeed this young lady beside me." Before Yu Furong could speak, Meng Qian interjected, "Wan Ning, bring the person in." As his words fell, Wan Ning brought in Linghua, who knelt obediently on the ground. The Empress's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Linghua and then turned to Zhou Marin beside her. "Genie, what is the meaning of this?" Zhou Marin's eyes grew wide with fear and anxiety. "Sister, I do not know." Meng Qian did not cast a glance at the Zhou sisters but instead focused on the prayer beads in his hand. "Speak for yourself." Linghua knelt on the ground, stubbornly refusing to speak. Meng Qian let out a light laugh. "I know that the tortures of the Xinqing division will have little effect on you, but consider carefully which scenario poses a greater risk to your family, being in the hands of others or in mine?" Linghua maintained an indifferent demeanor, having said not a word since entering. Meng Qian handed the prayer beads to Yu Furong and picked up a teacup, blowing gently on the floating tea leaves. "If I recall correctly, you have a particularly beloved younger brother, merely 6 years old. What was his name again? Yes, Changming, was it?" Linghua's pupils constricted, her expression subtly shifting. Meng Qian looked outside, where the snow began to fall gently once more. "Wan Ning, please bring the child in. A child so young surely cannot endure torture." His tone was laden with lament and a sense of loss, treating life as though it were mere grass. Only then did Linghua kneel and bow her head. "I only ask that your Majesty spare my brother's life. It was Zhou Marin who took the lives of my family and threatened me, compelling me to impersonate a maid beside Rong Pin to frame her." The Empress, upon hearing this, immediately rose, her affectionate peach blossom eyes now piercingly fixated on Linghua. "If you dare to make false accusations again, do not blame me for being ungracious. If Genie truly wished to harm Rong Pin, she would never resort to endangering Su Xiaoyuan's child. Speak, who instigated you? Do not forget, your family's contracts are all in the Zhou family's hands." Linghua merely bowed her head in response. "Your Majesty, I implore your mercy. It was indeed the young mistress who commanded me to do this." Meng Qian turned to Zhou Marin, who was trembling with anger. "Zhou Marin, what do you have to say about this?" Meng Qian inquired. Zhou Marin, infuriated, attempted to rise, but the Empress pressed her back down. "Do not be impulsive, clarify the situation." Zhou Marin finally calmed down. "Your Majesty, I did not instruct her to do such a thing. Although I quarreled with Su Xiaoyuan a few days ago, it was only because I wished to reconcile that I invited her to enjoy the snow with me." "Oh, you had a disagreement?" Meng Qian raised an eyebrow. He was aware that the two usually had a good relationship, so it was surprising to hear of their quarrel. "Yes, but your Majesty, our dispute was trivial, and I assure you it was not serious enough to threaten Su Xiaoyuan's child. Please, your Majesty, discern the truth." Zhou Marin declared earnestly. Chapter 84. As Su Ronghua as Linghua knelt on the ground, she fervently bowed her head and implored, "Your Majesty, it is evident that the favored concubine is envious of Su Xiaoju's favor and her pregnancy. This quarrel is merely the prelude." Zhou Marin trembled with rage, her entire being quaking. "I have treated you well, so why must you risk the lives of your entire family to frame me?" With tear-filled eyes, Linghua, in a panic, remained prostrate before the throne. "Your Majesty, esteemed Empress, please see the truth in my words. If your Majesty has doubts, one may dispatch someone to search the residence of the favored concubine in the Changqian Palace. Previously, she explicitly instructed me to create a cursed doll to harm Su Xiaoyuan." Meng Qian glanced toward Wan Ingdang, who, after delivering a swift message, retreated. Zhou Marin shot a somewhat sinister look at Linghua. Having served Zhou Marin since she was 10, brought from her family into the palace, Linghua's betrayal was utterly unexpected. Consumed by anger, Zhou Marin felt a twinge of anxiety as the Empress whispered words of comfort, though a flicker of imperceptible cunning danced in her eyes. After a moment, Wan Ingdang indeed returned bearing a cursed doll, yet the birth date inscribed upon it did not belong to Su Xiaoyuan, but rather to Yu Furong. Yu Furong, setting aside her warming pan, took a glance at the doll handed to her by Wan Ingdang and lowered her gaze. "Zhou Marin, why does this bear my name?" Zhou Marin scoffed, remaining silent. "I simply find you displeasing." "So what?" Yu Furong passed the doll to Tingmei, coldly scoffing. "I had no idea I had incited such dissatisfaction in you." Zhou Marin, nestled against the Empress, felt a pang of guilt. Meng Qian's gaze settled upon Zhou Marin. Although his expression was notably gentle, Zhou Marin felt as if she were being scrutinized by a predatory leopard, causing a chill to creep down her spine. Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding, the Empress interjected, deftly obscuring Zhou Marin from view and shielding her from Meng Qian's gaze. The eyes of the Emperor and Empress met in the air, and the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Daring not to breathe, the Empress was deeply concerned for Zhou Marin, while Meng Qian wore an enigmatic smile. The Empress tightened her embrace around Zhou Marin, her gaze lowered. My sister, I naturally feel for you. Your Majesty, Zhou Marin is still quite young. I beseech you to show leniency on my behalf. I shall ensure she is properly guided, the Empress murmured softly. Zhou Marin, trembling with anxiety, leaned into the Empress's embrace. Meng Qian, putting away his prayer beads, lowered his gaze. Since the Empress has made a promise, I shall refrain from further punishment. I do not wish for such matters to arise again. Yes, I understand, but Your Majesty, since this is not Su Xiaoyuan's cursed doll, it proves that there is no animosity between Zhou Marin and Su Xiaoyuan, nor the jealousy Linghua described. The Empress coldly regarded Linghua. Yu Furong discreetly raised her head to appraise the Empress, who, at that moment, bore none of her usual frailty, but instead exuded a commanding presence, reminiscent of the true essence of an Empress. Linghua knelt in silence, rendered speechless. Speak, who has incited you to slander Zhou Marin? The Empress demanded sharply. Linghua, gritting her teeth, took advantage of the moment and forcefully collided her head against a pillar in the hall. Vivid crimson blood quickly pooled upon the ground, leaving Zhou Marin stunned beneath her covers, her already trembling form shaking even more violently. The Empress merely huffed coldly. He investigated once who Linghua has been associating with recently. Ensure the mastermind behind this is uncovered. I wish to see who dares to harm my sister. Meng Qian turned his attention to the inner palace. Since the Empress is intent on pursuing this matter, then the affairs of Su Xiaoyuan shall be entrusted to you. The Empress inclined her body slightly. Yes, I shall obey your command. Meng Qian then looked at the sweating physician standing nearby. You are responsible for Su Xiaoyuan's health. I do not wish for her to suffer any lasting ailments. The physician knelt, his forehead touching the ground as he responded affirmatively, though hesitantly added, Your Majesty, safeguarding Su Xiaoyuan's health is not difficult, but her body is afflicted by excessive coldness. It may be challenging for her to conceive again. Meng Qian frowned. Then let us speak of it later. As long as Su Xiaoyuan is unharmed, that is sufficient. Meng Qian took Yu Furong and prepared to leave. Upon reaching the door, he seemingly recalled something, turning to declare, Convey my decree to elevate Su Xiaoyuan to the rank of Ronghua, in consolation for her loss. With that, Meng Qian departed with Yu Furong. Before leaving, Yu Furong cast a glance at the cursed doll in Tingmei's hands, coldly commanding, burn that filthy object. Tingmei bowed her head in compliance. As Meng Qian led Yu Furong onto the dragon carriage, he furrowed his brow and spoke, Ronghua, do you harbor any resentment towards me for not supporting you? Upon hearing this, Yu Furong shook her head, smiling softly. Your Majesty, your heart already stands with me. That is more than enough. Certainly not, yet, how to articulate it, not to mention her stance as a materialist. The birth date inscribed on the cursed doll was not hers, though her name was indeed written there. The birth date did not belong to her, suggesting that Zhou Marin's curse was aimed at another. However, that date felt vaguely familiar to her. Whose was it? Yu Furong fell into contemplation, pondering who might evoke such familiarity. Someone she must have encountered, and of significance, otherwise she would not have retained such an impression. With this question lingering, Yu Furong returned to Chengqian Palace. After escorting her inside, Meng Qian made his way back to Tai Chi Palace, having rushed over after court, where numerous memorials awaited his attention. Each winter, the northern frontier became particularly restless, often disturbing the lives of its citizens. The harsh winter left the vast grasslands of the north with meager food supplies, compelling them to resort to plunder to secure provisions for survival. Meng Qian reviewed the memorial in his hands, one from the father of Hui Fei, Duke of the State. It mentioned that the northern frontier had recently settled down unexpectedly, which was certainly not a bad thing, yet felt rather peculiar. For decades, they had lived in close proximity to the north, and every winter, the northern forces would invade. Suddenly, this year, they appeared to be at peace, raising Meng Qian's suspicions about their ulterior motives. Fortunately, the Duke of the State remained stationed at the northern border. Meng Qian rubbed his brow, momentarily pushing aside the thought of losing yet another child today. Yet, that's Su Ronghua. Meng Qian's gaze drifted as he perused the memorial from the Mongolian king, realizing that the legitimate daughter of the Mongolian king had become entangled with the Zhou family. He sighed, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, as he observed Zhou Marin's demeanor, which seemed somewhat askew. Chapter 85 of The Truth, Su Zhou's betrayal. As night fell, Yu Furong was preparing to retire for the evening when a report came in stating that Lady Zhou had arrived. Startled, Yu Furong rose and instructed someone to graciously invite Lady Zhou inside. I had anticipated you would come after a day or two, she remarked, peering through the pearls and jewels at the solitary figure of Lady Zhou. Lady Zhou glanced at the maidservant standing nearby, prompting Yu Furong to raise her hand, signaling for Ting Mei and Ting Lan to take their leave, along with the attendant Feng from the warm chamber. No whispers in the presence of the parrot, she added. Lady Zhou seated herself comfortably on the soft couch, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance today. Not at all, it was you who aided yourself, Yu Furong replied with a smile, picking up a warming pot and positioning herself on the opposite side of the couch. Had you not placed your trust in me, the outcome of today might have been quite different. Lady Zhou warmed her hands with the teacup she had lifted from the table. Consider it a favor owed. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall not refuse. Yu Furong nodded in agreement, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. Of course, but is your visit tonight solely for this? Setting down her cup, Lady Zhou hesitated before lowering her gaze. Certainly not. I have come to request something from you. Yu Furong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it you seek? I am aware that you possess the means to acquire such an item. Your companion, Ting Mei, has medical knowledge, Lady Zhou whispered softly. I assure you, I am not here to threaten you. In exchange, I can divulge the secrets of the Zhou family. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Furong remained somewhat skeptical. How can I ascertain the truth of your claims? If Lady Zhou is merely spinning tales to deceive me, how would I know otherwise? Lady Zhou cast a glance outside, then leaned closer to Yu Furong, speaking in hushed tones. You are undoubtedly aware of the complexities surrounding your poisoning at the Hot Springs Palace. You likely know more than I do about the intricate details. Surely, you are still unaware of the source of that peculiar poison from the northern frontier. Yu Furong pondered for a moment, holding the warming pot thoughtfully. Then do tell me what you desire. Lady Zhou leaned in and whispered into Yu Furong's ear. Yu Furong looked at her in astonishment. What do you intend to do with that? With a sigh of resignation, Lady Zhou replied, just tell me if you can procure it. Yu Furong hesitated briefly before responding, that is certainly feasible, but Lady Zhou cautiously glanced outside and began to whisper again, her voice low. The more Yu Furong listened, the more her heart raced. If what Lady Zhou said were true, the Zhou family would be beyond redemption. Clenching the warming pot tightly, she thought to herself that the Zhou family was indeed guilty of unforgivable sins. After a while, Lady Zhou stealthily returned to the western side hall of the Chengqian Palace under the cover of darkness. The next morning, Ting Mei, who had been by Yu Furong's side, fell ill, claiming to have caught a chill. Yu Furong summoned a physician to tend to Ting Mei and prescribed a remedy. Just as the physician was about to leave, she noticed a maid sweeping in the corridor covered in numerous rashes. Alarmed, she reported this to Yu Furong, fearing it might be an outbreak of disease. Fortunately, the young maid was merely suffering from allergies. The physician left a prescription before returning to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Yu Furong then asked Li Suo to fetch the medicines for both Ting Mei and the young maid. Li Suo cheerfully acknowledged her request and departed. Curious, Yu Furong glanced at Li Suo and then at Ting Lan. What has gotten into him? He seems particularly joyous today. Your Highness may not be aware, but it is said that he has recovered the 500 taels he lost. How could he not be delighted? Ting Lan replied with a smile. Upon inquiry today, Li Suo shared the news with us. Had you not been asleep, he would have surely come to inform you himself. Yu Furong chuckled lightly. That is indeed good news. Who helped him recover it? Ting Lan animatedly recounted. Your Highness may not know, but it was Master Wan Yingdang who assisted Li Suo in recovering the silver. Yu Furong felt both surprised and unsurprised. She was already aware of the close relationship between Li Suo and Wan Yingdang. After all, many tidings had been relayed to her through Li Suo's inquiries with Wan Yingdang. Meanwhile, Li Suo returned to Chengqian Palace with the medicines. He was on duty in the morning, while another young eunuch would take over in the afternoon and evening. Li Suo specifically went to the imperial kitchen to spend some silver on fine wine and delicacies to entertain Wan Yingdang. For this occasion, Wan Yingdang had even swapped shifts with Yang Zhou in the afternoon. On another note, the somnolent Su Ronghua stirred, placing her hand upon her once rounded abdomen, which had returned to its previous flatness overnight. She was acutely aware of what had transpired, yet she could not fathom why Lady Zhou would push her. Rising from her bed, she motioned for a maidservant to assist her. Fetch Lady Zhou for me. Tell her I have questions to ask. The maidservant quickly complied and hurried off. Before long, Lady Zhou arrived. The two women locked eyes, remaining silent for an extended moment. Everyone else may leave, Su Ronghua finally spoke. I have one question. Why did you push me that day? Su Ronghua asked calmly as she leaned back against her soft pillow. Lady Zhou scoffed coldly. I simply could not bear to see you thrive. If your child were to be born a prince, he would be the first noble son after the emperor's ascension. How could I possibly tolerate that? Su Ronghua stared into Lady Zhou's eyes, asserting, I refuse to believe that you would act against me merely for the sake of a title. Caught off guard, Lady Zhou erupted into laughter. Su Ronghua, how naïve you are. My sister is not yet with child. I would never allow anyone to give birth to the emperor's firstborn before her. Su Ronghua shifted, attempting to gather her thoughts. Are we not bound by sisterly affection? Sisterly affection? How absurd. What sisterly bonds exist in this palace? Moreover, the Empress is my true sister, Lady Zhou retorted disdainfully. With a sneer, Lady Zhou continued, and you are nothing more than the legitimate daughter of a mere Mongolian prince. How dare you presume to call me sister? Su Ronghua's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Lady Zhou. Let me be frank, the child in your womb was lost by me. The evidence simply does not point to me at present, Lady Zhou declared triumphantly, laughing heartily. Su Ronghua shook her head vigorously. No, Chini, this is not who you were. Is someone coercing you? You must tell me, is it the Empress? Lady Zhou regarded Su Ronghua with a look of incredulity, as if to say, are you truly that foolish? Before chuckling, do you honestly believe that? If you were to awaken and inquire, you would discover just how fiercely my sister protects me. How could I ever betray her? Su Ronghua stared blankly at Lady Zhou, witnessing her triumphant demeanor. Chapter 86, The Queen's Illness. She could not comprehend why Lady Zhou had transformed overnight, as if she were an entirely different person. Once, they had shared an intimate bond. I do not understand why. Su Ronghua's throat tightened painfully, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Lady Zhou cast her gaze downward, her tone dripping with the same disdain and mockery as before. Su channeling, the fault lies solely with your naivety. I merely sought to pass the time with you, and now that I have grown weary of the game, I have no desire to continue. Do you understand? Su Rongwa sat in a daze upon the bed, while Lady Zhou leisurely tidied the handkerchief in her grasp, a piece that Su Rongwa had embroidered for her. Observing the handkerchief adorned with golden orchids, Lady Zhou callously tossed it to the floor, her voice laced with the thrill of mischief. Oh, has no one informed you, you shall never bear a child again. Ha 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 ha. Su Rongwa clutched the silk quilt around her, as Lady Zhou exited with a carefree laugh, not sparing her a backward glance. Once Lady Zhou departed, Su Rongwa leaned weakly against the soft pillow, and a maid entered bearing medicinal soup. Noticing Su Rongwa's pallid complexion, she anxiously inquired, "My lady, what ails you?" Su Rongwa gazed at the soiled handkerchief on the ground, tears cascading onto the quilt. The maid hastily set down the soup and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe Su Rongwa's tears. "My lady, you are in confinement and must not weep." Su Rongwa closed her eyes in silence, her head spinning painfully, and a dull ache blossomed in her abdomen. Sensing something was amiss, the young maid hurried off to summon the imperial physician. Meanwhile, Lady Zhou returned to her own residence, Qingxian Palace. The queen had decreed that Lady Zhou should be confined for 3 days and required to transcribe palace regulations 50 times. Lady Zhou accepted the punishment, and that night, the lights in the western side hall of Qingxian Palace burned brightly throughout the night. Meng Qianan did not inquire about the queen's punishment of Lady Zhou, seemingly letting the matter pass. In mid-November, a blanket of white snow covered the ground, and Yu Furong cheerfully built a snowman in the courtyard. Just as she was delighting in her creation, Feng Changzai approached with pastries in hand. Yu Furong picked up a warming pot and returned to the hall with Feng Changzai. Not long after they entered, Li Su returned from outside, covered in snow. Ting Lan hurried to help brush the snow off him. "Why did you bring back a pile of snow while fetching the meal?" Li Su smiled. "I happened to run into Eunuch Wan and chatted with him for a while." Ting Lan regarded Li Su with suspicion. Eunuch Wan? He should be on duty in the imperial court. Why is he wandering the inner palace? Who knows, is it forbidden for Eunuch Wan to have his own affairs? Li Su shrugged. Ting Lan laughed. "Look at you, I merely asked a question, and you act as if I've offended you." Li Su chuckled in feigned submission before carrying the meal into the inner chamber. Once the lunch was laid out, Li Su lowered his voice. "Your Highness, I have heard some news." After washing her hands, Yu Furong picked up her chopsticks. "What news?" "It appears that Lady Zhou and Su Rongwa have had a falling out," Li Su reported. Yu Furong paused, a hint of surprise crossing her face. "A falling out? No wonder they have not come to greet me together these past few days, nor have they exchanged a single word." Li Su nodded. "Indeed. Moreover, I have heard Su Rongwa harbors a deep resentment toward Lady Zhou." Yu Furong raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is it over that child?" Li Su shook his head. "I am not privy to that and dare not speculate." Yu Furong set down her chopsticks and pondered for a moment, then remarked, "Well, it is ultimately none of our concern. Let them quarrel as they wish. Your Highness, there is one more thing. A young eunuch from the Queen's palace came to relay a message that you need not pay your respects tomorrow, as the Queen has fallen ill again," Li Su added. Yu Furong removed the protective armor from her hands and handed it to Ting Mei, then picked up her chopsticks once more. "Understood, you may leave now. You are covered in snow and must be careful not to catch a chill." Li Su respectfully acknowledged her command and withdrew. On the other hand, Lady Zhou, having skipped lunch, took an umbrella and made her way to Fengyi Palace to attend to the Queen. Despite holding an umbrella, the hem of her skirt was still dampened by the snow. The Queen, pale and reclining against a soft pillow, smiled gently upon Lady Zhou's arrival. "Genie, have you had your lunch?" Lady Zhou instinctively prepared to nod, but the nearby Kuihua interjected. "Your Highness, the lady heard of your illness and rushed over without having her meal." The Queen frowned. "Yinjin, go prepare lunch. Do not let Lady Zhou go hungry." Yinjin bowed and exited. Lady Zhou shot a reproachful glance at Kuihua, but the Queen gently took Lady Zhou's hand and patted it. "Genie, even as you worry for your sister, you must take care to eat properly, lest I find myself worrying for you." Lady Zhou softly replied, "I understand." After lunch, Lady Zhou personally went to the small kitchen of Fengyi Palace to brew medicine for the Queen and brought it over. The Queen looked tenderly at the medicine in Lady Zhou's hands and smiled. "Genie, you are so thoughtful." Lady Zhou beamed with genuine warmth. "Sister treats me so well, I wish to repay you in some small way, though you know I possess little to offer, so I can only concern myself with these minor matters." The Queen drank the medicine in one gulp, and after Lady Zhou tidied up, she sat at the head of the bed, speaking softly with the Queen. However, their conversation had not lasted long, perhaps only a quarter of an hour, when the Queen suddenly felt an unbearable pain in her abdomen, accompanied by a warm sensation beneath her. Lady Zhou quickly noticed something was amiss with the Queen and hurriedly called for the imperial physician. Unexpectedly, the physician who arrived was unfamiliar. Lady Zhou positioned herself in front of the Queen, demanding, "You seem unfamiliar. Are you new?" The physician knelt and bowed, responding, "In answer to your question, I am indeed a newly appointed physician in the Imperial Hospital. Today, all the attending physicians were summoned by Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, so I was called in." Lady Zhou remained skeptical, but upon hearing the Queen's faint gasps behind her, she quickly stepped aside. "Very well, please examine Her Majesty." The young physician stepped forward, swiftly kneeling and taking a handkerchief from his medicine chest to place over the Queen's wrist. After taking her pulse, he frowned slightly. "Your Majesty is suffering from an invasion of cold, exacerbated by the onset of the menses. Given that Your Majesty's constitution is already somewhat weakened, this episode of menses is particularly painful, and due to the cold's influence, it is likely that the discomfort will not subside immediately." "Are you implying that the Queen's pain is to be expected?" Lady Zhou retorted coldly. Chapter 87 Lady Zhou falls into the water. The words startled the imperial physician, who promptly knelt on the ground and exclaimed, "I dare not, your highness." Just as Lady Zhou was about to speak again, the previously silent Empress interjected, "Enough, do not trouble the physician. Will I suffer such pain continually in the future, or is it merely for this month?" The young physician sighed and replied, "Your highness should take care to keep your abdomen warm. This situation is indeed exceptional, which accounts for the heightened discomfort. In the future, you may experience occasional pains, but they will not be as severe as what you currently endure." Upon hearing this, Lady Zhou felt a sense of relief. However, she was informed that this bout of discomfort might last longer than usual, and she was advised to remain calm and avoid anger to prevent further strain on her health. The young physician, both respectful and dedicated, left behind a prescription before departing. Meanwhile, Lady Zhou, examining the prescription, pouted in frustration and remarked, "Sister, why did you summon him to take your pulse? He is not one of ours. What if he speaks nonsense?" The Empress gently furrowed her brow and responded softly, "Oh, you were daydreaming again, weren't you? Did you not hear that the Empress Dowager called for a physician? At this moment, we have no other options." Regaining her focus, Lady Zhou sulked and muttered, "The Empress Dowager really ought to have chosen a better time to fall ill." "Silence!" The Empress raised her voice sharply, "You truly speak without thinking. It is fortunate this is in Fingy Palace. Were it elsewhere, and someone overheard you, you would surely face dire consequences." Lady Zhou pouted and leaned closer to the Empress, playfully pleading, "Sister, I admit my mistake. I merely spoke out of turn. Besides, I only dared to say it here, for I would be cautious outside." "Enough, enough, I truly have no way to deal with you," the Empress said affectionately, ruffling Lady Zhou's hair. "There is no rush. We can call for another physician later to check if there are any issues with this prescription." Lady Zhou nodded, her concern evident as she replied, "I will listen to you, sister." The Empress's ailment persisted for half a month, only improving around the beginning of the 12th lunar month. By the 8th day of the 12th month, when Yufurong came to pay her respects to the Empress, the palace was bustling in preparation for the upcoming new year. The Empress, having just recovered from her illness, did not appear well, her complexion notably pale. Today's visit was cut short, as the Empress could not sit for long due to her lingering weakness. Yufurong and concubine Hui strolled through the imperial garden, gazing at the frozen lotus pond. "What a pity, there must be many fish beneath the ice, yet we cannot drill a hole to fish," she lamented. The upcoming palace banquet was to be held on the ice, prompting the Empress to assign guards to patrol the lotus pond. While the Emperor and the concubines would not be seated on the ice, the ice dance performance would require the dancers to traverse the frozen surface, necessitating precautions for their safety. However, Yufurong merely mused about it, as concubine Hui pulled her back to Zhaoyang Palace, suggesting they warm up with a hot pot in her quarters, as this weather was perfect for such a meal. Thus, after court, Meng Qianan from the Chengqian Palace waited until noon. Upon learning that Yufurong was with concubine Hui, Meng Qianan was incensed. Unable to eat his concubine Hui swiftly devoured the meat from the pot, leaving him with nothing. Meanwhile, the Empress and Lady Zhou were enjoying their hot pot together. Lady Zhou, fond of spicy flavors, found it unfortunate that the Empress preferred milder tastes, so they ordered a yin-yang hot pot. After a few bites, the Empress lost her appetite and set down her chopsticks. "This discomfort from the cold has persisted for nearly half a month. Why has it not abated?" she expressed, feeling slightly unwell. Lady Zhou, not looking up from her meal, replied, "I don't know, the physician said it was because of Sister's cold entering her body, coinciding with the current season, which makes it particularly challenging." The Empress sighed softly, "Indeed, yet lately I find myself unusually fatigued when dealing with matters. Genie, please go to the Imperial Hospital and inquire if there are any invigorating remedies available." Lady Zhou acknowledged and continued to eat heartily. The Empress watched Lady Zhou with fondness, picking up a serving chopstick to add more meat to her portion. "After the new year, you will be able to see your parents. Do you wish to meet your mother? If so, I shall have my mother bring her into the palace?" Lady Zhou shook her head, her demeanor melancholic. "No, sister, my mother does not care for me much." The Empress gently patted Lady Zhou's head. "If you do not wish to meet, then do not. There will be plenty of time in the future." Lady Zhou responded softly, and noticing her mood, the Emperor suggested she take a stroll in the garden to lift her spirits. In the Imperial Garden, Lady Zhou gazed at the few koi swimming languidly in the chilly pond, letting out a sigh. The cold weather made the fish lethargic. Wrapping herself tightly in her fox fur cloak, she stared absently at the koi. In the past, she had enjoyed feeding the fish here with Su Rongwo, but now everything had changed. Lady Zhou sighed again, feeling a wave of melancholy. Channeling had not spoken to her for a month, treating her as if she were invisible during her daily greetings. Lady Zhou would have preferred a few harsh words from her, yet Channeling remained silent. Instinctively, she scattered some fish food into the pond, watching as the koi slowly approached and consumed it. As Lady Zhou became lost in thought while gazing at the lotus pond, she remained unaware of someone approaching from behind. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, and just as she turned, a sharp pain struck the back of her head, causing her to faint. Turning to look, she was forcefully pushed into the pond. Struggling in the water, she realized she could not swim. The onlooker merely cast a fleeting glance at her before hastily departing. After struggling for a while, Lady Zhou was eventually rescued by a passing young eunuch. Upon being pulled from the water, her face was already turning purple from the cold. The young eunuchs recognized her and, seeing Channeling unconscious nearby, quickly called for assistance to carry the pair back to Chengqian Palace. At that moment, Yufurong was organizing her books when she heard a commotion outside. Curious, she stepped out to investigate and, upon discovering Lady Zhou had fallen into the water, she returned to her tasks, unfazed. The Empress, upon learning of the incident, was furious, while Lady Joe insisted that it was merely an accident. Under the Empress's scrutinizing gaze, Lady Joe nodded. Sister, it was I who lost my balance and inadvertently pulled Shanling, causing her to bump into the nearby rockwork, which led to my fall. Please do not blame her. The Empress frowned, clearly skeptical of Lady Zhou's account. Chapter 88 Wind and Cold. Observing the anxious and cautious gaze of Lady Zhou, the Empress swallowed the words that lingered on her lips. Enough, it is truly a debt owed to you. As the year draws to a close, do refrain from wandering about. Lady Zhou responded affirmatively, and after a moment of companionship, the Empress departed. Upon returning to Fingy Palace, the Empress cast her gaze down at the financial ledger in her hands and remarked, "Go investigate." No need, it is apparent who is behind this. A flicker of dark light passed through her eyes, who, if not Su Ronghua, could inspire such protection from Qini. Moreover, given Su Ronghua's loss of her child and her inability to bear more, it was not inconceivable for her to harbor resentment towards Lady Zhou for her insistence on venturing outside. Yet, with the year-end approaching and numerous affairs to attend to, the Empress turned the abacus in her hand. This matter could not simply be overlooked. Outside, a fresh blanket of snow lay atop another, enveloping the entire palace in a pristine white. Along the long palace path, the young eunuchs diligently swept the snow. Yu Furong, seated in her palanquin, looked down upon the little eunuchs and, as if struck by a thought, whispered a few words to Tingmei, who then bowed respectfully before retreating. Meanwhile, due to the chilly weather, the masters of the palace were particularly fond of hot pots, resulting in a bustling scene within the imperial kitchen. The kitchen steward's apprentice, Xiao Zhua, was directing the eunuchs in the careful transportation of ingredients. Be cautious, for these are for the esteemed masters of the various palaces. Should any of it be damaged, no amount of lives would suffice to repay the loss. The young eunuchs, clad in thick eunuch garments, acknowledged his words and became increasingly meticulous. As Xiao Zhua busied himself, a young eunuch hurried in, exclaiming, "Master, there is a little palace maid outside who wishes to present you with something. She claims it is a token of her regard." Xiao Zhua glanced at the box of pastries in the eunuch's hands, casually opened it, and found a beautifully crafted platter of delicacies inside. Accepting the box with an air of arrogance, he raised his chin and said, "You may leave." The young eunuch complied and exited, while Xiao Zhua carefully stowed away the pastries. 2 days later, the snowfall ceased, and Yu Furong ordered a dual-flavor hot pot, instructing the kitchen staff to prepare the accompanying ingredients. In the afternoon, with a thick layer of snow blanketing the ground, Yu Furong donned a cloak and ventured into the imperial garden to build a snowman. Tinglan hurried behind her, worriedly urging, "My lady, be careful. If you catch a chill, it could be quite troublesome." Yu Furong, delighting in the creation of her snowman, gazed at the flower beds blanketed in white, and with her head bowed, she found 2 small stones to serve as eyes for her frosty companion. Tinglan, increasingly anxious, grew frantic as Yu Furong removed her cloak. "It is of no concern, I am not so fragile," Yu Furong replied nonchalantly, continuing her search in the snow. After half an hour, Yu Furong finally succeeded in crafting a snowman to her satisfaction. On her way back, she detoured to the plum garden to gather a handful of red plums. So that night, Tinglan's prophetic words came to fruition, as Yu Furong indeed developed a fever. Prepared for the eventuality, Tinglan rushed out to summon the imperial physician. Given Meng Qianan's regard for Yu Furong, the royal doctors arrived promptly, fearing for her well-being and the repercussions it might have on their own families. Yu Furong's cold was not severe, yet she would need to consume medicine for 2 or 3 days. The Empress had been quite busy of late, dismissing the customary greetings, and Yu Furong slept soundly until noon. Outside, the snow began to fall once more, bending the bamboo in the courtyard under its weight. After gazing at the wintry scene for a while, Yu Furong finally rose to wash and dress. Once clad in warmer attire, she languidly settled onto a soft couch, with 2 braziers before her, a hot water pot nestled in her arms, and a thin velvet blanket draped over her. Tinglan, anxious to prevent Yu Furong from catching a chill, piled layers upon her, while Yu Furong, indifferent, turned her gaze away from the medicinal concoction on the low table, showing little interest. Tinglan, with earnest entreaties, urged Yu Furong to take her medicine, but Yu Furong merely let the words drift in one ear and out the other, preparing to doze off again. Tinglan, nearly in tears from worry, was in the warm chamber handling the items Yu Furong had painstakingly gathered. Once finished, she presented the items to Yu Furong. Looking at the medicinal powder in her hands, Yu Furong could not help but muse, "It seems Lady Zhou has been quite kind to Su Ronghua." Tingmei nodded in agreement. Otherwise, Lady Zhou would not have sought your assistance, requesting medicine for Su Ronghua's health. Since their falling out, Lady Zhou dared not deliver it directly, thus resorting to the means of administering medicine to aid Su Ronghua. Perhaps, Su Ronghua, having suffered emotional wounds, was now indifferent to her own well-being, as rumors suggested she only took her medicine sporadically. But why had the two quarreled so openly? Lazily reclining against her soft pillow, Yu Furong waited for Lady Zhou to arrive for the medicine when a commotion outside caught her attention. Furrowing her brow, she commanded, "Close the gates of Qingxian Palace." "I enjoy a good spectacle, yet the commotion within the palace is best kept at a distance. Last time, I merely sought a diversion and was falsely accused, nearly entangled in a witchcraft scandal." Yet, she pondered, who did that witchcraft doll truly belong to? Just then, Meng Qianan lifted the curtain and entered. "I have heard from the palace maids that you refuse to take your medicine again?" Yu Furong frowned, slowly responding, "Who is spreading such rumors?" "I merely find the medicine too hot and wish to delay its consumption." Meng Qianan, with an expression of disbelief, removed his fur cloak and handed it to Wan Yingdang, who meticulously brushed off the snowflakes before hanging it up and stepping back. Meng Qianan examined the bowl of medicine before Yu Furong, touched the rim, and said, "It has cooled, drink it quickly." Yu Furong's face fell, and with a reluctant demeanor, she downed the bitter concoction. The acrid taste surged to her temples, and the drowsiness that had lingered was instantly dispelled. Goodness, this medicine is truly bitter, she exclaimed at Meng Qian and took her hand and sat beside her on the couch, observing her pale countenance and remarking, look at you, so frail. Just a brief outing and you've fallen ill. I shall arrange for a cook proficient in medicinal cuisine to attend to your health. Yu Furong's eyes brightened, leaning weakly against Meng Qianan, she murmured, I am most grateful, your majesty. Meng Qianan playfully pinched her cheek, smiling, if you wish to thank me, then do take good care of your health. After all, I must have a reason to elevate your status. Yu Furong, shyly lowering her gaze, grasped Meng Qianan's sleeve, her voice soft and bashful, your majesty, you always know how to tease me. Chapter 89. The fire at Anhua Palace. By the time the new year arrived, she was merely 19, and thoughts of children were not yet on her mind. However, with the emperor still childless, the prospect of bearing his first offspring held a different significance. The emperor's affection for his firstborn would undoubtedly be unique, yet she felt herself still somewhat youthful. While Yu Furong instinctively grasped the Buddhist beads in Meng Qianan's hand, slowly turning them. This habit had developed recently, as Meng Qianan often encouraged Yu Furong to learn with the beads. Observing her deep in contemplation, Meng Qianan released the other end of the beads and took a sip of tea from the table. After much reflection, Yu Furong resolved to cease taking the contraceptive pills, with the favor she currently enjoyed, conceiving would not pose a great challenge. Moreover, her solitary status felt rather precarious. Although she had the support of Xin Xiaoyuan and Fang Changzai, she ultimately placed greater trust in herself. While Yu Furong continued to ponder the matter of children, Meng Qianan, seemingly indifferent, withdrew the book of her clandestine writings hidden beneath the soft pillow. The content within was rather scandalous. The emperor had previously deemed some passages unfit for his eyes, with descriptions that rivaled even the most provocative of illustrations, and in certain respects, evoked a more intense visual impact. Meng Qianan read with composure, and since Yu Furong had concealed the book, the palace maidens nearby remained oblivious to the peculiar nature of its contents, yet, Meng Qianan gleaned a wealth of new knowledge from its pages. When Yu Furong finally turned to face him, she was taken aback to find Meng Qianan holding her own Risco writings, nearly gasping for breath. Sensing her reaction, he leaned against her shoulder, his voice low and suggestive, Rongrong, shall we give it a try tonight? Yu Furong's expression stiffened as she nodded hesitantly. As long as the emperor remained unaware of her authorship, she would be at ease. Curse it all, she vowed never to pen such scandalous tales again. With her hands clasped in prayer, she implored the heavens for protection, hoping the ink on the paper had not smudged, for that would surely reveal her authorship. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone else was beseeching divine favor. Su Ronghua, clutching her transcribed scriptures, made her way to Anhua Palace. Although the child had been an unexpected occurrence, she had once wholeheartedly embraced the idea of motherhood. Now that the child was gone, she felt compelled to do something in their memory. As she watched the scriptures and paper offerings consumed by the flames, Su Ronghua clasped her hands in prayer, wishing for her unborn child to find happiness in the next life, to be cherished by loving parents, and to be blessed with boundless wealth.